Chapter 1. Am I really reborn? Please take good care of Nua Nua. It doesn't matter if you don't love me after all. She is your biological daughter. Zhang Dong. Consider this a curse upon my life for having been blind. With that, Yin Hongya leaped from the rooftop. Zhang Dong, clutching his phone, found his mind still muddled by alcohol. It was not until the warm, crimson blood splattered across his face that he regained clarity. Zhang Dong awoke with a start. Almost every day, he relived the events of that fateful night in his dreams. If only he could return home to see her. If only he had listened to her explanations more carefully. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face, leaving a vivid imprint upon his pallid skin. Beside him, Zhang Nua, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by her father's sudden scream. She beheld her father in a moment of self-inflicted torment and immediately burst into tears. Mommy, mommy. Driven by instinct, the child sought her mother first. What's wrong? The is no notsering. In the kitchen, Yin Hongya was preparing a meal. Upon hearing her daughter's cries, she hastily abandoned her pot and rushed into the room. Though she ran, the small confines of their home meant it was merely a turn around the corner. Zhang Dong stood momentarily frozen. As Yin Hongya cradled Nua and soothed her, Zhang Dong remained lost in his thoughts, gazing blankly at Yin Hongya. What's the matter? Yin Hongya gently patted Nua's back, her expression tinged with displeasure. You frightened Nua when you came home drunk at noon. I finally got her to sleep, and now you've scared her awake again. Zhang Dong was still ensnared in his own musings. Hadn't he perished? Was this all merely a dream? He raised his hand and struck his other cheek. Now, both sides of his face bore the marks of his actions. Yin Hongya's lips twitched as if she were observing a fool. But Zhang Dong had no mind for her reaction. He was consumed by a singular question. The fiery pain on his face assured him this was no dream. You're not dead. My wife, you're alive. I am also alive. No. It finally dawned on him that something was amiss in Yin Hongya's arms. She seemed smaller. Children grow rapidly during their early years, changing almost daily. At this moment, Zhang Nua lay in Yin Hongya's embrace, still clutching a pacifier. Yet, when Yin Hongya had died, Nua was already 5 years old, significantly larger and long past the need for a pacifier. What are you talking about? Did you have a nightmare? Yin Hongya's eyes reflected unease as she took a step back, creating distance between them. Should we go to the hospital? Without waiting for Zhang Dong's reply, she fell silent after all. There was no money for a hospital visit. She quickly revised her statement. Let me make you a cup of honey water to sober you up. It was an old remedy. Honey water was said to help with intoxication. Zhang Dong was oblivious to the apprehension in Yin Hongya's gaze, his mind swirling with confusion. He occasionally read novels. Could this be the legendary rebirth? Wife, how old is Nua now? Yin Hongya's voice faltered, laced with irritation. Is this how a father behaves? You don't even know how old your child is? Nua will be 3 next month. Indeed, I have been reborn. As I lifted my gaze and surveyed my surroundings, I recognized it immediately. This was the ancestral home of the Zhang family. In my previous life, after Yin Hongya passed away, Zhang Dong was engulfed by despair. He sent his daughter to an orphanage and subsequently perished in self-immolation, all within these very walls. When Zhang Nongyuo was merely 3 years old, his gambling addiction led to a complete financial ruin. He sold off his possessions, including his house and car, while accumulating debts that cost him his job and reputation. Thus, he was forced to relocate with his wife and daughter from the bustling city to this remote town. The house, older than both his parents combined, was in a dilapidated state, with the plaster crumbling at the slightest disturbance. Overcome with emotion, Zhang Dong rose and embraced Yin Hongya tightly. Forgive me, my dear wife. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. I vow that I shall not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongya instinctively shuddered, breaking free from his embrace, her eyes filled with caution. Zhang Dong, you that I am already content with our current life. Please do not entertain thoughts of sudden wealth. Nuo is about to start kindergarten, yet we can barely afford her tuition. This house cannot withstand any further ruin at your hands. The long journey of education had only just begun, yet they found themselves unable to take even the first step. The thought filled Yin Hongya with sorrow. Although she had not been born with a silver spoon, her family owned a modest company, ensuring her a life free from want. Little did she expect that her daughter would struggle to afford even kindergarten. When Yin Hongya looked at Zhang Dong again, her gaze was laden with resentment. Zhang Dong was acutely aware of her thoughts, for it was he who had plunged their family into this dire situation. Without further elaboration, he resolved to show her his transformation. Darling, stay here with Nuonyuo. I will prepare something for you to eat. The sky outside had darkened, and his wife had a poor appetite. He could not allow her to go hungry. Yin Hongye regarded him with some skepticism. You can cook. With a firm pat on his chest, Zhang Dong declared, your husband has turned over a new leaf. While I may not be able to conjure up gourmet delicacies, I can certainly manage a simple dinner. In truth, he merely wished to distance himself from the two of them. Just moments ago, when he held Yin Hongye, a mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Greetings, esteemed host. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the reincarnation challenge. Would you like to initiate the detailed explanation now? Zhang Dong's words were clearly met with disbelief by Yin Hongye. However, she was too weary to press the matter, reasoning that there was nothing of value in the kitchen, so she let it be. Very well. With a soft assent, she cradled Zhang Nuonyuo and returned to be in the kitchen. Zhang Dong was eager to proceed. Now, let us commence the detailed explanation. Instantly, he felt himself enveloped in darkness, and a colossal screen appeared before him. Mr. Zhang Dong, you now have 3 auxiliary mode options. Whichever you choose, you must amass a fortune of 5 million within 1 year, otherwise the system will reclaim all the gains you have acquired through these modes. Once the challenge begins, it cannot be halted. Should you attempt to withdraw midway, your life will also be forfeit. Zhang Dong chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Withdraw? Was he the kind of person to cower in fear? Were the available modes? First, exceptional physical attribute. Second, a cash prize of 1 million. Third, a concealed space containing an acre of fertile land. Zhang Dong meticulously contemplated the options before him. Only children make choices. He desired them all. The system seemed to sense Zhang Dong's thoughts, and a mechanical voice echoed once more, you may only select one of the 3 auxiliary modes. Subsequent unlocking of hidden tasks will provide opportunities to acquire additional modes. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 1. Am I really reborn? Please take good care of Nuonyuo. It doesn't matter that you don't love me after all. She's your own flesh and blood. Zhang Dong, consider it my misfortune in this lifetime. With that, Yin Hongye leaped from the rooftop. Zhang Dong clutched his phone, his mind still clouded by the effects of alcohol. It wasn't until the warm, crimson blood splattered onto his face that reality struck him. Zhang Dong awakened with a start. Almost every day, he found himself haunted by dreams of that fateful night, the last moments of Yin Hong. If only he could return home. If only he had listened to her explanations more carefully. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face, leaving a vivid red mark on his pale skin. Nearby, Zhang Nuonyuo was deep in slumber, suddenly roused by her father's piercing scream. She witnessed her father engaging in an act of self-punishment, prompting her to burst into tears. Mama. Driven by instinct, her first reaction was to seek her mother. What's wrong? Why is Nuonyuo crying? Yin Hongye, busy in the kitchen, rushed into the room without even setting down her cooking utensils. Though she called her run, the house was so small that it merely required turning a corner. Zhang Dong stood momentarily stunned. As Yin Hongye cradled Zhang Nuonyuo in her arms, soothing her, Zhang Dong remained transfixed, lost in thought. What's the matter? Yin Hongye gently patted Nuonyuo's back, her expression tinged with annoyance. You scared Nuonyuo when you returned home drunk at noon. I finally got her to sleep, and now you've frightened her awake. Zhang Dong was still enveloped in his own thoughts. Hadn't he perished in flames? Could this be a dream? He raised his hand and struck the other side of his face. Well, now both sides were symmetrical. Yin Hongye twitched at the corners of her mouth, as if observing a fool. Zhang Dong, however, was too preoccupied to care. He merely wanted to understand what was happening. The fiery pain on his face was a stern reminder that this was no dream. You're alive. My wife, you're not dead. I am not dead either. Nuonyuo. Only then did Zhang Dong realize that the little bundle in Yin Hongye's embrace appeared somewhat different. It seemed a bit smaller. Children grow rapidly in their early years, changing almost daily. Now, Zhang Nuonyuo lay in Yin Hongye's arms, still clutching a pacifier. But when Yin Hongye had died, Nuonuo was already 5 years old, significantly taller, and had long since outgrown her pacifier. What are you talking about? Having a nightmare? Yin Hongye's eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety as she instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. Should we go to the hospital? Before Zhang Dong could respond, she closed her mouth, realizing their financial constraints. They'll make you a cup of honey water to sober you up, she suggested, recalling an old remedy that claimed honey water could dispel intoxication. Zhang Dong remained oblivious to Yin Hongye's gaze, his mind swirling with confusion. He occasionally indulged in novels. Could this be the legendary rebirth? Wife, how old is Nuonuo now? Yin Hongye choked back her emotions, her voice laced with irritation. Is this how a father behaves? You don't even know how old your child is. Nuonuo will be 3 next month. Indeed, it appears I have been reborn. As Zhang Dong lifted his gaze and surveyed his surroundings, he quickly recognized the ancestral home of the Zhang family. In his past life, after the untimely death of Yin Hongye, he had succumbed to despair, sending his daughter to an orphanage before ultimately taking his own life in this very room. When Zhang Nuonuo was merely 3 years old, his gambling addiction had led to complete financial ruin that he sold off his house and car, accumulating debts that cost him his job and his reputation. The family was forced to relocate from the bustling city to this desolate town, where the house, older than his parents combined, had become a dilapidated structure. The walls were so fragile that even the slightest disturbance caused the plaster to crumble. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, Zhang Dong rose and embraced Yin Hongye tightly. I am so sorry, my dear wife. This is truly wonderful. I vow that I shall never allow such tragedy to occur again. Upon hearing his words, Yin Hongye instinctively shivered, breaking free from his embrace, her eyes filled with wariness. Zhang Dong, I am content with our current life. Do not harbor dreams of sudden wealth. Nuonuo is about to start kindergarten, yet we can scarcely afford her tuition. This house cannot withstand any further calamity you might bring upon us. The journey of education had only just begun, and they found themselves unable to even take that first step. A wave of sorrow washed over Yin Hongye as she reflected on their plight. Though she was not born with a silver spoon in her mouth, her family had owned a modest company, ensuring her a life free from want. She never imagined that by the time it was her daughter's turn, they would struggle to afford kindergarten. When Yin Hongye turned her gaze back to Zhang Dong, her eyes were filled with lament. Zhang Dong was acutely aware of her thoughts, for it was he who had brought their family to such a state. Without further ado, he refrained from excessive explanations, determined to demonstrate his transformation. My dear, stay here with Nuonuo. I shall prepare something for you to eat. As twilight descended, he was mindful of his wife's poor appetite and did not wish for her to go hungry. Yin Hongye looked at him, puzzled. You can cook? Zhang Dong confidently patted his chest. Your husband has turned over a new leaf. While I may not create culinary masterpieces, I can certainly manage a decent dinner. In truth, he merely wished to distance himself from the two of them. The instant he had embraced Yin Hongye, a mechanical female voice echoed in his mind. Greetings, esteemed host. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the rebirth challenge. Would you like to commence with a detailed explanation now? Yin Hongye, clearly skeptical of his words, chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, there was nothing of value in the kitchen, so she let him be. All right, she murmured softly, as she cuddled with Zhang Nuonuo and returned to bed. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Zhang Dong was eager to proceed. Let us begin the detailed explanation. Suddenly, he felt as if he were engulfed in darkness, and a massive screen materialized before him. Mr. Zhang Dong, you now have 3 auxiliary mode options to choose from. Regardless of your selection, you must amass a fortune of 5 million within 1 year. Failure to do so will result in the system reclaiming all benefits acquired through the auxiliary mode during that year. Once the challenge begins, it cannot be halted should you withdraw midway. Your life shall be forfeit. Zhang Dong chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Withdraw midway? Was he the type to cower? What are the available modes? Firstly, supreme physical prowess. Secondly, 1 million in cash. Thirdly, a concealed space encompassing an acre of fertile land. Zhang Dong meticulously contemplated his options. Choices are for children. He yearned for them all. The system seemingly detected Zhang Dong's intentions. As a mechanical voice resounded once more, you may choose only one of the 3 auxiliary modes. Subsequent unlocking of hidden tasks will present opportunities to acquire additional modes. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Chapter 2. There truly exists a hidden space indeed. What purpose does this fertile land serve? Zhang Dong interrupted the countdown. The notion of a personal space sounded rather impressive. Yet what use was this farmland? Was he to rely on agriculture for wealth? The soil in the field could provide ample nourishment for the sown seeds, enhancing their growth rate tenfold, and the fruits and vegetables produced would possess flavors and nutritional values far superior to those found in the market. A spark of realization illuminated Zhang Dong's mind. This was precisely what he needed. With a chime, Zhang Dong was once again enveloped in darkness. After a few breaths, the surrounding gloom dissipated, returning him to the confines of the narrow kitchen. Confusion swirled within him. Where was the promised space? Ah, yes, the hidden space, of course. It must be concealed. Enter the space, he silently intoned, and suddenly the world spun around him, shifting the scene before his eyes. Before him stood a wooden structure and a cultivated plot of land, while the rest of the area stretched out in a vast whiteness. Was this the legendary fertile land? Zhang Dong circled it, attempting to discern its nature, yet he could not grasp its significance. Nevertheless, the existence of this space assured him that the mechanical voice he had heard was not merely a figment of his imagination. Mindful of the passage of time, Zhang Dong did not linger long in this realm. He feared that his wife might be startled to see him transformed into a different being upon his return. Exiting the space, he found on the kitchen counter the chopped cabbage and tofu prepared by yearning, though some parts of the cabbage had begun to darken. With a gentle sigh, he discarded the spoiled portions, crouched down to wash the remaining cabbage, and poured oil into the pan to saute the vegetables. He then retrieved the last 2 eggs from the cupboard and fried them. Yearning, initially feeling a tad uneasy in the other room, was utterly exhausted. Since the arrival of their child, she had not enjoyed a single restful night. The moment her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Though it was merely a simple home-cooked meal, her eyes instantly filled with tears at the scent. As Zhang Dong arranged the dishes, he caught sight of yearning standing in the doorway, gazing in astonishment. "What are you doing standing there, my silly wife? Come, sit down and eat." He stepped forward to guide her to the table, suddenly noticing that her eyes were red from crying. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" "No," she replied, her eyes glistening, her voice somewhat unnatural. "I think some sand got in my eyes." In that moment, she recalled the earnest and straightforward Zhang Dong from their school days. Zhang Dong felt speechless. She was still so strong-willed. "Come on, silly wife," he said, handing her a pair of chopsticks. "Eat up." He playfully lifted a fried egg and offered it to her. "Here, say ah." His earnest demeanor caused the tears she had been trying to hold back to overflow. They had met in college, and when she first encountered Zhang Dong, he had been wearing a shirt that had faded to a yellow hue, his smile revealing a mouthful of teeth. Once, during a casual conversation, she had mentioned wanting to visit the zoo to see the monkeys. Zhang Dong, whose financial situation was not particularly affluent, had subsisted on dry buns for an entire month just to save up enough to take her to the zoo. From that moment on, she had vowed to marry no one but him. After marriage, she, like every other woman, had dreamed of unlocking new facets of life. Initially, there had been sweetness, but then she became pregnant, and the pressure on him intensified. He began to exhibit a volatile temperament, indulging himself in the debauchery of the tavern. Their household had once relied on her dowry from her family, supplemented by the modest earnings they had made as they entered the workforce. Thus, even after she resigned from her job due to pregnancy, their standard of living remained unscathed. However, Zhang Dong was not content with this. He ventured into investments, dabbling in gambling, and entertained dreams of sudden wealth. Gradually, their savings dwindled, their home was mortgaged, and their car was sold. Her family, observing Zhang Dong's downward spiral, urged her to divorce him. After she rebuffed their advice, they severed all contact. It was only when they found themselves without even the means to cover her hospital expenses for childbirth that Zhang Dong ceased his reckless pursuits and returned to steady work. Yet, this respite was short-lived. Following the birth of their child, he reverted to his former ways and returned to the casino, leaving them destitute. He even contemplated wagering their own daughter, The more Yin Hongya pondered, the more dread consumed her. Was there something sinister lurking in their meals? After all, his demise would enable him to sell their daughter without remorse. With this thought, her eyes brimmed with vigilance as she scrutinized Zhang Dong's every expression. "I'm not hungry. You eat," she declared. Zhang Dong paused mid-bite, perplexed by her sudden shift from a meek demeanor to one brimming with thorns. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. I just woke up and am not very hungry." "You should eat," she replied, her voice laden with nasal tones, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on him. Suddenly, Zhang Dong realized she might suspect him of poisoning her food. "Fine then." He begrudgingly took a bite of the fried egg, followed by several spoonfuls of the vegetables, and finished the porridge without betraying any emotion, his face a mask of grievance. After more than 10 minutes, seeing that he exhibited no unusual reactions, Yin Hongya felt reassured enough to consume her meal. There was little choice. Food was scarce, and despite her distrust, she could not afford to waste it. As they were eating, their daughter, Zhang Nonyuo, awoke. Without a moment's thought, Zhang Dong rushed to the room, cradling the child in his arms and soothing her gently, while also managing to comfort Yin Hongya. "You focus on your meal. I'll handle the baby." The door stood wide open, allowing Yin Hongya to witness Zhang Dong's tender and cautious demeanor, and inexplicably, she found herself unable to intervene. When he eventually set down his bowl and chopsticks, he had already lowered himself to the floor, allowing Zhang Nuonyuo to climb onto his back. "Giddy up," he exclaimed, prompting peals of laughter from the little girl that filled the room with joy. The sight of their daughter perched on his broad, sturdy back evoked a smile from Zhang Nuonyuo. Zhang Dong's awkward yet earnest attempts to entertain their daughter stirred something within Yin Hongya's heart, which had long been dormant. After finishing the meal and clearing the table, Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to take a stroll outside, leaving Yin Hongya to care for Zhang Nuonyuo at home. Reflecting on the deep affection evident in Zhang Dong's eyes upon awakening from his stupor, and recalling the expression of grievance that accompanied her suspicions, she noted how he had never before set foot in the kitchen or shown any affection towards their daughter. Today, however, he had willingly bent down to allow their daughter to ride on his back, albeit with a certain stiffness. Yet it was suffused with a palpable tenderness as he feared to harm her. Did he truly love them again? But how could that possibly be? It was merely a drunken escapade. Could it be that sobriety would lead to a transformation? Yin Hongya, awaken from your reverie. He is no longer the Zhang Dong you once knew. The woman let out a self-deprecating smile, shaking her head as she extinguished the nascent thoughts that had begun to sprout in her mind. Unbeknownst to Zhang Dong, these inner musings of Yin Hongya were entirely outside his realm of awareness. At this moment, he was solely preoccupied with how to optimally utilize his newfound advantage. With this fertile land at his disposal, he felt compelled to plant something and see how it could yield prosperity. Chapter 3. Off to sell vegetables at the farmer's market. He casually located a stall and purchased a packet of cherry tomato seeds. Retreating to a secluded corner, Zhang Dong focused his thoughts and entered the hidden space. The choice to buy cherry tomato seeds stemmed from the resemblance he found between the small, plump fruits and Yin Hongya's rosy cheeks when she felt bashful. Though currently, she exhibited no such shyness, only resentment. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he dutifully dug several small holes in the soil and placed the seeds within. With limited resources, he had only 2 yuan on him, having spent it all on the seeds and could not afford a hoe. After planting, he exited the space, wary that Yin Hongya might suspect him of wandering off again. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong hastily had a meal, all while Yin Hongya regarded him with a look of confusion before heading out once more. Finding a deserted spot, he slipped back into the space. What unfolded before him left him utterly astonished. The cherry tomatoes he had planted not only sprouted, but some were already bearing fruit. Staring in disbelief, he plucked one fruit and took a bite, the juice flooding his mouth. It was simply exquisite. Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled. It was both sweet and savory, with a hint of tartness, leaving him craving more. Moreover, the yield was astonishing. He had only sown 1/3 of a packet of seeds, yet half an acre was brimming with cherry tomato vines. Deciding to remove his jacket, he carefully gathered the harvested cherry tomatoes within it. The entirety of his coat was filled, and he stowed the fruits away in the small wooden cabin. This must weigh at least 10 pounds, he mused, filled with elation at the high yield and rapid growth. A prosperous future was surely on the horizon. After harvesting the first batch of cherry tomatoes, he repeated this process 3 more times until the vines turned yellow and withered. Satisfied, he uprooted the remaining plants and exited the space, returning home. The market price for cherry tomatoes peaked at 8 yuan per pound, given the exceptional taste and quality of his produce. Pricing it at twice that, claiming it to be the pinnacle of cherry tomatoes, was hardly unreasonable, was it? As long as customers were permitted to taste, he was certain they would sell out entirely. Contemplating the ideal location for his stall, he stealthily opened the door to his home. Indeed, the lights were all extinguished. Ever since the arrival of their child, the couple had taken to sleeping in separate rooms, and now faint snoring emanated from Yan Hongye's sleeping quarters. To avoid disturbing her, Zhang Dong quietly washed up in the dark before retreating to his own room. The following morning, Zhang Dong rose early, eager to prepare breakfast for the mother and daughter. However, the meal was somewhat meager, consisting solely of 3 bowls of corn porridge. The household is devoid of vegetables, and the last 2 eggs were fried yesterday. How could Yan Hongye be unaware of their financial plight? Last night, seizing the opportunity while Zhang Dong was out, she reached out to a family where she frequently worked as a nanny. Coincidentally, the employer was due to be away on business for 2 days, leaving the elderly at home unattended. The previous employer had summoned her to their home today for cleaning, so she entrusted her daughter, Nuo, to a neighbor for the day, with just 1 yuan left in the drawer for lunch. As she prepared to lift Zhang Nuo, she was hastily stopped by Zhang Dong. Ridiculous, her biological father was right there. Why should she leave their child with a neighbor? You go ahead, I could take care of Nuo. Yan Hongye evaded Zhang Dong so stretched hand, trudling nonotikli. Her gaze towards Zhang Dong resembling that of a foe. Zhang Dong, do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to your intentions of selling our daughter while I am away. She's your flesh and blood. How could you bear to do such a thing? In Yan Hongye's eyes, Zhang Dong harbored thoughts of secretly selling their daughter for money in her absence. To protect her child, a fierce expression marred the woman's face. Zhang Dong fell into silence, staring intently at Yan Hongye, his demeanor desolate. No, unaware of the unfolding drama, sensed her father's gloomy mood and reached out. Daddy, hug. Kiss, don't cry. The man gently grasped his daughter's outstretched hand, but did not embrace her. Hongye, is my biological daughter. How could I ever do such a thing? After a pause, he continued, I admit I was not a good person in the past, but I genuinely seek to change. As he spoke, an unprecedented softness graced Zhang Dong's face. Outsiders remain just that, outsiders. I vow with my life that I will care for our daughter. Otherwise, let me, before he could finish, Yan Hongye shoved Nuo into Zhang Dong's arms, interrupting his words. Do not speak recklessly. I will return as soon as I finish my work. With that, she grabbed her bag and departed. A flicker of tenderness crossed Zhang Dong's eyes. See, she still cared for him. He placed Nuo on the bed and, retreating to a spot out of her sight, hurried into his space to retrieve the cherry tomatoes he had gathered the previous night, along with a small weight. He felt immensely grateful for having learned to use a scale while helping his parents sell goods in his youth. An electronic scale was a luxury he could not afford. He weighed out 2 pounds of cherry tomatoes and bagged them, filling a bamboo basket with 20 bags in total. Cradling the basket in one hand and Nuo in the other, he exclaimed, Darling, shall we go to the market to sell some fruit and have some fun? Held in her father's arms, Nuo waved her little hands joyfully. Okay, let us sell fruit with Daddy. The duo boarded a bus, swaying as they made their way to the county's vegetable market. Given the timing, they could not secure a prime spot and settled for a relatively quiet area. Daddy, Nuonuovan's tat. Nuo gazed at the vibrant red fruits in the bamboo basket, a droplet of saliva glistening at the corner of her mouth. Zhang Dong's heart melted instantly. Who could resist such an adorable child, drooling over cherry tomatoes? All right, Daddy will clean them for Nuo. Fortunately, when Zhang Dong set out, he had prepared a dozen fruits, carefully packaged, to ensure that his daughter would have something to wash when she craved a snack. He was smiling contentedly at his daughter as she savored her treat, when suddenly he felt an intense gaze directed at him. Turning his head, he discovered a little boy, around 5 or 6 years old, staring hungrily at the cherry tomatoes in his daughter Zhang Ninu's hands, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Beside the boy, a woman held his hand while perusing a nearby stall. Zhang Dong's eyes brightened, and he leaned down to whisper a few words into Zhang Ninu's ear. She then grasped a cherry tomato and, with small, deliberate steps, approached the boy, saying, "Here, brother, have some." The boy's mother turned just in time to witness this charming exchange. Although small in stature, Zhang Ninu was remarkably astute. She stretched onto her tiptoes, extending her hand further. "Auntie, you should try it too. This is our homegrown cherry tomato, bursting with juice." Zhang Dong silently praised his daughter, wholeheartedly supporting her as he nudged the basket of vibrant red fruits closer. The enticing allure of the fruits was undeniable, especially with such an adorable child involved. The woman beamed as she accepted the fruit from Zhang Ninu's hand, crouching down to say, "Thank you, little darling." She handed one to her son and carelessly tossed the other into her mouth. As she chewed, the sweet flavor exploded in her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight. It truly embodied the saying, "The more you eat, the more addictive it becomes." The little boy chewed a few times before exclaiming, "Ah!" His small hand quickly covered his mouth, a pained expression crossing his face. The once quiet atmosphere was disrupted by his cry, drawing the attention of those few scattered individuals nearby. "What's wrong, son? Don't scare your mother." The woman instinctively raised her voice upon seeing her son's distress. Most shoppers of the market were regulars, familiar with one another. The commotion soon attracted a crowd, and several women approached, asking, "Xiao Qing, what happened?" As they neared, they heard the boy's teary exclamation, "This fruit is really sweet, Mommy." I bit my tongue. The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. "You silly child," one woman remarked. "How much are your fruits, young man?" she inquired, glancing at the neatly packaged cherry tomatoes in Zhang Dong's basket. 16 yuan per pound. "And this bag weighs 2 pounds. Everything is weighed at home, fair and square, no cheating," he replied. One of the older women, noticing the cherry tomatoes, exclaimed, "Oh, what tiny tomatoes! Why are they so expensive? Wait, why are these tomatoes so dark in color?" Zhang Dong quickly retrieved the washed fruits from his home and offered them to her, saying, "Sister, these are not tomatoes. They are cherry tomatoes." The woman, nearly 60, felt a wave of delight at being addressed as sister by Zhang Dong. "Haha, young man, don't try to deceive me. Cherry tomatoes are much smaller than these." A woman who had tasted Zhang Dong's fruits chimed in, "Sister Jing, these are definitely not tomatoes. They are much sweeter." The older woman, skeptical, took one from Zhang Dong's hand and placed it in her mouth. "Wow, this is truly sweet. Come here, bring me 2 bags. The woman known as Aunt Jing spoke with great enthusiasm. "All right, young man, bring me a bag too." The woman accompanying her son was equally eager. As the sales began to unfold, curiosity piqued among the onlookers, and Zhang Dong generously encouraged them to sample. "Young lad, give me a bag. I want one as well. My granddaughter doesn't tea like fruits." "Indeed, children need vitamins for their growth. Give me a bag too." Before long, Zhang Dong's bamboo basket was completely emptied. Just then, an elderly lady reminded him, "Young man, next time bring more. My daughter-in-law is pregnant and has a craving for these sweet and sour treats." "You got it, ma'am. I will return this afternoon. I'll set aside 2 bags for you." Zhang Nuo, witnessing the now empty basket, was still oblivious to the situation, only aware that the sweet fruits had vanished. Pouting her little lips, she lamented, "Daddy, the fruits are gone." The little girl, still struggling with her words, looked adorably pitiful. Zhang Dong chuckled heartily. "Don't worry, dear Nuo, we have plenty of fruits at home. Come, let Daddy buy you something delicious." The total was 40 pounds at 16 yuan per pound, resulting in a total of 640 yuan. Zhang Dong took Zhang Nuo to the supermarket for a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Yin Hongye, unable to shake off her worries about Zhang Dong and Zhang Nuo, worked tirelessly throughout the morning. After completing her cleaning tasks, she hurried back home. Nuo, Zhang Dong, Yin Hongye roamed around the house, only to find the father and daughter missing. Anxiety surged, raising her blood pressure. Zhang Nuo had become her sole hope for survival. It was all Zhang Dong's fault. She had placed her trust in him. The more she thought about it, the more fear consumed her. What if Zhang Nuonyuo had truly been sold by Zhang Dong? Overwhelmed, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, with no other options, she resolved to wait until evening. If they hadn't returned by then, she would report to the authorities. Hello, I want to report a crime. My daughter has been abducted, sold by her father. While Yin Hongye was in a panic, Zhang Dong and Zhang Nuonyuo were enjoying their day. They had procured base, ribs, black chicken, asparagus, and the snacks chosen by Zhang Nuonyuo, candy and chips. The basket, once empty, was now brimming again. After settling the bill, Zhang Dong, carrying his daughter, boarded the bus home. Upon arriving, he was surprised to find the front door ajar. Inside, Yin Hongye paced anxiously, her expression fraught with worry. What is wrong? Why are you back so early? Did you forget something? As Zhang Dong entered, he met Yin Hongye's bloodshot gaze. Upon seeing her daughter devouring a cotton candy, relief washed over Yin Hongye. She rushed forward, embracing her daughter tightly. Once assured of her child's well-being, she let out a feline-like roar. Where have you taken our daughter? Zhang Dong realized he had been misunderstood once again. He began to unpack the items from the basket. I took Nuonyuo to sell some cherry tomatoes to earn a bit of money, and I bought some treats on our way back. After explaining, he glanced at his precious daughter, feeling truly hurt by the constant misunderstandings from his wife. Yin Hongye followed Zhang Dong's movements and was taken aback to see the once empty table now overflowing with items he had purchased. Her hair almost stood on end, her face a mixture of shock, anger, and deep disappointment. Zhang Dong, do you take me for a fool? As she spoke, 2 glistening tears streamed down her slender chin. I cannot control your thievery or your robberies, but I implore you, please do not involve our daughter in such perilous activities. God knows how desperate she felt, fearing that her daughter might be sold into some dark corner of the world. If anything were to happen to Nuonyuo, she had already resolved to drag Zhang Dong down with her into the abyss. Unjustly accused my wife. I assure you that all I possess has been earned through my own toil, Zhang Dong thought, feeling that compared to him, even though he was a fortunate soul. Nuonyuo, tell your mother what your father has taken you to do. Upon hearing this, both turned their heads instinctively towards Zhang Nuonyuo. The little one, not grasping the gravity of the situation, smiled brightly and offered the cotton candy in her hand towards Yin Hongye's lips, saying, Mama, eat. Daddy earns money to buy good things for Nuonyuo, and Nuonyuo shares with Mama. Yin Hongye gently patted her daughter's little head, for no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Although Nuonyuo's words were not particularly clear, Yin Hongye understood her meaning. However, doubts began to surface within her. She knew Zhang Dong all too well. I, Zhang Dong, am a man of great ambition. How could I engage in such demeaning work? Whenever Yin Hongye suggested he find a stable job for a modest living, he would respond in such a manner, then nonchalantly recline on the bed, lost in thought about how to amass wealth. Chapter 5. Seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Yet Nuonyuo was merely 2 or 3 years old, incapable of deceit. Zhang Dong noticed the turmoil in Yin Hongye's eyes and, sensing her anger beginning to wane, spoke in a pitiful tone. A few days ago, I was often out drinking. A friend of mine, who has been experimenting with some new varieties of fruits and vegetables, asked me to help market them as they ripened. So, I carried a bamboo basket filled with fruit and took our daughter to the market to sell them. With that, Zhang Dong removed his outer garment, revealing a well-built chest. He had always been prone to brawls, full of vigor. Yin Hongye instinctively wanted to look away, but was drawn to the 2 bloodstains on his shoulder. That basket was incredibly heavy, around 40 pounds. I carried it all the way. The woman coughed lightly, her expression turning an odd shade of red, and she ceased to dwell on the veracity of his words. After all, his prowess was evident. Even if she suspected him of lying, she had no evidence, and arguing would be futile. I will fetch you some medicine. With that, she took Nuonyuo into the inner room. Zhang Dong watched the woman's frail figure retreat, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Yin Hongye handed the medication to Zhang Dong without further comment. He, too, refrained from any pretense. After applying the medicine, he went into the kitchen with the food he had bought, bare-chested. To say that the wound on his shoulder did not hurt would be a lie. System, is there anything that could transform me into a being of iron and steel? Ever since he had acquired the space, the system seemed to have frozen. unresponsive to his queries. Chapter 5. As expected, the system remained eerily silent. Zhang Dong curled his lips and tossed the innards of the black chicken into the pot, followed by goji berries and red dates, filling it with water. He then opened a freshly purchased rice to steam it and chopped some broccoli along with a few cloves of garlic. Before long, the enticing aroma of rice wafted through the house. Zhang Dong, abandoning her cherished cotton candy, eagerly stood at the kitchen door, exclaiming, "Daddy, it smells so good." With one hand, Zhang Dong placed the sought-ed garlic broccoli on the dining table, while cradling Zhang Dong onto a chair with the other. As he prepared a bowl of chicken soup for her, he remarked how delicious it was. Yearning, who was washing the family soiled clothes, inadvertently looked up to witness the tender interaction between father and daughter. A ripple stirred in the stagnant waters of her heart, but it dissipated almost instantly, leaving her with no time to fully grasp the feeling. During the meal, Zhang Dong keenly noticed the redness and swelling of Yearning's hands. Their financial struggles prevented them from affording a washing machine, forcing her to wash all the clothes by hand. Given their circumstances, it was hardly feasible to purchase a decent hand cream for her. A wave of guilt surged within him, prompting him to twist off a large chicken leg and place it in Yearning's bowl. "Wife, after lunch, I plan to pick some fruit from the orchard to sell, and then we could buy a washing machine." He rummaged through his pockets, extracting the remaining 300 yuan from his morning market trip to hand to Yearning, keeping only 20 for himself. "This is from the money I earned selling fruit this morning. I'm handing it over. Next time I make money, I'll buy some milk powder for Noonyuo." Yearning gazed at the 300 yuan before her, initially reluctant to accept the ambiguous funds. However, with only 20 cents left in her possession, she felt a pang of conflict as her thin lips pressed together, contemplating the crisp bill. "How about this? There's still many fruits left in the greenhouse. I'll go pick some more. In the afternoon, why don't you take Noonyuo with you to the market?" Fearing Yearning would refuse, Zhang Dong added, "I noticed many women selling handmade insoles to supplement their income. You could do that too, right? I'll buy you some needles and thread to make them for sale." Zhang Dong had not misjudged her. Initially, Yearning intended to decline his suggestion, feeling an aversion to appearing together with him. Yet, upon hearing his latter words, she found them quite reasonable. In the face of life as challenges, poverty was indeed the original sin. "All right," she consented. Upon hearing that her mother would also accompany her father out in the afternoon, Zhang Dong, for the first time in her memory, was thrilled at the prospect of going out as a family of 3. Clapping her tiny hands, she exclaimed, "Yay, we're going to sell fruits with Daddy." The cheerful sound of her clapping, intertwined with her laughter, shattered the peculiar atmosphere in the home, bringing a smile to Yearning's face as well. After lunch, while Yearning took Zhang Dong for a nap, Zhang Dong seized the opportunity to head out with a bamboo basket, finding a secluded spot to slip into his hidden space. Zhang Dong napped for 2 hours each day, granting him ample time to prepare the fruit. With practiced precision, he dug holes, planted seeds, and filled them with soil. Then he quietly sat beside the field, patiently awaiting the fruits to ripen. Taking a deep breath, he relished the tranquility of the moment, feeling utterly at ease. Uncertain of the reason, he felt that this time in the space seemed subtly different from the last, yet he could not quite articulate what had changed. Zhang Dong shook his head. The foundations of his life had been established. However, for him, this was far from sufficient. Given the chance to start anew, he resolved to employ all his abilities to rectify the shortcomings of his previous life. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Zhang Dong had filled a basket with an abundant harvest of cherry tomatoes. The weight felt significantly heavier than the last time, which was indeed good news for him. Timing his arrival perfectly, he entered the house to find Yearning already awake, diligently braiding Zhang Dong's hair. The little girl, suffering from long-term malnutrition, had unhealthy, dry yellow hair that broke easily with a gentle tug. "Daddy!" Zhang Dong affectionately patted Noonyuo's head, smiling. Yearning finally looked up to meet Zhang Dong's gaze, and upon noticing the basket of fruit behind him, her expression shifted with surprise. He truly had gathered fruit. Could it be that what he had said in recent days was genuine? Yearning shook her head, still unable to believe that Zhang Dong could transform his ways in such a short span. As before, Zhang Dong sorted the fruit into bags, this time aided by Yan Hongye, which significantly increased their efficiency. The three of them, Zhang Dong carrying the fruit, Yan Hongye cradling Zhang Nuonyuo, boarded the bus to the market. After a bumpy ride, they finally arrived at the market. Zhang Dong guided the mother and daughter through the familiar twists and turns to their vending spot for the morning. Yan Hongye surveyed the surroundings, nearly convinced that Zhang Dong was deceiving her. How could anything be sold from such a remote location? With this thought, her expression dimmed once more. Ah, young man, you're back. Did you bring more fruit today? Give me 3 bags. Before Yan Hongye could succumb to disappointment, a hoarse voice called out, followed by the approach of an elderly gentleman. My wife insisted I buy a few more bags after trying them this morning, saying she wanted to share with some old friends. As the old man finished speaking, several others turned their attention towards them. Hey, didn't T-Sister Jing buy those fruits here this morning? It seems so. They do look quite similar. With this exchange, the previously quiet street began to buzz with activity. Observing the increasing crowd, Zhang Dong grinned at his somewhat dazed wife, and then raised his voice. Come and take a look. Sweet and tangy cherry tomatoes. Juicy and refreshing. If they're not sweet, you don't pay. His call resonated through the air, vibrant and robust. Hearing Zhang Dong's enthusiastic shout, Yan Hongye felt as though she had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Could this really be Zhang Dong? The same Zhang Dong who would blush at prolonged eye contact? Wife, please help me collect the money, Zhang Dong said, his focus shifting from jesting with his wife to managing the growing crowd. He handed Yan Hongye a handful of change, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he prepared for the bustling market day ahead. Hearing someone call her name, Yan Hongye finally snapped back to reality. Dazed, she accepted the money handed to her by Zhang Dong. The tactile sensation confirmed that this was no dream. The woman pressed her lips together, noticing the thin sheen of sweat on the man's forehead. He reached into his pocket with his empty hand, extending a handkerchief forward, only to retract it once more. It seemed he had genuinely changed. Zhang Dong's haul of fruits was double that of the morning, and the profits had indeed doubled as well. Young man, with all this money you've earned, you ought to treat your wife and children better. Look at how thin your wife has become, teased several aunts. Their hair dyed the same color, a clear indication of their close kinship. Indeed, being so thin is not conducive to having a second child. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong cast a discreet glance at Yan Hongye, catching a glimpse of a suspicious flush on her face. The man chuckled. Yes, it's thanks to our loyal customers that we've made this money. Here, Auntie, this is 6 Jean for you. You truly know how to charm, rest assured. Annie has many friends in the square dance group and will surely spread the word. With that, she pulled a fruit from her pocket, gave it a quick wipe, and tossed it in her mouth, and your fruits are truly delicious. As they busily sold off the remaining fruits, the sun had dipped below the horizon. Zhang Nuonyuo nestled in Yan Hongye's arms, her little head bobbing. 2 6s, 7. 7 red Mao Zedongs, along with some change of 10 and 5. This is the money you earned this afternoon. Here it is, the woman said, handing a small stack of bills to Zhang Dong, her eyelashes casting shadows over her contemplative eyes. If those customers in the afternoon were not mere ruse, then perhaps she. Zhang Dong cradled Zhang Nuonyuo in his arms and slung the bamboo basket over his shoulder. You are the head of our household, managing our finances. Why give this to me? Come, we've sold out the fruits today. Let's take Nuonyuo to the night market. Let us go, ye. Zhang Nuonyuo exclaimed as Zhang Dong lifted her high, her little arms outstretched as if soaring against the wind. Yan Hongye felt a sudden pang in her heart. This scene had played out in countless dreams during sleepless nights. The woman quickened her pace, jogging to catch up. The night market lay on their path home. Thus Zhang Dong did not take the 2 women on the bus. In no time, the unique food stalls of the night market came into view, adorned with vibrant, intermingling lights. It was truly a sight to behold. Yan Hongye felt a thrill. Zhang Dong's family background was modest, and during their university days, they often frequented the night market. Economical, delicious, and affordable. Years have flown by since then. After their marriage, this was Yan Hongye's first visit to the night market. The man approached a stall selling roasted bird eggs, while little Zhang Nuonyuo gazed at the golden brown eggs, her mouth instinctively smacking. Daddy, what is that? Yin Hongye kept close behind the father-daughter duo, clearly hearing their exchange. These are roasted bird eggs. Your mother adored them during her university days. As he spoke, he ordered 2 skewers of roasted bird eggs. Zhang Nuonyuo, still tender in age, found herself unable to finish a skewer of delicacies. So she decided to savor one for herself while graciously offering another to Yin Hongye, who received it with care as he wrapped the bamboo skewer in a layer of tissue. My dear, here you go. Have a bite to satisfy your hunger. There are many more treats ahead. Yin Hongye initially intended to suggest that she could share a skewer with Zhang Nuonyuo, but before she could voice her thoughts, she witnessed Zhang Dong consume the remaining bird egg that Zhang Nuonyuo had left behind. With no other choice, she placed the skewer of grilled bird eggs into her mouth and chewed thoughtfully. My dear, there's a shopping mall ahead. Shall we explore it? Yin Hongye, her heart entirely devoted to Zhang Nuonyuo nestled in Zhang Dong's embrace, had no objections. It had been quite some time since their daughter had experienced such joy. As they wandered into the infant section of the mall, Zhang Dong paused before the rows of infant formula. Zhang Nuonyuo had been exclusively breastfed, but due to Yin Hongye's own nutritional insufficiency, she could not sustain the nourishment of another infant. Miraculously, Zhang Nuonyuo had managed to nurse for a week and a half before Yin Hongye's milk dried up. Fortunately, Zhang Nuonyuo had reached an age where early weaning was feasible, and they began introducing her to rice soup. However, mere rice soup could not adequately meet the child's nutritional needs, which resulted in a dire revelation during a routine checkup when the doctor informed Yin Hongye that her daughter was severely malnourished and continued neglect could pose a life-threatening risk. At that time, he dismissed the doctor's concerns as exaggerated claims made by Yin Hongye to garner his attention. Casting a glance at the petite figure nestled in his arms, he noted how Zhang Nuonyuo appeared significantly smaller than her peers, her under-eye area tinged with a faint bluish hue. My dear, let us purchase some formula for Nuonyuo. Zhang Dong selected a reasonably priced tin of formula and a box of calcium supplements, resolving to earn a good living for his family. Our daughter is already 3 years old and still so tiny. We must ensure she receives proper nourishment. He wished he could buy the most expensive products, yet his financial resources were limited. Yin Hongye noticed the pale, waxy complexion of her daughter's delicate face nestled against Zhang Dong. She was acutely aware of her daughter's nutritional deficiencies. Previously, it had not been a matter of capability to provide her child with nutritional supplements. Yin Hongye gently pinched Zhang Nuonyuo's cheek, affirming, yes, we now have a means. Who wouldn't desire the best for their child? The cuffs of her blouse had become frayed from frequent washing. Zhang Dong's eyes brightened as he quietly placed the formula and calcium supplements into their shopping cart, inadvertently leading them to the clothing section. Chapter 7. The Considerate Wife. It was then that he noticed the tranquil depths of Yin Hongye's gaze ripple with subtle intrigue. After all, which woman could resist the allure of exquisite garments? My dear, you should try on this piece. The color would suit you splendidly. Zhang Dong retrieved a camel-colored wool coat from the display. With autumn approaching, its thickness seemed just right. Indeed, my lady, your grace paired with this coat would be nothing short of magnificent, a nearby sales assistant chimed in, echoing Zhang Dong's sentiments. Yin Hongye bit her lip, glancing at the price tag, but ultimately, reason prevailed. No, you work hard for your earnings. Let us head to the children's section and buy a little dress for our daughter. The woman hesitantly caressed the coat before ultimately placing it back in its original position. Yin Hongye, tall and slender, had always favored oversized garments since Zhang Dong first met her. Spring trench coats, summer dresses, autumn woolen coats, and winter's long down jackets. Draped upon her, these pieces exuded an air of sophistication reminiscent of a Hong Kong socialite. Observing the woman's expression, Zhang Dong felt a pang of sorrow within him. Yet he comprehended Yin Hongye's intentions. Since her birth, their daughter, Zhang Nunu, had never possessed a dress of her own. Her wardrobe was woefully sparse, primarily consisting of hand-me-downs from relatives or garments crafted by Yin Hongye herself. Once a pampered young lady, Yin Hongye had initially been inept at sewing, but for the sake of her beauty-loving daughter, she diligently honed her skills. When Zhang Nunu learned she would finally receive a dress, her eyes widened in disbelief, her face radiating the innocence of a child who could now be a little princess. while her astonished demeanor was undeniably endearing. It only served to deepen Yan Hongye's sense of melancholy. Conversely, it intensified Zhang Dong's feelings of guilt. "All right, let us go. Daddy will take Nunu to choose," he declared. The family of three transitioned from the adult clothing section to that of children's wear, where Zhang Nunu excitedly explored her options. Ultimately, she settled on a dress priced just above 100 yuan. "Daddy, this one is enough for Nunu. You and Mommy work so hard for your money," she said, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Zhang Dong couldn't help but plant a tender kiss on her soft little cheek. Their journey continued as they arrived at the daily necessities section. "Wife, let me buy you some fabric and sewing supplies. You can create some crafts at home. And once you're proficient, we can sell them at the market together. You can resign from your job as a cleaner, so you can take care of Nunu at home." Yan Hongye hesitated. While the cleaning job was demanding, the pay was decent, 20 yuan for an entire day's work. "But can you bear the burden of supporting the family alone?" She voiced her concern. Yan Hongye's primary worry was that if the weight of financial responsibility rested solely on Zhang Dong, he might crumble under the pressure and regress to his former self. With their lives finally beginning to improve, she was reluctant to return to that existence. The thought sent a shiver of fear through her eyes. Zhang Dong, understanding the unspoken fears between them, gently placed his hand on Yan Hongye's shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. "Trust me, my dear. This afternoon, we made a considerable profit. Including what I sold this morning, we earned nearly 1,000 yuan today. Plus, my friend S. Orchard offers more than just this one type of fruit. What we chose is merely the least expensive." His serious demeanor was meant to comfort her. "You can also create crafts during your free time to earn some money. And look at our daughter. Would you truly want to leave her with neighbors or others?" This final statement struck a chord deep within Yan Hongye. Heaven knew how difficult it was for her to entrust their daughter to others for care. "All right, I suppose I can buy less and give it a try," she conceded. Yan Hongye ultimately acquiesced to Zhang Dong's proposal. She witnessed the thriving nature of his business that afternoon. Even the profits from that day, if spent judiciously, would suffice for a family of three for quite some time. At worst, if Zhang Dong decided to abandon his endeavors, she could always seek employment anew. Upon hearing Yan Hongye's agreement, Zhang Dong took her to select several boxes of embroidery needles, a bundle of cotton for shoe insoles, a few spools of thread of varying thickness, and some sturdy fabric. "I will use this fabric to craft clothes for both of us. And the leftover scraps will be perfect for making insoles," she declared, her eyes sparkling with joy. The garments she created would be of no lesser quality than those purchased from store. Naturally, Zhang Dong supported Yan Hongye's aspirations, as these would be clothes lovingly crafted by his wife. Only a fool would oppose that. After procuring these items, Zhang Dong ventured to the agricultural district to buy some strawberries and watermelon seeds. Strawberries were Yan Hongye's favorite, while the watermelon seeds were a simple choice influenced by the cooling weather, which meant watermelons would soon be scarce. As the saying goes, rarity brings value. In the future, when watermelons were out of season, he could potentially reap a handsome profit. Eventually, after settling the bill, the three of them emerged from the store, with Zhang Nuanhua clutching a roasted pig's trotter, while Zhang Dong and Yan Hongye each carried an oversized shopping bag. Upon stepping into their home, Zhang Nuanhua let out a hearty burp, prompting Zhang Dong to chuckle heartily. "You're already full after just that little bit?" he teased. Before Zhang Nuanhua could respond, Yan Hongye shot him a bemused glance. After all, their little girl was only 3 years old. How much more could one expect her to eat? She gently placed Zhang Nuanhua on a small stool and headed into the kitchen. "You've worked hard all day. Take a rest, and I will handle the cooking," she said, genuinely cheerful. Humming a folk tune from her hometown, she deftly rinsed the rice and placed it in the pot, skillfully washing and chopping the vegetables. As the soft melody of her voice filled the kitchen, Zhang Dong felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. In his previous life, after Yan Hongye's passing, he had dreamed of her singing every night. "Daddy Nuanhua is sleepy," came the small voice as Zhang Nuanhua rubbed her eyes, her little body swaying on the stool. Zhang Dong quickly scooped her up into his arms, gently patting her back and strolling around the room as if he were a makeshift rocking chair. "Are you tired, my dear? Shall Daddy sing you to sleep?" he asked, attempting to serenade her with a tune, albeit without any melodic finesse. Yet, Zhang Dong was indeed weary, and it wasn't too long before her breathing became steady and rhythmic in his embrace. Observing his daughter's serene demeanor, Zhang Dong's heart swelled with warmth. She was simply enchanting. He carefully laid her down on the bed in their bedroom and surveyed the living space. A wobbly stool with a missing leg, a table that seemed on the verge of disintegration, and a few bricks placed to prevent rainwater from seeping into the house were all that remained. Oh, and there was the small stool he had borrowed from a friend, which served as Zhang Dong's personal seat. Other than that, the space was devoid of any further possessions. Chapter 8. Acquiring a small tricycle when Yin Hongya emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice porridge. She found Zhang Dong surveying the living room with a look of disdain on his face. This house was older than her parents', representing the last property of their family. The woman gently placed the porridge on the table and said, "I will tidy up the house tomorrow." Zhang Dong nodded and expressed his desire to purchase a second-hand tricycle, explaining that the bamboo basket had limited capacity. The fruits ordered by customers would occupy half of the space, which hindered the expansion of their customer base. Yin Hongya had no objections, but after settling the bills at the market, they had little money left. The expenses for their daughter's clothing and nutritional products alone exceeded 300, not to mention the fabric, sewing supplies, seeds, and some grains and vegetables they had purchased. Now, they were left with just over 100 yuan. "I understand, my dear wife. I will be selling fruits again tomorrow. I merely hope you could spare a small portion of the earnings to assist me in acquiring a second-hand tricycle," Zhang Dong said with a grin. Even if he were to secretly stash away some personal savings, Yin Hongya would remain oblivious. However, he was resolute in his determination to be a good husband and father in this lifetime. He understood the concept of saving, just as Yin Hongya did. Nevertheless, by expressing his wishes this way, he appeared both family-oriented and respectful of her opinions, seizing the opportunity to charm her. As he anticipated upon hearing his words, the usually aloof expression on Yin Hongya's face softened, and she nodded in agreement. All right. Though she made no further gestures, Zhang Dong felt content. The following morning, Zhang Dong rose early, shouldering the bamboo basket and slipping into a secluded corner to access the space. He sowed the 2 types of seeds he had purchased the day before, along with the previously harvested cherry tomato seeds. However, he soon encountered a significant issue. The plot of land seemed to be expanding. The remaining cherry tomato seeds, according to his calculations, would occupy nearly half of the field once they bore fruit. Yet, it appeared that the fruits now occupied only a third of the land. "System, does this thing have the ability to expand on its own?" he inquired. "The fertile land will gradually increase based on your frequency of use, host," the system replied coldly in his mind. "Wow, this is fantastic." Zhang Dong chuckled as he meticulously organized the 3 types of seeds into designated areas before settling down to wait. The cherry tomatoes had ripened thrice, while the other 2 varieties had merely sprouted. However, he was not in a rush for strawberries or watermelons. After all, the market for cherry tomatoes had just begun to open up, and sales were thriving. This time, Yin Hongya and Zhang Nonyuo did not accompany Zhang Dong to the market. The previous day, she had accompanied him merely to ascertain the source of his funds. Since he was earning money through honest business, she felt reassured. Zhang Dong skillfully returned to the spot where he had set up his stall the day before, noticing a large crowd from a distance. With a raised eyebrow, he wondered, "What is going on here?" One sharp-eyed lady among the throng spotted Zhang Dong and called out, "Hey, young man, come here. My old friends want to buy your fruits." Hearing this, Zhang Dong felt a genuine sense of joy. Those who are not diligent in earning money must have something amiss in their minds. With brisk steps, he plunged into the crowd. "Oh, the size of this fruit is indeed remarkable." The elderly woman who had just called out to Zhang Dong beamed with pride upon hearing this. "Naturally, modern Yang, cannot be mistaken. This fruit is not only large in size, but also possesses exceptional nutritional value." With a mysterious wink, she added with a hint of boastfulness, "My daughter works at the Crop Research Institute." Upon seeing me purchase such a large cherry tomato, she feared it was a product of hormonal manipulation and took it to the institute for analysis. To her delight, it was found to contain no hormones, and its nutritional value is 10 times that of ordinary cherry tomatoes. At this revelation, Zhang Dong's eyes lit up. How had he not considered leveraging the power of science for promotion? One thought in Yang shared this information. The onlookers who had merely gathered for amusement began to eagerly pull out their wallets to make purchases. Those who were indifferent to the situation could not help but join in the excitement, given the lively atmosphere. Other fruit stall owners watched in dismay as their customers abandoned the fruits they were selecting to join the throng around Zhang Dong. By the end of the morning, Zhang Dong had sold out completely, yet this time he was not in a hurry to return home. Instead, he casually found a stall and ordered a bowl of noodle soup before heading straight to the second-hand market. Earlier that morning, he had discussed with Yin Hongye that using a bamboo basket to transport the fruits no longer met customer demands, and after much deliberation, he decided it would be best to purchase a tricycle. At home, Yin Hongye was busy cutting the fabric she had bought the day before to make new clothes, her eyes sparkling with a hint of laughter, while their daughter, Zhang Nonyuo, played with the rattle that Zhang Dong had brought back. The rhythmic sound of the rattle echoed with her innocent laughter. Yin Hongye gently ruffled Nuonyuo's hair, wondering if her husband would be able to eat well outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong had already begun his quest in the second-hand market. At that time, electric tricycles were still a marvel. Most were human-powered. However, the prices for second-hand electric tricycles were significantly reduced. He had no desire to pedal a human-powered tricycle through the streets, especially considering the heavy load it would carry, which would deplete his energy. Comparing prices at various stalls, although it was merely a second-hand tricycle, the cost was still considerable, and he was determined to select the most suitable one. It was only as the sun began to set that he finally chose a tricycle with a relatively high cost-performance ratio and rode home. Reflecting back to when he had just married Yin Hongye, he had been driving a top-of-the-line sedan. Now, riding an electric tricycle, he found himself inexplicably joyful. The man sped home on his electric tricycle, fortunate to have a courtyard at their flat. Otherwise, there would have been no place to store the tricycle. Nuonyuo, see what Daddy has brought back for you. As soon as he entered the house, Zhang Nuonyuo dashed out, her small body launching into Zhang Dong's embrace. Daddy, I missed you. She pouted, her eyes welling with tears at having not seen him for a day. In a flash, Zhang Dong produced a rainbow-colored lollipop shaped like a butterfly from his pocket, making her tears retreat instantly. Wow, Daddy is the best, Zhang Nuonyuo exclaimed, taking the lollipop and bouncing down from her father's arms, twirling joyfully around the room. You have returned. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Yin Hongye emerged from the kitchen, gracefully carrying the last plate of stir-fried river shrimp. Her water blue modified chi pao beautifully accentuated her curves. What is this? Zhang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. He was aware that Yin Hongye had maintained her figure well after giving birth. Yet he was pleasantly surprised by how splendidly she had managed it. Yin Hongye's cheeks flushed slightly as she bent down to place the dish, a few strands of hair cascading onto her forehead. I made this from the fabric I bought yesterday. Yours is ready as well. It's in your room. Seeing Yin Hongye in this light, Zhang Dong felt an unusual warmth creep into his cheeks. You look exceptionally beautiful today. I intended to save it for later, but Nuonyuo insisted I wear it today. She replied, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Chapter 9. The universally acknowledged good wife. Both of them blushed, while Zhang Nuo, lollipops in hand, furrowed her brow. Daddy, Mommy. Her soft voice shattered the awkwardness. They both instinctively crouched down, as Zhang Nuo's tiny hand reached up to touch their foreheads. Daddy, Mommy, your faces are so red. You need water and medicine. It tastes bitter. Yin Hongye quickly grasped their daughter's intention, while Zhang Dong appeared bewildered. Nuonyuo believed their flushed faces indicated a fever. When she was younger, she had once experienced a high fever. To comfort her, he had likened her red cheeks to ripe apples, explaining that taking medicine was essential to avoid illness. Yin Hongye tenderly clarified the situation. Subsequently, Zhang Dong's stomach rumbled audibly in response. The woman chuckled softly, the color in her cheeks fading slightly. Let's eat first. The food will get cold. Business was quite good today. We sold 900 in the morning. I spent 500 on a tricycle, and the remaining 400 is for you. He placed the leftover money on the table, a mix of coins and bills. The other crops in the greenhouse are nearing harvest. Once they are ready, I plan to sell multiple varieties at the market, diversifying our sales. We can save up to rent a stall in a market center or even open a small shop. This way, our daughter will have a place to play. I will head to the market early tomorrow to secure a good spot. Zhang Dong meticulously planned for the future, and perhaps influenced by his enthusiasm, Yin Hongye found herself feeling optimistic about what lay ahead. Dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring stir-fried baby bok choy, a bowl of tofu, and crucian carp soup. And Zhang Dong's favorite dish, oil-braised shrimp. The shrimp had been expertly cleaned, devoid of heads and veins. After the meal, Zhang Dong took Zhang Nunhua for a playful ride in their room, while Yin Hongye began crafting shoe insoles from leftover fabric. "Daddy, will you always be good to Nunhua?" Nunhua Baomed had a radiant. Hearing this, Zhang Dong felt a pang in his heart, his mind involuntarily recalling the lifeless stare of his daughter in her past life. He then carefully held Zhang Nunhua close, embracing Yin Hongye as well. "I swear, I will always treat you both well." His voice was low, a promise made to the mother and daughter, yet it felt as though he was reassuring himself. Yin Hongye instinctively wished to evade, yet upon hearing the man's tone, she froze momentarily and ultimately did not break free. It was not until Zhang Nunu began to feel drowsy that Zhang Dong returned to his own room. The bed still bore the scent of jasmine from the new clothes that Yin Hongye had made. A night filled with sweet dreams ensued. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhang Dong rose quietly, careful not to disturb the mother and daughter, deliberately softening his movements. To his surprise, the light in the main room was already brighter than his own. By the time he dressed, the porridge on the table was still steaming, filling him with a warm sense of gratitude. His silly wife, he thought. A bowl of plain porridge, a pancake, and a boiled egg. He let out a hearty burp just as Yin Hongye walked in from outside. "I've sewn you a cushion and placed it on the tricycle seat. Don't overexert yourself," she said, then filled their only thermos with hot water and placed it on the tricycle. Zhang Dong chuckled softly. She was finally willing to give him another chance. Recalling the moment he had embraced Yin Hongye the previous night, though her body had stiffened, she had not resisted. He stepped closer, closing the distance between them to merely a fist's width. The masculine scent emanating from him was palpable. The memory of their embrace made Yin Hongye's cheeks flush uncontrollably. She took a slight step back, creating space between them. "Be careful on the road," she murmured, lowering her head to hide the redness on her face. Zhang Dong noticed her deliberate retreat. A tinge of disappointment surged within him. "Wife, you weren't like this last night." He pouted, his tone laden with grievance, resembling a wronged spouse. Yin Hongye's lips twitched, and raising her gaze, she revealed an unintentional hint of playfulness in her eyes. Rogue, hadn't she just wanted to comfort him when she sensed his unease last night? Opposite Zhang Dong's home lay a small square, bustling with elderly folks engaged in their morning exercises. The intimate interaction between the couple caught the attention of the onlookers, even causing them to momentarily forget their Tai Chi. What is happening? Are these two lovebirds reconciling? Zhang Dong chuckled, keenly sensing the subtle shift in Yin Hongye's mood. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly changed the subject. I was wrong. You should go back to sleep for a while. I'll finish selling early and come back." With that, he mounted the tricycle and drove into the dawn. "Wife, thank you." His voice drifted with the gentle morning breeze. Yin Hongye was taken aback. How long had it been since she had heard those words? The familiar sound made her pause. "Red Leaf, what is this?" The neighbors, represented by an elderly aunt from next door, gathered around Yin Hongye as they watched Zhang Dong ride away. Due to her gentle nature and courteous demeanor, as well as her willingness to lend a hand when possible, she was widely regarded as the ideal daughter-in-law among the local elders. Unfortunately, she had married a less-than-ideal husband, making life quite difficult. Did he really get up this early? Did you buy a new tricycle? The neighborly aunt and Yin Hongye lived in close proximity, naturally resulting in more frequent interactions. Recently, she had been assisting a friend involved in greenhouse cultivation by selling fruits at the market, arriving early to secure a favorable spot. After a brief pause, she mentioned that sales had commenced a few days ago, and the harvest was quite promising. To facilitate transportation and increase sales volume, she had purchased a second-hand tricycle. The neighborly aunt nodded thoughtfully, clearly unsatisfied with this response to her curiosity. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire further, Yin Hongye sensed the familiar stirrings of gossip. Aunt, next time I'll have Dongzi bring you some of these fruits to try. They're exceptionally delicious. A newly developed variety. You've been a great help in taking care of Noanyuo, so please don't decline, Yin Hongye said with a gentle smile, embodying the grace of a refined lady. Oh, look at you, Hongye. There's no need for such formality among neighbors, the aunt replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly realizing that Yin Hongye was subtly diverting the topic. She ceased her persistent questioning. Regardless, Dongzi understood that earning money was a commendable endeavor, which would ease their burdens in the future, as it was indeed exhausting to care for children at home and then go to clean for others. However, Hongye, do be cautious. That tricycle must not have been inexpensive. Don't squander your earnings recklessly after just 2 days of work. In this day and age, making money is quite a challenge. No one can guarantee that business will always thrive. Indeed, as the saying goes, a wayward son's return is worth more than gold. A slightly hunched woman interjected mysteriously. Hongye, where does your Dongzi source his goods? My younger son is adamant about starting his own business. In these times, doesn't T1 need to invest heavily in any endeavor? Should I suggest he join your Dongzi in selling fruits? How curious. There are only a few greenhouse bases in our area, and I've never heard of them. Yin Hongye thought, and a sudden unease gripped her. It seemed she had never actually heard Zhang Dong mention where he procured his goods. The flush on her face faded, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Oh dear, your younger son hasn't even graduated from university yet. How can he think of starting a business? He should focus on his studies. Nuo is still sleeping at home. You should return quickly, or he'll cry if he wakes and doesn't he find you. The neighborly aunt, noticing Yin Hongye's unusual demeanor, sensed something was amiss but did not fully grasp the situation. Then, aunt, I shall take my leave. I will heed your words, and once Zhang Dong returns, I'll make sure to remind him. Yin Hongye gently tugged at the aunt's sleeve, offering a grateful glance before smiling at the onlookers and turning to head home. With both protagonists of the gossip departing, the remaining spectators lost interest and resumed their Tai Chi practice. Yin Hongye closed the door behind her, sat in the spot where Zhang Dong had just been, and quietly consumed her breakfast, a shadow of doubt lingering in her heart. It indeed struck her that she had never heard Zhang Dong speak of where he obtained his goods. In her eyes, a flicker of struggle passed. And after observing Zhang Dong's behavior over the past few days, she felt he had genuinely improved. Who among us is devoid of privacy? As long as he no longer forsakes their home as he once did, is that not sufficient? After departing from home, Zhang Dong discreetly parked his tricycle in an inconspicuous spot and slipped into the space. The 3 varieties of seeds he had sown yesterday had borne fruit today. The strawberries were astonishingly large. In the palm of an adult man's hand, he could only hold 2 at most. The vibrant red of the strawberries was visually enticing, causing his mouth to involuntarily salivate. Plucking one and placing it in his mouth, he found it was not as sour as he had anticipated. Instead, it was remarkably sweet, evoking great admiration. He also sampled a slice of watermelon, its thin rind and sweet juice marking it as the finest of its kind. Without further ado, he enthusiastically sorted the produce into 3 neat piles until his tricycle was completely filled. It was a splendid sight, filling him with the joy of a bountiful harvest. As he ambled to the market on his tricycle, he had arrived early enough to secure a prime spot. Displaying the horn he had bargained for when purchasing the tricycle at the second-hand market, he pressed the switch. Fresh fruits for all ages. Come one, come all. Don't miss out. Free samples available. The cheerful calls of his horn attracted the attention of early morning market-goers, including several of Zhang Dong's regular customers. Dongzi, you're here so early today? New products, I see. Oh, you got a new ride. A few elderly gentlemen and ladies approached him. Hey, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Ma. Have you finished your morning dance? Indeed, the bamboo basket can only hold so much. We didn't sell enough yesterday. Zhang Dong chuckled, scratching his head as he took out some water to rinse a few strawberries, handing them to several people. Try these. They're new product from the farm, wonderfully sweet. You rascal, with business thriving like this, how can you say you didn't sell enough? Uncle Zhang laughed heartily as the group accepted the fruits. Strawberries are out of season. How did you manage to cultivate these? Zhang Dong maintained his composure, explaining that these were new varieties introduced to the farm. Initially, he had only intended to experiment, but to his surprise, they had indeed flourished. Rest assured, they have been thoroughly researched and certified. They contain no hormones. Upon hearing this, the crowd shared knowing smiles and confidently savored the strawberries. The sweetness filled their mouths, and the tender texture was particularly gentle on the elderly's loose teeth. Ah, these are indeed delightful. Aunt Ma, a devoted fan of strawberries, was the first to express her approval. Dongzi, how much are these strawberries per pound? I'll take 2 pounds. Absolutely. Zhang Dong beamed with delight. The retired gentlemen and ladies, living on their pensions, spent their days dancing and chatting, finding the price trivial as long as the quality was satisfactory. This was precisely why he chose this market. Finally liberated from the burden of carrying goods on his own shoulders, Zhang Dong had brought his scales to the market today. As he deftly weighed the strawberries, he chattered away. These strawberries are large, truly top-notch. Consuming 2 a day will ensure you glow with health. 25 per pound, fair and square. As the sun ascended higher and higher in the sky, the market became increasingly bustling. "Oh, look at the size of those strawberries," exclaimed a pregnant woman, her left hand resting on her belly while her right held a pancake, swallowing hard as she gazed at the fruit. Zhang Dong's eyes flickered. He swiftly washed 2 strawberries and offered them to her. "Madam, do have a taste. These are a newly cultivated variety, absolutely free from hormones and certified safe by the National Food Safety Standards." The woman accepted the strawberries without hesitation, devouring one in mere bites before calling over to her mother-in-law. "Mom, these strawberries are delicious. Let us buy some to take home." "Oh, what a delightful omen." Zhang Dong swiftly produced a plastic bag for the woman's mother-in-law, stating, "These strawberries are 20 yuan per gene. Feel free to purchase." Zhang Dong had brought a substantial amount of produce today, and, as the crowd grew, a queue formed in front of his tricycle. With time, the line only lengthened, and by midday, his cart was entirely emptied of goods. The day's earnings were indeed remarkable. The man envisioned enhancing his home with new furniture, a fresh coat of paint, tiled floors, and underfloor heating. How blissful it would be. "Excuse me, do you still have any of those fruits?" "I would like to purchase 2 more, Jean," interrupted a sharply dressed man in a tailored suit, his black-framed glasses glinting. Zhang Dong, momentarily lost in dreams of a bright future, was jolted back to reality. "I'm sorry, but today's stock has been sold out," he replied, scrutinizing the man with curiosity. This gentleman stood out among the usual elderly customers and occasional housewives that frequented his stall. He had a presence that was distinctly out of place in the market, making him memorable. Just half an hour earlier, he had purchased 2 gene each of cherry tomatoes and strawberries. "What a pity," the man replied, a hint of disappointment crossing his features, though his eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Is the demand this high every day?" Chapter 11. Will you collaborate with me? Zhang Dong nodded, a smile breaking across his face. "Indeed, everything is sold out today. If you wish to indulge, do remember to come early tomorrow." With that, he turned off the loudspeaker, tucked it into the tricycle, and prepared to leave. He could sense that this man was not to be trifled with. He merely intended to brush him off. "Wait a moment. Your fruits are selling so well. For where do you source them?" the man inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Dong, exuding an indefinable charisma. Zhang Dong paused, sizing him up as he licked his dry lips. Suddenly, a thought flickered in his mind. "These are all grown by myself, guaranteed to be completely natural and free from pollutants." Zhang Dong hopped off the tricycle, reaching into the corner for the last few strawberries. "There are only these left. Consider them a gift." He then handed over his business card. The man glanced at the strawberries, smiled, and produced a card from his impeccably tailored suit pocket, presenting it to Zhang Dong. As Zhang Dong lowered his gaze to the card embossed with golden lettering reading Market Manager, Li Tinghua, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Indeed, my initial intuition proved correct. This gentleman had come to discuss business with me." Fortunately, Zhang Dong reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he might have mistakenly perceived Li Tinghua as a competitor seeking to undermine his trade, thereby missing out on a splendid opportunity. Zhang Dong accepted the business card that Li Tinghua extended, wearing a broad smile as he regarded him. I am the marketing manager of the How You Duo supermarket in town. I am here to explore the market today, seeking suitable wholesalers, Li Tinghua stated, preempting Zhang Dong's response. Zhang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, his expression one of sudden realization. It was no wonder Li had been lingering around the stall. I just purchased some strawberries and found them quite delightful. If business continues to thrive like this, I believe we could consider introducing them into our supermarket on a consignment basis. What are your thoughts on this? Li Tinghua leaned casually against the tricycle, casting a glance at the elderly folks strolling in the distance, casually inquiring. Zhang Dong's mind raced, recognizing this as an exceptional opportunity. Relying solely on his daily sales at the market would never maximize the potential of that parcel of land. He mimicked Li's posture against the tricycle and nodded. Introducing them to your supermarket would indeed be advantageous. However, I am curious about how the pricing would be calculated. Zhang Dong preferred to be direct rather than beating around the bush. Li Tinghua, seemingly taken aback by Zhang Dong's forthrightness, glanced at him with a sidelong look, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Please do share your thoughts, he invited, relinquishing the initiative to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment. Selling at 25 yuan per pound, he pondered the implications of a consignment arrangement. It wouldn't be feasible to deal in mere pounds, as selling too little would yield negligible profit, while demanding too much would be exorbitant. A small inner conflict ensued. How many pounds can you accommodate? Zhang Dong decided to inquire, considering the possibility of a substantial quantity that might justify a more favorable price. Li Tinghua glanced at the strawberries in his hand, weighing the bag thoughtfully with his fingers, then exhaled slowly. Turning to Zhang Dong, he said, for the first time, I wouldn't dare request too much, 100 pounds. The market wholesale price is typically around 13 yuan. How does that sound? What decisiveness? Zhang Dong thought to himself, initially anticipating a more cautious approach of 50 or 60 pounds from Li Tinghua. Instead, he was taken aback by the request for 100 pounds. Zhang Dong rubbed his hands together, yet he found the proposed price unsatisfactory, shaking his head in disapproval. Selling at 25 yuan per pound. He simply could not afford to let them go for 13. It was far too unprofitable. Observing Zhang Dong's discontent, Li Tinghua proposed, your strawberries are quite commendable. How about I increase it by 2 yuan? 15 yuan? Still unsatisfied, Zhang Dong smiled without offering a response. Recognizing Zhang Dong's dissatisfaction, Li Tinghua's brow furrowed slightly. Let us settle on 20 yuan. If all goes well, I shall continue collaborating with you in the future, and with larger quantities, there would be assurance. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tinghua finally looked up at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong paused. The price was approaching a more acceptable range, yet his expression betrayed no hint of approval. Although the arrangement would yield slightly less profit than retailing, it would undoubtedly save time, allowing him to dedicate the remainder of his hours to cultivating new fruits. That has settled then, my friend. We are all in the business realm. Let us take a step back for our first collaboration. Before Zhang Dong could utter a word, Li Tinghua spoke first. Observing the slight tension on Li Tinghua's face, Zhang Dong nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall sell you 20. You can rest assured about my strawberries. I guarantee that after tasting one, you'll crave a second. Zhang Dong did not forget to promote his strawberries as he concluded. Li Tinghua exhaled in relief and regarded Zhang Dong with admiration. Thus, they reached an accord. Li Tinghua handed Zhang Dong the first item to facilitate the delivery. After bidding farewell, Zhang Dong proceeded to a clothing store, purchasing outfits for both his wife and daughter. Life was improving day by day, and it was essential for his family to indulge in some enjoyment. I'm home, Zhang Dong called out as he entered. Lower your voice. Our daughter is asleep. Yan Hongya hurriedly emerged from within, waving her hand. Zhang Dong instinctively covered his mouth and listened intently, relieved when he heard no noise. Yan Hongya turned to pour a glass of water from the table, which she handed to Zhang Dong. He cheerfully accepted the glass and drank eagerly. Rising, he retrieved the clothes he had bought for the two ladies and presented them to Yan Hongya. Upon opening the bag, she discovered a rose-pink dress, featuring a half-collar design and ruffled sleeves, perfectly cinched at the waist to accentuate her figure, complemented by a pleated skirt that added a youthful charm. Such extravagant spending. It's not as if we lack clothes. Yin Hongye shook her head, mumbling a few words in protest. Indeed, but purchasing gifts for my wife cannot be deemed wasteful. Zhang Dong observed the flicker of delight in Yin Hongye's eyes earlier and responded with a nod, dismissing her concerns. Yin Hongye chose not to reply. Gazing at Zhang Dong's weary appearance, her lips pursed. Quickly wash up. I'm preparing dinner. With a blush on her cheeks, Yin Hongye turned away, clutching the dress, and retreated to their room. Zhang Dong watched her retreating figure with a smile, washed his hands, and called out to Yin Hongye in the kitchen that he was going for a stroll before slipping into a secluded corner. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the space he had cultivated. The seeds he had sown previously had now matured and yielded fruit. Coupled with the collaboration discussed today, the market demand for this fruit had effectively doubled. Sitting beside the plump, ripe fruits, Zhang Dong felt invigorated. Chapter 12. Taking Nuanua to the county town. Having once lived a life of aimlessness, Zhang Dong suddenly awakened to the realization of his past folly. He rose, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, harvested the ripe fruits, and placed them carefully into baskets. Timing himself, he returned home. Dinner is ready. Yin Hongye glanced at Zhang Dong as he entered, then resumed dressing Nuanua. Daddy hug. Nuanua, now dressed, stood by the bed, flapping her little hands, eager for Zhang Dong's embrace. Yin Hongye organized the clothes in her hands and turned to the kitchen to serve the dishes. Zhang Dong, beaming with joy, lifted his precious daughter and sat beside the dining table, awaiting their meal. A table laden with dishes, all of which were once favored by Zhang Dong, indicated that Yin Hongye had not rested for a moment since his departure. After the meal, Zhang Dong took his daughter Nuanua for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, and by the time they returned home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Yin Hongye immediately rose to receive the already slumbering Nuanua from Zhang Dong's arms. Get some rest early, she advised, momentarily pausing in her action of closing the door before firmly shutting it behind her. Lying in bed, Zhang Dong found himself restless, tossing and turning, ultimately choosing to sit up and gaze out at the stars and moonlight, lost in contemplation. He had successfully negotiated a business deal with Li Tinghua that day, which stirred thoughts within him. Though Zhang Dong's small county town was not a bastion of wealth, it was self-sufficient, with each household possessing some land for cultivating fruits and vegetables. Relying solely on selling these products in the market was evidently insufficient. Frustrated by this realization, Zhang Dong turned again, causing the aged bed to creak loudly, shattering the night's tranquility. This won't lead to prosperity, he sighed, recognizing the need for a change. Suddenly, he recalled his past experiences of gambling in town, where he had observed the local market's produce, which was often less than fresh. The long journey had likely robbed the fruits and vegetables of their initial vitality by the time they reached the town. Perhaps it was time for Zhang Dong to venture into town and seek his fortune. Early the next morning, Zhang Dong rummaged through his home, locating 2 urea bags from his previous farming endeavors. He then discreetly slipped into his personal space. He unearthed the radishes he had planted earlier, rinsing them clean until they gleamed, plump and full of moisture. With 2 bags brimming with radishes, he was about to depart when he noticed some mulberry seeds he had carelessly discarded, now nearing maturity. An idea sparked in his mind, prompting him to fetch a few bags typically used for strawberries from the small shed and gather the ripe fruits. Honey, I'm heading to the town today, and I'd like to take Nuanua with me. Is that all right? Zhang Dong proposed upon returning home to discuss with Yin Hongye. She regarded him with a wary glance, sensing something amiss. Despite Zhang Dong's recent commendable actions that had earned her respect, she could not fully dismiss her suspicions. What if his previous demeanor had merely been a ruse to lower her guard? Perceiving her apprehension, Zhang Dong sighed, stating, "She is my own daughter. I would never harm her." His face flushed with sincerity, and Yin Hong bit her lip, her gaze evasive, betraying a hint of embarrassment. "Be careful on your way," she cautioned after ensuring Nuanua was dressed and ready. Zhang Dong nodded, crouching down to look affectionately at Nuanua. "Darling, would you like to go to town with Daddy to buy radishes?" "Okay." Hee hee, buying radishes, Nuanua replied, her understanding limited. yet her joy evident as she parroted his words, drooling slightly at the corners of her mouth. With a resigned shake of his head, Zhang Dong wiped away the drool. His daughter was simply irresistibly adorable. Two individuals arrived at the village entrance, awaiting the bus to the town. Zhang Dong cradled the child, while Yin Hongye stood beside him, two bags filled with radishes resting at their feet. Concerned, Yin Hongye decided to accompany him for reassurance. "Here, buy whatever you desire on the way. Do not let the child go wanting," she said, pulling two crumpled bills from her pocket and thrusting them into Zhang Dong's hands. As he gazed at the vibrant red notes, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. "My dear, I acknowledge my past mistakes and sincerely apologize. However, please trust that I shall earn a substantial income in the future. I will ensure a good life for you and our daughter, unlike before," Zhang Dong declared, patting his chest with conviction as he looked earnestly at Yin Hongye. She remained silent, nodding in response, her gaze lowered to conceal her emotions. With a sudden roar, the bus halted before them, its doors swinging open to reveal the ticket collector standing at the entrance. Zhang Dong had brought along Nuo for today, marked his inaugural journey on a bus. In line with his philosophy of nurturing daughters with abundance and raising sons with modesty, he was determined to seize this opportunity to broaden Nuo's horizons. "Komewan, Komeol," the town bus, just 3 yuan per person, the ticket collector shouted. Zhang Dong bent down to place the radishes on the bus, then turned to lift Nuo from Yin Hongye's arms. "Be sure to pay attention to safety on the road," Yin Hongye cautioned, her brow furrowed with concern as she watched Nuo. "Understood," Zhang Dong nodded, and Nuo waved cheerfully at her mother, her face beaming with joy. After handing 6 yuan to the ticket collector, who informed him that children traveled free, he was urged to find a seat quickly as the bus prepared to depart. As Zhang Dong grasped the money, the collector called out to the driver. Yin Hongye watched anxiously as the bus drove away. Upon arriving in the town, Zhang Dong descended with the radishes and Nuo. He had intended to explore the local market, but burdened by the heavy bags and with Nuo in tow, he opted to set up a stall in a busier area instead. "Come, Nuo, step down and stand here," he instructed, placing her on the ground before arranging the radishes neatly on display. Nuo stood obediently, neither crying nor fussing. Once the radishes were arranged, Zhang Dong retrieved a loudspeaker from his bag and pressed the button. "Radishes for sale. Fresh, juicy, and large. Don't miss out." Zhang Dong patiently awaited customers, observing the bustling crowd. As the sun climbed higher, he glanced down at his obedient daughter, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Spotting a nearby shop, he took Nuo to buy an umbrella. "Daddy!" Nuo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she pointed ahead, her little hand waving enthusiastically. Zhang Dong, charmed by his daughter's delight, kissed her cheek and followed her gaze, offering a resigned smile. Chapter 13. Fresh and juicy radishes. At the end of the street stood an elderly man selling cotton candy. The loud machine whirred as the bamboo sticks twirled in the old man's hands, and fluffy, adorable rabbits materialized on the sticks. "Daddy, rabbits!" Nuo reached out to embrace Zhang Dong's neck, her voice sweet and innocent. Zhang Dong felt as though his heart might melt. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode toward the elderly man selling cotton candy. "Sir, I would like one, please." He produced a coin from his pocket and handed it to the old gentleman. "Certainly." The old man accepted the money, his rough yet remarkably nimble hands swiftly crafting the treat. In a short while, a delightful little rabbit-shaped cotton candy appeared in Nuo's hands. Zhang Dong gently set her down and opened the umbrella he had just purchased, shielding them from the scorching sun. "Excuse me, how much are your radishes?" A voice, aged yet inquisitive, broke the moment of tranquility. Zhang Dong looked up to see an elderly woman bent over, selecting radishes. "Sister, they're 5 yuan per jean," he replied, squinting his eyes and smiling brightly. The woman furrowed her brow, incredulously exclaiming, 5 yuan per jean for radishes? That's exorbitant." Indeed, radishes at that price could be deemed exorbitant. Observing her reaction, Zhang Dong promptly stood up, picked up a radish, and gently patted it. "Sister, look at the smooth skin and the ample moisture. Just examine the roots." You could tell they are fresh. The woman regarded the radish in his hand silently. Zhang Dong spoke the truth. The roots were indeed straight, indicating freshness. The skin was smooth, unlike the others that were often lumpy and uneven. It felt substantial, bursting with moisture. In this town, such radishes had not been seen for quite some time. I'll take this one, she finally decided, perhaps swayed by Zhang Dong's words. 6 yuan and 80. Zhang Dong weighed it and retrieved a bag from his pack to hand to the woman. If it's not good, I'll come find you, she teased, taking the radish with a cheerful grin. I guarantee it. If it's not to your liking, I'll be right here. Zhang Dong confidently patted his chest. As the day progressed, more customers arrived, and soon it was noon. At the peak of the sun's intensity, Zhang Dong fanned Nua with a piece of paper while eagerly looking around. How peculiar! Could it be the heat keeping people away? He pondered, noting that despite the morning passing, only a few radishes had been sold. Across the street, the tea house was filled with patrons seeking respite from the heat. Mostly retirees enjoying their golden years. They chatted amiably, fanning themselves and playing chess, creating a delightful atmosphere. The distant sound of a storyteller in the tea house provided a welcome distraction for Zhang Dong. As evening approached, the elderly patrons began to prepare for their return home to cook for their working children. An idea sparked in Zhang Dong's mind. He leaned close to Nonua and whispered for a moment before positioning her at the forefront. Grandpas and grandmas, please come this way. Choose your plump radishes. No. Hands on her hips, called out in her adorably unclear, childlike voice to the bustling crowd. Passers-by, enchanted by her sparkling, grape-like eyes, paused to engage with her. Dear Grandma and Grandpa, would you like some radishes? Zhang Dong called out eagerly upon seeing them. These radishes are quite good. I'll take 2. One elderly lady picked up a radish, examining it thoroughly, nodding in approval before instructing Zhang Dong to wrap it up without hesitation. Indeed, they're quite nice. I'll take one as well. Zhang Dong skillfully bagged and weighed the radishes, collecting payment, while Nua diligently assisted him by calling out to passers-by. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Curious onlookers began to gather around Zhang Dong's stall, intrigued by the crowd. Young man, are you the one selling radishes? My neighbor said she bought 2 from you, and they were juicy and sweet, so I hurried over to see. One elderly lady shouted over the throng. Yes, that's me. These are homegrown radishes, 5 yuan per gene, guaranteed to be juicy and fragrant. Zhang Dong nodded, his heart brimming with joy. That's wonderful. I'll buy a few as well. An elderly man picked up a radish and gave it a pat, appearing quite satisfied. Young man, will you be back tomorrow? I haven't seen such genuine radishes in a long time. An elderly lady, holding the radishes she had just weighed, patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder. Don't worry. I will come every day. You can count on these radishes to please you. If they're not tasty, you can return them to me. Zhang Dong assured them confidently. With praises and referrals coming from all sides, Zhang Dong found himself slightly flustered. After a wave of customers had purchased their radishes and departed, he sank into a chair, feeling exhausted with Nua in his arms. Looking at the 2 remaining urea bags, he smiled genuinely. Heaven is watching over us. I once thought coming to the town today was a mistake, but to my surprise, I sold out completely. It seems my decision was indeed the right one. Let's go home. Zhang Dong picked up the 2 urea bags, folded them neatly, placed them in his bag, and, holding Nua, boarded the bus back home. Is anyone getting off at the next stop? Amidst his drowsiness, Zhang Dong heard the conductor's voice and opened his eyes to see the familiar scenery outside. Yes. He waved his hand in a hurry, shouldered his bag, and alighted from the bus. Yin Hongya was in the kitchen preparing a meal, her mind wandering to Nua, and she accidentally knocked over a basin beside her. Sighing as she looked at the basin lying on the floor, she heard the voices of her husband and child mingling together. Honey, we're back. Mama, we're back. Turning around and wiping her hands on her apron, she rushed to the door. Seeing the 2 of them covered in dirt, she couldn't help but smile. Quick, go wash up. Look at you all filthy. Yin Hongya took Nua and rubbed her face against her, finally feeling relieved. After Zhang Dong took a shower and changed into clean clothes, he came to the kitchen to lend a hand. Business was quite good today. We sold all the radishes. Zhang Dong joyfully shared his day's success with Yin Hongye, who nodded in response, replying nonchalantly. Zhang Dong had long since grown accustomed to silence. Stepping outside with the dishes in hand, Yin Hongye watched his retreating figure. She had witnessed Zhang Dong's diligence during this period. Although her heart felt a flicker of warmth, it was overshadowed by trepidation. Chapter 14. Purchasing milk powder the following day, Zhang Dong rose early. Seizing the opportunity while Yin Hongye was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, he slipped into the space. Observing the seeds he had sown the previous day now bearing fruit, he could not help but smile. In this era, hard work could indeed yield rewards, and considering Zhang Dong's circumstances, he was determined to strive for a home of his own. At that moment, his aspirations were both beautiful and humble. Filled with renewed vigor at this thought, he harvested all the ripe radishes. He then turned to the small wooden shed and planted all the leftover seeds from the previous day. After washing and packaging them, Zhang Dong finally returned home. Upon entering, he was greeted by the plaintive cries of Nuo Nuo, demanding her father. Hurrying into the room, he found Yin Hongye bending down to dress Nuo Nuo, who clung to her shoulder with a tear-streaked face, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's voice, Yin Hongye quickly turned and said, "Come here quickly." As soon as Nuo Nuo woke up and didn't see you, she began to cry. Zhang Dong scratched the back of his head, relieved. The earlier wails had startled him. "Don't cry, sweetheart. Daddy is here." Zhang Dong stepped forward, enveloping Nuo Nuo in his embrace, his heart swelling with tenderness. He could not discern whether it was some enchantment, but she was particularly clingy today. As Yin Hongye remarked this, she cast a glance at the corner of her mouth and returned to her tasks in the kitchen. Observing her departing figure, Zhang Dong sensed a hint of jealousy in the air. "Daddy wants to be with Nuo." Nuo Nuo sobbed, nestled against Zhang Dong's shoulder, her words muffled by her tears. Zhang Dong's heart softened like water. Listening to her slightly hoarse voice from crying made him feel a pang of self-reproach. After their meal, Zhang Dong discussed with Yin Hongye and decided to take Nuo Nuo along. Neither could bear the sound of her cries, as if someone had gripped their hearts, leaving them breathless. It must be noted that while Yin Hongye's attitude toward Zhang Dong had improved, her skepticism remained unchanged. "Rest assured, she is my daughter." Before Yin Hongye could voice her concerns, Zhang Dong had already spoken. Yin Hongye took a spoonful of porridge, remaining silent in acquiescence. Just like the previous day, Zhang Dong took Nuo Nuo to the town. "Hey, young man, give me a radish." As soon as Zhang Dong had arranged the radishes from his bag, he heard a voice from above. Swiftly, he weighed the bag and cheerfully handed the radishes to the elder before him. "That sounds splendid, a good start," he thought, clapping his hands in satisfaction as he watched the elder leave. Before long, noon arrived, with the sun hanging high in the sky, its dazzling rays casting warmth upon the ground, the houses, and the bustling passers-by. Zhang Dong split a steam bun in half and handed one piece to Nuo Nuo. She eagerly reached out, taking a big bite and grinning at him with delight. With no one to supervise the stall he had left, Zhang Dong decided to purchase 2 buns from a passing vendor for convenience, intending to settle for a simple lunch. Observing Nuo Mao, Zhang Dong felt a pang of guilt for his little girl, who had followed him from afar and was deprived of a proper meal. "How much is it?" he inquired. However, he was soon distracted by a customer approaching. Setting down the bun in his hand, he casually wiped his palms on his chest before turning to weigh the goods. Nuo Nuo sat obediently on a nearby bench, swinging her little legs and gazing innocently at the passers-by. "8 yuan, but just give me 8. Zhang Dong called out to the elderly woman beside him. She nodded and retrieved a 10 yuan note from her bag. After giving her change, Zhang Dong kindly assisted her down the stairs, displaying excellent customer service. Building on the success of the previous day, he had already sold out the radishes he brought before noon. Counting the money in his hand, 100, 200, 300, 521, 526. He organized it with satisfaction. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 10:50, with about an hour until noon, prompting him to consider packing up. "No, let us go home." Zhang Dong tidied the 2 bags filled with radishes and took Nuo's hand, leading her toward the bus station. As they walked, the familiar tune of a children's song played from a nearby baby and maternity store. Zhang Dong glanced at Nuo. then without a word, stepped inside the shop. "Welcome." A friendly young woman approached them, her demeanor warm upon seeing the duo. "Hello. Do you have anything to supplement a child's nutrition?" Zhang Dong asked, feeling a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. Nua, with her large, curious eyes, surveyed her surroundings. She must be about 3 or 4 years old, the woman noted, beckoning them to follow her. "Right this way." She bent down, smiling at Nua, and pointed to a counter nearby. Zhang Dong nodded and followed her, surveying the shop. The woman stopped in front of a row of bottles and jars, explaining that children of this age often choose formula, which provides excellent nutritional support without rejection. Zhang Dong accepted a can of formula she offered, furrowing his brow as he examined it closely. The woman patiently awaited his decision, her smile unwavering. Noticing the ingredients, he recalled hearing about this brand in his past life. "This will do. I'll take 2 cans and a baby bottle as well," he said, displaying newfound confidence. The woman's face lit up with joy as she swiftly agreed. Afterward, Zhang Dong and Nua leisurely explored the store, casually purchasing a bottle of baby cream for her. Unexpectedly, the maternal and infant store was connected to the adjacent large supermarket. Zhang Dong purchased some meat and oats before emerging with numerous bags in hand. "Give me a ticket," he called out to the ticket seller inside as he placed his money at the window. The ticket seller expertly stamped the ticket, took the money, and handed the stamped ticket back to Zhang Dong. The two of them sat on a bench, awaiting the arrival of the bus. Zhang Dong gently brushed Nuonuo's hair and affectionately kissed her forehead. Leaning against her, he rhythmically bounced his leg. Before long, the bus arrived at the station. With a loud thud, the bus door slammed shut and the driver pressed the accelerator, driving away. Dust swirled in the air as Zhang Dong instinctively covered Nuonuo's nose and mouth with one hand, while the other waved away the dust. "Mommy!" As the dust settled, Nuonuo spotted Yin Hongye standing across the street, struggling to climb down from Zhang Dong's lap. After ensuring no vehicles were approaching, Zhang Dong reassured Nuonuo and swiftly ran to Yin Hongye's side. Upon seeing the two return safely, a fleeting smile graced Yin Hongye's lips, though Zhang Dong failed to notice it. "Mommy!" Nuonuo clung to Yin Hongye's leg, her chubby little face nuzzling against her. "Oh, my darling." Yin Hongye bent down and scooped Nuonuo into her arms, showering her with kisses. Nuonuo rummaged through her bag and soon produced a packet containing a lump of white. "Mommy! Rabbit, rabbit!" she exclaimed, pushing the treat towards Yin Hongye's mouth. Yin Hongye furrowed her brow in confusion and looked at Zhang Dong. With a smile, Zhang Dong explained, "I bought her some cotton candy today to bring back for you." Although it melted, it was originally shaped like a rabbit. Realizing the situation, Yin Hongye embraced Nuonuo once more, showering her with kisses. Observing the joyful interaction between mother and daughter filled Zhang Dong's heart with happiness. "What on earth are you carrying in all those bags?" After sharing a moment with Nuonuo, Yin Hongye finally glanced at the items in Zhang Dong's hands. With pride, Zhang Dong lifted the bag, the 2 tubs of milk powder making a thudding sound as they swayed. "I bought milk powder for our daughter, along with some meat and oats to improve our diet. We can enjoy the oats with red dates from our home, so make sure to eat plenty." Seeing Zhang Dong's beaming smile, Yin Hongye muttered about wasting money before taking Nuonuo and walking away. Zhang Dong chuckled softly and followed suit. The reason he had purchased oats was his concern for Yin Hongye's previous hardships, fearing she might be malnourished. He wanted to prepare ahead and gradually replenish her nutrients for unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong neatly arranged the items he had brought back. After having lunch, he excused himself under the pretense of needing to restock supplies at his brother's place, riding off on his tricycle. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Dong found himself back in his space. After emerging, he casually bought some seeds for various fruits, intending to plant them. Although the land is fertile, yielding fruits that are nearly all plump and incredibly sweet, Zhang Dong still decided to first purchase some seasonal produce. After picking the strawberries and cleaning them, he loaded them onto his tricycle and delivered them to the address previously provided. "Hello, is this Manager Li? I'm here to deliver strawberries." "Oh, great." Upon arriving at the back door of the supermarket, Zhang Dong called Li Tinghua. Before long, the automatic roller door of the supermarket slowly rose. Li Tinghua emerged with a broad smile, and upon seeing the tricycle filled with fresh, juicy, and vibrant red strawberries, his smile widened even further. Wonderful. Let's get them inside quickly. To facilitate the process, Zhang Dong had thoughtfully purchased a crate for the strawberries, demonstrating excellent service. You've worked hard, truly hard. This is what we agreed upon here. Li Tinghua led Zhang Dong to the office, poured him a cup of tea, and then opened a drawer to place an envelope in front of Zhang Dong. Nodding, Zhang Dong lifted the cup of tea to his lips, his gaze fixed intently on the surveillance screen, gaining a general understanding of the supermarket scale. It was undeniable that it was far more substantial than what they had back in the countryside. With the high foot traffic, Zhang Dong had no worries about selling his strawberries. I'll show you around. Li Tinghua, noticing Zhang Dong's focused attention on the monitor, understood immediately. Zhang Dong stood up, slipped the envelope into the inner pocket of his coat, and followed Li Tinghua downstairs. The two strolled through the produce section, and Zhang Dong felt a deep sense of satisfaction as Li Tinghua had reserved a prominent spot specifically for his strawberries. There could be no complaints now. Manager Li, I'll head back now. Just contact me if you need anything. Zhang Dong waved goodbye and pedaled his tricycle home. That evening, after Nonghua had drifted off to sleep, Zhang Dong quietly closed the door behind him. He noticed Yin Hongye sitting by the fire, stitching something by hand, and took a seat beside her. Yin Hongye glanced at Zhang Dong, but continued her work without interruption. Zhang Dong carefully retrieved the envelope he had brought back from the supermarket earlier and opened it gently. Inside were 10 crisp 100-yuan bills. Yin Hongye paused, her eyes widening in disbelief as she looked at Zhang Dong. Where did you get this money? Seeing that the money was carefully wrapped in an envelope, Yin Hongye feared that Zhang Dong had embarked on an unseemly endeavor. Zhang Dong, well aware of his wife's suspicions, quickly waved his hand and whispered, "Shh, Nua is asleep. Keep your voice down." Yin Hongye, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced at the partially closed door and covered her mouth with her hand. Straining her ears to ensure that Nua was not awakened, she finally relaxed. I didn't tell you, but a few days ago, I went to sell strawberries, and a manager from a town supermarket took a liking to ours and asked me to supply them. Zhang Dong placed the money into Yin Hongye's hands, slowly explaining the situation. Yin Hongye looked at the money in her hands, her eyes twitching involuntarily. I sell them for 25 yuan a pound, and since he buys in bulk, I gave him a price of 20. Today, I delivered 50 pounds, so he owes me this. With that, Zhang Dong spread his hands, conveying a sense of, what can I do if you misunderstand me again? Yin Hongye's cheeks flushed slightly, a hint of embarrassment evident on her face. Oh, by the way, the carrots were originally priced at over 500, but after selling a few items, only 150 remained. Zhang Dong suddenly recalled this, rising to extract 2 crumpled bills from his back pocket and handing them all to Yin Hongye. I'll hold on to this for you. Yin Hongye nodded, her expression somewhat awkward. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, seemingly displeased. What do you mean, hold on to it for me? Isn't this money essentially yours? Noticing Zhang Dong's reddened face, Yin Hongye couldn't help but smile and nod. Observing Zhang Dong's increasing diligence day by day, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor, she felt a growing sense of uncertainty in her heart. In my opinion, while earning money is important, one shouldn't be extravagant. Look, you've spent quite a bit today. Yin Hongye immediately countered earnestly. Zhang Dong waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, life is improving day by day. There's no need to be overly frugal. Naturally, Yin Hongye believed that Zhang Dong had the right intentions now. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. With our earnings, let us first repay the debts we owe. Only when we are debt-free will the money we earn truly belong to us. Chapter 16. The warmth of home upon Yin Hongye's reminder. Zhang Dong suddenly recalled that he hadn't yet settled his previous debts. Of course, Zhang Dong nodded affirmatively. In the past, he had been unable to repay his debts due to a lack of funds. Now that he had the means, how could he neglect his obligations? What example would it set for Nua and Yin Hongye if he continued to owe money to their neighbors? Yin Hongye meticulously organized the bills in her hand, folding them neatly and placing them into her wallet. Zhang Dong noticed the slight droop of Yin Hongye's gaze as she carefully arranged the banknotes, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. You should get some rest. I'm a bit tired and will head to bed. Zhang Dong averted his gaze, stood up, and stretched lazily before heading towards his room, not waiting for Yan Hongye's response. Lying in bed, Zhang Dong tossed and turned. In his previous life, he truly felt unworthy. Yan Hongye's cautious demeanor had sharply pierced his pride as a man. Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to himself. The next day, Zhang Dong refrained from selling goods in town, instead taking Nua for a leisurely stroll around the home. Hongye, are you home? Yan Hongye was busy in the kitchen when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Hastily wiping her hands, she peeked out. Aunt Zhang, what brings you here today? The woman before her, Aunt Zhang, was dressed in traditional rural attire, her expression tense as she pulled Yan Hongye aside. Yan Hongye looked at Aunt Zhang, puzzled, wondering if she had encountered something supernatural. What are you still doing here? Your Nua has been taken away by her father. Aunt Zhang's expression was one of alarm. Her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Yan Hongye. Yan Hongye initially thought that Aunt Zhang had overheard some scandalous secret and strained to listen closely. Little did she know, the gossip's main subject was herself. Grasping Aunt Zhang's hand, Yan Hongye smiled gently. I know. They went out for a walk together. Aunt Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yan Hongye. Is that so? You believe a man just like that? Aunt Zhang stomped her foot, anxiously pacing back and forth. She was a neighbor of Yan Hongye, who often lent her a helping hand. When Yan Hongye took a job as a nanny, she entrusted her child Nua to Aunt Zhang for care. Naturally, Yan Hongye understood Aunt Zhang's concern and quickly grasped her arm, reassuring her. Zhang Dong has turned over a new leaf. I mentioned before that he's been selling fruit with a friend, and the business is thriving. He won't sell the child. As Yan Hongye spoke, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy, as if the days of hardship had finally come to an end. Aunt Zhang, seeing the delight on her face, regarded her with a hint of skepticism, asking, Is that true? Yan Hongye smiled and nodded, affirming, Indeed, Zhang Dong will not sell the child. That's wonderful, Aunt Zhang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a broad smile, genuinely happy for Yan Hongye. The two women chatted casually for a while until Aunt Zhang returned home to prepare dinner. Glancing at the time, Yan Hongye realized it was nearly noon. They would soon return and be hungry, so she hurried into the kitchen. The previous day, Zhang Dong had brought home an abundance of meat, and with her deft hands, Yan Hongye chopped it up, deciding to prepare a delightful meal for the two of them. As Zhang Dong entered with Nua, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. They approached the kitchen, peering in at Yan Hongye. You're back? She called over her shoulder while stirring in the pot. It smells so good, Nua exclaimed, her eyes wide with anticipation. The rich scent of meat enveloped the kitchen. The fire crackling and the meat bubbling in the pot made Zhang Dong's mouth water. It will be ready soon. Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. Yan Hongye smiled, shooing them away as she turned to grab a plate to serve. After Zhang Dong and Nua washed their hands, they entered the dining area to find a grand spread laid out before them. Dinner is served, Yan Hongye announced cheerfully, placing the dishes on the table and urging them to eat quickly. Zhang Dong, cradling Nua, pulled out a stool and sat down, his gaze fixed on Yan Hongye. What are you staring at? Is this feast not enough to entice you? She teased, feeling a bit shy under his gaze as she placed a bowl of rice in front of him. Zhang Dong shook his head and picked up a piece of meat, savoring its tender, flavorful essence. Wife, how did I not notice before that your culinary skills are so exceptional? He marveled, his eyes wide with disbelief. Yan Hongye shot him a sidelong glance, responding, You ought to recall what I used to serve. At this, Zhang Dong closed his mouth, feeling a twinge of guilt. Noticing his mood, Yan Hongye added another piece of meat to his bowl. As life improves, I will prepare a variety of dishes for you. Zhang Dong lifted his gaze, seeing Yan Hongye had turned to feed Nua, and he looked down at the meat in his bowl, a warm feeling flooding his heart. After the meal, Zhang Dong accompanied Nua for a brief nap before heading to the town supermarket. This time, he did not seek out Li Tinghua directly. Instead, he entered the supermarket as a regular customer. Upon entering, Zhang Dong immediately spotted the strawberries, raising his brows in satisfaction. Li Tinghua is indeed an astute individual. Zhang Dong initially assumed that his previous actions were merely a fade, yet appears there is more to his character than meets the eye. Zhang Dong surveyed his surroundings, noticing numerous individuals selecting strawberries with evident satisfaction, nodding in approval. "Please come in." He heard a knock, and without lifting his gaze, "Li Tinshua responda. Is manager Li busy?" Zhang Dong entered the office, pulled out a stool, and sat down. Li Tinghua looked up and smiled at Zhang Dong. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Li Tinghua quickly rose to pour Zhang Dong a cup of water, rubbing his hands together. Zhang Dong took a sip from the cup and remarked, "I happened to pass by and thought I would check in. Business seems quite promising." "Indeed it is," Li Tinghua replied, rubbing his hands and beaming with delight. "Of course it's good. Buying directly from me and then reselling at a markup. Especially with strawberries of such quality, there is no concern over sales." He continued, "I still need another £100, which will be delivered the day after tomorrow. The warehouse is already empty." Li Tinghua turned to his drawer, retrieved a bundle, and began counting out money for Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong nodded in agreement, assuring him that he would arrange for the delivery tomorrow before taking the money and leaving. As he walked, Zhang Dong pondered whether he could persuade Yin Hongye to sell at the initial market he visited. This way, he could effectively tap into both the village and town markets. Coupled with the consignment sales at supermarkets, his income would double. Before he realized it, he had arrived at the bank, withdrew some cash, and, with the funds at hand, he could settle a portion of his debts. Upon returning home, he handed the withdrawn cash to Yin Hongye, requesting her assistance in repaying their neighbors. Chapter 17. Steadfast progress. Yin Hongye gazed at the money on the table, her eyes darkening momentarily, before she said, "You should go and repay it yourself. It has been delayed for so long. Don't forget to apologize." Zhang Dong looked up at Yin Hongye, his expression filled with reluctance. He understood her implication, yet he lacked the fortitude to confront it. "I know what you're worried about. If you've made a mistake, correct it. It's not something to be ashamed of." Yin Hongye discerned his apprehension and shook her head, urging him to relax. Zhang Dong remained hesitant, but Yin Hongye had already thrust the money into his embrace. "Go tomorrow, don't dawdle." With that, she rose and retreated to her room. Zhang Dong held the money, feeling as though it was a burning hot potato. He couldn't decide whether to keep it or cast it away. The next day, Zhang Dong arose early, assisting Yin Hongye in the kitchen to prepare breakfast. "You go," she said, glancing at Zhang Dong's eager expression, immediately shaking her head in refusal. Zhang Dong felt deflated, turning his face away in resignation. "Honestly, I hadn't even had the chance to speak," and she outright declined. After breakfast, Zhang Dong lingered at home, hesitating. When Yin Hongye finished tidying the kitchen and entered the room, she found Zhang Dong looking anxious, unable to suppress a smile. "What is the big deal? For what I've observed these past few days, you seem far from timid." Yin Hongye teased, casually picking up clothes from the bed and folding them neatly. Zhang Dong remained silent, pursing his lips, his demeanor serious. Seeing his expression, Yin Hongye sighed, thinking it wouldn't matter if she went to repay the debt herself. "I'll just go and settle the payment myself." Before Yin Hongye could finish her words, Zhang Dong abruptly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and rushed out the door. Watching his retreating figure, Yin Hongye was momentarily taken aback, then burst into heartfelt laughter. Zhang Dong hurriedly made his way to his uncle Zhang Weidong's house and raised his hand, poised to knock on the door, but then hesitated and let it drop. "Oh, Donger, what are you doing standing out there? Come in and have a seat." Just as Zhang Dong was caught in indecision, Zhang Weidong fortuitously opened the door, his face a mask of surprise. Zhang Dong turned around, awkwardly smiling as he asked, "Uncle, have you eaten?" "Yes, come in and sit down," replied Zhang Weidong. Zhang Ju nodded and stepped inside to pour his uncle a glass of water. Observing Zhang Weidong's busy figure, Zhang Dong felt a twinge of emotion in his eyes. Zhang Jun had always been very fond of him. In a previous life, when Yin Hongye and Nuo struggled to find food, it was Zhang Weidong who, amidst a pile of crumpled change, had pulled out the only 100 yuan bill and handed it to Yin Hongye. At that time, he had taken it for granted and had been dismissive. Even when Zhang Dong later proved to be inept, Zhang Weidong merely expressed disappointment rather than offering harsh reproaches. Shaking off his thoughts, Zhang Dong retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Zhang Weidong looked at him quizzically, furrowing his brow. What does this mean? Donger, don't be foolish. He feared that Zhang Dong was about to repeat past mistakes and waved his hands in a flustered manner, earnestly advising him. Uncle, rest assured, I, Zhang Dong, neither steal nor rob. This is money I earned from selling fruit, and I am here to return it to you. Zhang Dong raised 3 fingers on his left hand beside his ear, speaking with a serious expression. Zhang Weidong was initially taken aback, but upon understanding, he nodded with misty eyes. A wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. Dong, well done. Well done. Zhang Weidong patted Zhang Dong's shoulder a few times, visibly pleased. Uncle, this 200 is for you. Thank you for taking care of them. The 300 is my filial piety to you. Zhang Dong picked up the money on the table and placed it in Zhang Weidong's hand, the corners of his eyes slightly glistening. Zhang Weidong nodded and accepted the money. As Zhang Dong exited his uncle's house, he felt a profound lightness, as if a heavy burden that had been pressing down on him had suddenly vanished. He visited each household to repay the borrowed money, offering apologies and gratitude, and returned home just in time for lunch. No. Wash your hands and come eat. Stop playing in the dirt. As Zhang Dong stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of steaming dishes on the table and the lively banter between Yin Hongye and Nuanhua. It felt as if he had stepped into another realm, and he mused to himself that he could endure such days for 100 years without growing weary of them. Oh, my sweetheart, let us wash our hands and eat. Zhang Dong approached and scooped up Nuanhua, who was squatting on the ground playing with ants, showering her face with kisses. Nuanhua was startled at first, but upon realizing it was Zhang Dong, she reached out her dirty little hands to smudge his face. Oh no, your hands are all dirty. Zhang Dong leaned back, playfully avoiding her soiled hands. Hearing the commotion, Yin Hongye glanced over but continued her task, placing the last piece of hollow heart vegetable into the pot. Embracing Nuanhua, who had just finished washing her hands, Yin Hongye had already prepared the meal. Let us see what delightful dishes mother has conjured today. Zhang Dong, cradling Nuanhua, gazed longingly at the sumptuous spread on the table. Stir-fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, salt Edgewater spinach, and shrimp seaweed soup. Although these were merely humble home-cooked dishes, they represented the finest fare the Zhang family had enjoyed in recent years. Settling down with Nuanhua in his arms, Zhang Dong eagerly picked up his bowl to begin eating. By the way, my dear wife, I have something to discuss with you. Suddenly, Zhang Dong's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he pushed his food aside and turned his gaze to Yin Hongye. Her pupils flickered, and her hand, which was poised to serve herself some vegetables, hesitated for a moment before returning to its task. It felt quite natural for Zhang Dong to address her as his wife. Yet Yin Hongye was still adjusting to this new title. During this time, selling fruit has granted me some experience, and I believe we need to expand our network and steadily earn more money. Zhang Dong spoke of his fruit-selling venture with great enthusiasm, and Yin Hongye could distinctly sense his fervor from the glimmer in his eyes. I, as a woman, naturally do not comprehend business matters, she replied, shaking her head, refraining from offering any opinions. A smile curled at the corners of Zhang Dong's lips as he leaned closer, whispering in her ear, as my woman, you need only focus on spending money with our daughter. Leave the earning to your man. His warm breath caressed Yin Hongye's ear and neck, causing her to stiffen momentarily, her cheeks visibly flushing. Nuanhua, with her bright, grape-like eyes, looked at the two in confusion. Upon catching a glimpse of her daughter's gaze, Yin Hongye hastily pushed Zhang Dong away. The child is still here. Zhang Dong, glancing at Yin Hongye's ears, which were crimson and nearly bleeding from embarrassment, could not help but smile with satisfaction. Oh, what harm could there be with the child present? He teased, leaning in once more. Yin Hongye felt as though she might burst from embarrassment and quickly sought an excuse to escape from him. Be good, darling, eat more. Zhang Dong, content, watched Yin Hongye's retreating figure before reaching for some water spinach and placing it in Nuanhua's bowl. Chapter 18. Renewing confidence, revitalization. Yin Hongye dashed to the kitchen, leaning against the sink, gasping for breath. Once she regained her composure, she turned to observe the father-daughter duo in the living room, her heart swelling with overwhelming happiness. Zhang Dong was becoming increasingly reliable, allowing Yin Hongye to gradually lower her guard. She no longer felt the constant anxiety she had at the beginning. "Daddy, you must lull me to sleep this afternoon." After their meal, Nuonyuo clung to Zhang Dong, refusing to leave his side. Ever since Zhang Dong had undergone such a dramatic transformation, Nuonyuo had grown even more attached to him. As long as he was home, she would not budge an inch away from him. Initially, Yin Hongye felt a twinge of jealousy, but she had since come to terms with it. Once Nuonyuo had fallen asleep, Zhang Dong ventured outside. Arriving at the market, he strolled about before finally stopping in front of seed vendor's stall. "What shall I purchase?" The vendor, spotting Zhang Dong, immediately stood up, rubbing his hands together and greeting him with a warm smile. Zhang Dong surveyed the stall before looking up at the vendor and inquiring, "What types of seeds do you have for sale?" The vendor responded, "Consider what you need, essentially. I have everything you desire." Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, interpreting the vendor's words to mean that there was nothing he could not procure, only that one must think creatively. "Very well, please provide me with a packet of small fruit seeds." Zhang Dong retrieved 300 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the vendor. Upon seeing the money, the vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly tucked the cash away, nodded, and hurried off to fetch the seeds. Zhang Dong scanned the surroundings, observing the ebb and flow of customers, and discreetly began to formulate a plan. "Here you are, brother. Everything is packed. This is your change of 65 yuan, the vendor said, handing over 2 large packets of seeds along with the change. "Thank you," Zhang Dong replied, nodding as he accepted the bags and departed. He turned to a secluded corner, quietly slipping into the spatial realm. The seeds he had previously sown appeared to have matured. However, today, Zhang Dong's objective was not to harvest the fruits. He placed the newly purchased seeds onto the ground and retreated to the small wooden cabin to change his attire. When he emerged from the cabin, he was transformed into the guise of a farmer, wearing a straw hat and a black cloak, with knee-high boots to prevent mud from soiling his trousers. Zhang Dong had put considerable thought into this appearance. Adjusting the towel around his neck, he strode confidently toward the packets of seeds. With deft movements, he loosened the soil, sowed the seeds, and applied fertilizer, executing each action with remarkable skill. By the time Zhang Dong lifted his head from the field, the day had nearly slipped away. Satisfied, he gazed at the freshly planted seeds, then sat down on the ridge, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had sown all the small fruits that could be marketed, planning to compare their yields upon harvest. When the time came to sell, he would evaluate which varieties performed best, thereby enabling him to filter out the high-yield, superior quality products. This was Zhang Dong's most pressing task, perfectly suited for initial development, as identifying the best options early would minimize wasted time. After resting for a while, he picked some strawberries to sell in town. His primary aim was not merely to sell strawberries, but to see if he could encounter someone akin to Li Tinghua. Having a single consignment point was far from sufficient. This time, he intended to take the initiative. "Young man, how much are strawberries?" As Zhang Dong set up his stall, a customer approached with a query. 25 yuan per pound, he replied with a bright smile, casually opening a bag of strawberries and generously offering one to the elderly gentleman before him. The old man took a bite, and the fragrant sweetness of the strawberry filled his mouth. He nodded in satisfaction. "I'll take 3 pounds, please." "Certainly." Zhang Dong quickly weighed and packaged the strawberries, handing them to the elderly man. As soon as the man departed, another customer stepped forward. Zhang Dong turned to find, to his surprise, a long line had formed behind the elderly man during the transaction. He felt a twinge of unease at the thought of his business booming for the first time. Before long, the strawberries on the cart were sold out, and Zhang Dong, holding the money in his hand, smacked his lips in contemplation. "Well, it seems to be fate." Zhang Dong hummed a little tune as he placed the money into his bag, theatrically sighed, and tidied up the litter beside his tricycle before riding away. With ample time at his disposal, Zhang Dong aimlessly strolled through the town, perusing the various goods for sale. As he passed a bustling market, he noticed a sign he had never seen before. Finding a suitable spot, he parked his tricycle and ventured into the market with his hands in his pockets. After meandering through the stalls, he observed that there were numerous vendors selling fruits. Most of them were local farmers, heirs to the agricultural practices passed down through generations, thus providing them with ample means of livelihood. However, as he surveyed the market and the street vendors, a frown creased Zhang Dong's brow, and a sense of unease settled in his heart. Although his fruits were of exceptional quality and sweetness, they seemed to lack competitiveness in this environment. Unless he could distribute his fruits far and wide, it was improbable that the majority would choose him. This dilemma stirred a wave of anxiety within him. Upon returning home, Yin Hongya noticed Zhang Dong's listless demeanor, a flicker of concern crossing her features. "How about we take a stroll after dinner?" she suggested. Zhang Dong set his cup down, turning to acknowledge her with a nod. "I don't wish to sell fruits for the next couple of days," he confessed after a moment of silence. Yin Hongya paused her task, then nodded in agreement. "If you don't want to, let us just rest." Zhang Dong was taken aback by her response, expecting her to scold him, yet she remained silent. "Don't look at me. If you're tired, rest," she said flatly as she stood to leave. The cloud of gloom that had enveloped Zhang Dong lifted, and he felt invigorated again. After all, there were merely more fruit vendors. His fruits were not devoid of competitiveness, and it was premature to feel anxious. After dinner, the family of three set out for the night market. Zhang Dong and Yin Hongya each held onto the hand of their child, leisurely wandering through the streets. "Dongzi, Hongya, are you two here to enjoy the night market?" Their neighbor, Yugo, and his wife approached, waving cheerfully. "Indeed, just passing the time," Zhang Dong replied with a smile, nodding in recognition. Since Zhang Dong had settled his debts, the townsfolk had witnessed his efforts and had long since shed their prejudices, engaging in casual pleasantries when they crossed paths. Chapter 19. A rare and wonderful find despite Zhang Dong's claims of not wanting to sell fruits. He awoke early the next morning, had breakfast, and set off to sell strawberries on his tricycle. Unlike other days, his vehicle was not only laden with bags of vibrant red strawberries, but also boasted an assortment of other fruits. Zhang Dong had transformed into a veritable mobile fruit shop, traversing the streets to promote his produce. As he approached the residential area, he gazed up at the 4- and 5-story buildings, his eyes gleaming with aspirations. A sudden thought struck him. He must become one of the residents of this apartment building, where each individual possesses a stable job and a handsome income. Yesterday, Zhang Dong had strolled into this area and noticed that aside from the small supermarket at the entrance, there were few places selling fruit. Thus, he decided to try his luck today. He found a location with the highest foot traffic, took out the loudspeaker that had accompanied him on many journeys, pressed the button, and set it down beside him. "Zhang's homegrown strawberries. If they aren't sweet, you don't pay." The pre-recorded announcement echoed through the street, capturing the attention of several passers-by. With a beaming smile, Zhang Dong eagerly sought to attract the curiosity of those around him. "These strawberries are quite good." Those drawn in by the loudspeaker reached out to examine the strawberries, commenting, "Oh, they look plump and heavy." As more people gathered around, they began to weigh the appealing fruits in their hands. "Indeed, these are pure, natural, and harmless fruits. Everyone should give them a try." Seizing the moment, Zhang Dong capitalized on the flattery, launching into his sales pitch. "Could you help me with a few?" A young woman took several strawberries, and Zhang Dong swiftly accepted them, placing them in a bag while tossing in a few more. He deftly maneuvered the scale, gently releasing his grip and intently watching the numbers. 25 yuan per jean, totaling 50. He handed the apples to her and accepted a bag from another woman. "Here you go, 50 yuan. The young woman exchanged her cash for the fruit and departed. Zhang Dong nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment, beautiful," before turning to weigh for the older woman. Soon, a sizable crowd had gathered around his tricycle, and he found himself quite busy. After the rush subsided, he glanced at the remaining fruit, realizing that since he had introduced other types, the strawberries seemed to have lost their appeal. He pondered whether it was due to their higher price. Before he knew it, evening had fallen, and Zhang Dong returned home on his nearly empty tricycle. After hastily finishing his meal, he headed to Zhang Weidong's house, hoping to glean some knowledge about cultivating fruits. Upon reaching the intersection, he encountered an aunt who ran a small shop at the village entrance. "Auntie, have you eaten?" Zhang Dong paused to greet her. "Yes, I have. Where are you off to, Dong?" she replied, also halting her steps as they exchanged pleasantries. I'm heading to Uncle's house, Zhang Dong said, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the ant's cart, suddenly captivated by something. What is this, Auntie? He reached out and picked up a fruit with a hard, scaly exterior, its top leaves equally rigid and somewhat prickly. Ah, this is a tropical pineapple my son sent me from Hainan, just in time. Take one home for Hongye and the children, she said, selecting a larger pineapple and placing it in Zhang Dong's hands. Zhang Dong gazed at the peculiar object in his hands, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Where might this be taken? He weighed the pineapple in his hands, sensing its substantial heft, indicative of its abundant moisture. His aunt scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor, as she remarked, "Oh, I am reluctant to eat it. I was thinking of selling it instead to earn a little money." After speaking, she gently patted the pineapples in the cart, her expression tinged with regret. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong felt a surge of inspiration. Just moments earlier, he had thought about cultivating this tropical fruit. Perhaps it would yield unexpected rewards. Moreover, the local populace had little experience with such exotic produce, rendering it all the more enticing and presenting Zhang Dong with boundless business opportunities. However, this also implied significant risks. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolutely decided to pursue the venture. "Aunt, would you sell it to me?" he asked eagerly. "Ah, should I fetch you a few more? Why discuss selling?" she replied, casting a sideways glance at him, waving her hand dismissively. Zhang Dong quickly intercepted her hand as she reached for the pineapples, earnestly explaining, "Aunt, you see, I've been selling fruit with friends lately. I thought perhaps I could cultivate this pineapple, which is why I wanted to buy it from you." His explanation illuminated her understanding. "However," she cautioned, "but this fruit cannot thrive in our climate. You must consider this carefully to avoid losing money." Her concern was genuine. She frequently heard her son speak of Hainan's weather, which was vastly different from theirs. Yet, her expression conveyed a certain reluctance. "No worries, aunt. It's always good for the youth to try new things. How much do you want for it?" Zhang Dong nodded, counting approximately 16 pineapples before inquiring further. His aunt furrowed her brow, contemplating the familial ties and the complexity of pricing. She was reluctant to sell what she had painstakingly preserved, hoping to earn a bit of money, and now faced with Zhang Dong's proposition. "I'll sell it to you for 2 yuan each." She felt awkward. On a previous visit, Zhang Dong had repaid them and even given them an extra 200 yuan, making it difficult to ask for a higher price. Though she was loath to part with the pineapples, she reluctantly acquiesced. Zhang Dong, understanding her internal conflict, carefully pondered the fruits before suggesting, "How about 10 yuan each, aunt? Let's settle on that." Without waiting for her agreement, he extracted 160 yuan from his bag and handed it to her. "All right, and it's settled." Without allowing her a moment to respond, he took the cart from her. "I'll return the cart to you soon. You should head home now." With a wave, he pushed the cart away. His aunt looked at the 160 yuan in her hand, feeling a quiet joy. Though the pineapples were rare, their unfamiliarity meant scant interest from others. With that thought, she hummed a little tune as she made her way home. Zhang Dong proceeded to the home of Zhang Weidong, distributing 2 pineapples to his family before borrowing a landline to call Yin Hongye. "Hello, my dear, please come over on the tricycle to fetch some things from Uncle." As soon as the call connected, Zhang Dong's enthusiastic voice echoed through the receiver, and Yin Hongye replied affirmatively before hurriedly stepping out. Chapter 20. The first bottle of hand cream. Yin Hongye hurriedly arrived at Zhang Weidong's residence, where she noticed a cart parked at the entrance, laden with unfamiliar items. "Zhang Dong." Yin Hongye knocked on the door and called out. Hearing her voice, Zhang Dong emerged from within. "Take these back home." He gestured towards the pineapples on the cart, then turned to tidy up the rear of the tricycle. Yin Hongye looked at Zhang Dong with a puzzled expression, seemingly striving to comprehend the significance of bringing such items home. Zhang Dong glanced at her and smiled, explaining, "I bought these from my aunt. I intend to take them to my brother's fruit farm to see if they can be cultivated." Yin Hongye nodded, though somewhat perplexed, and rolled up her sleeves to assist him in loading the cart. "All right, you can take them back. I'll come by tomorrow to take them to my brother's farm," he added, placing the last pineapple onto the cart. Suddenly, recalling something, he reached down and grabbed 2 more. Yin Hongye nodded and rode the tricycle back home. Zhang Dong, holding the pineapples he had just taken from the cart, turned, and entered the house. "Uncle, this is for you. Try the pineapple from Hainan," he said, retrieving a knife to prepare it before offering a piece to Zhang Weidong. After tasting it, Zhang Weidong raised his eyebrows, finding it quite agreeable. The two chatted for a while before Zhang Dong returned home. The following day unfolded as usual, with Zhang Dong setting out early for the market. Although he had many familiar customers, he knew the importance of continually attracting new ones. "Young man, if you ask me, the best fruits are the ones from your stall. Ever since I tasted your fruits, the others seem lacking in sweetness." An elderly gentleman who frequently bought strawberries remarked, patting Zhang Dong's shoulder with a warm smile. "All right then, if you crave them, I'll be here selling every day, and you can enjoy them daily," Zhang Dong replied, his eyes crinkling in a smile, genuinely grateful for the man's patronage. As was customary, before noon, Zhang Dong's fruits had been completely sold out. Riding his tricycle, he began his journey home. Passing by a convenience store, he stopped and stepped inside. "Hello, do you have any hand cream?" he inquired, waving at the sales clerk. The clerk nodded and led Zhang Dong to the section dedicated to skincare products. As he surveyed the myriad of bottles and jars, he felt somewhat uneasy, noticing his discomfort. The clerk reached for a jar of snake oil ointment from the shelf and handed it to him. In that era, those who could afford snake oil were typically from well-off families. Ordinary rural women still relied on packaged creams. Zhang Dong accepted the jar, opened it, and inhaled its subtle fragrance that wafted pleasantly. "This is for your wife? Isn't it? This hand cream has excellent moisturizing properties after she washes clothes or cooks. Applying this will yield remarkable results," the clerk said sincerely, turning to grab a sample size, squeezing a bit out, and applying it to Zhang Dong's hand. Zhang Dong gazed at the back of his hand, noticeably more nourished due to the snake oil balm, and decisively removed it. "Let me see the lip balm," he requested. Just as he lifted his foot to depart, he abruptly halted and turned towards the sales clerk. "All right." The clerk then guided Zhang Dong to select a lip balm. After purchasing his items, he hurried home. Upon stepping through the door, a small figure rushed towards him. "Daddy, you're back." Nuanu wrapped her arms around Zhang Dong's leg. Her smile, so wide it obscured her eyes. Zhang Dong bent down to lift Nuanu into his arms, showering her face with kisses until he felt thoroughly satisfied. "Did you behave and listen to Mommy today?" he asked, gently tidying her tousled hair, his eyes brimming with affection. Nuanu nodded enthusiastically, raising her hands high and waving, her joy palpable. Zhang Dong smiled silently, carrying Nuanu into the yard. Yan Hongya was crouched by the sink, washing vegetables, while Zhang Dong settled onto a nearby bench with Nuanu in his lap. The autumn sun shone brightly at noon, warm yet gentle, casting a lazy glow upon the trio, as if they were enveloped in a radiant aura of happiness from a distance. "It's time to wash your hands and eat," Yan Hongya called out to the house. Hearing her voice, Zhang Dong promptly washed his hands and returned to the dining table with Nuanu. "Wow, braised pork!" Nuanu exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes and pointing at a bowl of fragrant, savory meat. Zhang Dong and Yan Hongya exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. "Sweetheart, it's braised pork, not braised oil," Zhang Dong gently corrected, placing a piece of lean meat into Nuanua's bowl. "Braised pork," Nuanua repeated, nodding her head. "That's right. Well done," Zhang Dong affirmed, giving her a thumbs up. "Let me handle it." After dinner, as Yan Hongya prepared to rise and clear the dishes, Zhang Dong called out to her. Yan Hongya looked at him in surprise, momentarily unsure whether to set down the dishes or continue holding them. "I'll wash them," he insisted, taking the items from her hands and turning to head into the kitchen without waiting for her response. Yan Hongya watched Zhang Dong's retreating figure, biting her lip and lowering her gaze. Once he had tidied the kitchen, he presented the items he had purchased at the supermarket to Yan Hongya. "What is this?" she inquired, puzzled by the contents before her. "Open it and see," Zhang Dong teased, raising an eyebrow. Yan Hongya cast a skeptical glance at him before unrolling the plastic bag, her eyes widening in surprise. "Why did you buy this? What a waste of money," she exclaimed, shooting him a disapproving look. Yet, despite her words, her heart swelled with happiness. Ignoring her protests, Zhang Dong twisted open the snake oil balm, squeezing a small amount onto her hand and rubbing it in. Yan Hongya instinctively recoiled, but was soon pulled back by Zhang Dong. After doing chores, apply a little, he advised, his gaze focused intently on her rough, dry hands, feeling a pang of sympathy. Yin Hongye gazed at her hand, caressed by Zhang Dong, a faint smile gracing her lips. This was the first bottle of hand cream she possessed since marrying Zhang Dong. The couple chatted for a while, enjoying a light-hearted conversation, until Zhang Dong rose to lull their child to sleep. Once the child was nestled in slumber, Zhang Dong turned to find Yin Hongye had also drifted off. He quietly covered both with a blanket and, clutching the pineapple he had brought home the previous day, slipped into the space he had created. Having tasted the delightful sweetness of the pineapple at Zhang Weidong's the day before, Zhang Dong's determination to cultivate them grew stronger. Chapter 21. A recipe for disaster. Zhang Dong donned his work attire and retrieved a small knife, settling onto the ground. He carefully sliced off the leaves from the top of the pineapple. To be cautious, he decided to cut only 3 to experiment with cultivation. Even if this attempt failed, he would still have enough for several more tries. Following Zhang Weidong's instructions, Zhang Dong first prepared the soil, loosening it thoroughly. He then planted the entire leaf into the earth, just as he had done with other fruits previously. Zhang Dong sat nearby, checking on the leaves every few minutes. Half an hour passed without any sign of fruit. Instead, he was dismayed to find the roots of the leaves beginning to rot. Indeed, all 3 pineapple leaves exhibited varying degrees of decay. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Zhang Dong could not fathom why this was happening. He had meticulously followed the planting process as outlined by Zhang Weidong. Frustrated, he discarded the rotting leaves and turned to inspect the fruits he had previously planted. After several rounds of cultivation, he found that the winter jujubes and oranges had yielded the highest output. However, their marketability was lacking. These fruits were too seasonal to provide Zhang Dong with consistent profit. After surveying the results, he exited the space and ventured to the market. Arriving at the stall where he had purchased seeds before, he paused. Were there any pineapple seeds available? Zhang Dong's eyes darted around, his expression tinged with anxiety. The vendor shook his head, instantly recognizing Zhang Dong. "Young man, didn't you buy a substantial amount of seeds last time? Is it not enough?" Ignoring the vendor's comment, Zhang Dong turned and departed. His next destination was the bookstore. He purchased a ticket and took a bus to the town. At the bookstore, he acquired a copy of Fruit Cultivation and Planting, hurriedly making his way back home. Once home, Zhang Dong meticulously studied the techniques for growing pineapples and soon discovered the cause of his earlier failure: the soil. He smacked the table in realization, startling Yin Hongye, who was nearby. "What is the matter?" she inquired, to which he replied with a cheerful shake of his head. The gloomy mood that had enveloped him all afternoon dissipated in an instant. "By the way, dear, the land we had left, did I sell it?" he asked quietly as he pushed open Yin Hongye's door that night. She turned to look at him, rolling over slightly. "No, you didn't." Zhang Dong nodded and continued, "Tomorrow, I will loosen the soil and then head to town to find a few workers. I intend to cultivate pineapples myself." After listening, Yin Hongye looked at Zhang Dong with a hint of concern. A few seconds later, she nodded without saying another word. The following day, Zhang Dong arrived early at the town's labor market in search of workers. "What is your name? Do you need work?" Zhang Dong smiled at the dark-skinned, honest-looking man before him. "Call me Wang Dao. What do you need help with?" The man asked, his accent thick as he raised his voice. "Come to the mountain and help me collect decaying plant leaves. I'll pay 6 yuan an hour." Zhang Dong explained his needs and compensation while awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, the man nodded and inquired, "How many people do you need?" "I have a friend who can join us." Wang Dao gestured to a corner, and Zhang Dong followed his gaze to see another man of similar height standing there. "Sure, bring him along," Zhang Dong replied with a nod, instructing him to call his friend. Riding back to the countryside on a tricycle with the 2 men, Zhang Dong had previously informed Yin Hongye, and upon arriving in the fields, he found that she had already loosened a third of the soil. "Dear wife, leave the rest to me. You should take a break," Zhang Dong said, waving at Yin Hongye and taking the hoe from her hands. "Where are the workers?" Yin Hongye asked, noticing that Zhang Dong had returned alone and assuming he had been unsuccessful in finding help. "I sent them to gather decaying leaves," Zhang Dong replied, while continuing to toil under the sun. Although Yin Hongye was curious about the purpose of hiring 2 workers to collect decaying leaves. She suppressed her curiosity upon seeing Zhang Dong's earnest demeanor. By evening, the 2 men returned, each carrying a basket full of decaying leaves, indicating a bountiful harvest. After finishing their work, Zhang Dong and Yin Hongye sat nearby watching Nuo dance for them. "You can place them here," Zhang Dong said, rising to point to a spot with a smile. However, the 2 men showed no intention of setting down their loads, instead wearing mischievous grins as they locked eyes with Zhang Dong. He suddenly changed our minds. We no longer wish to work for you. If you want these leaves, you'll have to buy them," Wang Dao said, crossing his arms and rolling his eyes at Zhang Dong. A frown crossed Zhang Dong's face, sensing that the situation had taken an unexpected turn. "What do you mean? Are you speaking clearly? I said you could sell me those decaying leaves for 25 yuan a pound," Wang Dao reiterated, his tone dripping with disdain. At this point, Zhang Dong understood he had encountered a con man. Observing the contempt in Wang Dao's eyes, he chuckled to himself, realizing he had become the target of their scheme. "Do you really think that this work can be accepted or discarded at your whim?" Zhang Dong looked at Wang Dao and his companion. "How true it is that one should not judge by appearances." Wang Dao waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. "Stop the nonsense. Just tell me yes or no." Yin Hongye, from a distance, could not hear their conversation clearly, but she noticed Zhang Dong's grip on the hoe tighten, sensing that something was amiss. Zhang Dong observed the growing impatience of the individual before him, and his inner fury intensified. If he refuses to buy, then let us depart, he thought. However, upon noticing Zhang Dong's prolonged silence, Wang Dao signaled to his companion, intending to leave. In a sudden motion, Zhang Dong grasped the hoe in his hand, obstructing their retreat. While a few fallen leaves were inconsequential, such repugnant behavior had crossed Zhang Dong's threshold of tolerance. "So you dare to deceive me?" Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, twisting his neck with a chilling, bloodthirsty gaze. Having frequented various gambling dens in the past, he had encountered his fair share of underworld dealings. Little did he expect that, having turned over a new leaf, he would still encounter such a nefarious act of treachery. This was becoming quite intriguing. Yin Hongye, cradling Nuo, hurried forward, eager to inquire about the unfolding situation. "Mama, what is Daddy doing?" Nuo, alarmed by Zhang Dong's demeanor, stared wide-eyed at Yin Hongye, gripping her collar tightly. "Zhang Dong, what are you doing?" Yin Hongye rushed to grasp Zhang Dong's hand. "It's nothing, you two go on ahead. These 2 fools are attempting a black market scheme," Zhang Dong replied, shaking his head before turning to Yin Hongye, his eyes filled with tenderness, seemingly unfazed by the 2 men's menace. Chapter 22. I gave you a chance, yet you proved inept. Yin Hongye regarded Zhang Dong with concern, her lips parting as Nuo squirmed at her arms, yearning for freedom. Reluctantly, she embraced Nuo and stepped aside, gently soothing his agitation. "What? Are you planning to resort to violence?" Wang Dao, no stranger to confrontation, smirked at Zhang Dong's hoe. Zhang Dong tightened his grip on the tool, nodding slightly as he whispered, "Do you believe I am the simpleton you perceive?" "Zhang Dong, what are you intending to do?" Yin Hongye, standing nearby, stared intently at Zhang Dong, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She recalled how she had previously sought out Zhang Dong amidst his gambling escapades, helplessly witnessing him inflict grievous harm upon others with the ferocity of a desperate outlaw. As life improved, she dreaded the possibility of such events recurring. "Take the child home first." Zhang Dong gestured for Yin Hongye to leave. "I maintain that business is not conducted in this manner. When a deal fails, civility should prevail." Wang Dao arched an eyebrow, displaying disdain for the man before him. Zhang Dong, displeased by this, quipped, "I offered you an opportunity, yet you have proven inept. Let's not waste each other's time." Upon concluding his words, Wang Dao attempted to push past Zhang Dong. In a swift motion, Zhang Dong countered, restraining Wang Dao. Zhang Dong despised those who were untrustworthy. Having once been a notorious scoundrel himself, he understood the distastefulness of such behavior. Thus, he held others to a stringent standard. Wang Dao was no pushover, retaliating with a strike aimed at Zhang Dong. "Mama, Daddy is fighting." Nuo, nestled in Yin Hongye's arms, burst into tears. gripping her collar tightly in a state of anxiety. No, no, Daddy is fine. Yin Hongye gently shook herself while softly soothing Nua Nua's emotions. A crowd paused to watch the commotion upon witnessing a scuffle. Hongye, what is happening? Is that Zhang Dong? Neighbor Uncle Wang approached, patting Yin Hongye's shoulder, his brow furrowed with concern. Yin Hongye turned, as if seeing a lifeline, and quickly thrust Nua Nua into Uncle Wang's arms. Uncle, please look after Nua. With that, she hurried towards Zhang Dong. Wang Dao was no match for Zhang Dong. Within moments, he was subdued. His companions, attempting to intervene, were deterred by a mere glance from Zhang Dong. Yin Hongye, aware of Zhang Dong's temperament, exerted all her strength to restrain him. Stop fighting. Let's talk this out. She understood that if she didn't hold Zhang Dong back, the outcome for the two combatants was uncertain. Having finally glimpsed a sliver of hope in life, she was loath to witness any further misfortune. Nua Nua is watching. You frighten her, she pleaded, pulling Zhang Dong with all her might until he reluctantly stood down. Meanwhile, Wang Dao bore bruises, his eyes filled with apprehension as he regarded Zhang Dong. Initially, he perceived Zhang Dong as an easy target, only to discover he had encountered an unyielding opponent. Had he known this, he would have never entertained any ill intentions. If it weren't for my wife's intervention, I would have shown you what it means to tread on sacred ground, Zhang Dong warned. Now, hurry and leave. Yin Hongye cast a disdainful glance at Wang Dao and his companion. The two, hearing this, promptly fled, fearful of being pursued by Zhang Dong. He merely watched them go, his demeanor colder than before. In days past, they would have been lying on the ground, but times had changed. He had promised Yin Hongye to refrain from provoking trouble. Afterward, Zhang Dong glanced around at the onlookers, awkwardly chuckling before quickly taking Yin Hongye home. The fierceness that once marked his face had vanished. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Yin Hongye said, cradling Nua Nua as she expressed her gratitude before hastily following Zhang Dong home. Upon their arrival, Zhang Dong set the vegetables in a corner. Having noticed that Wang Dao and his companion had fled in such a hurry that they left their belongings behind, to which Zhang Dong could only smile. With Zhang Dong home, Yin Hongye's anxiety dissipated. She placed Nua Nua down and headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Nua Nua approached Zhang Dong and patted him. Daddy, she called timidly. Zhang Dong felt a pang in his heart, realizing she had been frightened earlier. After washing his hands, he lifted Nua Nua and gently patted her back. Sensing Zhang Dong's tenderness, Nua's furrowed brow relaxed. Dinner is ready, Yin Hongye announced, bringing forth steaming dishes. In the future, don't act so recklessly. Not like before as she spoke, Yin Hongye suddenly fell silent. Zhang Dong opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Just focus on your meal. Even if you don't think of me, you must consider Nua Nua. I do not wish for her to be harmed in any way. Yin Hongye glanced at Zhang Dong before resolutely picking up her bowl. Zhang Dong set down his chopsticks and sighed, expressing that he had merely been contemplating how to cultivate pineapples. Upon hearing him speak, Yin Hongye felt a wave of relief wash over her. She feared that Zhang Dong might become incensed and confront the two individuals, as he had often done in the past. I know. Yin Hongye nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing their meal, Zhang Dong washed the dishes and entered the room, where he found Yin Hongye diligently working at a small machine. Curiosity piqued. He approached her and observed as she placed a component on the board, fitted a cover over it, and then stepped on a pedal, securing it tightly. The convenience of this device was astonishing, far superior to the previous method where Yin Hongye had to hammer each piece by hand. Where did this marvelous invention come from? Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at Yin Hongye. I invented it myself. It certainly makes my tasks much easier. Yin Hongye smiled, her years of experience in odd jobs having culminated in this creation. After sharing this, she returned to her work. Zhang Dong stood by, intently watching as his mind raced with ideas. In recent days, he had already selected several fruits he intended to cultivate in large quantities. He knew that if he were to sow them alone, he would be overwhelmed. However, witnessing Yin Hongye's small machine sparked a notion within him. Could he also devise a machine to assist with his planting? With this thought, Zhang Dong rubbed his hands together in excitement and crouched down to examine the machine's structure closely. Noticing Zhang Dong's keen interest, Yin Hongye paused her tasks. allowing him the opportunity to thoroughly investigate. Chapter 23. Praise to the skies. After lunch, Yin Hongye, having satisfied her appetite, meandered outside her home. Neighbors gathered at the entrance, engaging in casual conversation. "Hongye, have you eaten yet?" Aunt Zhang called out as she noticed Yin Hongye approaching. With a smile, Yin Hongye walked over, greeting them warmly. "I have, Aunt Zhang, Aunt Wang, Sister He, and Xiaomei. Have you all eaten?" She acknowledged each of them, who responded with equal enthusiasm. "Why haven't we seen you around to chat lately?" Sister He inquired, giving Yin Hongye a gentle pat on the shoulder, her expression reflecting curiosity. Previously, after meals, Yin Hongye would often bring her child, Nuo, to engage in friendly banter with them. The recent absence of her presence had raised questions among the group. "I've been quite busy with my work on components and skills, leaving me little time to come out," Yin Hongye explained, sighing slightly, a hint of fatigue evident on her face. "Busy indeed? Has business picked up?" Aunt Zhang's face lit up with genuine excitement, clearly thrilled for Yin Hongye. Having witnessed the hardships she endured with Nuo, Aunt Zhang was sincerely pleased to see her circumstances improving. "Yes, I recently devised a machine that significantly increases my efficiency," Yin Hongye remarked, a smile gracing her lips. "A machine? You designed it yourself? How impressive, Hongye!" The others expressed their excitement, their eyes brightening with curiosity. "We must see this machine. Please take us to see it." They chattered eagerly, eager to witness Yin Hongye's innovative creation. Yin, taken aback by the flattery of several individuals, eventually regained her composure and nodded, inviting them to her home to view her machine. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang had taken Nu out, leaving the house deserted. Come, into the inner room," Yin beckoned, feeling quite anxious as she introduced the machine, her confidence wavering. "I find this quite impressive. Do give it a try." Aunt Zhang stepped forward, eager to test it out and see if it was as effortless as Yin suggested. With a smile, Yin shifted aside, personally guiding Aunt Zhang on how to operate it. The others, standing nearby, were restless, eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation of their turn. After a thorough demonstration, everyone was full of praise. "I must say, Yin is truly clever. We've spent our lives doing manual work. Why didn't we think of such a method?" Aunt Zhang gently tapped her forehead, wearing an expression of self-reproach. Seeing Aunt H's reaction, Yin couldn't help but smile broadly. "Indeed, let us work alongside Yin from now on. This way, we can earn more." This was splendid news. There was strength in numbers, and perhaps they could earn more together than alone. The group surrounded Yin, showering her with accolades. Yin listened quietly to the compliments, a serene smile gracing her lips as she humbly replied, "Oh, please, do not tease me. This is merely a method for the lazy. You all work swiftly and efficiently, so it's unnecessary for you." While putting away the machine, she shook her head and added, "Currently, it is Zhang who is bringing in the income. My earnings merely supplement the household expenses." This was indeed true. Zhang's earning capabilities far surpassed Yin's. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang leaned closer to Yin, lowering her voice. "How is Zhang doing lately?" Initially taken aback, Yin didn't quite grasp Aunt H's intent until she noticed the anxious expression on her face. "Things have improved significantly. He rises early to sell fruits and even assist with household chores when he returns. I am quite content." Despite her words, Yin harbored a lingering worry that this newfound stability might be fleeting, fearing that Zhang could revert to his former self at any moment. "If I may say, your Zhang is the most handsome man within a 10-mile radius, and none would dare dispute it." Sister H gazed at Yin, her expression dramatically exaggerated. Unable to suppress a smile, Yin shook her head in denial. Isn't being both a provider and a caretaker sufficient to qualify as handsome? And Zhang chimed in, agreeing that Zhang was indeed commendable. "He now possesses a knack for caring for others. He buys me hand cream and helps with household chores, which is quite wonderful." Ying paused her actions, her eyes fixed on the button in her hands, pursing her lips. The women gathered were engrossed in a conversation filled with gossip, particularly about men and skincare products. Upon hearing that Zhang had bought hand cream for Ying, their attention swiftly shifted. How effective is it? Zhang applied a bit for me yesterday. It's very moisturizing. Is this product expensive? Uncertain. I did not inquire about the price of what Zhang Dong brought back. Almost all discussions revolved around hand cream, and the enthusiasm was palpable among a few. Enough with the incessant mention of Zhang Dong. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang noticed that every time Yin Hongye spoke, it was about Zhang Dong, and she couldn't help but give her a gentle nudge. What's the matter? Why not refer to him as Zhang Dong? Yin Hongye stared blankly at Aunt Zhang, believing there was nothing wrong with her words. Aunt Zhang glanced at the person entering through the door and couldn't suppress a smile, nodding knowingly. Yin Hongye turned her head in confusion, noticing that everyone was looking towards the entrance. There stood Zhang Dong, cradling Nuan, their eyes locking in an ambiguous atmosphere. Yin Hongye's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat lost. Indeed, it was no longer appropriate to call him Zhang Dong. He should be addressed as husband now. All right. Now that her husband is back, we shall not intrude any longer. Aunt Zhang patted Yin Hongye and cast a mischievous glance at Zhang Dong. Yin Hongye's cheeks burned, her ears almost feeling as if they would bleed from embarrassment. Hello, everyone, Zhang Dong said politely, nodding and greeting all present. Yin Hongye wished desperately to find a hole to hide in, overwhelmed by the awkwardness. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Aunt Zhang led the others away. Yin Hongye clutched her clothing, her fingertips turning pale, her ears still aflame. Zhang Dong placed Nuo on the bed and casually suggested, "Shall we head to the market?" Nuo mentioned wanting dumplings for dinner. Dumplings. Nuo eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, Yin Hongye replied, and without hesitation, she dashed out of the room. Zhang Dong shook his head in resignation as he watched her flee. The couple lulled Nuo to sleep and, leaving her at Aunt Zhang's house, set out. Zhang Dong rode his tricycle, with Yin Hongye beside him, heading towards the market. After purchasing ingredients for the dumplings, Zhang Dong brought them to the riverbank. What are we doing here? Yin Hongye asked, looking curiously at Zhang Dong as he parked the vehicle by the river. Zhang Dong smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Yin Hongye stayed seated in the tricycle, suspecting he had something planned, so she refrained from pressing further. Come quickly and see. After a while, Zhang Dong's urgent voice called from behind her. Hearing his anxious tone, Yin Hongye quickly turned her head, following the direction of his pointing finger. The sky was painted a golden hue, and the soft, fluffy clouds seemed almost within reach. At the horizon, the sun was slowly sinking. Wow, it's so beautiful! Yin Hongye exclaimed, captivated by the enchanting scene before her. Zhang Dong noticed Yin Hongye's face glowing in the sunset, her prominent nose and thick eyelashes fluttering. It dawned on him that Nua's bright, dark grape-like eyes were inherited from Yin Hongye. Once the sun had completely vanished, leaving only faint yellow clouds in the sky, the two mounted the tricycle and returned home. As they stepped through the door, the sound of a child's cries filled the air. Zhang Dong and Yin Hongye exchanged a glance and quickened their pace towards the room. Be good, darling. Your parents will be back shortly. Aunt Zhang gently patted Nuo's back while soothing her in soft tones. What was amiss with Aunt Zhang? Zhang Dong observed her with a puzzled expression. Upon noticing him, Aunt Zhang turned as if she had seen a lifeline and hurriedly placed Nuo into Zhang Dong's arms. Finally, you are back. This child woke up, crying for her father, and refused to be consoled. Aunt Zhang sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude for her efforts and turned to the sobbing Nuo resting on his shoulder. Oh, my precious, is it that you couldn't find your parents, and thus cried? Sitting on a stool, he placed Nuo on his lap and carefully wiped her tears with a tissue. With tear-filled eyes, Nuo gazed at Zhang Dong and pitifully asked, Are you and Mama going to abandon me? Unable to contain himself, Zhang Dong burst into laughter. And even Yin Hongye, who was nearby gathering supplies, found it amusing. They both marveled at how imaginative the child could be. How could that be, Nuo? Listen to Daddy. Your mother and I could never forsake you. Zhang Dong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Nuo Nuo, seemingly understanding, nodded and leaned against his shoulder, rubbing her nose. Be good. Shall we have a competition to make dumplings soon? Didn't you say you wanted dumplings today? Zhang Dong gently encouraged her, fearing that this incident might leave a negative impression, making her think they had abandoned her. At the mention of dumplings, Nuo Nuo's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded her head. As soon as Yin Hongye returned home, she quickly prepared the filling, while Zhang Dong assisted beside her. Once ready, Zhang Dong placed the filling on the table, and Yin Hongye approached with flour and dough. Zhang Dong rolled out the dumpling wrappers, and Nuo Nuo hopped down from her stool. Standing beside him, her eyes fixated on the dough in his hands. Glancing over, Zhang Dong smirked and cut off a piece, handing it to Nuo Nuo. Delighted, she took the dough and sat beside him, imitating Yin Hongye's movements as she attempted to make dumplings. Now, let us compete and see who can craft the most exquisite animal dumplings. After Zhang Dong prepared the wrappers, the three of them were ready to begin their contest. Yay! Nuo Nuo exclaimed, jumping with excitement as she set up her little stool and began her task. The room fell silent, save for the sounds of chopsticks clinking against bowls. Before long, their efforts bore fruit. The basket brimmed with dumplings of various shapes and sizes, some resembling rabbits, others resembling puppies, all remarkably lifelike. However, a few were lopsided, with fillings spilling out, clearly the handiwork of Nuo Nuo. Daddy, your dumplings are so beautiful. Nuo Nuo pointed at the puppy-shaped dumpling, gazing at Zhang Dong with innocent admiration. Zhang Dong looked at her sweet and adorable demeanor, his heart melting. Yin Hongye took the finished dumplings to boil, while Zhang Dong led Nuo Nuo to wash their hands in preparation for the meal. Zhang Dong, why don't you mix the dipping sauce? The voice of Yin Hongye resonated from the kitchen, prompting Zhang Dong to rise in response. Mama, how long do we need to boil the dumplings? No. With an anxious demeanor, gently pushed Yin Hongye. Zhang Dong chimed in, suggesting that it would take approximately 15 minutes. Nuo nodded and dashed out of the kitchen, only to return shortly after. Daddy, we don't have a clock at home. How will I know when 15 minutes is up? Her voice, sweet yet tinged with urgency, revealed her growing impatience. Zhang Dong set down what he was holding and reassured her, don't worry, Daddy will buy you a clock tomorrow. No dead again. Returning to the stove to await the dumpling's completion. Yin Hongye had left the room for a moment, but soon returned, holding a watch. This is for you, she said, handing the watch to Zhang Dong. He was momentarily taken aback before accepting it. You still kept it? Yin Hongye nodded, explaining, I know this watch holds significant meaning. I've kept it close all this time, and now it is yours. This watch was a gift from her father, who had vehemently opposed their union. When Yin Hongye left home, she took nothing except for this watch. Years had passed, and the battery had long expired, but now Yin Hongye had replaced it, and it ticked once more. Zhang Dong gazed at Yin Hongye in confusion, unsure of the gesture's intent. You are always rushing about. Having a watch will be quite convenient, she remarked before turning her attention back to the boiling dumplings. Zhang Dong, watching her silhouette, tightly grasped the watch in his hand. A steaming bowl of dumplings was soon placed on the table, and Nuo clapped her hands in sheer delight. Who made these? Zhang Dong picked up a dumpling, glancing at Yin Hongye and Nuo. Mama. It was Mama who made them. Nuo proudly pointed to Yin Hongye. Seeing Nuo's joyful expression, Yin Hongye couldn't help but chuckle. You didn't make them, so why are you so excited? Zhang Dong teased, eager to see Nuo's reaction. It was Mama who made them, Nuo declared, her tone filled with pride as if she had crafted the dumplings herself. Zhang Dong and Yin Hongye shared a laugh at Nuo's antics, the atmosphere filled with warmth and camaraderie. Oh dear, the filling is spilling out of this dumpling. Who made this? Zhang Dong feigned surprise, lifting a dumpling that Nuo had allegedly crafted. Nuo's face nearly buried itself in her bowl, feeling bashful despite her young age. After dinner, Zhang Dong took Nuo for a stroll to aid digestion, eventually lulling her to sleep. Lying in his own bed, he reflected upon the watch Yin Hongye had given him, his thoughts swirling. He pondered the struggles Yin Hongye must have endured during their time together. The burdens of affording meals, earning money while caring for a child, and repaying debts all pointed to one undeniable truth. He was the one who owed Yin Hongye so much. Had Yin Hongye heeded her father's counsel from the outset, her life would likely not have been so arduous. Reflecting on this, Zhang Dong felt an even stronger resolve to achieve prosperity and ensure that Yin Hongye enjoys a life of comfort, providing both material and spiritual fulfillment for Nua. Rising quietly, Zhang Dong made his way to Yin Hongye's room, gazing upon the peaceful faces of her and the child as they slept, his heart brimming with happiness. Grateful for his second chance at life, he shook his head, unwilling to dwell on the hardships of his past existence. Sitting at the bedside, he gently caressed Nua's sleeping visage, tenderly covering both with a blanket before stepping out. Returning to his own chamber, he locked the door and swiftly entered the space. As usual, he changed into his work attire and began harvesting the fully ripened strawberries, meticulously collecting them in bags and weighing them for storage in baskets. He then proceeded to gather strawberries and bananas. The supermarket had already called, requesting a fresh supply, and Zhang Dong prepared to deliver the goods the next day, including some watermelons and bananas, hoping to entice further collaboration. Once he had completed these tasks, Zhang Dong turned his attention to the pineapple cultivation area. The previous day, he had buried all the decayed leaves, utilizing their decomposition to enrich the soil. Armed with a hoe, he turned the earth, testing its texture with his hands and finding it satisfactory. He then retrieved pineapple leaves from a small wooden shed to replant them. Before long, the newly planted pineapples sprouted tender shoots. Zhang Dong felt a surge of excitement, hiding nearby to study the shoots for some time, confirming that they were indeed the result of his own planting. His efforts had not been in vain. It seemed that the $50 he spent was well invested. Standing up, he clapped his hands in delight, his thoughts wandering back to the two individuals from yesterday. Yet his mood remained unaffected. "Welcome back, host." A mechanical female voice echoed just as Zhang Dong settled down to rest. Startled, he patted his chest and glanced around, reassured that he was alone. He relaxed. Moving forward, he discerned a large screen materializing ahead. Frowning, he surveyed his surroundings cautiously with each step, wary of potential dangers. "Congratulations, host. Conditions met. Would you like to exchange for the basic panel?" The chilling voice resounded once more as Zhang Dong paused before the screen. His heart raced with anticipation. Since arriving in this space, the system had been silent. He had assumed it would allow him to develop independently, yet today it had resurfaced, a welcome surprise for him. Without hesitation, he selected confirm. In that instant, the screen went dark. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, it lit up again, spinning in circles before revealing the main page. Zhang Dong glanced at the display, reminiscent of the interfaces from online games he had played in the past. In the upper left corner, personal information appeared. Upon clicking, Zhang Dong discovered his name displayed, along with male and reborn host. He contemplated whether he could change the rather unconventional avatar that he found somewhat distasteful. In the lower right corner, a backpack icon beckoned, and upon opening it, he found it devoid of any contents. After further exploration, Zhang Dong had nearly deciphered all the functionalities of this interface. However, disinterested in gaming, he decided to turn away and return to sleep. Just as he turned, the system's voice resonated, announcing that the primary panel upgrade was complete, and that rewards could now be obtained through entertainment. Intrigued by the mention of rewards, Zhang Dong halted in his tracks, excitement bubbling within him. What rewards awaited him? He stroked his chin, scrutinizing the interface that felt both familiar and foreign. The system proclaimed that by engaging in competition with it, one could acquire anything desired. Zhang Dong's brow arched at the implication. Anything? A thrill coursed through him. If he gambled, could he not amass wealth effortlessly? Money, fame, property, career, everything was within reach. It seemed the system had discerned Zhang Dong's thoughts. Yet, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Was this not a test? The realization struck him. His reincarnation was a consequence of his gambling misadventures. Was this not merely a trial to tempt him once more? Resolute in his decision, Zhang Dong chose to ignore the interface for the time being, recognizing that it held no sway over him in this moment. He turned to inspect the pineapple he had planted earlier, his brow furrowed in dismay. The tender sprout that had emerged was now withered, its roots rotting. What had gone wrong? Confounded, he seated himself on the ground, excavating the soil to retrieve the entire pineapple leaf for closer examination. Although it had sprouted, its decay mirrored that of his previous attempt. Pondering this perplexity, he sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that progress had been made. With a sense of acceptance, he replanted the leaf, allowing it to continue its decay before retreating to his room. That night, as Zhang Dong lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest. His mind raced with thoughts about the rotting pineapple and the purpose of the interface. Eventually, he drifted into slumber, unaware that the system's voice had quietly activated, congratulating him on passing the trial and officially launching the primary panel. The following day, Yin Hongye emerged from her bedroom, yawning, and was taken aback by the steaming breakfast laid out on the table, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, astonished at Zhang Dong's efforts. He smiled and replied, "What do you think I'm doing?" Yin Hongye pulled at her lips, touching her face, still in disbelief. After breakfast, Zhang Dong set out to deliver goods to the supermarket, taking along some other fruits he had cultivated for Li Tinghua to sample, hoping to secure another business deal. Upon arriving at the supermarket, the back door was already ajar, and Zhang Dong adeptly awaited the arrival of a person to collect the strawberries. Chapter 26. Unlocking the Spiritual Spring. "Please take this to your manager. Thank you." After the supermarket worker loaded the strawberries onto the vehicle, Zhang Dong handed him the watermelon and bananas that were placed beside the seat. The worker nodded and turned to enter the store. Zhang Dong then utilized the high-pressure water gun located at the supermarket's entrance to wash his tricycle before riding home. "Yay, Daddy's back." Upon returning home, Nono, who had been squatting in the yard playing with stones, turned upon seeing Zhang Dong, clapped her little hands, and jumped with excitement. Observing this, Zhang Dong smiled and affectionately ruffled Non Nua's hair, nodding in acknowledgement. Yin Hongye, hearing the commotion, hastily set aside her task and stepped out, looking at Zhang Dong with curiosity. "Why are you home so early today?" She raised an eyebrow at the clean and spacious tricycle. Zhang Dong chuckled and explained that he hadn't set off yet. He had just delivered some fruit to the supermarket and was now preparing to depart. After saying this, he opened the vehicle door and began to neatly stack the bags of strawberries inside. Yin Hongye, seeing this, quickly stepped forward to assist. Once everything was packed, Zhang Dong secured the door, and they set off. Upon arriving at the market, Zhang Dong, as usual, hung the loudspeaker on his vehicle and sat patiently, waiting for customers. As people bustled around, it wasn't long before a crowd gathered in front of his tricycle. Once the throng dispersed, Zhang Dong found his wares had been entirely cleared away. After dinner, he played with Nua for a while, and the three of them retired early for the night. Back in his room, Zhang Dong closed the door and locked it, then swiftly stepped into the space. He changed his attire and delved into the lush earth, examining the fruits that had ripened. He harvested the mature ones, placing them into bags for tomorrow's market sale. As he moved forward, he spotted the large screen from the previous day, squinting as he contemplated for a moment before approaching it. Zhang Dong scrutinized the screen carefully. Although it resembled a gaming interface, upon closer inspection, he could discern certain distinctions. He located his personal homepage and clicked to enter. Unlike the previous day, when he had merely skimmed through it, today he was determined to investigate thoroughly since the screen remained before him. As he clicked on the photo he had found unappealing, he was startled to discover a more detailed introduction. Zhang Dong's gaze swept across the screen until it was captivated by a section labeled Reputation Points. He extended his finger and clicked, raising an eyebrow. Host Reputation Points, 22,432. A mechanical, cold female voice reiterated this with each tap of Zhang Dong's finger. Reputation Points? Zhang Dong furrowed his brow in confusion, murmuring to himself. He racked his brain, trying to comprehend the meaning of Reputation Points. Since the very first day he became aware of triggering the system, it seemed that the system had never mentioned reputation points to him. What exactly were reputation points? Zhang Dong scratched his head, unable to fathom their true nature. Reputation points are acquired through the sale of fruits and vegetables cultivated in this fertile land. For each individual who purchases from you, Your reputation increases by 1 point. As Zhang Dong's words faded, the voice of the system resonated in the air. With a sudden realization, Zhang Dong nodded and continued to inquire about the utility of these reputation points. The system promptly responded that reputation points could be utilized for transactions with it. Having posed his question, Zhang Dong understood, through the explanation, the essence of reputation points and their purpose. However, he was astonished to discover that over 20,000 individuals had visited his fruit stall during this period. This calculation revealed a remarkably high foot traffic. Returning his gaze to the screen, he rested his chin on one hand, contemplating the main page. At the bottom of the screen, several icons appeared in gray, with only the icon for expanding fertile land illuminated. Zhang Dong lifted his head to glance at the acre of land he initially acquired, then lowered his gaze to the words expand fertile land. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he reached out and clicked on it. Host, do you confirm the selection of new fields? The mechanical voice echoed in the space. How can I redeem it? The host may exchange your reputation points with me to unlock new fields and expand your cultivation area. 20,000 for one piece of fertile land? Zhang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment at the interface that appeared. Initially, he had thought his over 20,000 reputation points would allow him to purchase 2 or 3 plots at the very least. The reality, however, felt like a slap in the face, revealing his overestimation of the value of his reputation points. Does the host confirm to unlock? After pondering for a moment, he realized that he indeed required more land for cultivation. Once the pineapples were nurtured, Zhang Dong would not be content with merely supplying their town. Subsequently, he gritted his teeth and clicked to agree, successfully unlocking a piece of fertile land. Following the transaction, Zhang Dong beheld an additional plot of land beside the original one, equal in size. Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking a piece of fertile land. A spring of spirit water has been gifted as a reward. Spirit water? Zhang Dong noticed that beside the 2 plots, a pool of clear water had appeared, bubbling delightfully in the center, accompanied by a conveniently placed bucket. This reward was rather commendable. Zhang Dong nodded, highly satisfied with the spring of spirit water. Approaching it, he scooped a handful and tasted it, discovering it to be remarkably sweet. This spring water truly was a treasure. Wiping the moisture from his mouth, his eyes sparkled with delight as he gazed at the spring. He then rose, fetched a bucket, and collected some water to nourish the roots of his strawberries. Instantly, he felt the leaves of the strawberries grow more lush, and the newly formed strawberries appeared larger and redder. After observing for a while, he noticed that the trees also seemed to have grown significantly. Did this water possess such remarkable properties? Zhang Dong was somewhat astounded, having initially believed it to be merely pure, natural spring water, clear and sweet, thus meriting the title of spirit water. Little did he expect it to harbor such unexpected benefits. This truly was delightful. Chapter 27. Delivering pancakes to the neighbors, Zhang Dong hurried back to the spring, filling a bucket with its crystal-clear water to nourish all the fruits he had planted. As the sacred water was poured upon the roots, the branches flourished, and the fruits began to radiate with vibrant hues, filling Zhang Dong's heart with immense joy. After watering the plants, he returned to his room. Upon entering, he rummaged through his belongings until he found a notebook. Sitting comfortably in a chair, he meticulously recorded the earnings from selling fruits that day. Each time he ventured out to sell, he accumulated a measure of prestige. If this continued, he would need to strategize carefully in order to expand his fertile lands in the future, thus providing him with the opportunity to amass greater prestige for further land exchanges. Yuan Hongya awoke for a drink of water and noticed that Zhang Dong's room was still illuminated. She poured him a cup of tea and approached the door, gently knocking. "Are you asleep?" she whispered, her eyes lowered, patiently awaiting his response. "No." Zhang Dong sprang up and hurriedly opened the door. The sound of the lock clicking startled Yuan Hongya, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "What is the matter?" Zhang Dong asked, upon seeing her at the threshold, momentarily worried that something was amiss. Yuan Hongya extended the cup of tea to him, which he gratefully accepted. "Get some rest," she advised, leaving the cup in his hands before turning back to her room. Zhang Dong watched her retreating figure, warmth blossoming in his heart. After taking a sip of the tea she had brewed, he felt revitalized. He diligently recorded the day's transactions and soon lay down, drifting into slumber in no time. Early the next morning, Yuan Hongye was in the kitchen preparing dough. Zhang Dong had casually mentioned the previous day how long it had been since he last savored pancakes, prompting her to rise early. Though she did not vocalize it, she endeavored to cater to Zhang Dong's wishes as best she could. Standing at the kitchen entrance, Zhang Dong observed Yuan Hongye's diligent form, a smile of happiness gracing his lips. Immersed in her task, Yuan Hongye was so focused on achieving the perfect consistency that she failed to notice Zhang Dong's presence behind her. As she heated the oil in the pan, she expertly wielded the spatula, awaiting the right temperature. By then, Zhang Dong had already approached her side. She carefully scooped a ladle of batter into the pan, meticulously spreading it out with the spatula, her concentration unwavering. Suddenly, Zhang Dong playfully snatched the spoon from her other hand, causing her to startle and nearly drop into the pan. "When did you arrive?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "Be careful," Zhang Dong chided gently, wrapping an arm around her waist to guide her slightly away from the stove. He then took the spatula and flipped the pancake in the pan. Yuan Hongye froze, staring at him in shock. Once she regained her senses, she quickly wriggled free from his grasp, stepping back a pace. Her hands clasped tightly as she stood nervously to the side. Zhang Dong cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Hongye. The two individuals could be regarded as an old married couple, and the circumstances leading to their current situation were entirely due to Zhang Dong's introspection. He shook his head, reinforcing his determination to change Yuan Hongye's perception of him. Subsequently, Zhang Dong adjusted his demeanor, raising an eyebrow with a hint of playful sarcasm. "Did I startle you that much?" he inquired. Yuan Hongye cast a glance at Zhang Dong, but remained silent. "Don't just stand there. Come help me with the batter," he urged, as he removed the cooked pancake from the pan. Yuan Hongye nodded, took the batter, and scooped a spoonful into the pan. The sizzling sound of oil bubbling around the batter filled the air as the initially porridge-like mixture gradually transformed into a golden hue. Their cooperation was seamless. Just as Zhang Dong took out a pancake, Yuan Hongye had already placed another one into the pan. "Let's make a few more. We should share some with the neighbors," Zhang Dong suggested casually while observing the pancakes in the pan. Yuan Hongye was slightly taken aback by his generosity and asked, "Why are you being so generous today?" Zhang Dong turned to her with a bemused expression. "Do you think your husband is such a miser?" "Of course not. Our neighbors have helped us immensely," she replied, momentarily at a loss for words, biting her lip before nodding in agreement. In less than an hour, they had prepared 2 large plates of pancakes. Yuan Hongye took a few for themselves, while the remainder was set aside to be given away. "Would you like to come with me?" she asked, holding the pancakes as she glanced back at Zhang Dong. "You go ahead. If Nuonyuo doesn't see anyone, she might start crying," he replied, shaking his head, though his reluctance stemmed from his own bashfulness. Yuan Hongye, well aware of his true feelings, chose not to expose him and ventured out alone to deliver the pancakes to their neighbors. "Zhang Ai, are you home?" Yuan Hongye knocked on the door and called out. "I'm here," Zhang Ai responded, peeking her head out from the kitchen with a cheerful shout. "Zhang Dong asked me to bring you some pancakes as a thank you for always looking after us," Yuan Hongye explained as she entered the kitchen, helping herself to a few pancakes and placing them in a bowl for Zhang Ai. "Oh, thank you so much, dear Zhang Dong," Zhang Ai said, her face lighting up with joy. "There's no need to be so polite. You always think of us first when you have something delicious," Yuan Hongye reassured her, gently patting Zhang Ai's shoulder to ease her discomfort. "Have you eaten, Hongye? Stay and have a bite," Zhang Ai inquired eagerly. "No, thank you, Zhang Ai. I still have to deliver to others. I won't disturb you any longer," Yuan Hongye replied, shaking her head as she continued on her way to the next neighbor. After visiting all the neighbors, she returned home with an empty plate. Zhang Dong was already feeding Nuonyuo, and upon seeing Yuan Hongye return, he urged her to sit down for dinner. After the meal, Yuan Hongye began to clear the dishes, and Zhang Dong followed her into the kitchen. "Wife," he said earnestly, gazing at Yuan Hongye's profile. Yuan Hongye's hands remained in motion as she took a moment to respond. "Thank you." Zhang Dong spoke inexplicably, and upon hearing this, Yuan Hongye halted her actions, lifting her head with a look of suspicion directed at him. You have toiled alongside me for so many years. You have helped me repay debts, cared for our child, and looked after an unworthy me. I am truly grateful." Zhang Dong gazed deeply into Yan Hongye's eyes, speaking with profound affection. Memories of their arduous days flooded Yan Hongye's mind, and she suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. It seemed that ever since Zhang Dong began gambling, immersing himself in the casino like a bottomless pit of expenditure, she had not experienced a single day of genuine happiness. Tears began to cascade silently from the corners of Yan Hongye's eyes, trickling down her cheeks and falling to the ground. Zhang Dong, noticing the redness in her eyes, felt a sense of helplessness. "Daddy, what are you two doing?" Nuo entered the room unannounced, sensing the tension in the air, and looked up with a puzzled expression. Upon hearing Nuo's voice, Yan Hongye hastily wiped her tears away. "Daddy, look, Mommy is a little kitten." Before Zhang Dong could respond, Yan Hongye burst into laughter. Zhang Dong quickly chimed in. "Yes, Mommy is so happy after eating the pancake that she cried like a little kitten." Nuo covered her mouth and giggled softly. "I'm going to wash the dishes. Hurry up and go." Yan Hongye, her face flushed, waved her hands to shoo them away. Zhang Dong bent down to scoop up Nuo and left the room. Yan Hongye wiped away the remaining tears from her eyes and smiled. Throughout the day, Zhang Dong did not venture out to sell fruit, instead choosing to stay at home with the child and Yan Hongye. "Wife, I suppose I will need to go to the city tomorrow." As night fell, Zhang Dong opened the door to Yan Hongye's room and greeted her. Yan Hongye paused in her task of tucking Nuo in and asked, "What do you need to go to the city for?" "I want to explore some business opportunities. Truth be told, there isn't much of a future in our town." Zhang Dong entered the room, took a seat on the stool, and lowered his voice to explain. Yan Hongye remained silent for a moment, contemplating, before nodding in understanding. Zhang Dong engaged her in a few more casual conversations before retreating to his room to rest. The following day, Zhang Dong rose early, quietly making his way to the kitchen to retrieve 2 leftover pancakes from the previous day, intending to eat them as breakfast on the way. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered Yan Hongye, who was up preparing breakfast. "Let me make you some breakfast first," she said, tying on an apron and hastily heading towards the kitchen. "Oh, no need. I have pancakes," Zhang Dong quickly replied, stopping her and showing her the cold pancakes he had taken from his pocket. Yan Hongye looked at the frigid pancakes and then at Zhang Dong's smiling face, feeling a twinge of compassion. Turning her head aside, she chose not to look at him any longer. "Be careful on the road, and come home early tonight." After a moment, Yan Hongye offered a couple of reminders before turning back toward the kitchen. "All right," Zhang Dong nodded and stepped outside. Zhang Dong purchased a ticket and boarded the bus heading towards the city center. The bus swayed gently before finally coming to a halt at its destination. He glanced at the watch that Yan Hongye had lent him. He had departed at 6 o'clock, and now it was already 8:30. It appeared that he had squandered an inordinate amount of time on the journey. After finally transferring to another bus and arriving in the city, he immediately noticed a secluded spot next to a newsstand, perfect for setting up his stall. As he approached, laden with bags, he was about to unpack his strawberries when a newsstand owner emerged. "Young man, hardly anyone comes here to buy," the elderly proprietor said, his kindly visage betraying his age. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Dong's hands paused momentarily. The owner adjusted the books on his stand and added with a smile, "In business, one must have an eye for opportunity. Just look around. The people here are in such a rush. Who would notice your strawberries by the roadside?" Zhang Dong, prompted by the owner's insight, scanned the bustling crowd and realized the truth in his words. "Then, could you kindly inform me, sir, where is the area with significant foot traffic for setting up a stall?" Being unfamiliar with the locale, he sought the owner's guidance. The old man smiled warmly. "Their SA school, just up ahead, surrounded by several older residential communities. You should try your luck there." Zhang Dong felt a wave of excitement wash over him. How had he not thought of selling near the school? The foot traffic would be abundant, especially with parents likely to indulge in purchases. "Thank you, sir. Allow me to gift you this bag of strawberries." He placed a small bag of strawberries on the newsstand and expressed his gratitude before departing. As Zhang Dong walked towards the indicated area, he quickly spotted the school. Indeed, the owner had not misled him. He turned back to glance at the path he had taken, filled with gratitude for the newsstand owner. Upon surveying the vicinity, he noticed numerous vendors, all situated across the street. He caught sight of a beverage shop next to the school entrance and decided to set up his stall beside it. Once he laid out the strawberries, a crowd began to gather. How much are these strawberries? They look delightful. How much per pound? May I sample one? Zhang Dong was taken aback by the sudden influx of customers, but quickly regained his composure. 25 yuan per pound, and feel free to taste. If you find them delicious, you can buy more. These strawberries are homegrown, absolutely free from pesticides or hormones, he proclaimed, arranging the strawberries into a neat pile and raising his voice. Many customers sampled the strawberries, their expressions transforming into surprise and delight. These strawberries are incredibly sweet. I'll take 2 pounds. They're so juicy. It's been ages since I've had strawberries like these. Can I get a bag, please? Witnessing the enthusiastic reception of the strawberries, the owner of the beverage shop could not resist approaching. Here, he handed Zhang Dong a bottle of water and turned to examine the impressive display of strawberries. Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude, extending his hand to receive the water and setting it aside, busily attending to the customer's needs. The strawberries were truly remarkable. In his years of operating a beverage shop, he had encountered such exquisite specimens only on rare occasions. The owner, a seasoned expert, gave Zhang Dong a thumbs up in admiration. Zhang Dong cast a skeptical glance at the owner, but soon smiled and thanked him. The words, spoken without intention, resonated with those nearby, who, upon hearing the compliment, became intrigued by Zhang Dong's strawberries. In no time, his stall was bustling with eager customers. Thanks to Zhang Dong, the beverage shop, which had been struggling, suddenly experienced a surge in business. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhang Dong found that all his strawberries had been sold. After tidying up, he prepared to leave when the beverage shop owner approached him. Your strawberries are truly exceptional, the owner remarked, shaking a handful of strawberries in satisfaction. Zhang Dong smiled, but remained silent, continuing his work. I have a humble request. Could you supply 10 pounds of strawberries to my shop daily? In return, I can offer you a small space here to set up a stall, the owner proposed, gazing at Zhang Dong with hopeful anticipation, fearing that he might decline. Chapter 29. A promising start. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, still processing the offer. Rest assured, this stall will cost you nothing. It's a free provision. The owner quickly added, sensing Zhang Dong's hesitation. How could I possibly refuse such an offer? This is precisely what I desire. Zhang Dong responded eagerly. That is splendid. Thank you, kind sir. Upon Zhang Dong's agreement, the owner warmly fetched an unused table from inside the shop, wiping it down with a cloth before beckoning Zhang Dong over. Come, place your goods here. Zhang Dong was initially taken aback. In this unfamiliar place, receiving such assistance felt like a timely blessing. I truly appreciate your generosity, he exclaimed. The owner nodded with a smile and returned to his shop. Subsequently, Zhang Dong rearranged his fruits neatly and took out a small speaker he had brought along, preparing to announce his goods, when he heard inquiries starting to arise. How much are your strawberries? Hello, miss. These strawberries are 25 yuan per pound, Zhang Dong replied cheerfully, rubbing his hands together as he looked at the woman before him. She extended her fair hand, clearly someone accustomed to a life of comfort, and began selecting the ripest strawberries. Please weigh these for me. In no time, the woman had chosen a bag of strawberries and presented it to him. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, impressed by her decisiveness, and feeling quite pleased, he quickly retrieved his newly purchased electronic scale. Young man, how much for these strawberries? Another middle-aged woman approached, intrigued by the fine quality of the fruit. Ma'am, 25 yuan per pound, Zhang Dong replied, glancing up at her. 25 yuan per pound? That seems a bit steep. Could you offer a discount if I purchase more? The woman remarked, pouting slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the price. Zhang Dong offered no further explanation, simply smiled and said, You can see the quality of these strawberries for yourself. They are exceptional. If you don't believe me, feel free to taste one. Having passed this village, one cannot find such strawberries at this price. Ah, beautiful lady, 52 yuan. With that, Zhang Dong turned and handed the strawberries to the woman waiting beside him. He accepted the money she offered, bid her farewell, and immediately turned to attend to a nearby customer. He selected a large, ripe strawberry, wiped it with a tissue, and presented it to the lady. She hesitantly took a bite, and the sweet, fragrant juice engulfed her palate. "Young man, these strawberries are truly delightful," she exclaimed, nodding in evident satisfaction. "I told you. You won't be disappointed," Zhang Dong replied with a smile, patting his chest, exuding confidence in his strawberries. Unable to resist, the lady took another strawberry, now oblivious to the price. "Please give me a bag. These strawberries are so delicious. My child will surely love them." Zhang Dong handed her a bag, patiently waiting as she selected her strawberries. In the end, she chose strawberries worth over 60 yuan. "Delicious. Come again next time," Zhang Dong said cheerfully as he handed the strawberries to her. At this moment, Zhang Dong's paramount goal was to establish his reputation. Just as he had begun at the village market, he needed people to know him in order to sell his produce. All right, the lady replied, a straightforward person, nodding before leaving. Unbeknownst to him, the beverage shop owner had appeared at the door, observing the slight upward curve of Zhang Dong's lips. "Young man, you certainly know how to endure hardship." The shop owner regarded Zhang Dong with approval. In this era, many young people either worked away from home or farmed, making someone like Zhang Dong, who was pursued by city management and engaged in various business ventures, quite rare. Zhang Dong placed the money into his bag, lifted his gaze to meet the shop owners, and sighed. One must always strive for progress. Just as he had uttered those words, another customer arrived to buy strawberries. Zhang Dong hurried to attend to them, while the shop owner retreated back into his store. At 11:30 in the morning, as school was about to let out, the entrance was crowded with parents waiting to pick up their children. This provided Zhang Dong with an opportunity. It was the peak time for foot traffic. He amplified the volume of his speaker. "Strawberries, strawberries. Homegrown strawberries. Strawberries, strawberries. Big and sweet strawberries." His sweet, somewhat mumbled voice, though not entirely clear, was still audible. Zhang Dong had prepared diligently to penetrate the market in the city. The recording played through the speaker was the one made by and the innocent voices of children quickly drew the attention of many. "These strawberries look quite appealing. My child loves strawberries. I'll take some." When did strawberries start selling here? In no time, a multitude of parents gathered around, intrigued by Zhang Dong's strawberries. After a long day of classes, children deserve a rich source of vitamins. It's beneficial for their health. Observing the growing crowd, Zhang Dong raised his voice even further. "These strawberries are all grown by me, free from pesticides and hormones, absolutely all natural." Zhang Dong skillfully tapped into the psychology of the parents, embarking on the promotion of his strawberries. Upon hearing that these strawberries were free from hormones and pesticides, the parents were intrigued. With their generous size and vibrant red hue, they appeared utterly delectable. "Come, everyone, take a taste. You'll see for yourselves," Zhang Dong said, generously offering several strawberries for sampling. "Delicious. I'll buy some. It's been ages since I've tasted such sweet strawberries," exclaimed one parent. "So sweet. My daughter will surely love these. I'll take some." Every person who sampled them sang their praises, and a hint of pride crept onto Zhang Dong's lips. Of course, these strawberries are nourished by the waters of the spiritual spring, making them far more delicious than the previous ones. The benefits of the spring water should not be underestimated. As the crowd at the school gate began to dwindle, Zhang Dong noticed that his stock of strawberries had diminished significantly. He counted the money in his pocket. 262 yuan, double what he had earned in the town, reinforcing his resolve to expand his business into the city. "Boss, are you still busy?" he asked, as he continued to pack the remaining strawberries into a bag and stepped into the beverage shop. "I'm Lei Tianming, and since I'm older than you, just call me Lei Gu," he said, peering out with a smile and shaking his head. "Lei Gu, these strawberries are for you." Zhang Dong placed the strawberries on the table, beaming at Lei Tianming. He was a man who valued gratitude, and today's success was largely thanks to the owner providing him a place to set up his stall. "That's too generous. You should keep them for yourself," Lei Tianming replied, rising and shaking his head, gesturing for Zhang Dong to take the strawberries back. "You've helped me immensely today. I can't thank you enough. So please don't be so polite," Zhang Dong insisted, pushing the strawberries further onto the table, embodying a determination that suggested he would leave if not accepted. All right. Your enthusiasm is hard to refuse. Have a seat and take a break," Lei Tianming replied. Zhang Dong recalled the cold pancakes he had brought from home. still in his backpack, and realized he had a moment to eat. Now that his strawberries were sold out, he felt famished and agreed to sit down. Lei Tianming pointed to a nearby stool, inviting him to sit. Zhang Dong nodded, indicating he would be right back to tidy up. He stepped outside to clean the table, wiping it down with a napkin. When he returned to the beverage shop, Lei Tianming had prepared a glass of juice for him, and the strawberries were washed clean. "Please, have a seat," Lei Tianming encouraged, gesturing to the chair opposite him. After which, he casually popped a clean strawberry into his mouth, his face lighting up with delight. These strawberries are not only visually appealing, but also exquisite in flavor. "Where did you acquire them?" Lei Tianming asked, curiosity evident in his expression. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. Though puzzled, he honestly explained, "These strawberries are grown by my own hands, entirely natural." Upon hearing Zhang Dong's apparent reluctance to discuss the matter, Lei Tianming feigned a moment of enlightened understanding and refrained from further inquiries. "This is delectable, with a rich strawberry flavor that is simply exquisite. Your skills are truly remarkable. Over the years, I have indulged in countless fruits, yet I have never encountered strawberries so delightful," Lei Tianming remarked, as he seized another strawberry, unable to restrain himself. "I find myself regretting my earlier decisions," he continued. Zhang Dong looked puzzled. Lei Tianming chuckled heartily. "I regret not ordering a few more pounds from you. Given the quality and flavor, I anticipate that my freshly squeezed strawberry juice will become a sensation." Zhang Dong, understanding the situation, scratched his head and tentatively suggested, "But, Lei Ge, wouldn't it be a bit unfair for you to let me set up a stall nearby for free?" "Not at all. This entire building is mine. I'm simply passing the time, hoping to establish a trendy beverage shop domestically, but it has yet to gain traction. Your presence will undoubtedly draw in customers, and I would be fortunate to have you agree to this arrangement," Lei Tianming replied, half-jokingly. However, he indeed found himself in urgent need of solution. As there were no comparable beverage shops in the country to draw inspiration from, he could only take it one step at a time. Zhang Dong was taken aback to discover that Lei Tianming was, in fact, a hidden magnate. This revelation surprised him, but it also clarified why Lei Tianming was so generous. Besides, these strawberries, free from pesticides and hormones, were a rare find. Where else could one procure such strawberries for just 15 yuan? Before Zhang Dong could respond, Lei Tianming continued, "You won't find strawberries like these anywhere else." Zhang Dong arched an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. The two reached an understanding. After their meal, Zhang Dong bid farewell to him and headed home. On his way to catch a ride, Zhang Dong paused in front of a cake shop. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside. "Hello, may I inquire what types of cakes you have?" he asked politely as he entered the shop and noticed a staff member approaching. "We have several options," the attendant replied, leading Zhang Dong to the counter. Opening the display case, the staff presented a strawberry cake adorned with swirls of cream. "Could you make one fresh?" Zhang Dong inquired, admiring the cake but concerned about its freshness. After a brief moment of consideration, the attendant assured him that it could be done, though it would take about an hour. "That will do. Please prepare one like the one you are holding," Zhang Dong replied, glancing at the time and realizing he could wait. He nodded and took a seat nearby. Once he collected the cake, Zhang Dong returned home. Upon arriving, he noticed that Nuo and Yin Hongye were not home. He carefully placed the cake on the table and turned to the kitchen to check on the evening's meal preparations. "Mom, when will Dad be back?" He heard a child's voice at the door as he was preparing dinner. "Look who's back," Yin Hongye exclaimed, noticing the lights on in the kitchen and the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air, pointing toward the kitchen. Nuo looked up and saw the kitchen light spilling across the floor, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimney, creating a warm, homely atmosphere. "Dad!" Nuo exclaimed, dashing into the kitchen and throwing her arms around Zhang Dong, who was busy plating the dishes. "Hey!" Zhang Dong nodded, carefully serving the dishes from the pot onto the plate, all the while being cautious not to scald Nuo. Regarding the increasingly clingy Nuo, Zhang Dong merely shook his head with indulgent affection. Yin Hongye entered the room and cast a glance at the items on the table, saying nothing. "Darling, today Daddy has something special for you." After presenting the final dish, Zhang Dong bent down to lift Nuo into his arms. "Really?" Nuo looked at Zhang Dong with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling. Indeed, but you must finish your meal first. Zhang Dong nodded, gently brushing his fingers against Noonyuo's nose. The three of them sat around the table for dinner, Zhang Dong wearing a look of contentment. This was the life he desired. After the meal, Yin Hongye proceeded to wash the dishes. Noonyuo clung to Zhang Dong, inquiring about the surprise he had prepared. It wasn't until 8 in the evening that Zhang Dong brought out the cake and lit the candles. "Wow, cake!" Noonyuo exclaimed, clapping her hands excitedly, her gaze fixed on the cake, unblinking. "Come, let us three make a wish together." Zhang Dong glanced at Noonyuo and then at Yin Hongye, closing his eyes first. Noonyuo mimicked Zhang Dong's actions, while Yin Hongye sat quietly to the side, watching them with an abundance of tenderness in her eyes. "Blow out the candles." With that, Noonyuo was the last to open her eyes and eagerly scrambled up to extinguish the flames. Zhang Dong took a small knife and divided the cake into 3 portions. "One for each of them. Eat a little less, Noonyuo." Yin Hongye couldn't help but remind her as she observed Noonyuo devouring her portion. "I want some too." Noonyuo cheerfully puffed out her cheeks, attempting to speak despite her mouth being full. "Try a bit. If it's delicious, I'll buy it again next time." Zhang Dong looked at Yin Hongye, his face beaming with joy, completely unfazed by his previously expressionless demeanor. Ultimately, Yin Hongye yielded to the persuasive duo of father and daughter, taking a spoonful for herself. The cake's creamy texture melted in her mouth, offering a rather delightful sensation. Chapter 31. The pineapple can be sold. Zhang Dong's eyes were fixed on Yin Hongye, watching as her brow relaxed, and she took another bite. His smile widened, feeling even happier than if he had tasted it himself. Satisfied, he turned away, noticing Noonyuo's face smeared with cream, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Sweetheart Noonyuo, is the cake tasty?" This little one was truly indulging herself. "Is it good?" Receiving no response, Zhang Dong took a tissue to wipe her face, softly saying, "It's delicious." Noonyuo nodded vigorously, her little head bobbing like a rattle drum, not forgetting to flash a beaming smile at Zhang Dong. "If it's good, Daddy will buy it for you often." Zhang Dong tossed the tissue onto the table and gently ruffled Noonyuo's hair. Yin Hongye, after a few bites, ceased eating and quietly watched Noonyuo. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's promise to frequently buy cake, she immediately shook her head in disapproval. The child is still growing. It's best to indulge occasionally. Zhang Dong met Yin Hongye's serious expression and nodded in agreement. "Dear, this strawberry is quite unpalatable. It pales in comparison to those sold by you." Noonyuo raised her fork disdainfully and placed the strawberry onto Zhang Dong's plate. Zhang Dong glanced at Yin Hongye, then turned to his daughter with a bemused expression. The strawberries cultivated in Liantian were already exquisite, not to mention those nurtured by Lingquan. The ordinary strawberries found in the market simply do not measure up. "Next time we buy, let's opt for our own strawberries." Zhang Dong gently reassured Noonyuo, then lifted his gaze to Yin Hongye. "Today, I went to the city, and the earnings were double what I usually make." After saying this, Zhang Dong stood up and retrieved over 1,000 yuan from his trouser pocket, placing it before Yin Hongye. As she observed the pink bills trembling slightly from his motion, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within her. Were there many buyers? Yin Hongye did not reach for the money, instead shifting her gaze from the table to Zhang Dong's face. Zhang Dong took a bite of cake and mumbled, "I found a spot by a school entrance where foot traffic is abundant." As a parent, one would naturally desire the best for their children. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongye nodded. Indeed, this could lead to increased profits. "By the way, I also encountered a rather amiable shop owner. He allowed me to set up beside his beverage store." Zhang Dong wiped his mouth, recalling Lei Tianming, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Yin Hongye nodded in understanding, feeling a pang of sympathy for his efforts. She scrutinized Zhang Dong, bit her lip, and traced her fingers across her palm, remaining silent, lost in thought. "The owner of that beverage shop didn't just lend me a hand. Guess what?" Zhang Dong feigned mystery as he looked at Yin Hongye, a proud smile gracing his face. Yin Hongye furrowed her brow, and after a moment, shook her head, saying, "I don't know." Zhang Dong did not press her further, chuckling as he shared. He expressed great satisfaction with our strawberries, finding them delicious. He requested 10 jean of strawberries from me each day and allowed me to set up my stall on a patch of land next to his shop. At this point, Zhang Dong could no longer contain his smile, his lips curving upward to reveal his gleaming white teeth, radiating joy. Yin Hongya nodded, saying nothing. Yet her heart swelled with happiness for Zhang Dong, even her furrowed brow relaxing unconsciously. After finishing her cake, Nuo dashed off to play with friends at neighbor's house. Yin Hongya prepared a bath for Zhang Dong and laid out clean clothes. Zhang Dong, the bath is ready. Zhang Dong, seated in his room, meticulously recorded his earnings for the day. Hearing Yin Hongya's voice from outside, he set down his pen and replied affirmatively before stepping out. Before retiring for the night, Zhang Dong entered the space. He fetched a bucket of spring water and diligently watered each plant, humming a tune, thoroughly content. Once he had completed the watering, he leaned against the post to rest, suddenly noticing the pineapple he had casually planted yesterday had borne fruit. No way. What was happening? Zhang Dong approached the pineapple planting area, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the pineapples nestled among the rosette-shaped leaves. Just yesterday, while watering, he had seen several pineapples in the small cabin. After nurturing his aspirations for an extended period with little success, he resolved to take one last gamble, nurturing his hopes with the purest of waters. To his astonishment, results began to manifest. This clear spring truly possessed remarkable qualities. Not only did it expedite growth, but it seemed to alter the soil or the growth habits of the fruits. With such a potent tool at his disposal, he felt confident that procuring fruits from all corners of the land would no longer pose a challenge. Zhang Dong gingerly plucked a pineapple from above and set it aside, then watered the ground once more. After a mere 10 minutes, ripe pineapples burst forth from the soil, bringing a gleam of joy to Zhang Dong's face. Tomorrow, he would venture to sell these pineapples, hoping to fetch a good price for the fruits of his labor. He tapped the pineapple in his hand, listening to the deep sound it produced, nodding in approval. Just from the sound alone, he could tell that the pineapple was surely juicy. Before returning to his room, he filled a bottle with some water, intending to enhance the appearance of the fruits for sale. The following morning, Zhang Dong rose at 5, while Yin Hongya and Nuo remained ensconced in their dreams. He tiptoed into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself and the two young women. After their meal, Zhang Dong rode his tricycle to deliver strawberries to the supermarket. Up so early today, Litinshua Ramarka, surprised to see Zhang Dong already at the back door of the supermarket. His admiration for the young man's industrious nature grew even deeper. Such a diligent and persevering individual was sure to achieve great things and amass wealth in the future. Zhang Dong turned and smiled, explaining that he had some matters to attend to, prompting him to deliver the goods early. Li Tinghua nodded and called for the laborers to quickly unload the strawberries from Zhang Dong's vehicle before heading upstairs. Once the unloading was complete, Zhang Dong returned home. It was already 6:30 in the morning. He hurried to the village entrance, awaiting the earliest bus to the city. The dawn was hazy, with the clouds in the east gradually parting to reveal faint rays of light. It seemed a splendid day lay ahead. Zhang Dong squinted and murmured to himself. Suddenly, the bus came to a steady halt before him, and the doors swung open. He quickly boarded, finding a seat and seizing the opportunity to catch up on sleep during the hour-long ride to the city. Arrived at the city. In a state of semi-consciousness, Zhang Dong heard the conductor's voice, slowly awakening to discover they had reached their destination. Chapter 32. Renting a vehicle to sell fruits upon disembarking. Zhang Dong did not head straight to the beverage store. Instead, he turned toward a car rental agency. He surveyed his surroundings and set his sights on a spacious Chang'an small truck, capable of carrying several hundred pounds of fruit. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" The proprietress had been observing Zhang Dong since he entered the rental agency. Noticing him linger before the Chang'an truck, she approached to inquire. Zhang Dong turned to face her and nodded, asking, "How do I rent this vehicle?" He pointed towards the Chang'an truck before him. The proprietress cast a glance at Zhang Dong, then turned her attention to the small truck with a smile, inquiring, "How long do you wish to rent it?" Zhang Dong pondered for a moment and replied, "1 day, but it may extend to several days." He was uncertain. If renting the vehicle proved to be advantageous, extending the rental period would not be out of the question. Upon hearing this, the The proprietress furrowed her brow momentarily before smiling again, saying, "In that case, please share your plans with me. The discount will vary depending on the duration of your rental." Zhang Dong was well aware of the nuances involved but hesitated to commit, preferring to assess the situation first. "What will be the cost for one day's rental?" he asked, still inclined to begin with a single day. The proprietress nodded, stating, "The fee for one day is 240 yuan, with a deposit of 150 yuan, provided you return the truck without any dents or scratches. The full deposit will be refunded." Listening to her, Zhang Dong's brows knitted tightly, his gaze darting around the Chang'an truck. He had anticipated that the rental would cost a little over 100 yuan, underestimating the expense involved. Sensing his hesitation, the proprietress continued, "If you're assured of the rental, I can offer you a slight discount." Zhang Dong, intrigued, raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much of a discount can you provide?" The proprietress contemplated for a moment, extending a finger and fixing her gaze on him. 100 yuan? 10 yuan? He inquired tentatively, feeling somewhat timid, aware that the difference between 110 yuan was substantial. 100 yuan, she confirmed with a nod, her expression beaming with warmth. "That is the lowest I can offer. If you seek further reductions, perhaps you should explore other options." Seeing Zhang Dong still in a state of indecision, she waved her hand, indicating her unwillingness to lower the price further. He scrutinized the situation, contemplating the expenditure of several hundred yuan on a rental vehicle. Given the circumstances from the previous day, it was likely that he would sell out by noon. After a prolonged silence, and observing Zhang Dong's indecisiveness, the proprietress shook her head, preparing to retreat to her seat. "All right, I will rent it," he finally declared, just as he was about to step away. The proprietress nodded and turned to retrieve the necessary paperwork for him to sign. Zhang Dong touched the door of the Chang'an truck, letting out a sigh as he felt a twinge of reluctance. However, thinking of the potential profits, he gritted his teeth and resolved to proceed with the rental. After signing, he held the 5 bills in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret as he handed them to the proprietress. Yet, he quickly dismissed it. After all, one must invest to reap rewards. "Sir, here are the keys. Please drive safely and enjoy your journey," she said, placing the keys in his hand with a radiant smile before waving goodbye and heading inside. Seated in the truck, Zhang Dong fastened his seatbelt, glanced around, and then drove off. Finding a secluded spot, he exited the vehicle, slipped into his space, and loaded all the fruits and radishes he had cultivated onto the truck. Zhang Dong, in a bid to enhance sales, meticulously categorized each variety of goods, thus enabling customers to clearly discern what he offered. He loaded a pineapple into the vehicle and closed the door. With a honk, Zhang Dong's car slowly approached, and upon seeing Lei Tianming standing at the entrance of the beverage shop, Zhang Dong intentionally pressed the horn, mistaking it for a passing vehicle. Lei Tianming shifted his position slightly, only to find the car halting right before him. Just as he was about to express his irritation, the door swung open, revealing a familiar face. "Look at you, all dressed up today." Lei Tianming extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, and stepped forward to pat Zhang Dong on the shoulder. Zhang Dong, overjoyed, turned around and presented a bag of strawberries. "Brother Lei, 10 kilograms of strawberries." He placed the strawberries on the ground and looked up at Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming raised an eyebrow, greatly pleased with Zhang Dong's punctual delivery. "Where did you acquire this vehicle?" Lei Tianming circled the small truck, tapping on the door, producing a couple of dull thuds. "It's rented. I took your words to heart yesterday," Zhang Dong replied as he carried the strawberries into the beverage shop and re-emerged. Lei Tianming nodded with a smile, and after exchanging a few casual pleasantries, they returned to their respective tasks. Zhang Dong closed the car door, prepared the electronic scale, and awaited the arrival of customers. Suddenly, he remembered that today's highlight was the pineapple. He grabbed one and entered the beverage shop. "Brother Lei, may I borrow your knife?" "It's on the table. Help yourself," Lei Tianming replied without lifting his head, diligently washing the strawberries. Zhang Dong expertly sliced the pineapple and borrowed a plate from Lei Tianming to arrange the pieces neatly. "Brother Lei, would you like to try some? It's Hainan pineapple." Zhang Dong placed the knife down and approached Lei Tianming with a large platter of pineapple. Lei Tianming took a piece and popped it into his mouth. his eyes widening in surprise as the sweet juice burst within. He gave Zhang Dong a thumbs up. Delicious. Quite sweet. Zhang Dong, receiving such high praise from Lei Tianming, felt an instant surge of confidence in the pineapple. Before long, a crowd gathered around the small truck. Come everyone, sample my freshly arrived fruit, pineapple. Seeing the growing number of onlookers, Zhang Dong presented the sliced pineapple, allowing them to taste before purchasing. As long as the quality was exceptional, he had no fear of customers tasting without buying. Several curious patrons took a piece, their faces lighting up in astonishment. I've had pineapple before, but this sweetness is unprecedented. This is even better than strawberries. How much per pound? I'll take some. Instantly, praises for the pineapple poured forth, with everyone extolling its juiciness and sweetness. The crowd continued to swell, and Zhang Dong felt a sense of delight swell within him. Pineapple at 31 per pound. Strawberries at 25. We also have watermelons, bananas, and various fruits, and even homegrown radishes. As he called out to the customers, he weighed their purchases. Chapter 33. Lei Tianming's Kindness Fresh Strawberry Juice. Purely squeezed juice, natural and harmless. As the bustling crowd passed by, Lei Tianming seized the opportunity to hawk his wares at the storefront. Gradually, the area around Zhang Dong became inundated with people, some of whom, unable to squeeze in, resorted to waiting at a nearby beverage shop. However, they were irresistibly drawn to the vibrant red strawberry juice. How much for a cup of this delightful strawberry juice? One inquired. 15 for freshly squeezed juice. Lei Tianming replied, shaking the juicer in his hand. With the wait for fruit still ahead, they decided to indulge in a refreshing drink. 1 cup for me, please. Certainly, there was no need for extensive marketing, as Lei Tianming had anticipated. The juice sold exceptionally well, thanks to Zhang Dong's influence. 2 pounds of strawberries for me, shouted one middle-aged woman, followed by her companion. They waved at Zhang Dong, who nodded and deftly placed several strawberries into bags, weighing them expertly. I visited a friend's house yesterday and saw the strawberries he bought from you. They were enormous and sweet. Today, I brought my friend along to buy some as well, the woman remarked with a smile. Thank you so much, Zhang Dong replied, grateful for the praise. Word spread quickly, and soon he would be recognized by even more people. In less than 2 hours, Zhang Dong sold out his entire cart of fruit, alongside Lei Tianming's thriving beverage business. As Zhang Dong organized his cart, Lei Tianming emerged from the drink shop. Brother, I owe you a great deal. Without you, my beverage shop wouldn't have enjoyed such a bustling day, despite having some customers. Reflecting on the chaotic yet amusing scene he had just navigated, Lei Tianming chuckled. Zhang Dong, feeling somewhat bashful at the compliment, replied, You have simply provided me with a prime location. Your success is only natural. Lei Tianming glanced at Zhang Dong, but chose not to pursue the conversation further. After tidying up his cart, Zhang Dong took a broom and swept the area around his stall. By the time Lei Tianming returned with a cup of strawberry juice, Zhang Dong had everything spick and span. Have a drink, Lei Tianming said, offering the juice with a smile. Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude and took a sip. The flavor is delightful, he exclaimed, savoring the rich strawberry taste and raising an eyebrow. Thanks to your strawberries, today has been extraordinary. At this, Lei Tianming's spirits lifted, his smile widening with joy. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, realizing the extent of Lei Tianming's gratitude. Indeed, exceptional products speak for themselves, he acknowledged without modesty. Allow me to treat you to dinner today. Please wait a moment. With that, Lei Tianming dashed back into the beverage shop, tidied up, and promptly took his seat in the passenger side. Let us go. I'll guide you. Sounds good. Zhang Dong was quite straightforward. He started the car, pressed the accelerator, and set off in the direction indicated by Lei Tianming. After a series of twists and turns, they finally located the Huiyuan Mountain Villa. Brother, I think we can just have a light meal, Zhang Dong remarked, observing the lavish decor of the establishment, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He primarily felt that it would be a waste of time. Such grand restaurants typically serve their dishes at a sluggish pace, and Zhang Dong was eager to return home. How can I let you eat casually when I'm treating you? Lei Tianming shot a sideways glance at Zhang Dong, dismissing his thoughts. Zhang Dong smiled subtly. Ever since the beverage shop had prospered, Lei Tianming had started to address him as a brother. However, Zhang Dong did not mind this, feeling rather fortunate that his success had also benefited Lei Tianming's business. "All right, let us order 2 more bottles of wine," Lei Tianming said as he closed the menu and spoke to the waiter. "We don't need wine. I still have to drive. Let us make do with tea instead." Zhang Dong quickly interjected. Nodding, Lei Tianming instructed the waiter to switch to tea before turning his attention back to Zhang Dong. "How many acres do you have planted with fruit at home?" Lei Tianming asked, grabbing some sunflower seeds from the table and reclining in his chair as he regarded Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong crossed his legs and leaned back, mentally estimating the area of fertile land before replying, "Over 50 acres. Lei Tianming nodded approvingly and continued, "You must take me there sometime. Your strawberries are quite impressive." Zhang Dong hesitated, thinking to himself, "How can I bring someone into my private space?" Yet he still nodded in agreement. At such a young age, it's rare to find someone so hardworking. Lei Tianming regarded Zhang Dong with admiration, genuinely impressed. Zhang Dong chuckled and shook his head, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. "What's wrong? Do you disagree with my words?" Lei Tianming asked, intrigued by Zhang Dong's self-deprecating demeanor. I do not disagree." Zhang Dong leaned back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. "Sir, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy your meal," the waiter announced. Having served all the dishes during their conversation, Zhang Dong poured a cup of tea for Lei Tianming and then for himself, raising his cup. "Brother Lei, today I toast with tea instead of wine. Thank you for your help these past few days. If it weren't for you, I would still be living under the constant pursuit of the urban management." Zhang Dong held his cup high, his gaze sincere as he looked at Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming, with his captivating phoenix eyes, fixed his gaze on Zhang Dong. After a moment, he lifted his cup and gently clinked it against Zhang Dong's. As the warm tea flowed into their stomachs, the two began to chat and enjoy their meal. "Are you married?" Lei Tianming asked, placing a piece of meat into his mouth. Zhang Dong nodded, the faces of Yin Hongye and Nuanhua flickering in his mind, filling him with warmth. "What a pity! If such a capable person were unmarried, I would introduce my sister to you," Lei Tianming lamented, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. "Brother Lei, I used to be quite reckless," Zhang Dong chuckled, realizing he had completely captivated Lei Tianming with his current demeanor. Lei Tianming paused momentarily while serving food, this belief evident in his gaze directed at Zhang Dong. "In the past, indulging in merriment and gambling, my wife endured considerable suffering alongside me." As he recounted this, Zhang Dong set down his chopsticks and poured himself another cup of tea. Lei Tianming had initially perceived Zhang Dong as an ambitious young man, only to discover that he possessed a poignant backstory. Who among us has not experienced the recklessness of youth? Lei Tianming shook his head dismissively, unimpressed. Chapter 34. "You have truly misunderstood me." Zhang Dong chuckled and shook his head. I once gambled away everything I had. I sold our house, leaving my wife and child to reside in a dilapidated structure I had previously repaired, while I squandered my days in drunken revelry, devoid of funds to continue my vice. Reflecting on that time now, I feel an overwhelming urge to strike myself for my foolishness. Observing Zhang Dong, Lei Tianming furrowed his brow, lips pressed tightly together. He had assumed that Zhang Dong's references to gambling pertained to trivial sums, not realizing the gravity of the subject. Zhang Dong's gaze fixed firmly on the table as he continued, "Now, I toil from dawn till dusk solely to provide a better life for my wife and child. I have wronged them far too much." After speaking, Zhang Dong lifted his head to smile at Lei Tianming, taking a tissue to dab at his mouth, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor. In Lei Tianming's eyes, admiration blossomed as he regarded this younger man before him, overwhelmed with emotion. "Let us exchange numbers for future convenience." Lei Tianming requested paper from a waiter, scribbling down his phone number before handing it to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong reciprocated with the landline number of his home, ensuring that Lei Tianming could easily place orders in the future. There are far too many who err. Thus, those who amend their mistakes and strive for improvement are exceedingly rare. After a prolonged silence, Lei Tianming regarded Zhang Dong earnestly. Initially taken aback, Zhang Dong's expression became complex, yet he nodded and expressed his gratitude. Upon finishing their meal, Zhang Dong escorted Lei Tianming back to the beverage shop before driving to the car rental agency. "Madam, I would like to return the car," he called into the establishment, prompting the proprietress to rush out in haste. "Oh dear, young man, you're returning the car so soon?" We Haven Tea reached the designated return time, and there's no refund. The proprietress, wary of potential disputes, preemptively declared her terms, fearing Zhang Dong might become a difficult customer. "Just return my deposit, and all will be well." Zhang Dong, eager to return home after a day away from his daughter, was resolute. The proprietress, surprised by his straightforwardness, immediately brightened at his lack of contention regarding rental fees. After inspecting the vehicle, she promptly refunded his deposit. With the car returned, Zhang Dong purchased a ticket and awaited transport home. Departing at 6 in the morning, by the time he stood at his doorstep, it was already 3 in the afternoon. "Why are you back so late today?" Yin Hongya was sweeping the yard when she noticed Zhang Dong's weary return. Her previously furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. "Where's our child?" Zhang Dong inquired, scanning the vicinity for the familiar figure of their daughter, Nuan. Yin Hongya gestured towards the house, indicating that Nuan was sleeping inside. Subsequently, she set aside the broom in her hand, preparing to head to the kitchen to prepare a warm meal for Zhang Dong. However, Zhang Dong grasped Yin Hongya's arm and whispered, "I have already eaten, having dined out with friends after shopping." Yin Hongya abruptly lifted her gaze to Zhang Dong, her eyes inexplicably filled with disappointment. Zhang Dong, puzzled by her reaction, was about to inquire further when the soft cries of Nuan echoed from the room. He turned, intending to enter the room to comfort Nuan, only to have Yin Hongya firmly restrain him. "I will handle it myself," she stated, releasing Zhang Dong and returning to the room alone. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Dong couldn't shake the feeling that the previously wary Yin Hongya had returned. In the evening, as usual, Yin Hongya served steaming dishes onto the table. "Nuan, it's time to eat," she remarked, casting a glance at the father and daughter who were engrossed in their play. Before busily dishing rice for Nuan, Zhang Dong approached the table, observing the emptiness of his bowl, further deepening his confusion. "Wife, have I done something to upset you?" he asked, cautiously filling his bowl while watching Yin Hongya. She merely shook her head, neither affirming nor denying his inquiry. "If it's not that, please just tell me directly. I cannot discern what is troubling you." After taking a bite of his dish, Zhang Dong pondered for a while, ultimately deciding to ask outright. Yet, Yin Hongya continued to ignore him, responding to every question with a shake of her head. "Daddy, did you upset Mommy?" Nuan looked up, sensing the unusual tension between the two. "It's time to eat. Children shouldn't concern themselves with adult matters." Yin Hongya gently replied to Nuan before turning to Zhang Dong, stating, "You love to associate with those dubious friends, but I cannot interfere. However, you must not involve the children." With that, she lowered her head and resumed her meal. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, feeling lost amidst her words. How had he become entangled with his friends again, especially when he hadn't seen them in ages? Suddenly, he recalled his earlier conversation upon returning home. "Do you think I was out today to meet old acquaintances?" Zhang Dong set down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious as he faced Yin Hongya. She remained silent, focused on her food, understanding his wife's demeanor. He recognized that her silence and concentration on her meal indicated he had struck a nerve. "Didn't I mention I met a nice beverage shop owner yesterday?" Zhang Dong shifted his chair closer to Yin Hongya. She glanced at him but did not move. "Because of me, the shop's business has improved, and he graciously invited me for a meal, not with any dubious friends." Zhang Dong spoke patiently, his tone soft, and his gaze sincere as he looked at Yin Hongya. She placed a piece of meat into Nuan's bowl, clearly expressing her skepticism toward Zhang Dong's words. Zhang Dong sighed, glancing at the ceiling, feeling an unspoken anguish over the troubles he had inadvertently caused. Yin Hongya held a bundle of cash in her hand, pausing momentarily to glance at Zhang Dong before quickly averting her gaze. "When do you usually earn 2,000 to 3,000 in a single day?" she questioned, still somewhat incredulous about Zhang Dong's claim. Zhang Dong, noticing her skepticism, immediately clarified, "Today, I rented a small truck and sold all the items I carried over. With so many goods and people, I managed to sell them at a good price." reflecting on how Zhang Dong had struggled with heavy bags to reach the city. Yan Hongai felt a pang of sympathy. "I see," she replied, her expression slightly awkward as she nodded. "Mama misunderstood, Daddy. I must apologize." No, standing by with her arms crossed, assumed a miniature adult demeanor. Zhang Dong stifled a chuckle, shaking his head as he reassured her, "Mama is never wrong. There's no need for apologies at home." "Nah, Mama taught me that if you're wrong, you must apologize," No, Inua asserted earnestly, shaking her head. Watching their playful banter, Yan Hongai couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 35. Preparing for home renovation. Seeing Yan Hongai smile eased Zhang Dong's anxious heart. "In the future, just ask me directly if something is bothering you, instead of keeping it to yourself." He reached for her hand, gazing at her with deep affection. Yan Hongai stiffly withdrew her hand from his grasp, lowering her gaze as she nodded, avoiding further eye contact. "I'll go wash the dishes," she announced, rising to collect the tableware and hurrying into the kitchen. Zhang Dong watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. Her indifference toward him only spurred his determination to make her see the changes he truly desired, to avoid repeating past mistakes. With a deep sigh, he left the house with Nua for a stroll. Late at night, the outside world was enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the sound of birds passing by. Yan Hongai sat at the table, her hands deftly engaged in work, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. Zhang Dong poured a glass of water and brought it to her. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the tranquility of the room. "What was that?" Yan Hongai exclaimed, startled, her eyes instinctively searching for Zhang Dong. He shook his head, explaining, "It's just the wall plaster falling off." Nodding in acknowledgement, she returned to her focus, having grown accustomed to such occurrences over the years. This house had aged significantly, and the interior was well overdue for renovation. "Honey, let's renovate our home," Zhang Dong suggested, placing the water cup beside her as he pulled out a chair to sit. Yan Hongai remained silent, her hands still busy with their task. "What are your thoughts?" Zhang Dong inquired, noticing her lack of response and waving his hand in front of her eyes. Yan Hongai paused her work, rubbing her eyes before replying. "Let's wait to renovate until we're in a better position financially." After a moment's contemplation, she shook her head, expressing her disapproval of spending money on renovations at this time. "Why not?" Zhang Dong questioned, struggling to comprehend her reasoning. "After much effort, we have finally managed to save some money, and we intend to keep it." Yan Hongya cautiously observed Zhang Dong, for the funds are earned by him, granting him a certain authority. However, she felt that there was no necessity to spend this money at present. "Hongya," Zhang Dong's voice was low, imbued with gravity. Upon hearing this, Yan Hongya felt a twinge of anxiety and met his gaze. "We are currently earning modest sums. With this capability, we ought to elevate our quality of life. Once I am able to earn significant wealth, I will take you all to acquire a new home." Zhang Dong regarded Yan Hongya with utmost seriousness, each word laced with sincerity. Yan Hongya maintained a stoic expression, yet her heart ached slightly. Surely, one could not allow their daughter to grow up in such an environment. It was essential to consider her well-being above all else. Zhang Dong continued, his eyes fixed intently on Yan Hongya. Witnessing his earnest concern for both her and Nuanua, Yan Hongya felt as if she were bound by invisible restraints. And with a nod, she acquiesced. Seeing her agreement, Zhang Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, his smile genuine. "Very well, I shall begin making arrangements tomorrow." Before retiring for the night, Zhang Dong ventured into the garden to tend to the plants, and afterward prepared the fruits intended for the supermarket and laid Tianming for the following day, before finally retiring to his room. The next morning, in a state of hazy consciousness, Zhang Dong sensed something crawling upon him. Soon after, a soft and moist sensation brushed against his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Nua beside him, her little lips playfully kissing his cheek. "Daddy, you're awake." Upon seeing Zhang Dong's eyes flutter open, Nua sprang up from his side, clapping her hands in delight. Zhang Dong squinted, rubbed Nua's head affectionately, and stretched before sitting up. "Come here. Let Daddy give you a hug." Zhang Dong extended his arms, feigning a pitiful expression. Thinking he had suffered some grievance, Nuanu rushed into his embrace. Zhang Dong stifled a laugh as he held Nuanua, stepping out of the room to find Yin Hongye busy in the kitchen. The warm steam enveloped the entire kitchen, and Yin Hongye moved gracefully through the mist, reminiscent of a celestial being. Zhang Dong was momentarily transfixed by the sight. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face." As Yin Hongye emerged from the kitchen, she noticed Zhang Dong, disheveled and wide-eyed while cradling Nuanua. "Oh, right." Zhang Dong snapped back to reality, gently setting Nuanua down before heading to freshen up. "Why didn't you wake me today?" Zhang Dong took a sip of the porridge, reaching for a steamed bun, savoring its soft texture. Occasionally taking a day or two off is no issue. Upon uttering this, Yin Hongye realized her concern had sounded somewhat forced, her expression suddenly becoming a touch awkward. However, Zhang Dong was too engrossed in the delightful bun to notice her demeanor. "I will be delivering goods to the supermarket and Brother Lei later. I might return a bit late tonight." Zhang Dong reached for another bun, then turned to Yin Hongye. She glanced up at him, opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately only nodded in response. Zhang Dong savored the final spoonful of porridge, wiped his mouth with a piece of paper, and remarked, "I am well aware now. I won't act recklessly as I did before. Take your time eating. I must leave to deliver goods." With that, Zhang Dong rose and exited. Yin Hongye continued to drink her congee, her gaze lingering on Zhang Dong's departing figure until it vanished from sight. After delivering the goods to the supermarket, Zhang Dong returned home on his tricycle, only to board a bus once more, heading to the city to deliver goods to Lei Tianming. An hour and a half later, he found himself at the entrance of a beverage shop. "Brother Lei, I've arrived," he announced, placing the bags down and calling inside. Lei Tianming emerged from within, patting Zhang Dong's shoulder. "Where have you been, you rascal? Why didn't you set up your stall today?" He playfully punched Zhang Dong's shoulder, as if they were brothers. "I've been utterly exhausted these days. My wife suggested I take a day or two off, and I had some matters to attend to." Upon mentioning Yin Hongye, a smile of contentment involuntarily brightened Zhang Dong's face. "Ah, you little rascal, showing off your affection in front of your brother," Lei Tianming teased with a laugh. Subsequently, he assisted Zhang Dong in moving strawberries into the beverage shop. Sitting on a chair, panting and gazing at the blistering sun outside, Zhang Dong couldn't help but shake his head. The weather outside remains so sweltering. Lei Tianming placed a cup of iced beverage before Zhang Dong and also glanced at the relentless sun, nodding with a sigh. "There's no avoiding it. The temperature has been rising nationwide lately. By the way, you mentioned you had some matters to attend to. What's on your agenda? Speak freely. I'm here to help as much as I can." Chapter 36. A series of fortunate events. I plan to renovate my home. The walls are peeling everywhere. Zhang Dong explained. "In the past, I never had the spare funds to consider such things, but now that I've earned a little money, I wish to provide a better environment for my wife and child." Lei Tianming, a good-natured man, was pleased to engage in further conversation with him. "Renovation?" Lei Tianming seemed somewhat taken aback. "Yes, I also wish to make amends for my wife and child. I've been too self-indulgent over the years, and they have suffered too much." Zhang Dong lowered his gaze, a self-deprecating smile tugging at his lips. The prodigal son returning home is indeed a rare occurrence. Furthermore, Lei Tianming recognized that Zhang Dong was not merely speaking idly. He was genuinely committed to transforming these intentions into reality. With this thought, Lei Tianming regarded Zhang Dong with increased admiration and recalled that he had a friend in the renovation business, prompting him to mention it. "I have several friends who specialize in renovations. Would you like me to introduce you?" If it were anyone else, Zhang Dong would have felt the need to be polite. "I would be more than grateful. I've been troubled about where to find workers." Zhang Dong's face lit up with joy as he straightened his posture. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Lei Tianming waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such courtesy was unnecessary, and then stood to make a phone call before returning to his seat. Before long, the door of the beverage shop swung open, and 4 men walked in. The leader was a short-statured man with a straight back, his demeanor calm, yet somewhat aloof. Lei Tianming, who had been conversing with Zhang Dong, turned in surprise upon hearing the door open. "Oh, you've arrived so soon?" As Lei Tianming rose to fetch some stools, he invited several individuals to take a seat. He then prepared 4 cups of tea and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Dong, the person I mentioned who wishes to undertake renovations. With a warm demeanor, Lei Tianming introduced Zhang Dong to the four of them. Zhang Dong smiled politely, but refrained from speaking. Subsequently, Lei Tianming turned to Zhang Dong and said, "This is my friend, Tian Hengtong. Beside him are Wang Hao Guangxuan and Tian Hua. They have extensive experience in this field, so you can place your complete trust in them." The name Tian Hengtong struck a familiar chord with Zhang Dong, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. Upon sensing Zhang Dong's bewilderment, Tian Hengtong's gaze shifted, and as their eyes met, he felt an increasing sense of familiarity. "Could it be that you are Zhang Dong? Ah, have you forgotten? We are fellow townsmen. Didn't you used to visit my brother often to play?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong experienced a flicker of recognition. "Ah, it's you. I never expected to encounter you here." He stood and gently patted Tian Hengtong on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with mirth. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, tears well up in their eyes. With the conversation opened, it flowed effortlessly. "I can't believe it's been years. You seem to have changed quite a bit. Tianming mentioned that you are now in the fruit business. Well done. You've made quite a name for yourself." Tian Hengtong gazed at Zhang Dong with a hint of disbelief, feeling that the man before him bore little resemblance to the Zhang Dong he had heard tales of, one who frequented gambling establishments. After discussing the specifics of the renovation, Zhang Dong decided to take them home for a first-hand look. After all, mere words could not replace a thorough inspection. "I'll take you to see the place now, so you can prepare your tools for tomorrow. By assessing the situation today, you will be better prepared for the work ahead." When they arrived at Zhang Dong's residence, they found that Nuo and Yin Hongye were fortuitously absent. "Please take a look and determine how best to renovate," Zhang Dong said, stepping aside to allow them a clearer view. Professional matters ought to be entrusted to experts, and he felt reassured by Lei Tianming's recommendations. After the group walked around the house, drawing on their experience and engaging in discussion, they finally arrived at a general direction for the renovation. "Let's start with the walls tomorrow. Those sections of peeling plaster are nearly all gone. We should address this promptly, as delaying may complicate matters further." Tian Hengtong pointed to the large patches of deteriorating plaster in the corners, which were indeed quite unsightly. "That is precisely my intention," Zhang Dong nodded, having already considered the need to rectify the peeling plaster. After agreeing on a time, the four of them departed, and Zhang Dong accompanied them to the bus station. After dinner, Zhang Dong mentioned to Yin Hongye, "Someone will be coming tomorrow to work on the walls." "So soon?" Yin Hongye replied, slightly taken aback. "In the past, your execution was not this prompt. It would often take ages for you to follow through on a task. I promise to provide you and the children with a better living environment. I do not make such promises lightly to merely appease you." Zhang Dong solemnly concluded his words and lifted Nuo, entering the room to prepare her for sleep. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongye gazed at Zhang Dong's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance, albeit tinged with a hint of unease. Could she truly hope for Zhang Dong to reform? The following day, after the family had finished breakfast, Tian Hengtong and several others arrived early, equipped for work. Upon entering, they greeted Yin Hongye, saying, "Sister-in-law, it's been a while." Yin Hongye focused on his face, striving to recall their past interactions. "Oh, it has indeed been a few years." As she spoke, she waved at Nuo, who was playing nearby. Nuo scampered over and dutifully called out, "Uncle." Zhang Dong brought the last table out from the house and set it down below before racing back upstairs. Without catching his breath, he clapped his hands and addressed Tian Hengtong, "Brother Tong, everything has been moved out." Tian Hengtong nodded, and they all began their work, applying a fresh coat of porcelain powder, rendering the walls pristine and rejuvenated. By the time the walls were repaired, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Zhang Dong took Nuo and Yin Hongye to the market to procure some vegetables. Upon their return, they saw Tian Hengtong bending over to wash his hands. Hearing their entrance, he lifted his head. "The walls are nearly repaired. I'll bring the wallpaper tomorrow. Once it's up, it will look much better." Yin Hongye handed out bottles of water from their purchases, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Please stay for dinner before heading back." Seeing Yin Hongye preparing to wash the vegetables she had just bought, Tian Hengtong felt it inappropriate to let her do so. He quickly waved his hands and stepped forward to stop her. There's no need for such formality. We're here to work. Besides, we'll need to catch a ride back, and it will be too late to return without transportation. Zhang Dong interjected, grasping Tian Hungtong's arm. Hey, Brother Tong, it's just a meal. Tian Hungtong sighed, still refusing. I appreciate the kindness, but once the house renovations are complete, we can gather again. With that said, Zhang Dong had no choice but to relent. This is your payment for today. I settle it daily. He handed Tian Hungtong 350 yuan, also covering their transportation costs. This is too much. Workers usually earn only 50. Tian Hungtong, being a man of integrity, immediately attempted to return the excess money. Zhang Dong hurriedly pushed it back. The extra is for your travel expenses. You've come quite a distance, and naturally, I will reimburse you. Moreover, we are fellow townsfolk. Zhang Dong smiled as he pressed the money back into Tian Hungtong's hands. Tian Hungtong nodded, opening his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately refraining from saying anything further. Had they left? Yin Hongya, hearing some commotion, assumed Zhang Dong was welcoming them back in. Peeking out, she saw him moving tables inside. They've gone. We'll properly entertain them another day. It's best they leave after dinner, lest they miss their ride. As Zhang Dong organized the tables, he replied to Yin Hongya. She nodded, turning to drain the water from the vegetables she had washed before placing them in a basket. Time to eat. An hour later, after Yin Hongya had set the table, she turned to observe the lively chase between father and daughter. All right, though Nuonyuo longed to indulge and play a while longer, she could only echo Zhang Dong's words, for she did not wish to cause her mother any sorrow by being perceived as a disobedient child. With this thought in mind, she and Zhang Dong dashed to the wash basin, meticulously cleansing their hands. Zhang Dong, unable to resist the enticing aroma wafting from the dishes on the table, inhaled deeply, allowing the rich scent to envelop his senses, and instinctively swallowed. My dear wife, your culinary skills have truly flourished, he remarked, savoring a piece of meat that melted in his mouth, its tender and flavorful essence eliciting his admiration. Yin Hongya glanced at Zhang Dong, remaining silent, as a subtle blush crept across her cheeks. Nuonyuo, what color do you wish the walls of your room to be? Zhang Dong suddenly inquired, leaning closer to Nuonyuo with utmost seriousness. Pink. I adore pink. Nuonyuo exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, her eyes sparkling like stars under the warm glow of the lights. Pink it is then. Shall we decorate your room in pink? Zhang Dong pondered, considering that if it pleased Nuonyuo, a pink wallpaper could indeed be arranged. Stop teasing the child, Yin Hongya interjected gently. Darling, pink is impractical. When you grow up and prefer sky blue, you won't be able to change it. She cast a disapproving glance at Zhang Dong, before softly addressing Nuonyuo. Mother, I will always love pink. Nuonyuo contemplated for a moment, then raised her head, her gaze unwavering and resolute as she looked at Yin Hongya. Unable to refute Nuonyuo's declaration, Yin Hongya instinctively glanced at Zhang Dong. Ultimately, the decision lies with Mother, Zhang Dong asserted, setting down his bowl and gazing seriously at Nuonyuo. Mother, I don't like pink walls. Whatever color you like, I will like too. Both Zhang Dong and Yin Hongya were taken aback by Nuonyuo's unexpected response, exchanging amused glances and erupting in laughter. After the meal, Zhang Dong took it upon himself to clear the table, ushering Yin Hongya out of the kitchen while tidying up the space. Upon exiting the kitchen, he observed Yin Hongya soothing their child to sleep and quietly retreated to their bedroom. He picked up a small ledger from the bedside, recording the deliveries made to the supermarket and Lei Tianming that day. Come in, he called out after hearing a knock at the door, closing the ledger. Yin Hongya entered, hands clasped behind her back. What is the matter? Zhang Dong asked, noticing her slightly awkward demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly. This is for you, she said, revealing a pair of blue and white gloves. Zhang Dong was taken aback by the unexpected gesture. I bought these gloves at a 2-yuan store. If you don't want them, just leave them aside, she added, placing the gloves on the table as she turned to leave. Were these gloves specifically purchased for me? Zhang Dong exclaimed, snapping out of his astonishment and grasping Yin Hongya's hand. I bought them a while ago and just remembered, with the renovations at home, they will come in handy. Yin Hongya withdrew her hand, absent-mindedly brushing aside her disheveled hair. appearing somewhat flustered. I see. I thought you had deliberately bought it for me. Zhang Dong nodded, his gaze lingering on the pair of gloves, his eyes filled with disappointment. Get some rest. Yin Hongya opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately left those words coldly before retreating to her room. Zhang Dong sighed, carefully putting away the gloves, and lay on his bed, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. The crowing of a rooster pierced the morning air, rousing Zhang Dong from his slumber as he stretched languidly. Donger. He wished to remain cocooned in the warmth of his blankets, relishing the sounds of Yin Hongya clattering pots and pans in the kitchen. But he soon heard the voice of Tian Hungtong calling from downstairs. Zhang Dong opened his eyes, quickly leaping from his bed to dress hastily. Tianga, you're here so early. Yin Hongya peeked out from the corridor, waving to Tian Hungtong and his companions. We'll be heading to another place this afternoon, so we came early to help you with the wallpaper. After saying this, Tian Hungtong ascended the staircase. Let us eat breakfast first. The noodles will be ready soon. Yin Hongya tidied up the table, inviting Tian Hungtong and his friends to sit down and wait. Donger, take a seat. Zhang Dong emerged from his room, nodded towards Tian Hungtong and the others, and made his way to the kitchen to assist Yin Hongya. Soon, several steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table, and Zhang Dong had even added a few spoonfuls of his homemade chili sauce. I want tea hole back then. Dongya. Tian Hungtong rubbed his hands together, beckoning the others as he picked up his bowl and mixed the noodles thoroughly. We're heading to the second-hand market later. I'll leave the wallpaper in your capable hands. After they finished their meal, Zhang Dong handed a cigarette to Tian Hungtong with a cheerful smile. Rest assured, I'll ensure the wallpaper situation is handled. Tian Hungtong nodded, taking the cigarette and tucking it behind his ear, raising an eyebrow playfully. Zhang Dong, accompanied by Yin Hongya and Nuan, arrived at the second-hand market, where an array of eclectic items dazzled the eyes of Yin Hongya and Nuan. Daddy! Suddenly, Nuan halted, turning to call out to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong hurried over, fearing Nuan might be unwell, his expression anxious. Daddy, look! Nuan pointed excitedly at an electronic keyboard on a nearby shelf, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. Zhang Dong bent down to meet her gaze, asking earnestly, Do like no? She vigorously nodded, her enthusiasm palpable. Mommy, I really want to play the piano. Zhang Dong exchanged a glance with Nuan, who then tugged at Yin Hongya's sleeve, beaming as she spoke. Yin Hongya remained silent, watching Nuan with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 38. Acquiring new electronics at present. The house was under renovation, and finances were tight. An electronic keyboard was not a necessity and could be deemed an extravagance. Mommy, please buy it for me? Nuan gazed up at Yin Hongya with tear-filled eyes, awaiting a response. Yin Hongya averted her gaze, remaining silent. The sight of such a pitiful expression made it increasingly difficult to refuse her. You young ladies truly have discerning taste. This keyboard was just acquired today, and it's the only one available. The shopkeeper, noticing Nuo's evident delight, hurriedly approached with a sycophantic smile. Zhang Dong appraised the man before him, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s with a receding hairline. How much is this electronic keyboard? He inquired politely, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's an 80% new condition, priced at 500, no bargaining, the shopkeeper replied, glancing at Nuo, whose eyes were brimming with affection, causing his lips to curve slightly upward as he gestured with one hand. Beside them, Yin Hongya widened her eyes and gently tugged at Zhang Dong, urging him to reconsider. The asking price was undoubtedly inflated. Zhang Dong first observed the shopkeeper's eager expression directed at Nuo, then lowered his gaze to examine the keyboard. Surely, you must be joking. This second-hand electronic keyboard is not worth 500. With an additional 1 or 200, I could acquire a brand new one, he replied, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. It was not merely a matter of affordability. Zhang Dong was acutely aware that the shopkeeper was attempting to deceive them. From his recent experiences selling fruit, he could instantly discern the shopkeeper's intent to exploit the situation. Upon arrival, the shopkeeper had quickly scanned Nuo, clearly recognizing her strong desire for the keyboard and strategically raising the price to capitalize on her youthful enthusiasm. Zhang Dong was determined not to fall victim to such a ploy. Despite the keyboard being reasonably priced for its condition, 500 was still excessive. The shopkeeper, shaking his head with a smile, did not press further and casually pressed a few buttons. The sound was robust and devoid of distortion, confirming the keyboard's condition. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, a second-hand instrument should not command such a price. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, maintaining a composed demeanor as he regarded the shopkeeper with skepticism. This is the current market rate. If you don't believe me, feel free to inquire at other shops. The shopkeeper shrugged, sensing Zhang Dong's resistance and unwilling to waste any more time. Nuonyuo, shall we explore other stores? Zhang Dong, sensing the shopkeeper's attitude, felt a flicker of displeasure in his deep-set eyes. He then bent down to embrace Nuonyuo, softly asking, "What if we can't find another one?" Nuonyuo gazed longingly at the keyboard on the shelf, seemingly glued to it, unable to tear her eyes away. Zhang Dong, sensing her reluctance, gently caressed her face, reassuring her. "How could that be? There are plenty of shops here. If all else fails, Daddy will take you to buy a new one." Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper, with his hands in his pockets, perked up at the mention of a new purchase. "All right then, but Daddy, you mustn't deceive me," Nuonyuo murmured reluctantly, diverting her gaze from the keyboard. Zhang Dong, cradling Nuonyuo, turned to Yin Hongye, raising an eyebrow to signal her to follow his lead. "If you truly wish to buy it, the lowest I can go is 350. He heard the shopkeeper call out urgently behind him just as he stepped forward. He did not look back, continuing to walk with Nuonyuo in his arms, completely disregarding the voice trailing behind him. 300 at the very least, the shopkeeper insisted. The shopkeeper, still unwilling to concede defeat, rushed out as he saw Zhang Dong walking further away. Zhang Dong, however, paid him no heed and continued on his way. "What is the lowest you can go?" The shopkeeper could no longer hold his composure, and a flicker of amusement danced across Zhang Dong's face. He paused, turning his head. 200 yuan. 200 is too little. I would incur a loss. Please, offer a bit more. The shopkeeper was taken aback by this price, shaking his head in disbelief, having never heard such a low figure before. Observing the shopkeeper's expression, Zhang Dong let out a cold snort. It appeared that 200 yuan was indeed the bottom line. 220 yuan. Do we have a deal? Zhang Dong regarded the shopkeeper with indifference, unwilling to haggle further. If they sealed the deal, he would take the electronic piano. If not, he would simply buy a new one for Nuonyuo. After all, he could afford it. "All right, I won't deceive you. 240 yuan, and I will only make a mere 20 yuan profit. Accept it, and you may take it. Decline, and I cannot sell a loss." The shopkeeper glanced at the electronic piano, sighed, and then looked at Zhang Dong. "Look, your child loves it. You can't expect me to earn nothing." Zhang Dong glanced down at Nuonyuo, who was fixated on the electronic piano, and nodded in agreement. He purchased the piano for 240 yuan. "Hooray! I have an electronic piano now," Nuonyuo exclaimed, bouncing with joy at the sight of the piano Zhang Dong carried. Yin Hongye observed the two, exhaling a resigned sigh. "Well, if it brings Nuonyuo such happiness, this expenditure seems worthwhile." As Zhang Dong passed by an appliance store, he walked straight in. The salesperson hurried over, matching his pace. "Hello, I would like to see the washing machines." "Hello, we have both fully automatic and semi-automatic models. Which do you prefer?" The salesperson glanced at Zhang Dong, and then at Yin Hongye and Nuonyuo, smiling. Zhang Dong, torn, wished to see both types. "Let me introduce you to our options, and you can decide based on your needs." The salesperson seemed to catch on to Zhang Dong's indecision, pointing toward the washing machines inside. "All right, I'll take a look." Zhang Dong nodded, glanced at the salesperson, and moved in the direction she indicated. "What do you need a washing machine for?" Yin Hongye seized the opportunity while the salesperson turned to guide them, tugging at Zhang Dong's sleeve and whispering her inquiry. Zhang Dong turned back, offering her a knowing smile without responding. Before Yin Hongye could pose another question, the salesperson had already turned back to them. "Ladies and gentlemen, this model is currently our most popular fully automatic washing machine." She led them to the back of the store, pointing to a red washing machine as she spoke. "Fully automatic?" Zhang Dong opened the washing machine door, inspecting it as he repeated the salesperson's words. "Yes, fully automatic. This is the only brand of fully automatic machines on the market. You simply place your clothes inside and wait for them to dry." The salesperson nodded. beaming with enthusiasm as she elaborated. Zhang Dong found it quite satisfactory. The size was just right. Thus, Yin Hongye no longer needed to wash clothes with cold water during the frigid winter. "How much is this?" she inquired, directing her gaze towards the salesperson while pointing at the red washing machine beside her. "This one is priced at 1,000, but it is currently on discount. You can take it home for just 800, the salesperson replied, glancing at the price tag and then consulting her calculator. Chapter 39. A transformed home. Yin Hongye's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. She touched her nose and pressed her lips together before turning to Zhang Dong. "Are there any others?" Zhang Dong understood the unspoken question in Yin Hongye's eyes and began to survey the area, feigning an interest in exploring further. "Yes, over there." The salesperson indicated towards another section of washing machines. "Let's take a look at the others. We can compare before deciding which one to purchase," Zhang Dong suggested, placing the electronic piano on the counter before turning towards the other machines. Yin Hongye followed closely behind him, while Nuo remained seated beside the counter, guarding her electronic piano. "This one is semi-automatic. Once it finishes washing, you transfer it to another side for the next wash," the salesperson explained as they entered the semi-automatic washing machine section. Zhang Dong patted the machine and remarked, "Let us discuss it. After all, the financial authority lies with my wife." "All right, take your time to discuss. Call me when you're ready," the salesperson replied, accustomed to such scenarios, before discreetly stepping away. "My dear, do you prefer this semi-automatic one or the fully automatic model?" Zhang Dong asked, gesturing towards the white semi-automatic machine and then pointing to the red fully automatic one, his expression filled with anticipation. Yin Hongye appeared conflicted, following the direction of Zhang Dong's finger. Naturally, she favored the more expensive option, which allowed for effortless washing and drying. However, the price was undeniably steep for her. "Do you not like either? Then let us check another store," Zhang Dong suggested, noticing her hesitation and believing she was uninterested. "Zhang Dong," Yin Hongye called out urgently, her gaze icy as she looked up at him, devoid of warmth. Zhang Dong regarded her with suspicion. She had seemed perfectly fine moments ago, yet now she appeared transformed. Yin Hongye cast a sidelong glance at him and sighed. "I understand that you can earn money now, but could we perhaps save a little? You're buying an electronic piano for the child and a washing machine." At this point, Yin Hongye found it difficult to continue. After all, the money was Zhang Dong's. What authority did she have? Zhang Dong suddenly understood, stepping forward to reassure her. "I'm not being extravagant just because I have money. I am mindful of our finances." Yin Hongye brushed away his hand from her shoulder, clearly skeptical of his words. "The child loves the electronic piano. Spending 200 to 300 would bring her joy for a long time. As for the washing machine, winter is approaching, and I don't want you washing clothes in cold water. It's not good for your health." Seeing her demeanor, Zhang Dong chose not to press the matter further. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's words, Yin Hongye's expression softened somewhat, yet still lacked warmth. "If you wish to purchase, then do so, but be prudent and do not appear foolish," she remarked before turning on her heel and walking towards Nuo. Zhang Dong, upon hearing this, broke into a smile and waved to summon the salesperson. "We shall take this semi-automatic one. Good sir, this way to settle the payment." The salesperson guided Zhang Dong to the cash register, also instructing workers to load the washing machine onto the tricycle. "Isn't that Hongye and Zhang Dong? My, look at all these purchases, a washing machine and a dining table. It seems Zhang Dong is truly thriving," Aunt Zhang commented as she sat on a ridge in front of her home, arms crossed, nudging Sister Wang beside her. "I heard that Zhang Dong has repaid all the money borrowed from the neighbors." "It certainly appears so," Sister Wang whispered conspiratorially. Unbeknownst to the two, upon returning home, Tian Hungtong had already affixed the wallpaper, eagerly awaiting their arrival. "Dong, come and see how it looks." Upon Zhang Dong's return, Tian Hungtong immediately rose to welcome him inside for a thorough inspection. Zhang Dong examined every detail and was immensely satisfied. "Here is your payment for today, Tonggu. I truly appreciate your hard work," he said, handing over the money while simultaneously offering a few cigarettes to the other three as a gesture of gratitude. "With payment comes the expectation of quality work. Do these items need to be moved in? We are here to assist." Tian Hungtong neatly folded the money and placed it into his pocket before heading downstairs to help transport the washing machine and dining table chairs upstairs. After more than half an hour of labor, they finally arranged the furniture neatly. Dong, we must return to help others with wallpaper in the afternoon, Tian Hungtong announced, clapping his hands and bending down to pick up the tools left on the ground, turning to bid farewell to Zhang Dong. Oh, it would be nice to stay for lunch. Zhang Dong initially paused in surprise, but quickly noticed Tian Hungtong struggling with his backpack and hurried to assist. Tian Hungtong smiled and waved his hand dismissively, adding, "But meals are not always an opportunity. This business is not an everyday affair." He then affectionately ruffled Nong's hair, who stood beside Zhang Dong. "Very well then, Tongge, you must come to my home for a meal next time. And do not refuse again." Zhang Dong chuckled awkwardly, realizing the situation was such that he could not hinder Tian Hungtong's endeavors. "Sister-in-law, you need not trouble yourself. We shall take our leave." With one bag slung over his shoulder and another in hand, Tian Hungtong turned and called into the kitchen, "We're off, Dong." Turning back, he gave Zhang Dong's shoulder a reassuring pat. "Brother, let me see you out." Zhang Dong followed behind Tian Hungtong and the others, escorting them downstairs. "Tong Yi, why not stay for lunch? I will be quick." Upon hearing Tian Hungtong's comment, Yin Hongya immediately set down her work and rushed outside, peering from the corridor to speak. Tian Hungtong looked up and waved, calling back, "I have matters to attend to. We must leave now." Seeing this, Yin Hongya had no choice but to relent, refraining from further insistence. After bidding farewell to the group, Zhang Dong returned home, gazing at the clean and orderly walls. The once dilapidated ceiling now appeared pristine and renewed. As his gaze shifted, Zhang Dong observed Nuo playing the electronic piano alone, while Yin Hongya busied herself in the kitchen. In that fleeting moment, a wave of warmth enveloped Zhang Dong's heart. "Tomorrow, I shall venture out to sell fruits. I have rested for a day or two, and if I delay further, I fear my clients might forget me." While dining, Zhang Dong shared his plans for the following day with Yin Hongya. Her expression remained as indifferent as ever, and she did not respond. Zhang Dong seemed accustomed to her demeanor, placing a piece of meat into Nuo's bowl before bowing his head to continue eating. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhang Dong rose early, prepared breakfast, hastily consumed a few bites, and hurried out to catch the first bus to the city. Arriving at the village entrance, daylight was just beginning to break, and the bus's headlights appeared particularly glaring against the dim sky. As was his custom, Zhang Dong sought a window seat and promptly dozed off. City center. Excuse me, please make way." Zhang Dong awoke with a start and hurriedly squeezed out of his seat. "Goodness, why are there so many people today?" he exclaimed, glancing back at the bus that had already departed. Zhang Dong retreated to a secluded corner and entered his space, retrieving the remaining fruits to prepare for their sale that day. "Brother Lei, I placed the strawberries on the table for you." Carrying 10 pounds of strawberries, he entered the beverage shop, glancing around for Lei Tianming's figure, but finding none. He called out into the interior, "All right." After a short while, he heard Lei Tianming's voice emanate from within. After placing the strawberries, Zhang Dong exited the shop with all the fruits he had brought, arranging them neatly. This time, his selection was particularly abundant, featuring large sweet strawberries, pears, round watermelons, and fragrant bananas, an array of common fruits, all present. Chapter 40. A gift for his wife, young man. "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Just as Zhang Dong finished arranging the fruits, he heard a middle-aged woman's voice. He looked up, squinting slightly as he tried to recall her face. "I wanted to come buy fruits yesterday, but I couldn't find you anywhere," she said, reaching for a plastic bag and placing several bananas inside. Suddenly, Zhang Dong remembered that this woman had purchased fruits from him several times before, always arriving just as he was about to close up. He had even advised her to come earlier to avoid the leftovers. Zhang Dong selected some particularly ripe strawberries and placed them before her, explaining that he had been unable to set up shop due to some matters yesterday. "I thought so. That's why I didn't see you," she replied as she handed him her bag. 36 yuan. Zhang Dong quickly tapped the electronic scale a few times before lifting the bag and handing it to her. "From now on, I'll rely on your fruits. If you're not coming one day, make sure to let me know in advance," she said, passing him a 50 yuan note. "All right, madam." Zhang Dong chuckled, delighted at the prospect of having a regular customer. With swift motions, he deftly retrieved some money and handed it to her. How much for the strawberries? 25 per pound. Just as the elderly woman walked away, a young couple approached, eagerly selecting strawberries. Zhang Dong, unperturbed, thoughtfully provided them with a bag. Gradually, a crowd began to gather at Zhang Dong's fruit stand. As school let out, parents arriving to pick up their children further boosted his sales. By the time the students returned home for dinner, Zhang Dong's fruits were all sold out. Many people inquired about your absence yesterday, Lei Tianming remarked, handing Zhang Dong a bottle of water and leaning against the table, observing him leisurely. Were you not at Brother Lei's place, perhaps purchasing drinks and asking about me? Zhang Dong accepted the water, unscrewed the cap, and took a few hearty gulps, raising an eyebrow in response. Lei Tianming chuckled, finding Zhang Dong's smooth demeanor quite amusing. Let us have dinner together soon. He glanced at the empty table and then at his watch, noting it was nearly time. Zhang Dong, however, shook his head in refusal. I plan to wander around the area a bit, observing how the nearby vendors sell their fruits. Lei Tianming paused, momentarily perplexed, and turned to Zhang Dong. Really? Your business is already thriving, yet you still wish to study how others sell? Give them a chance to make a living, brother. He lightly punched Zhang Dong's arm, exuding an air of exaggerated despair. Zhang Dong chuckled at his friend's antics, bending down to tidy up the refuse generated by his fruit sales. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. I must take my leave for today. After moving the table back to the beverage shop, Zhang Dong snapped his fingers at Lei Tianming, grabbed the collected trash, and exited the beverage store. Promises must be kept. Lei Tianming observed Zhang Dong's departing figure, a smile spreading from ear to ear. This lad was indeed increasingly endearing. After leaving Lei Tianming's beverage shop, Zhang Dong found a corner to slip into his space, placing all the items from his backpack inside. He then set off towards the city center, taking note of the fruit stalls along the way. A fruit supermarket? Upon reaching the intersection, while waiting for the red light, Zhang Dong caught sight of a sign across the street. When the green light illuminated, he made his way toward the shop. As he stepped inside, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of fruits. The variety of fruits inside dazzled him. Resembling a vibrant orchard, Zhang Dong glanced around, observing a store clerk diligently peeling a fruit he had never seen before and approached with curiosity. This fruit has quite an odor. Upon getting closer, he was hit by an unpleasant scent, prompting him to cover his nose with his hand. The clerk turned, amused by Zhang Dong's reaction, and explained, jackfruit is much like durian. Those who enjoy it adore it, while those who do not find the smell repulsive. Watching the clerk's skilled movements, Zhang Dong fell silent, quietly observing as she skillfully prepared the jackfruit. Durian? Jackfruit? He murmured to himself, realizing he had never encountered or even heard of such fruits before. Isn't the pineapple cultivated by oneself a splendid example? I might venture to try my hand at nurturing other fruits as well. Zhang Dong murmured to himself, casually picking up a kiwi, weighing in his hand, and a fleeting smile of delight crossed his face. There exists a plethora of varieties, yet the quality is leagues away from what I aspire to achieve. After perusing the fruit supermarket, Zhang Dong exited and glanced back at the sign hanging above. He then wandered aimlessly, discovering numerous fruit shops in the vicinity. There was nothing particularly remarkable about them. Aside from the variety, they were rather unexceptional. After visiting over a dozen fruit vendors, Zhang Dong found a shady spot beneath a tree and plopped down, idly picking a blade of foxtail grass to chew on. Although these establishments are situated in bustling areas with higher consumer spending, Zhang Dong felt their selling methods bore no significant difference from his own. However, I should learn from their extensive variety. Removing the foxtail grass from his mouth, he resolved to observe further, contemplating the possibility of cultivating additional fruits to expand his offerings. On his way home, Zhang Dong passed a jewelry store, and a thought struck him, prompting him to step inside. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? Approached a sales clerk, adorned with exquisite makeup and dressed in a shirt, her demeanor exuding professionalism and a charming smile. Zhang Dong's gaze wandered across the display, ultimately resting upon a bracelet. Could I see that one, please? He inquired, pointing intently at the bracelet. Of course, the clerk replied readily. retrieving the key to unlock the cabinet and presenting the bracelet before Zhang Dong. He cautiously lifted the bracelet, examining it with great care. "Is this a gift for someone?" the clerk asked, assessing Zhang Dong's evident admiration for the piece. "Yes, I wish to present it to my wife." "Do you think this bracelet would suit a young lady?" Zhang Dong scrutinized the bracelet from various angles, uncertain if it aligned with her taste. "Your wife is truly fortunate. Since it is for her, might I suggest you consider these options?" The clerk, giving Zhang Dong a thumbs up, moved aside to open another cabinet, unveiling a box filled with bracelets. Zhang Dong turned to behold an array of intricately designed silver bracelets, shimmering under the light. The ones over there are plain bands, devoid of any adornment, which may be rather dull for a woman. For your wife, those with patterns are far more suitable, as they exude elegance, the clerk advised, selecting several uniquely designed pieces to present to Zhang Dong. Setting down the bracelet he held, Zhang Dong's attention was drawn to another bracelet. "Sir, you have a discerning eye. If you fancy this design, there is a similar one right here," the clerk observed, glancing at the pattern on Zhang Dong's bracelet before rummaging through the box to retrieve a few comparable styles. Zhang Dong examined those bracelets meticulously, yet ultimately returned them, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. "Please wrap this for me," Zhang Dong requested, presenting the orchid-engraved bracelet to the clerk. "Certainly." The staff member, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Dong's straightforwardness, extended her hands to receive the bracelet. Having worked here for quite some time, she had never encountered such a decisive customer who didn't compare prices but paid promptly. "Sir, that will be 980 yuan. The clerk handed the neatly wrapped bracelet to Zhang Dong, placing a maintenance card into the bag before sliding it toward him. Zhang Dong retrieved 1,000 yuan notes from his pocket and handed them over, receiving 20 yuan in change before departing the jewelry store with a bag in hand. Upon boarding the bus, Zhang Dong returned home. Nuo was napping in her room, while Yin Hongye was busy crafting in the living room. "Wife, here is the money I earned from selling fruit today. I'm presenting it all to you," Zhang Dong declared, placing a thick stack of cash before Yin Hongye. She glanced at the money on the table, pausing her handiwork momentarily. "I sold all the fruit from the orchard today and made quite a profit." Noticing her momentary pause, Zhang Dong hastily elaborated. He lifted the water jug from the table and poured himself a glass. Yin Hongye cast a skeptical glance at the man before her. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's the city where the cost of living is high. I simply price my fruit according to the market rates, especially with the heavy foot traffic by the school gate." After swallowing, he set down his cup, fully aware of Yin Hongye's thoughts. Sighing, he patiently continued his explanation. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's words, Yin Hongye felt a twinge of embarrassment. She reached for the money on the table, counting it 10,000 yuan. Although she knew it was a substantial sum, seeing the total left her momentarily speechless. "Rest assured, this money is entirely legitimate. I'll keep it safe for you," Zhang Dong reassured, observing her hand freeze. He quickly grasped her hand, reiterating his point. Yin Hongye lowered her gaze, and after a moment, discreetly withdrew her hand, neatly stacking the bills. She then rose to put the money away in her room before returning to her crafting. As she completed her projects, Zhang Dong assisted with the packaging, and the afternoon slipped away in no time. In the evening, while Yin Hongye busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner, Zhang Dong, with the bracelet in hand, stealthily entered the kitchen. "Do you need my help?" he inquired, glancing at the dishes on the table before turning back to her. "No, thank you," Yin Hongye replied coldly, focusing intently on washing the vegetables. "Your sleeves are about to dip into the water. Let me help you with that." Zhang Dong reached for her hand, and when he released it, a silver bracelet adorned her wrist. "You spent money recklessly again," Yin Hongye exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before shooting a stern look at Zhang Dong. "I have a little money, and Nuo is hungry," she began, but before she could finish, Nuo pouted, patting her round belly. "All right, just a moment. Mommy will prepare dinner right away." Upon hearing Nunu's sweet, plaintive cry of hunger, Yin Hongye scarcely had time to utter Zhang Dong's name before she hurriedly turned to prepare the meal. Zhang Dong bent down to scoop Nunu into his arms, and the two stood at the doorway, watching Yin Hongye bustle about with an overwhelming sense of happiness. As the steaming dishes were placed on the table, Nunu was already dancing with delight, nearly drooling onto the table. Hurry and eat, you must be famished. Yin Hongya lovingly served Nunu some greens, her eyes filled with affection. Nunu scooped a generous spoonful, opened her mouth wide, and fed herself a hearty bite, swaying her head and gazing at the two of them. You should eat more. I've noticed you've lost weight recently, Zhang Dong remarked, placing a piece of lean meat into Yin Hongya's bowl, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes. Logically, given their improved circumstances, it seemed improbable for her to be losing weight. Yin Hongya stared at the meat in her bowl, lost in thought, before shoveling in a few bites of rice and finally tasting the piece of meat Zhang Dong had given her. Daddy, why didn't you serve Nunu some vegetables? Suddenly, Nunu set down her spoon, her small brows furrowing in seriousness, her youthful face a portrait of solemnity. Did Mommy not just serve you some? Zhang Dong looked bewildered at the little one, puzzled by her indignation over his simple act of serving his wife. Yin Hongya observed the exchange between father and daughter with a bemused smile, choosing not to intervene. That was what Mommy gave me. Why didn't T-Daddy serve me? Nunu glanced at Yin Hongya, then at the greens in her own bowl, pouting with displeasure. Aren't they the same? Zhang Dong gazed helplessly at Nunu, then turned to Yin Hongya for assistance. I know, Daddy loves Mommy more than he loves me, Nunu declared, her voice tinged with sorrow as she furrowed her brow in distress. Daddy loves you just as much as he loves Mommy, Zhang Dong replied earnestly, seeing the sadness etched on her face. Then why did Daddy serve Mommy vegetables and not me? Once again, the conversation circled back to the initial question. I just knew it. You love Mommy more. I'm truly a pitiful little thing. Their little one's lament made both Yin Hongya and Zhang Dong chuckle, and the sight of her indignant expression only heightened their amusement. What did you learn to call yourself? A pitiful little thing, Zhang Dong teased, adding another piece of meat to Nunu's bowl and gently tapping her head. Nunu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the meat, and she gleefully replied, It was what Brother Don Dong from Annie's house said. With that, she lowered her head, obediently resuming her meal, while Yin Hongya shook her head with a smile. Rest assured, Daddy loves you just as much as he loves Mommy, and I will strive to be a sturdy tree that shields you both from life's storms. Zhang Dong said, his expression turning serious, his gaze darkening. Yin Hongya paused, her lips pressed together at his words. That evening, Nunu clutched her little pillow and made her way to Zhang Dong's room. Daddy, I want to sleep with you tonight. With that, she tossed her pillow onto Zhang Dong's bed and scrambled up, using both hands and feet. Zhang Dong, make sure to cover her well with a blanket so she doesn't catch cold, Yin Hongya called out as she watched them. Outside the door, Yin Hongya's gentle reminder floated in, to which Zhang Dong responded with a nod. Lying beside Nuan, he rested a hand on her, rhythmically patting her softly. Daddy, why don't you sleep with Mommy? Brother Dong Dong's daddy and Mommy sleep together. Suddenly, opened her dark eyes in the dimness and inquired softly. Zhang Dong halted his gentle patting, momentarily at a loss for how to respond to such a question. Chapter 42. Do you have a secret? When Yin Hongya and Zhang Dong first wed, their lives resembled a sweet immersion in honey, enviably blissful to others. Despite Yin Hongya's family's vehement opposition to their union, they ultimately conceded upon witnessing the couple's contentment. Shortly after their marriage, Nuan was born, and with the arrival of their child, the couple gradually began to grapple with the mundane realities of daily life. Trivial matters soon became sources of incessant quarrels. In time, Zhang Dong succumbed to the allure of gambling, resulting in the ruin of their family, oblivious to the gravity of his actions. This led Yin Hongya to despair and ultimately take her own life along with their daughter. In a sudden flash, Zhang Dong recalled the morning of Yin Hongya's tragic fate. When she dutifully prepared his breakfast, her expression devoid of emotion as they shared the meal. Just before he left, she tugged gently at his sleeve, asking if he could stay home that day and refrain from gambling. It dawned on him that she had offered him a chance, one he had failed to cherish. He remembered how he coldly glanced at her before turning away. As this realization washed over him, a chilling wave of regret surged within Zhang Dong. Had Yin Hongya felt as heartbroken as he did now? Daddy, Daddy, Nuan called a few times, and when he did not respond, she tugged at his hand, drawing him back to the present. Zhang Dong looked down, his gaze softening as he met Nuanua's eyes, still clouded with unaddressed remorse. Did I ask something I shouldn't have, making Daddy unhappy? Noticing Zhang Dong's silence, Nua cautiously observed him, gently patting his chest. Of course not, my dear. Zhang Dong reassured her softly, tucking the blanket around them. Then why don't you sleep with Mommy? Nua's dark eyes fixed on him intently. That's because you're still little, and Daddy worries about rolling over and squishing you if you sleep with Mommy. So we sleep separately. He offered a casual excuse. Embracing Nua and continuing to pat her back gently. Nua responded with an understanding "oh" and obediently nestled beside him, her eyes fluttering shut, soon accompanied by the gentle rhythm of her breathing. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The rooster downstairs crowed loudly, prompting Zhang Dong to pull Nua closer, burrowing deeper beneath the covers. Hongya, are you up? Came Aunt Zhang's voice from outside, causing Zhang Dong to furrow his brows in irritation. Aunt Zhang. Yin Hongya emerged from behind the kitchen curtain, her hair elegantly tied up, her skin as pale as snow, and her neck long and graceful, embodying the essence of beauty. With a radiant smile, Yin Hongya stepped towards Aunt Zhang, a silver bracelet adorning her slender wrist. I came to check if you had risen from slumber, wishing to share a moment of conversation with you. Aunt Zhang cast a fleeting glance at Yin Hongya, her expression somewhat awkward. What is it? Do speak, Aunt Zhang. I am currently occupied preparing breakfast for the father and daughter, and Zhang Dong has plans to venture out today. Turning to glance at the clock on the wall. Her smile remained unwavering. Aunt Zhang, feeling embarrassed, opened her mouth to speak, letting out a couple of dry laughs, yet remained silent for an extended moment. Having been neighbors with Aunt Zhang for nearly 3 years, Yin Hongye surmised that Aunt Zhang had come with a request. If you have something to say, do not hesitate. Yin Hongye glanced at the time once more. Zhang Dong would soon awaken. Let us not have him rise to find no breakfast, leaving with an empty stomach. Noticing Yin Hongye's evident anxiety, Aunt Zhang took a couple of steps closer and leaned in to whisper, I truly apologize, but my son has amassed considerable debts outside, and I find myself in a predicament. I came to see if you might lend me some money. Upon uttering these words, Aunt Zhang's face flushed with embarrassment. Her gaze darted away, clearly distressed, unable to meet Yin Hongye's eyes. At my age, asking a young person like you for money feels quite shameful. Before Yin Hongye could respond, Aunt Zhang shook her head, her complexion pale. Aunt Zhang, please tell me how much you need. Yin Hongye reached out and grasped Aunt Zhang's hand, her face etched with concern. Aunt Zhang had often helped the two of them, while Zhang Dong indulged in a carefree existence. It was Aunt Zhang who looked after Nuonuo, while Yin Hongye toiled to provide for their family. Now that Aunt Zhang faced difficulties, Yin Hongye felt compelled to assist. Aunt Zhang, feeling quite apologetic, stated 700 yuan. Yin Hongye gasped, expecting merely a sum in the tens, but was taken aback by the amount. It is no trouble. I understand your family's hardships. Seeing Yin Hongye's astonishment, Aunt Zhang covered her face with her hand, feeling utterly humiliated at her age. Aunt Zhang, I will bring it over shortly. However, how could your son incur such a large debt? 700 yuan in these times is no trivial sum. Yin Hongye pondered curiously. What a wretched fate. That irresponsible son of mine, gambling of all things. Upon mentioning her son, Aunt Zhang stamped her foot, her heart heavy with disappointment. Yin Hongye stood frozen, the words gambling swirling in her mind, conjuring distressing images. Dear, how do you plan to manage the dishes? Suddenly, Zhang Dong's nasal voice broke the silence. Yin Hongye hastily told Aunt Zhang to wait a moment and rushed back. Entering the kitchen, she found Zhang Dong preparing noodles. Her thoughts racing back to Aunt Zhang's mention of gambling. Reflecting on the recent days, she recalled how diligently Zhang Dong had worked, leaving her with no grounds for criticism. Yet, the mere mention of gambling sent shivers down her spine, a haunting shadow left by Zhang Dong's past behavior. I've set the dishes down, Zhang Dong called out, lifting the lid with one hand and turning to shout for Yin Hongye. You can handle it from here. Yin Hongye coldly uttered a remark before turning to embrace Nuo in the room. Zhang Dong continued his actions, glancing back at Yin Hongye's departing figure, enveloped in confusion. During dinner, Yin Hongye displayed a dismal demeanor. Zhang Dong's inquiries were met with brief responses, further deepening his perplexity. "Wife, do you harbor any concerns?" he asked, setting down his chopsticks and leaning closer to her. Yin Hongye lifted her eyes briefly before lowering them once more to sip her soup, ignoring him entirely. After their meal, Zhang Dong promptly left to sell fruits. Throughout his journey, he pondered what could be troubling Yin Hongye, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Despite his thriving business, Zhang Dong managed to sell out before noon, earning over 1,000 yuan, which left him content as he hurried home. Chapter 43. If you don't want to drink, just leave it. Passing a boutique, Zhang Dong halted, contemplating whether to buy a gift for Hongye to cheer her up. After all, although she had not voiced it, she seemed fond of the last table he had given her. While still uncertain, he found himself stepping into the boutique. After a brief exploration, he felt utterly stumped. What kind of gift would a woman truly appreciate? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a comb resting on a shelf. It was a peachwood comb, its smooth, rounded handle and evenly spaced teeth offering an exquisite charm. Many had purchased such combs for their girlfriends. Perhaps this handsome gentleman could use one as well? Just then, an unexpected hand snatched the comb from the shelf, and Zhang Dong followed the hand to its owner. "Please wrap it for me," he said without hesitation, sensing an undeniable fondness for the item. The boutique owner bent down to retrieve a bag, swiftly wrapping it up. After paying, Zhang Dong left, the bag in hand, and made his way home. Upon arriving, he found Yin Hongye still bustling about in the kitchen. He placed the bag in the bedroom, washed his hands, and returned to assist with the cooking. Throughout the entire process, Yin Hongye did not utter a single word to him. After their meal, Zhang Dong instinctively stood to clear the dishes, and when he exited the kitchen, he noticed that Nua had already fallen asleep. "Is the child asleep so early today?" Zhang Dong mused, scratching his head in mild embarrassment. Yin Hongye, cradling the sleeping Nua, glanced at Zhang Dong, standing in the doorway before gently placing the child onto the bed and tenderly covering her with a blanket. After stepping out of the room, she resumed her seat at the table, engrossed in her handiwork. Zhang Dong took a seat nearby, rubbing his thighs, feeling somewhat at a loss as he observed Yin Hongye. "Wife, have I done something wrong?" He hesitated before posing the question. "No," Yin Hongye replied without a moment's thought, shaking her head decisively. Zhang Dong felt disheartened, sighing as he sat expressionlessly beside her. Yin Hongye paused her work and spoke. "Today, Aunt Zhang borrowed 700 yuan from me. Her son, like you, has accumulated a mountain of debt through gambling." Zhang Dong was taken aback, quickly grasping the situation. How could it be that Yin Hongye suddenly turned so indifferent? With the money in hand, he could arrange anything as he pleased. Zhang Dong flashed a radiant smile. Yet Yin Hongye frowned, her serious gaze fiddling with the object in her hands. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Dong realized that his previous actions had left Yin Hongye feeling unsettled. Rising, he entered the room, pretending to open a comb's packaging, extracting the comb and holding it in his palm. "My dear, this is for you," he said, placing the comb before her and casually beginning to manipulate it. Yin Hongye's eyes lingered on the sleek, delicate comb, and she softly uttered a thank you before retreating to her room with it. Zhang Dong gazed at the closed door, a myriad of emotions surging within him. After securing the door and extinguishing the lights, he returned to his own room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he recalled Yin Hongye's expression from earlier, a pang of guilt striking his heart. The following morning, Zhang Dong awoke feeling dizzy, inhaling deeply through his nose and sighing. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Just as he picked up his chopsticks at the dining table, he sneezed 2 or 3 times. Yin Hongye, watching him, momentarily displayed a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Have you caught a cold?" she inquired while serving herself a bowl of congee. Zhang Dong rubbed his nose and waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming, "My health is robust. There's no way I could catch a cold." Yet, he couldn't resist sniffing again. Yin Hongye remained silent, rising to head towards the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged carrying a steaming bowl of soup. She placed the soup before Zhang Dong, returned to her seat, and resumed her meal. "Brown sugar ginger water?" Zhang Dong lifted the bowl to his nose, the pungent scent of ginger wafting towards him, eliciting a delighted expression. Without lifting her eyes, Yin Hongye coldly remarked. If you don't want to drink it, just leave it. How could he possibly refuse? His wife had specially prepared brown sugar, ginger water for him. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his eyes and eagerly gulped down the warm concoction. Yin Hongye observed him finish the ginger water, and at the moment he set the bowl down, she expressionlessly averted her gaze. A wave of warmth spread from his stomach to his limbs, and a smile blossomed on Zhang Dong's face. "Dear, I'm heading out," he announced as he prepared the fruits, securing them on the tricycle before turning back to the house and calling out. "Okay," Yin Hongye replied, rushing to the window to watch Zhang Dong ride away on the tricycle. Instead of going to the city, he spent the day buying fruits in the town. Perhaps it had been too long since his last visit, for as soon as he parked, several people surrounded him, eager to purchase fruits. "No rush, take your time." Zhang Dong quickly arranged the fruits neatly, deftly handing bags to customers. In no time, the fruits on his tricycle were sold out. After tidying up the surrounding litter, he rode his tricycle to the market. "Hey, Zhang Dong." As Zhang Dong reached for the meat handed over by the vendor, he heard a familiar voice behind him. "Uncle Wu, are you here to buy vegetables too?" Following the sound, Zhang Dong spotted his neighbor, Uncle Wu, holding vegetables in one hand and pointing at him with the other. "Ah, just picking up some ingredients for lunch. What brings you here today?" Uncle Wu scrutinized Zhang Dong, noting the large sweet melon and a few greens he carried, clearly surprised. Zhang Dong glanced at the vegetables in his hand, scratching his head sheepishly. "My wife is at home taking care of the children and cooking every day, so I thought I'd lend a hand and make her a nice meal." After saying this, Zhang Dong handed money to the meat vendor and turned towards Uncle Wu. "Why don't you come back with me? I rode here on my tricycle." Uncle Wu nodded. All right. Zhang Dong is becoming increasingly thoughtful. Feeling somewhat uneasy at the compliment, Zhang Dong recalled that in the past, people would scold him rather than praise him, so this acknowledgement was a sign of his improvement. "Zhang Dong, I heard you started selling fruit. How's business?" Uncle Wu inquired as they settled into the tricycle, sorting through the vegetables. "It's going well. Manageable," Zhang Dong replied, glancing around to ensure no vehicles were approaching before steering the tricycle towards home. Chapter 44. It's wonderful that you are still here today. Is Sunday again. Time truly does fly. Uncle Wu sat beside Zhang Dong, waving his hand as he admired the passing scenery, his eyes narrowing in delight. Zhang Dong smiled in agreement, but suddenly remembered his promise to return home early to prepare a meal for Nuanua. With that thought, he firmly twisted the handle. "Uncle Wu, you can get off here. I want to accompany you inside. I have other matters to attend to." The tricycle came to a steady stop at a nearby intersection, and Zhang Dong turned, looking at Uncle Wu with urgency. Noticing Zhang Dong's anxious demeanor, Uncle Wu quickly rose to disembark. "I'll come visit you again." As soon as Uncle Wu stepped off, Zhang Dong promptly turned the tricycle around and headed home. Upon halting, Zhang Dong rushed inside, where he found Yin Hongye busy with crafts in the living room, while Nuanua sat beside the electronic piano, playing a tune. Today was pretty early. Nuanua was almost in tears missing you. Hearing the hurried footsteps outside, Yin Hongye wondered who it could be and looked towards the door in curiosity. "Yes, business has been quite good," Zhang Dong replied as he placed his purchases on the table and poured himself a glass of water, which he drank in one go. Yin Hongye's gaze fell upon the large, sweet melon Zhang Dong had brought back, and she paused her work, looking up at him. "Why did you buy a sweet melon?" Turning her head, she noticed another large melon in the corner and looked at the one on the table with confusion. Zhang Dong glanced at the melon on the table. "Oh, I want to keep the seeds to cultivate them. I do like to try growing sweet melons myself." With that, he carried the large melon towards the kitchen. When he emerged again, he was holding a bowl of sweet melon. "Nzere no." As Zhang Dong emerged from the kitchen, he glanced around, only to find that Noah, who had been playing with mud in the corner, had mysteriously vanished, presumably off to play with the children from Aunt Zhang's house. Yin Hongye tightened the rope, expertly wrapping it several times before tying a knot and cutting the line with scissors. Observing Yin Hongye put down her belongings, Zhang Dong swiftly offered her a piece of sweet melon. Yin Hongye accepted the melon and took a bite. Indeed, the melon was delicious, its sweetness refreshing on the palate. "Daddy, Mommy, what are we having for lunch today?" The familiar voice of Nua Nua echoed from the entrance. Moments later, her plump figure appeared before them. Since Zhang Dong had started selling fruit and earning money, Nua Nua had become delightfully chubby, a stark contrast to her previous malnourished state. Yin Hongya's complexion had also improved significantly, and Zhang Dong felt a swell of pride in this transformation. "Look at this," Zhang Dong exclaimed, waving a piece of meat in front of Nua Nua's eyes. "Wow, meat!" Nua Nua's eyes widened in delight, sparkling with a longing for the food. Zhang Dong couldn't help but laugh at her expression, and Yin Hongya, standing beside him, couldn't suppress a smile either. "Daddy is going to make a big meat pie for Nua Nua," Zhang Dong announced, heading towards the kitchen with a bag in hand. He tossed the meat into the sink, rolled up his sleeves, and began his culinary endeavor. Nua Nua stood at the kitchen door, her face alight with anticipation as she watched Zhang Dong work with deft skill, chopping the meat, mixing the dough, and cooking with seamless grace. 2 hours later, a batch of thick-filled, thin-skinned meat pies emerged from a kitchen. "Darling daughter, come and eat the pies," Zhang Dong called out, carrying the steaming pies into the room. Nua, who was nearly dozing in Yin Hongya's arms, opened her eyes wide upon hearing him and clumsily climbed down from her mother's embrace. "Daddy, your pies smell amazing," Nua Nua exclaimed as she leaned against the table, inhaling deeply. Zhang Dong grinned widely, bending down to gently rub Nua Nua's nose. "Let me get you a piece." He promptly selected a pie, blew on it to cool it down, and placed it in a bowl. Then, he lifted Nua onto a stool to sit. Nua clumsily picked up a spoon, struggling to bring the pie to her mouth. After blowing on it again, she opened wide and stuffed it in. But after a laborious effort to bite down, only a tiny morsel made it into her mouth, and she barely managed to get any filling. Yin Hongya, with a resigned expression, set aside her tasks, took the spoon from Nua Nua, and helped her cut the pie into small pieces. They all casually nibbled on the pies, deeming this lunch satisfactory. Rising early, Zhang Dong finished his meal and retreated to his room for a brief afternoon nap. As the wind rustled past his ears, Zhang Dong furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Yin Hongya stood before a tall building, turning back to gaze at him. "Hongya, come back!" Zhang Dong shouted anxiously, striding forward to grasp Yin Hongya's hand. Yet no matter how he stepped, he remained rooted in place. "Live well," she said, and with that, she turned and leaped into the air. "Hongya!" Zhang Dong cried out in desperate struggle. Yin Hongya was seated in the living room, engaged in her handicrafts when she heard Zhang Dong's anguished cries. She hastily set aside her work and rushed to his room. What happened? Upon entering, she found Zhang Dong sitting on the bed, visibly shaken and staring blankly at her. "You're still here. You're still here." As soon as Zhang Dong saw Yin Hongya before him, he instinctively pinched his own arm, grimacing in pain. Subsequently, he crawled towards her and enveloped her in a tight embrace. Yin Hongya felt as though her bones were about to be crushed under his grip. "Ahem! Let go of me." She gently patted Zhang Dong's back, struggling to catch her breath. Zhang Dong released her, placing his hands on her shoulders. His expression earnest as he implored, "Don't leave me." Yin Hongya furrowed her brow, confusion evident in her eyes. Suddenly, Zhang Dong felt a warm hand cover his forehead. He looked over to see Yin Hongya placing her hand on her own brow. "You're not running a fever. What nonsense are you talking about?" Yin Hongya tilted her head, her expression perplexed. Zhang Dong quickly grasped her hand, assuring her, "I'm not feverish, I'm perfectly fine." Faced with a man who oscillated between dazed and fervent, Yin Hongya was unsure how to respond. She forcefully pulled her hand away from his grasp and turned to leave the room. Zhang Dong hurriedly slipped on his shoes and followed her. "Hongya, do you have any desire to go out for a stroll today?" Noticing her seated at the table, still working on her crafts, Zhang Dong cheerfully dragged a chair over and plopped down beside her. Yin Hongya shook her head, remaining silent. To her, this man appeared utterly bewildered, spouting nonsensical remarks. "How about a walk on a tall building?" After a brief silence, Zhang Dong slowly suggested. Yin Hongya paused her work, rolling her eyes as she turned to look at him earnestly. "What exactly do you want to say?" Startled by her sudden gaze, Zhang Dong quickly shook his head, muttering, it's nothing," while secretly feeling pleased. Skeptical, Yin Hongye picked up her materials and resumed her busy work. After Nuonyuo woke up, Zhang Dong took her outside to play while Yin Hongye remained home, engrossed in her crafts. Recently, her handicraft business had been quite prosperous. Whenever Zhang Dong went out to sell fruits, Yin Hongye kept herself occupied at home. On days when Zhang Dong stayed home to care for Nuonyuo, Yin Hongye would sell her crafted goods, earning a decent income. Although it paled in comparison to Zhang Dong's earnings, it brought her joy and a sense of stability. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Dong returned home with the child in tow. Mama, Mama, from the yard, Yin Hongye heard Nuonyuo's cheerful calls. Nuonyuo, come play at my house. Before even stepping through the door, she heard a child from downstairs calling for Nuonyuo. It was the child from Aunt Zhang's family, who often kept Nuonyuo company. This afternoon, I sought out Nuonyuo several times at home, yet I could not find her. At this moment, she likely heard a sound and hurried over. Papa, I will return after dinner. Yin Hongye, upon hearing Nuonyuo's sweet voice, noticed the rapid patter of footsteps. This child runs so swiftly. Zhang Dong opened the door with a helpless shake of his head. Yin Hongye glanced at Zhang Dong, her actions quickening slightly. With dinner approaching, she aimed to complete her current task before preparing the meal. I will handle dinner tonight. You carry on with your matters. Zhang Dong lifted the curtain and entered the kitchen, followed by the sound of rice pouring into the pot. A slight smile graced Yin Hongye's face, and her pace slowed a bit. Before long, Aunt Zhang called home, stating that Nuonyuo would be dining at her place today. After offering a few reminders, Yin Hongye hung up the phone. Nuonyuo was to have her meal at Aunt Zhang's, and she would pick her up later. Zhang Dong set the dishes on the table just as Yin Hongye finished tidying up. I just wrapped up, she remarked casually. Zhang Dong nodded, returning the child's bowl to the kitchen before turning back with a portion of rice. Wife, I wish to discuss something with you. He added a piece of beef to Yin Hongye's plate and cheerfully continued. Let us consider purchasing a second-hand truck. As he spoke, Zhang Dong felt a pang of uncertainty, his gaze avoiding Yin Hongye's. She paused her chopsticks, studying him for a few moments before asking, what brings about this sudden thought? I was thinking, it's manageable in town with a tricycle, but the city is too far. Every time I carry a load of bags and squeeze onto a crowded bus, it's quite the ordeal. Setting his chopsticks down, Zhang Dong leaned on the table, earnestly analyzing, moreover, even if I do manage to take the bus into the city, I must rent a vehicle upon arrival, which accumulates to quite a significant expense. Zhang Dong pressed his lips together, each word ringing true. After a brief silence, Yin Hongye nodded. You may decide. I shall not interfere. With that, she picked up a piece of beef and resumed her meal. Then I shall visit the used car market tomorrow to see if any suitable options are available. Zhang Dong, observing her response, understood that Yin Hongye had acquiesced. Suddenly, she halted her movements, looked up at Zhang Dong earnestly, and said, Do take care of your health. Zhang Dong paused, a wave of joy washing over him as he nodded enthusiastically. After Yin Hongye declared she was full and returned her bowl to the kitchen, she descended the stairs to Aunt Zhang's house to check if Nuonyuo had eaten. Watching her depart, Zhang Dong felt enveloped in profound happiness. In the past, Yin Hongye had never shown such concern for him. Now, she was urging him to take care of himself, which delighted him immensely, prompting him to indulge in an extra bowl of rice. Having made a promise, the next morning, Zhang Dong set off for the second-hand car market. Gazing at the myriad of vehicles, he felt a twinge of astonishment. Sir, is there something you require? A well-dressed man appeared before Zhang Dong, clasping a folder in his hand. Zhang Dong scrutinized the gentleman from head to toe and subsequently stated his desire to inspect a small truck. Upon hearing this, the man gestured invitingly and led Zhang Dong to the rear of the shop. There lay an array of vehicles, 5 rows in total. Please, feel free to explore which model piques your interest, the man suggested, guiding Zhang Dong to the truck section. Zhang Dong meticulously compared each vehicle, ultimately halting before a mid-sized truck. Your taste is commendable, sir. This truck, although only 50% new, boasts exceptional performance. The man remarked as he hurriedly approached and tapped the engine hood upon noticing Zhang Dong's pause. Zhang Dong circled the vehicle, finding its style and size to align perfectly with his ideal, stirring a sense of desire within him. "What is the price for this vehicle?" Zhang Dong inquired, resting a hand on the truck. The man opened his folder, perused its contents, and then raised 3 fingers. Zhang Dong glanced at the vehicle beside him, weighed the cost, and shook his head. A truck at 50% new was simply not worth that price. With no room for negotiation, Zhang Dong felt no particular attachment to this deal. The price was indeed unjustifiable. Observing Zhang Dong's resolute refusal, a flicker of panic crossed the man's eyes. He had not anticipated encountering someone knowledgeable. Chapter 46, A Sample. "You think you can deceive me?" Zhang Dong crossed his arms, contemplating the vehicle before him. The man, observing Zhang Dong, seemed to ponder, and thus refrained from further banter. Stating plainly, "What price do you propose?" Flipping through his documents, the man raised his gaze to Zhang Dong. Without responding, Zhang Dong opened the car door, then slammed it shut with a dull thud, nodding in approval. He then entered the vehicle once more, surveying the interior, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his face. "Though this truck is 50% new, we have made repairs upon its retrieval." The seller recognized Zhang Dong's thorough inspection and understood his intentions. Zhang Dong remained silent, continuing to circle the vehicle. Its exterior bore no evident scratches, and the panels were intact, with no noticeable dents. Afterward, he climbed into the truck and ignited the engine to check the dashboard, stepping out with a sense of contentment. 15,000, he declared, hands tucked into his pockets. His gaze unwavering on the man, his expression unchanging. The man shook his head, replying, "Sir, the salvage value exceeds 15,000. Zhang Dong opened the hood, gesturing towards the engine. The man leaned in to take a look, raising an eyebrow and smiling. "It appears you truly are an expert." His words carried a blend of resignation and a hint of admiration. Zhang Dong nodded silently, refraining from conversation. Fortunately, during his previous gambling days, he had been consumed by dreams of one day winning enough to purchase a Mercedes, even a second-hand model. Thus, he had taken the time to understand the intricacies of the used car market. "The welding marks are so apparent. I'm already offering you more than 15,000. Turning his head, Zhang Dong fixed a seemingly amused gaze upon the man before him, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority that rendered the man speechless. Fine. 15,000 it is," he conceded, waving his hand dismissively, averting his gaze from Zhang Dong's intense stare, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. Zhang Dong closed the engine cover and gestured towards the counter, indicating it was time to settle the payment. The man led Zhang Dong to the counter, where they completed the handover procedures. "Excuse me, could you please hand me your driver's license once more?" Zhang Dong, holding the document pouch they had just provided, was about to stow away his license when the driving man called out to him again. With a hint of suspicion, Zhang Dong glanced at him and retrieved the license from the pouch, handing it over. "Sir, your driver's license is nearing its expiration date. Do keep an eye on that," the man advised while operating the computer. Zhang Dong nodded, recalling that indeed his license had been with him for quite some time. It was during his university days, shortly after he began dating Yin Hongye, that he had taken driving lessons. Yin Hongye often accompanied him for practice, and they were regarded as the golden couple by their instructor. Reflecting on those memories, Zhang Dong couldn't help but smile and shake his head. "All set, sir. Should you encounter any issues with the vehicle, do not hesitate to contact us. Wishing you safe travels," the man said, handing back the license with a beaming smile that revealed 8 gleaming teeth. Watching Zhang Dong depart, Zhang Dong accepted the license, pocketing it with a thank you before turning to hop in his car, starting the engine and accelerating homeward. The vehicle came to a gentle halt beneath his apartment, and after honking the horn, he noticed no one appeared, prompting him to exit and race upstairs. Wife. Upon entering, Zhang Dong couldn't contain his excitement as he called for Yin Hongye, eagerly scanning the room for her presence. "What is the matter?" Yin Hongye emerged from a room, her expression slightly flustered. Zhang Dong, brimming with excitement, rushed over and grasped her hand, leading her toward the entrance. Yin Hongye looked at him, bewildered by his firm grip. "What, wife, look?" Before she could finish her question, Zhang Dong halted abruptly, pointing at the small truck outside, his face alight with anticipation. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yin Hongye's eyes, quickly followed by a calm demeanor. "Did you just buy it?" she inquired, as she pried her hand free from Zhang Dong's grasp and circled the vehicle. Zhang Dong's gaze remained fixed on her, the joy reflected in her eyes etched into his heart. "Wife, with this truck, I won't have to squeeze onto the bus when I go to the city anymore. You and Nua can come along with me," he exclaimed, swinging open the truck's door and excitedly traversing its interior. Yin Hongye stood below, gazing up at him as sunlight cascaded upon Zhang Dong. At that moment, he seemed enveloped in a radiant golden glow, as if the light were an innate aura rather than mere sunlight. Zhang Dong leapt down from the truck, grasping Yin Hongye's hand, his lips pressed together in slight nervousness. Yin Hongye maintained her composure, watching him with unwavering patience, her eyes as tranquil as a still lake. "I acknowledge that my past actions were utterly foolish. Yet I implore you to believe that such occurrences shall not transpire again." Zhang Dong gazed at Yin Hongye with sincerity in his eyes and utmost earnestness in his demeanor. Yin Hongye remained silent, quietly observing Zhang Dong. "You and our daughter will always come first in my life. Never doubt my love for both of you, understand?" Before Yin Hongye could respond, Zhang Dong continued. After a moment of hesitation, Yin Hongye slowly replied, "Your intentions are sufficient." After a brief pause, she calmly conveyed her thoughts. Zhang Dong, who had initially felt a pang of disappointment, was instantly filled with elation. Yin Hongye opened the car door, glanced at the driver's seat, and nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of whether it was secondhand or not, this was the first vehicle marking his fresh start, and that alone was worthy of joy. "Tomorrow, I shall embroider a safety talisman to hang in the car," she remarked nonchalantly as she closed the door. Zhang Dong looked up at Yin Hongye, his heart enveloped in warmth, brimming with happiness. Since acquiring the car, Zhang Dong had risen at 5 each morning to deliver goods to the supermarket, then transported strawberries to Lei Tianming in the city, followed by setting up his stall. Days passed, and Zhang Dong's fruits became increasingly recognized, leading to orders from 2 more supermarkets in the city. He was busily engaged from dawn until dusk. After dinner and a shower, he ventured to the fields. It had been a while since he last checked on the melons he had planted some time ago. Once he changed into appropriate attire and approached the melon patch, he was left momentarily speechless. In less than half a month, the seeds he had casually sown had flourished significantly. To add to his astonishment, each melon was ripe, round, and substantial. Zhang Dong stepped closer, patting them. The abundance of moisture was evident. With each firm tap, a deep sound resonated, further igniting his excitement. Chapter 47. The fruits disappeared. Zhang Dong rose and made his way to the small wooden cabin, where he meticulously cleaned the knife he had used to cut the pineapple previously. He sliced into a melon and savored its goodness. With a single bite, the sweet juice flowed from his mouth, and the melon's fragrance danced upon his palate. After finishing one piece, he shook his head in disbelief and reached for another. Truly, the taste was exquisite, a testament to the nourishing spring water. After consuming 2 pieces, Zhang Dong wiped his hands and marveled at the experience. Checking his watch, he took advantage of the moment while Yin Hongye and Nua were asleep to load the melons into his vehicle. The following morning, Zhang Dong arose early to sell fruits. He first delivered goods to the supermarket, fortuitously encountering Li Tinghua. "Your strawberries have indeed brought us considerable business," Li Tinghua exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Dong, excitement evident as he patted him on the shoulder, his face aglow with joy. "Homegrown produce is always superior to the chemically treated," Zhang Dong replied without modesty, waving his hand dismissively. "I saved some for myself yesterday, and they tasted even better than before. What could be the reason for that?" Li Tinghua appeared to ponder, his brow furrowing as he regarded Zhang Dong with a look of intrigue. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, contemplating that fruits nourished by the spirit spring must surely be delectable. Practice makes perfect. It is a similar principle. He opened the car door and retrieved a sweet melon from the trunk, offering it to Li Tinghua. "Try this and see if the melon is as appealing as the strawberries." Li Tinghua accepted the melon, giving it a gentle pat. Listening to the muffled sound, he smiled and nodded, preparing to speak, but Zhang Dong shut the car door, waved goodbye, and prepared to depart. He still had deliveries to make in the city and would address any matters later. Upon arriving at Lei Tianming's place, it was only 7 o'clock, approximately an hour earlier than usual. Zhang Dong arranged the items neatly and, as soon as Lei Tianming opened the door, presented him with the strawberries. "Why such an early visit today?" Lei Tianming remarked, noticing Zhang Dong's beaming smile as he held the strawberries. Then, he glanced at the vehicle behind Zhang Dong and sighed. "Brother, is it truly economical to rent a vehicle every day?" Zhang Dong turned to look back, walked inside to place the strawberries on the table, and replied that his own vehicle might be more cost-effective. Afterward, he playfully snapped his fingers in front of Lei Tianming before exiting the beverage shop. Lei Tianming, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly followed Zhang Dong. "When did you buy this truck?" he inquired, circling around the small truck before leaning against it. "Not long ago," Zhang Dong said, patting the glass of the driver's side with a proud expression. "Well done, Xiao Dong," Lei Tianming teased, playfully punching Zhang Dong's shoulder with a grin. Zhang Dong, feeling a bit bashful, was about to respond when an elderly woman approached. Lei Tianming gave Zhang Dong a knowing glance, suggesting he attend to the customer while he returned to the shop to prepare for the day ahead. "Certainly, madam," Zhang Dong replied, turning to the elderly woman with a warm smile. He skillfully pulled out a bag and selected some large, exquisite strawberries, weighing them for her. After she left, Zhang Dong borrowed a knife and, like slicing a pineapple, cut the sweet melon in half, setting it aside for customers to taste. "Is it the season for sweet melons already?" An aunt who frequently sold fruits alongside Zhang Dong remarked, eyeing the melon with curiosity. "Out-of-season fruits don't seem promising." Others nearby echoed her sentiment, believing that melons in this weather must surely be subpar. "You may sample the melons I cultivated myself. They ripen earlier, free from pesticides and hormones, entirely safe." Zhang Dong smiled at the small crowd, discussing his melon, remaining unfazed. He retrieved toothpicks from Lei Tianming and placed a platter in front of them. "Is that true?" Some people were still skeptical, exchanging glances. The leading aunt was the first to take a piece and pop it in her mouth. Delicious. The soft, sweet texture left her yearning for more, prompting her to take another piece. The onlookers, witnessing her delight, could no longer resist and reached for a piece themselves. "Delicious, quite sweet. To my surprise, the melons of this season are exceptionally delicious. The summer melons cannot compare in sweetness or juiciness." In an instant, those who were initially skeptical and held a poor opinion of this melon began to sing its praises. "How much for this melon?" Upon hearing someone inquire about the price, Zhang Dong responded, 10 yuan per jean, 10 yuan per jean. At this time of year, there are hardly any melons available, and other vendors certainly do not sell them. Moreover, given the exquisite taste of these melons, Zhang Dong discreetly increased the price. "I'll take half." Zhang Dong anticipated a haggling session, mentally preparing for a battle of wits. But to his surprise, the buyers were exceedingly agreeable. Before long, the fruits on the truck were completely sold out, leaving only a few large melons. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Due to outstanding recent performance, the system rewards you with fruit seedling stocks. Please make your selection." Just as Zhang Dong closed the truck door, this phrase popped into his mind. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback. After securing the door, he climbed into the vehicle and entered the space. Upon entering, various fruit seed images materialized in his mind. Zhang Dong rubbed his hands, gazing at the seeds before him, somewhat indecisive. Strawberry seedlings, watermelon seedlings, pineapple seedlings, grape seedlings. Zhang Dong stared at the screen, muttering to himself which one to choose. He frowned, tilting his head while contemplating the multitude of seeds. "Host, you have 30 seconds to make your selection." Just as Zhang Dong hesitated, the mechanical voice of the system echoed again. 30 seconds? Zhang Dong was taken aback, glancing at the trees before him in a state of confusion. 10, 9, 8. Grapes. In a moment of panic, Zhang Dong randomly tapped on one. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a grape seedling." As soon as the words left the system, he saw a seedling appear before him. Zhang Dong picked it up and placed it in the small cabin, reasoning that it would be inappropriate to disappear for too long while still on the street. So he decided to return for the time being. Upon returning to the truck, Zhang Dong noticed Lei Tianming approaching. What brings you here?" Lei Tianming looked at Zhang Dong, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. "I've been in the truck all along." Zhang Dong feigned calmness, maintaining a steady fa. Lei Tianming glanced at Zhang Dong, then turned to inspect the truck's rear compartment, puzzled. "I thought you were in the back, and I was about to go around to find you." Chapter 48. Even brothers should settle accounts. Clearly Zhang Dong cast a guilty glance at Lei Tianming and chuckled awkwardly. "What do you need from me, Brother Lei?" Zhang Dong opened the truck door, stepped out, and leaned against Lei Tianming's shoulder, squinting up at the sun overhead, feeling the heat. Lei Tianming crossed his arms and leaned against Zhang Dong's small truck, speaking, "Make sure to bring me some watermelons tomorrow." Zhang Dong turned his head, surprised, and looked at Lei Tianming. "Oh, I haven't even recommended myself yet. Brother Lei, you are quite knowledgeable." Seeing Zhang Dong's teasing demeanor, Lei Tianming playfully punched him. But Zhang Dong laughed and dodged. "Is 5 Gene enough?" After their playful exchange, Zhang Dong tidied his hair and looked earnestly at Lei Tianming. Lei Tianming cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Dong, an expression that seemed to challenge. "Who do you look down upon?" he asked. "Could you deliver 5 kilograms of watermelon to me? Or perhaps 2? Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter. 50 kilograms should suffice, right? Just send over 50 kilograms for now. After all, you come by daily, so it matters not." Lei Tianming yawned and stretched lazily. "All right, I'll have it delivered tomorrow." Zhang Dong nodded decisively and opened the car door, preparing to leave. "Wait, we haven't discussed the price yet." Lei Tianming quickly reached out to pull Zhang Dong back, an amused yet exasperated look on his face. Although their relationship was indeed amicable, it was essential to maintain clarity in financial matters, even amongst close friends. Zhang Dong pondered for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, "You decide, given our relationship." After that, he raised an eyebrow at Lei Tianming, his face beaming with a smile. Lei Tianming shook his head solemnly and replied, "We should clarify the terms." Seeing Lei Tianming's seriousness, Zhang Dong suppressed his smile and hesitated for a moment. 5 yuan per kilogram. Having received ample assistance from Lei Tianming, he was reluctant to profit from him and thus offered the lowest price. Lei Tianming raised an eyebrow, fully understanding Zhang Dong's intention, and chose to remain silent in agreement. "Brother Lei, I must take my leave. I wish to return home early to spend time with my wife and children." Lei Tianming had initially hoped to invite Zhang Dong for a meal, but upon hearing this, he acquiesced. As Zhang Dong fastened his seatbelt and released the handbrake, he drove off. On the way, he passed by a shoe store and paused briefly, parking at the roadside. "Buy one, get one free, starting at 99 yuan. The moment he stepped into the store, he was greeted by the enthusiastic calls of the salespeople. Standing tall, he walked straight inside. "Come and take a look." The cheerful shouts echoed in his ears as his gaze wandered over the array of shoes on the shelves. "Feel free to browse. If you need assistance, just call me." A woman, clutching a shoe box, hurried past him. Zhang Dong turned slightly, offering a subtle nod in her direction, with his hands tucked in his pockets. He surveyed the stylish and appealing footwear, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the choices. "Sir, do you see anything you like?" The same woman who had passed by earlier approached him, her face adorned with a pleasant smile. "Let me take a look," Zhang Dong replied, tilting his chin upward as he stood before the women's shoe display. Feeling a bit shy, the woman nodded knowingly and quietly accompanied him. Zhang Dong's attention was captured by a pair of high-heeled shoes. Their sleek black leather, both simple and elegant, with a modest heel height of 3 to 4 centimeters that was far from ostentatious. Noticing Zhang Dong's keen interest, the saleswoman swiftly reached for the shoes and presented them to him. "Sir, you have excellent taste. These shoes are quite popular. The heel is low, making them perfect for everyday wear and shopping without any discomfort." The saleswoman continued her enthusiastic praise, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong paid little heed to her compliments, taking the high heels into his hands, examining them thoughtfully. "What size do you carry? I can show you." The salesperson, seasoned in the art of observation, noted Zhang Dong's unwavering gaze and discerned his keen interest, prompting a direct inquiry about the shoe size. Zhang Dong, lifting his eyes, furrowed his brow in evident discomfort. Previously, he had paid little attention to Yan Hongye's shoe size, and now he found himself in an awkward predicament. "Let me see," he murmured. He returned the shoes to the salesperson, touched his forehead thoughtfully, and managed a faint smile. The salesperson, taken aback by his decision to decline, pursed her lips and returned the shoes to the shelf. Zhang Dong exited the shoe store and drove home. Upon arrival, he entered the space and immersed himself in the fertile fields, diligently planting the grape seedlings he had acquired that day, subsequently irrigating them with the divine spring water. After an hour of labor, he sank onto the ground beside a tree, gasping for breath. Nurturing a single grape seedling is quite the endeavor, he mused, wiping the sweat from his brow. Turning his gaze, he noticed the newly sprouted watermelon seedlings. He scooped some spring water from the bucket and sprinkled it over them. Instantly, the seedlings surged upwards, yielding a small watermelon. Zhang Dong's mouth fell open in astonishment, realizing the extraordinary rate of growth. While he was aware that the spring water significantly accelerated plant growth, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly amazed. "If I were to be a bit more diligent, I could amass a fortune in a day," he thought, delighting in the prospect as he gently prodded the little watermelon. He then surveyed the other fruits, all thriving splendidly. Hands on his hips, he surveyed the bountiful fields, satisfaction radiating from him. "I ought to set a goal for myself. With this fertile land at my disposal, I cannot remain aimless." Zhang Dong clicked his tongue, feeling discontent with his current career aspirations. His gaze fell upon the plump, ripe fruits, and an idea sparked within him. "It seems feasible to develop an industrial chain," he mused, his eyes narrowing as he assessed his surroundings, convinced that the moment was ripe for such an endeavor. "I must explore this further another day." Bending to retrieve the nearby water bucket, he returned it to the small wooden house and then turned back to his room. "Dinner is ready." Just as he settled onto the bed, a knock echoed from the door. He hastily rose to open it and was met with Yen Hongye, her expression laced with curiosity. "Were you asleep?" I called for ages without a response. Releasing the doorknob, she turned back to the dining table. "Daddy, it's time to eat." "Time to eat," Nuo exclaimed, clapping her hands with uncontainable joy upon seeing Zhang Dong. He smiled faintly, choosing not to respond to Yen Hongye, and took a seat beside Nuo. "By the way, tomorrow marks the shopping festival. Let's venture out together." As he took a bite of his meal, he caught sight of the calendar hanging nearby and was suddenly reminded. Chapter 49, A Day Out with Mama Daddy. What is a shopping festival? Yen Hongye remained silent, while Nuo gazed up at Zhang Dong with wide-eyed curiosity. The shopping festival is a splendid occasion where one can acquire numerous items, many of which you may have never seen before. Zhang Dong looked at Nuo with affectionate eyes, a smile gracing his lips as his heart brimmed with joy. Nuo let out a soft sound, burying her head in her food for a couple of bites before asking, "Can I go to the shopping festival tomorrow?" "Of course," Zhang Dong replied, "tomorrow. Dad will take you and Mom." Upon finishing his words, he lifted his gaze to Yen Hongye, his face brimming with anticipation. Observing their expressions, Yen Hongye sighed, mentioning that she had too many crafts to attend to lately and lacked the time. "You two can go without me." Her tone was neutral, devoid of inflection, as she deftly served a piece of rib to both Zhang Dong and Nuo. "It's not impossible to skip a day, right? If it comes to it, I'll work overtime with you tomorrow when you return," Zhang Dong suggested thoughtfully. After a moment's hesitation, Yen Hongye shook her head. "Once you've made a promise, you must uphold it, don't you think?" Zhang Dong, seeing her determination, shook his head regretfully. He then turned his attention to his precious daughter, a thought forming in his mind. After dinner, Zhang Dong urged Yen Hongye to rest while he cleared the table and washed the dishes. "Dad, are you really taking Nuo to the shopping festival tomorrow?" Came Nuo's cherubic voice from behind him, her chubby hands grasping his pant leg. "Absolutely," Zhang Dong replied, shaking off the water from his hands and lifting Nuo into his arms. "Yay, I love Daddy the most." No eklimed, cupping Zhang Dong's face and planting a kiss on it. Zhang Dong's eyes crinkled into crescents of joy. His daughter was growing increasingly affectionate toward him. "But, Mom, doesn't T have time to go with us? Is it right for just the two of us to go?" Suddenly, Zhang Dong looked at Nuo with a hint of regret. Nuo blinked her round eyes in confusion. "I want Mommy to come with us. I know you wish for Mommy to join, But just now, Dad asked her, and she said she has no time. What should we do? Zhang Dong replied, his expression conveying a sense of helplessness. How about you ask Mommy? We can't leave her alone at home. Noticing Nua's little brows furrowed in thought, Zhang Dong seized the moment to encourage her. Understanding her reluctance to leave Yin Hongye behind, he was determined to have Nua persuade her. After listening, Nua nodded, climbing down from Zhang Dong and scampering over to Yin Hongye. Mommy, come with Nua and Daddy to the shopping festival tomorrow. She tugged at Yin Hongye's clothes, shaking her insistently. Zhang Dong peeked from the kitchen, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he watched the scene unfold. Mommy, doesn't T have time tomorrow? Look at all the tasks I still have to complete, Yin Hongye replied, setting aside her work to gaze gently into Nua's eyes. But if Mommy doesn't T go, Nua vil besud, Nua insisted, her eyes filled with distress as she fixed them upon Yin Hongye. Upon seeing her daughter's expression, Yin Hongye felt a pang of compassion. She glanced at the items on the table, hesitating momentarily. Dad said to bring Mommy along. If Mommy doesn't T go, I will truly be heartbroken. Tears began to well in Nua's eyes. In a flurry, Yin Hongye scooped Nua in her arms, gently patting her back. Let no Mama is going. Yin Hongye found herself at a loss. Seeing Nua's determined demeanor, she realized that her refusal would be futile. Really? Nua lifted her head to gaze at Yin Hongye, wiping her tears away with her small hand. With a resigned nod, Yin Hongye acknowledged her predicament. There was no way to resist Nua's wishes. Upon receiving Yin Hongye's consent, Nua swiftly leapt off her lap and dashed into the kitchen. Daddy, Mama is coming with us tomorrow, she exclaimed loudly upon entering the kitchen. Zhang Dong hurriedly rushed over to cover Nua's mouth, anxious that Yin Hongye would discern his intentions. How could she not know? It was evident that Nua desired her presence. Yet how could a child articulate such thoughts? Yin Hongye picked up her belongings again, chuckling to herself. In preparation for the shopping festival the following day, Yin Hongye worked diligently that night, completing the handmade items requested by others while Zhang Dong and Nua slumbered peacefully. Only after finishing her tasks did she retire to bed. At the break of dawn the next day, Zhang Dong rose early to prepare breakfast for the two. Suddenly struck by an idea, he ventured into the living room to confirm that both Nua and Yin Hongye were still asleep. He then dashed back to the kitchen and slipped into the storage space. Drawing water from a spiritual spring, he placed it in a pot to make breakfast for them. This spring water, known for accelerating crop growth, was equally beneficial for health, enhancing physical well-being. Once breakfast was ready, Zhang Dong knocked on Yin Hongye's door. It's time to eat, he called gently. Not hearing a response, he pushed the door open and entered. Come on, it's time for dinner, he softly urged as he stepped into the room. Nua, stirred by his voice, blinked her sleepy eyes and poked her head out from under the covers. Daddy, she exclaimed, turning her head to see Zhang Dong standing by the bed, reaching out her little hands for a hug. Yin Hongye, now awake, glanced at Zhang Dong and instinctively burrowed deeper into the blankets. Zhang Dong lifted Nua into his arms and sat on the edge of the bed. Last night, you woke up in the middle of the night and insisted on going shopping, he remarked, seeing Nua snuggled so adorably against Zhang Dong. Yin Hongye couldn't help but tease, is that so? Zhang Dong, intrigued, looked at Nua, surprised by this unexpected twist. Of course, I told her to sleep. Otherwise, you wouldn't take her shopping for new clothes tomorrow. That's why she obediently laid down to rest. Yin Hongye rubbed her eyes, chuckling at the situation. Nua, nestled in Zhang Dong's embrace, appeared drowsy but felt a twinge of shyness at the mention of herself, rubbing her face against Zhang Dong's side. You should get up soon. We need to set off, Zhang Dong said, patting Nua's head before glancing at Yin Hongye, who still lay in bed. Noticing a faint blush on Yin Hongye's cheeks, he urged, hurry up. He playfully patted her before returning his attention to dressing Nua. I know, I'm still in my pajamas. I'll get up and change soon, Yin Hongye replied, burying her head further into the blankets. Zhang Dong paused momentarily in dressing Nua, then quickened his pace. No wonder Yin Hongye had been so slow to rise. It seemed Zhang Dong's presence had made her a bit bashful. Chapter 50. Little one, do you disdain me? Zhang Dong emerged from the room, cradling Nuo, when he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, as if something was rhythmically bumping against his chest. Curiously glancing down, he discovered Nuo was playfully nudging him with her head, leaving Zhang Dong perplexed. "Darling, what are you doing?" he inquired, pulling Nuo a little distance away while regarding her with a look of suspicion. "Daddy, why is your chest so hard? It doesn't feel like mommy's, which is soft and pleasant." "I like that." Nuo's tiny hands explored Zhang Dong's chest, her face a mixture of curiosity and a hint of distaste. Zhang Dong stood frozen, his mind blank. Typically eloquent, he found himself at a loss for words. "But mommy is big and soft, and you are not. Why is that?" Nuo's innocent voice pierced through Zhang Dong's shock. His face flushed crimson as he met the earnest, inquisitive gaze of his daughter. He was utterly bemused. Nuo had reached that age of incessant questioning, and Zhang Dong was uncertain how to respond. "Daddy, don't you know?" she continued, gently patting his shoulder in a mock gesture of consolation, leaving him even more flustered. Nuo, this is simply a matter of gender differences. As for the specifics, your teacher will explain it to you once you start school," he replied, hoping to deflect her curiosity before Yin Hongye could join them. "But how will the teacher know that mommy is soft and yours is hard?" Nuo persisted, seeking clarity from her father. Zhang Dong, realizing he could not continue this line of questioning, swiftly sought to change the topic. "What are you two standing around for? Is breakfast not ready?" Yin Hongye emerged from the room, noticing the two standing still, her expression one of confusion. "Yes, it's ready," Zhang Dong said hurriedly, placing Nuo in Yin Hongye's embrace, his gaze inadvertently drifting away as the atmosphere grew awkward. "I'll serve the rice," he added, diverting his eyes as he lifted the pot lid and began dishing out the porridge. "What are you doing?" Yin Hongye observed Zhang Dong's strange behavior and glanced at Nuo, bewildered. "Wow, it smells so good," Nuo exclaimed, attracted by the aroma of the porridge. "It does smell delightful," Yin Hongye concurred, regarding Zhang Dong with newfound respect. Zhang Dong was pleasantly surprised. He had not anticipated that the spring water not only produced delicious fruits, but also yielded exquisite meals. "Quickly eat up. Once we finish, we can head to the shopping street," he urged, serving each of them a bowl of porridge, encouraging them to eat. After finishing their meal, Zhang Dong headed to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Yin Hongye lovingly styled Nuo's hair into an adorable braid. As they got into the vehicle, Zhang Dong was surprised to find the small truck brimming with watermelons and strawberries. He handed Nuo a few strawberries for the journey. Zhang Dong urged Yin Hongye to grab some strawberries as well before they set off towards the market, pressing the accelerator once both of them were on board. "What's the purpose of bringing so much fruit?" Yin Hongye inquired, gazing ahead as a gentle breeze flowed through the open window, refreshing her spirit. Zhang Dong kept his eyes on the road, occasionally glancing in the rearview mirror, and replied, "Although our aim is to shop, we might also seize any business opportunities that arise." With a playful wink towards Yin Hongye, he continued driving. As they entered the bustling market, the air was filled with the lively shouts of vendors hawking their wares. The streets were teeming with people, including many women and children, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Spotting an available parking space along the roadside, Zhang Dong parked the vehicle, locked the doors, and took both women to explore the market. With one arm cradling Nuo and the other holding Yin Hongye's hand, Zhang Dong wandered through the bustling streets. "Daddy, I want that," Nuo exclaimed, pointing at a rabbit-shaped cotton candy with pleading eyes. Without hesitation, Zhang Dong procured the sweet treat, causing Nuo to beam with joy as she clutched the cotton candy, her eyes darting around in excitement. Seeing Nuo so happy lifted Yin Hongye's spirits as well. "Darling, what do you think of this dress?" Zhang Dong suddenly halted, captivated by a floral dress hanging at a clothing stall. The skirt swayed gracefully in the breeze, accentuating a cinched waist and flared sleeves, perfectly embodying contemporary feminine aesthetics. Yin Hongye's eyes flickered with interest, betraying a hint of admiration. "Don't waste money. I don't like it," she replied, shaking her head and attempting to pull Zhang Dong away. Although their circumstances had improved and they had more money, Yin Hongye remained steadfast in her belief that they should save. Understanding her mindset, Zhang Dong placed Nua in Yin Hongya's arms and returned to stall. "Excuse me, how much for this dress?" he asked, lifting it high for the vendor to see. 50 yuan, the vendor replied, standing on tiptoe to gauge the price. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongya quickly grasped Zhang Dong's hand, insisting, "I don't like it. Buying it would be a waste." However, Zhang Dong paid her little mind, turning back to negotiate with the vendor. "Can you lower the price a bit? At least 35, no less." After some back-and-forth haggling, Zhang Dong ultimately secured the dress for 35 yuan. Having completed the transaction, he returned to Yin Hongya, a bright smile illuminating his face. "What a waste of money," she remarked, shaking her head in mild disapproval. Yin Hongya shot a glance at Zhang Dong, yet her heart brimmed with joy. She had always favored the design of this particular item, never imagining she would truly possess it. With this thought in mind, Yin Hongya stole a sidelong glance at Zhang Dong, pressed her lips together, and ultimately refrained from saying much more. "What do we want, Nua?" Zhang Dong reached out to take Nua into his arms and strolled forward. As Yin Hongya watched Zhang Dong's silhouette, she felt a sense of reliance wash over her. "Wife, hurry up." After a few steps, Zhang Dong noticed that Yin Hongya had lagged behind and quickly turned to call out to her. Yin Hongya responded promptly, quickening her pace to catch up with the two, a genuine smile brightening her face. Chapter 51. Unexpected ventures. Having taken the two on a leisurely stroll and completed their purchases, it was already noon. The trio found a quaint eatery to enjoy a bite, and Zhang Dong then led them straight to the fruit wholesale market. Since they were to explore business opportunities, it was only fitting to head to the right place. After indulging in food and merriment, it was time to attend to serious matters. "No, Daddy will take you to buy some fruit." Upon reaching their destination, Zhang Dong affectionately caressed Nua's chin, opened the car door, and stepped out. "Fresh pineapples for sale. Tropical fruits, come and taste." As soon as he alighted, Zhang Dong heard a vendor hawking pineapples nearby, and his attention was instantly captured. He crossed his arms and maneuvered through the crowd, pushing his way to the center. There, he beheld a man's truck brimming with pineapples, several of which had been sliced open for tasting, the sweet aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Zhang Dong glanced at the cut pineapples. While they smelled delightful, they did not appear as appetizing as he had hoped. He turned back, retracing his steps to rejoin Yin Hongya and Nua. "Daddy, I thought you went somewhere." Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Zhang Dong, her arms reaching out for a hug. "Where did you go?" Zhang Dong scooped up Nua, while Yin Hongya couldn't help but inquire curiously. "Oh, nothing much, just checking out the pineapples over there," Zhang Dong replied, gesturing towards the pineapple vendor with a slight smile. The trio wandered further inside, but after a brief exploration, they found little of interest and returned to their vehicle. Just as they paused, Zhang Dong overheard a voice nearby. "Whose melons are these?" A sharply dressed young man pointed at Zhang Dong's watermelon cart, surveying the area. Mine, Zhang Dong responded, uncertain of the young man's intent. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, the young man smacked his lips. "How much are you selling these melons for?" He tapped on a watermelon resting by the car door. To prevent the sun from scorching the fruit, Zhang Dong had covered the cart with a tarp, and he retrieved a watermelon from the bed of the truck. $3 per pound. That's rather expensive. What if I want to buy a lot? The young man frowned, clearly taken aback by the price. "How many can you take?" Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow. "I could take the whole cart, but I only want the finest melons." "Of course," Zhang Dong nodded, turning to lift the tarp and retrieving an even larger watermelon from the truck. The crowd surrounding the melon cart gazed in astonishment at the watermelon in Zhang Dong's hands, which was the size of a winter melon. Even younger onlookers appeared momentarily struck dumb. This young man had been in the fruit industry for several years and had seen his fair share of fruits, but a watermelon of such size was indeed a revelation. "So, boss, does this melon meet your quality standards?" He finally regained his composure and looked up at Zhang Dong. "I require not only size, but also sweetness." "Can such a large watermelon truly be sweet?" The young man continued to probe, unwilling to concede just yet. Meanwhile, the watermelon in Zhang Dong's hands had already captivated a circle of spectators. "Hey, if you want to know how sweet it is, why not cut it open for everyone to taste? If it's sweet, we will definitely buy." Others chimed in eagerly. Zhang Dong, without further ado, picked up a knife and swiftly sliced the watermelon into several pieces. The flesh was crimson, the skin thin, and the juice abundant, accompanied by a faint yet enticing aroma wafting through the air. "Please, everyone, sample my watermelon," Zhang Dong announced, handing a piece to the young man and distributing the remaining slices to the onlookers. He then stepped aside, observing the eager crowd. "It's sweet, very sweet, but not overly so. It carries a rich, distinctive watermelon fragrance." This was the unanimous reaction from the crowd. The flavor of this watermelon completely transformed their previous perceptions. The young man, staring at the piece he had bitten into, seemed to search for something deeper within the fruit, remaining silent for a while. Zhang Dong watched the crowd's reactions with satisfaction, not the slightest bit surprised. After all, these melons were nurtured daily with the finest spring water. Who in the world could be more indulgent than he? After a brief pause, someone exclaimed, "Hey, I want 100 pounds. Boss, pick out 3 for me." "Big brother, I'll take 50 pounds. It was unclear who started the frenzy, but soon everyone surrounded Zhang Dong, creating an impenetrable wall of eager customers. Yin Hongye could only do her best to shield him, looking at Zhang Dong with a mixture of helplessness and admiration. "There's plenty for everyone. No need to rush. If you truly want them, just call this number." "This cart might not sell out today," Zhang Dong said with a smile, handing the young man a slip of paper with his phone number. He cheerfully accepted the money offered by the crowd, walking towards his vehicle, where it was filled to the brim with melons. Yin Hongye began to unload the woven bags that accompanied the cart, assisting Zhang Dong in quickly packing the watermelons. Meanwhile, the young man found himself pushed to the outer edge of the throng, unable to voice his desire as he watched Zhang Dong's abundance of melons. Not a single one was smaller than the one Zhang Dong had just cut open, and he had never seen such sweet melons of this size before. Chapter 52. Are you looking to buy all my melons? He had assumed that the watermelon Zhang Dong had brought over was the largest, but upon seeing the even larger melons in the cart, he felt a surge of emotion, almost wanting to cry. This was too much to handle. Meanwhile, the increasing crowd continued to attract more customers to Zhang Dong's stall. "Boss, is it all the melons you've got?" Voices clamored from the crowd. Indeed. Our own melon fields yield abundantly." Zhang Dong sought a fitting rationale. Yet, amidst the envious gazes directed at him, his heart remained unperturbed. His own home? Wasn't that a steadfast supplier? If these watermelons were to change hands, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. "Our buffet requires at least 500 pounds a day. How much for your watermelons?" In an instant, numerous proprietors, eager to select suppliers, turned their attention to Zhang Dong's watermelons. "Wholesale price is $8 a pound. No haggling." Zhang Dong had merely hoped for a stroke of luck, yet unexpectedly, he struck gold. $8 a pound? Isn't that a tad exorbitant? The wholesale price is $8 a pound? There are no retail prices that high for watermelons, are there? What kind of watermelon demands $8? Cut it down. Cut it down. I'll order 500 pounds for $3 a pound. The sounds of bargaining echoed, but Zhang Dong stood silently, a subtle smile lingering on his lips. The watermelons he produced were of exquisite quality, unmatched by any others on the market today. Yin Hongye observed the scene and quietly approached Zhang Dong from behind, tugging at his sleeve. Zhang Dong turned to meet her gaze. "We don't have that many watermelons." He shook his head, signaling her to remain silent. Perceiving his demeanor, Yin Hongye bit her lip and retreated to a distance, refraining from further comment. A price reflects the quality, and for that watermelon just now, even at $3, you might not secure it. Zhang Dong noticed their persistent attempts to negotiate a lower price and shrugged, clearly indicating that the price was non-negotiable. "Not necessarily. While your watermelon is indeed good, the price is rather steep." The man at the forefront adjusted his glasses, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong shook his head, gesturing towards the customers purchasing watermelons, indicating for him to observe. "This is the price, $8 a pound. Yes, you. You won't find another supplier offering such quality here." Wait a moment. Before others could voice their objections, a deep voice resonated through the crowd. Zhang Dong paused, lifting his gaze to see a well-dressed man approaching. His graying hair was meticulously styled into a slicked-back look, and he walked with a measured grace. Will you sell me those watermelons for $10 a pound? If so, I will take the remainder. Zhang Dong nearly dropped the woven bag in his hands, his pupils dilating as he stared, unblinking, at the elegantly dressed man before him. In that era, those who donned suits and exuded such poise were undoubtedly not insignificant figures. Moreover, he seemed somewhat familiar. Sir, it's $8 a pound. Zhang Dong set down the knife in his hand, smiling as he regarded him. It wasn't that Zhang Dong was naive. He simply found the offer too extravagant. $10 a pound for watermelons? He harbored doubts about the underlying motives. Yen Hongya, cradling her daughter, remained vigilant, casting wary glances at the stranger, sensing an underlying motive. Could it be that this individual sought to provoke a rivalry among peers, deliberately inflating prices only to outmaneuver them later? Zhang Dong scrutinized the man before him, a sudden thought striking him. Was this not Zhou Gang, the esteemed CEO of Baiguxiang? Suddenly, someone from the crowd exclaimed, and a flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Dong's eyes. Baiguxiang was the largest fruit company in the city, boasting over 20 stores. Zhang Dong could hardly believe his fortune in encountering such a prominent figure today. His hand, resting beside his thigh, trembled slightly. He understood the significance of this moment. If Baiguxiang was procuring his fruits, it must indeed be of exceptional quality. Dear sir, could you spare us a portion? We would gladly accept at 8 yuan. Called out those who had initially lamented the high prices, their pleas now transformed into requests for Zhou Gang to reserve some for them. Yet, Zhou Gang paid them no heed, his smile unwavering as he focused solely on Zhang Dong. I have been observing you for some time, and I find myself quite intrigued by your watermelons. Greetings, I am Zhou Gang. He extended his hand towards Zhang Dong, his resonant voice captivating. Zhang Dong stared at Zhou Gang's hand, momentarily taken aback, before finally grasping it in return. Zhang Dong, a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Zhou. To his astonishment, encountering the CEO of Baiguxiang here was beyond his wildest dreams. Though he maintained a calm exterior, internally he was elated. Establishing a connection with Baiguxiang promised a future free from concerns about sales and profits. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the handshake between Zhang Dong and Zhou Gang, felt a pang of regret, yet opted to disperse rather than embarrass themselves further. Zhou Gang released Zhang Dong's hand and casually gestured towards the watermelons. 10 yuan per kilogram. How much can you supply me daily? The sound of the watermelon resonated satisfyingly as Zhou Gang nodded in approval before looking back at Zhang Dong. What is your daily requirement? Zhang Dong hesitated, fearing that stating a modest figure might squander this opportunity. Yet he also worried that claiming too much would raise doubts about his farm's capabilities. 1,000 kilograms. Would that pose a problem? Zhou Gang picked up a watermelon that Zhang Dong had sliced, taking a bite, the sweet juice cascading in his mouth, confirming its superb quality. 600 kilograms daily is feasible. As for 1,000, I can only say I will do my utmost. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Dong swallowed his inclination to agree outright. Zhou Gang, seemingly unperturbed, appeared quite satisfied with this outcome, nodding at the watermelon. Then let us settle on 600 kilograms daily at 10 yuan per kilogram. Is that agreeable? Zhou Gang, straightforward and candid, laid out his proposal. Zhang Dong's heart soared with joy at such an advantageous arrangement. It was an opportunity too good to decline. Agreed. Upon Zhang Dong's affirmative response, Zhou Gang did not linger with words, but instead beckoned his assistant, who had been waiting behind him, to come forth. Meanwhile, Nuo, hidden behind Zhang Dong, gazed with wide, curious eyes fixed intently on Zhou Gang. Chapter 53. Do you like this little dress? Zhou Gang met Nuo's inquisitive gaze and smiled gently. Feeling shy under his scrutiny, Nuo quickly turned her head and buried herself into Yan Hongye's embrace. Zhou Gang chuckled at the adorable little one, his heart nearly melting at her cuteness. Boss, the total weight is 892 jin. Reported one of Zhou Gang's subordinates with utmost respect after weighing the watermelons on the truck. Load them onto the truck, Zhou Gang instructed, waving his hand. With a swift gesture, his assistant presented his wallet. Zhang Dong observed Zhou Gang's decisiveness, a smile creeping onto his lips as a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Indeed, this big boss was unlike any other. excitedly rubbing his hands together. He never anticipated encountering his largest client during this shopping festival. Here you go, Xiao Zhang. Zhou Gang extended a stack of vibrant red bills towards Zhang Dong. Yin Hongye, who had been silent, looked at the money in his hands, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Dong accepted the cash, moistening his fingertip to deftly count the bills. Mr. Zhou, there's an extra 100. After counting twice and confirming the surplus, Zhang Dong decisively withdrew the extra bill and attempted to return it to Zhou Gang. Surprised by the unexpected gesture, Zhou Gang raised an eyebrow but shook his head, indicating Nua beside them. This is for the little one to buy some candy. Please keep it. No need, Mr. Zhou. 100 yuan is excessive for candy. Zhang Dong promptly declined, stepping forward to insist on returning the money. Zhou Gang, intrigued by Zhang Dong's character, gently pushed away the outstretched hand and said, "Consider it a token of our first collaboration. Please accept it. Deliveries will be made to this address. If you call the number above, someone will come to unload the goods," he added, retrieving a business card from his assistant and placing it in Zhang Dong's hands, indicating the embossed phone number. Zhang Dong glanced down at the card, noting the gilded contact information and address. The warehouse was conveniently located in the city, not far from where Zhang Dong set up his stall, allowing for direct deliveries after unloading. Agreed then. May our collaboration be fruitful, Zhou Gang said, extending his hand, which, though aged, was remarkably smooth. With a composed demeanor, Zhang Dong pocketed the money and shook Zhou Gang's hand, solidifying their agreement. As Zhou Gang's vehicle receded from view, Zhang Dong and Yin Hongye stood beside the truck in contemplative silence. "My dear, do you now believe I can earn money?" After a moment, Zhang Dong, brimming with pride, touched his bulging pocket, elated beyond measure. Yin Hongye lowered her gaze and nodded, still in a state of astonishment, seemingly lost in thought. "Cool, me. Let me take you to the supermarket." Zhang Dong secured the truck door, cradling Nua in one arm while grasping Yin Hongye's hand with the other. As they strode towards the adjacent shopping plaza, Yin Hongye allowed Zhang Dong to lead her hand forward, her gaze fixed intently on his silhouette. The gentle sunlight cascaded upon Zhang Dong's hair, which danced in the breeze, radiating joy in every direction. It was hard to believe that Zhang Dong could one day earn money, enabling Nua to live a life where her every desire was fulfilled. This thought stirred a flicker of emotion within Yin Hongye's heart. Zhang Dong brought them to a shopping plaza, where the dazzling array of merchandise captivated both mother and daughter. "Wow, Daddy, how beautiful!" Nua exclaimed, her dark eyes wide with wonder as she gazed at a balloon figure in the shape of a cartoon character. "Do you like it? If you do, Daddy will buy you one," Zhang Dong said, glancing up without hesitation, intending to purchase it for Nua. "What use is it to buy this? Why waste money?" Yin Hongye interjected urgently, stepping forward to grasp Zhang Dong's arm and shooting him a disapproving look. "Don't squander just because you have a little money." Noticing the expression on Yin Hongye's face, Zhang Dong nodded sheepishly and quickened his pace, holding his daughter as they headed towards a children's clothing store. "Wife, come see how this dress would look on Nua," Zhang Dong said, standing before a shelf, holding up a dress while contemplating it indecisively. Yin Hongye approached, took the dress from his hands, examined it for a moment, then checked the price tag before returning it to the rack. "It's not nice," she declared, feigning distaste as she hung it back up. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow and took the dress down again, feeling it wasn't so dreadful after all. "What do you mean it's not nice? It has a little bow. Perfect for our precious daughter," he replied, playfully adjusting the bow on the dress. Yin Hongye glanced around, ensuring no one was in earshot before lowering her voice to say to Zhang Dong, "Children grow quickly. There is no need to buy something so expensive." Zhang Dong instinctively bent down, momentarily taken aback by her words, a wave of bitterness washing over him. Life had been so difficult previously that even a hearty meal was a luxury. How could Yin Hongye ever justify spending over 100 yuan on a piece of clothing? This realization pained him as he looked at her, enveloped in a sense of sorrow that lingered within him. Children grow fast anyway. It's fine to buy something that will last just a year. Turning, Yin Hongye moved to the discount rack, explaining to Zhang Dong while diligently selecting clothes for Nua. "I'm earning money now. I can provide a better life for you both," Zhang Dong asserted, grasping Yin Hongye's hand with conviction and sincerity in his eyes. Yin Hongye opened her mouth, poised to respond, but was interrupted by Zhang Dong. It settled then. Nuo hasn't had new clothes in a while. She lowered her head in silence, and after a moment, set down the garments in her hands, returning to the rack where the small dress hung. Whether it suits her or not, we won't know until we try it on. With a stoic expression, she pulled Nuo close and headed towards the fitting room. Observing their retreating figures, Zhang Dong lowered his gaze, running a hand through the back of his hair with a smile playing on his lips. As mealtime approached, the trio emerged in search of a restaurant, stepping inside. "Boss, I would like a serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried water spinach, and steamed fish," Zhang Dong stated as he examined the menu on the table for a moment before beckoning the restaurant owner. "Coming right up, just a moment." The owner, with a warm gaze that scanned the bustling crowd, responded enthusiastically. Come eat more. The steamed fish here is quite exceptional. You must try it." Amidst the surrounding cacophony that underscored the restaurant's bustling business, Zhang Dong found an inexplicable sense of tranquility in the clamor. "I'll fetch some juice for you," he declared, catching sight of a beverage shop outside the restaurant. After exchanging greetings, he stood and made his way out. "Mom, here." No sooner had Zhang Dong departed than Nuo eagerly offered her slice of cantaloupe to Yin Hongye. "Surios abot nonos cantaloupe." Yin Hongye turned to see a server presenting similar fruit to the children at the adjacent table. Chapter 54. "Like a little princess here, try this kiwi juice," Zhang Dong said softly, placing the juice he had just bought on the table and carefully inserting a straw for Nuo. Why buy drinks when there's plain water in the restaurant? Yin Hongye frowned at the kiwi juice. "It doesn't cost much," Zhang Dong waved dismissively, regarding the expense as trivial. "Come on, why aren't you two eating?" He then glanced at the steaming dishes on the table, turning his gaze back to Yin Hongye, who was still staring at the kiwi juice. Snapping back to reality, Yin Hongye explained, "I was waiting for you to eat together." She then offered a small piece of cantaloupe from her hand to Zhang Dong. He looked at her quizzically. "Where did you get this cantaloupe?" "It's from the sister over there. Every child received some," Yin Hongye began to explain, but Nuo interjected eagerly. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow, glancing around to confirm that indeed, every child had received 2 pieces of cantaloupe. "Was this reserved just for me?" he asked with a teasing smile, seemingly anticipating something. "Are you going to eat it?" Yin Hongye quickly averted her gaze, a fleeting hint of fluster crossing her face, which Zhang Dong noticed. "Of course. Why would I eat what my wife offered?" With that, he promptly took the piece of cantaloupe, broken in half, and placed one half in his mouth before handing the other half back to Yin Hongye. "One half each. Let us not let our affection diminish." Yin Hongye shyly accepted her half of the cantaloupe, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Zhang Dong felt an unmistakable lightness in his heart. The fact that Yin Hongye was so eager to share her piece of fruit with him was a delightful first. The thought made his smile widen. "This drink is absolutely delicious," Nuo exclaimed, awkwardly cradling her kiwi beverage, leaning in to sip through the straw, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she glanced at Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong couldn't help but chuckle at Nuo's cautious demeanor and her astonished expression. "Do you enjoy the taste of kiwi juice, Nuo?" he asked. "Yes, it's super tasty," she replied enthusiastically. Nuo arose to place the beverage upon the table, her bright eyes sparkling with unabashed affection for the kiwi. Zhang Dong found himself both amused and slightly pained by Nuo's expression. Although they were not from a wealthy family, it was high time she indulged in such treats. He silently vowed to frequently procure these delights for her in the future. Zhang Dong gently wiped the juice from the corner of Nuo's mouth, his gaze filled with tenderness and resolve. "All right, Daddy is the best. Nuo loves Daddy the most," Nuo exclaimed, her head nodding vigorously in enthusiastic praise of Zhang Dong. "Drink less soda. Plain water is much better. This stuff wastes money and offers little in return." Yin Hongye feigned anger as she looked at Nuo, though her true concern was for their finances. Having endured difficult times, she often felt as if their current circumstances were surreal, akin to a dream. "Let's go." After finishing the meal, Zhang Dong settled the bill and stepped out of the restaurant, waving to the two. "How much was the meal?" "A Upon seeing Zhang Dong emerge, Yin Hongye hurried over to inquire about the cost. Zhang Dong casually pulled Nuo closer and replied nonchalantly, "Just over 100 yuan." Yin Hongye gasped in surprise. "Just over 100? That could buy a lot of vegetables. Are you going to share that drink with me?" Zhang Dong noticed the unopened beverage in her hand and leaned in closer, his voice low and warm against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Yin Hongye's face flushed crimson as she quickly grabbed Nuo's hand and hurried forward, leaving Zhang Dong behind with a mischievous smile as he watched their retreating figures. "Daddy, hurry up!" Nuo scampered along, her little legs moving swiftly to keep pace with Yin Hongye, turning back to urge Zhang Dong to catch up. "I'm coming," Zhang Dong called out, quickening his stride towards them. Suddenly, Nuo halted at a children's clothing store, her eyes fixated on a beautiful princess dress displayed in the window. "What's wrong?" Yin Hongye, noticing Nuo had stopped, assumed she was unwell and quickly crouched down to inquire. "Mommy, that dress is so pretty." Zhang Dong arrived just in time to hear this, glancing at the dress in the window. The pink ribbon tied into a bow at the chest, adorned with lace trim, and the skirt embellished with tiny pearls was breathtaking, captivating Nuo's gaze completely. "Daddy, can you buy it for me?" Nuo suddenly released Yin Hongye's hand and clutched the hem of Zhang Dong's shirt, looking up at him with pleading eyes. "Of course, my dear. If Nuo likes it, we shall buy it." "No need to ask, Daddy," Zhang Dong replied, bending down to embrace her, his heart swelling with affection. Yin Hongye, witnessing Nuo's hopeful expression, felt a pang of guilt and averted her gaze. "Really?" Nuo's face lit up with joy at Zhang Dong's enthusiastic agreement. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, about to voice a thought, but Nuo continued, "It's wonderful. Before, Mommy didn't have money, and I could only look at what I wanted. Now Daddy can buy it for me." Her little face radiated happiness, deepening Zhang Dong's frown. "Please help me take that dress down for the child to try on." Zhang Dong entered the children's clothing store, cradling Nuo in his arms, and pointed toward a princess dress. The store owner glanced at them, then rose to retrieve it. Nuo emerged from the fitting room, donning the princess dress, her rosy cheeks brimming with delight. Her fair skin appeared even more radiant against the pink fabric, and her dark, bright eyes sparkled with joy. "Mama, does it look good?" Nuo scampered over to Yin Hongye, her voice sweet and innocent. "It looks lovely, just like a little princess," Yin Hongye replied with a warm smile, her gaze fixed intently on her daughter, a fleeting flicker of guilt passing through her eyes before she lowered her gaze. Seeing Nuo so happy filled Zhang Dong with regret. He knelt down beside Nuo and said, "Today, whatever clothes you desire, my dear Nuo, you may choose freely. Daddy will buy them." "Yay!" Nuo exclaimed, excitedly waving her hands as she darted around the store. In no time, she had selected several outfits that caught her fancy. "That's too many. Children grow so fast. And they're quite expensive," Yin Hongye remarked, watching Zhang Dong prepare to check out with the clothes Nuo had chosen, her eyes fixated on the items in his hands. Feeling a pang of concern for their finances, Zhang Dong presented the garments to the cashier, casting a brief glance at Yin Hongye. "What does it matter? If she likes them, we should buy them." Realizing Zhang Dong's determination, Yin Hongye understood that her words would fall on deaf ears. However, as she calculated the total, realizing it would amount to hundreds, she couldn't help but interject, "If she wears them out, we can always buy more later. Purchasing so many now would be such a waste." Zhang Dong halted his actions, looking at Yin Hongye with utmost seriousness. "Buying things for you and Nuo will never feel like a waste." "Sir, that will be 560, the store owner announced, having already packaged the clothes. Yin Hongye gasped at the steep price for just a few items, but Zhang Dong remained unfazed. After settling the bill, he picked up the clothes and led the two of them out of the store. As they turned the corner, Zhang Dong spotted a women's clothing store that appeared significantly more upscale than the previous one he had taken Yin Hongye to. "I don't need anything else. You've already bought me so much today," Yin Hongye quickly protested, noticing Zhang Dong's gaze lingering on the shop. Ignoring her, Zhang Dong seized both of them and headed toward the store. "Hello, welcome to Yishui Women's Wear." Upon entering, a friendly sales associate approached them with a smile. Yin Hongye glanced around awkwardly, her lips curving into a reluctant smile. "Wife, take a look and see if there's anything you like," Zhang Dong suggested, wrapping an arm around Yin Hongye's shoulders while scanning the clothing displayed on the walls. Observing Zhang Dong's inquiry, the sales associate quickly gathered around Yin Hongye. "Miss, what type of clothing are you looking for? A dress or pants? What style do you prefer? Would you like to consider something sporty? It's convenient for daily outings with the children." As soon as Zhang Dong departed, Yin Hongye found herself encircled by the store clerks, inundated with questions one after another. Surrounded by the opulent decor and the exorbitantly priced garments, she felt an overwhelming urge to escape. "I'm so sorry," she chuckled awkwardly, her gaze darting anxiously in search of Zhang Dong. At last, she spotted him by the cash register and called out, her voice trembling slightly, "Darling, play safely here. Daddy is going to choose some clothes for Mommy." Zhang Dong turned, waved, and reminded Noah to stay safe as he strode briskly towards Yin Hongye. Upon his arrival at her side, the tension in Yin Hongye's body dissipated, and she quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. "Sir, if your wife often takes care of children, she might consider something sporty, or perhaps this dress. It's perfect for outings as the weather warms," suggested the clerk, rummaging through the rack to produce a striking red dress. Zhang Dong regarded the dress with satisfaction and encouraged Yin Hongye to try it on. Yin Hongye shook her head and softly replied, "Haven Tea, we already purchased a dress. I don't wish to buy another." No woman is entirely immune to the allure of new clothing, yet her refusal stemmed from the realization that the prices were exorbitant. Upon entering, she had caught a glimpse of the price tags, with even the most basic tops costing 70 or 80. "Just try it on. There is no obligation to buy. Besides, one must separate the matters at hand," Zhang Dong insisted, taking the dress from the hanger and placing it in her hands, gently nudging her towards the fitting room. With a soft thud, the fitting room door closed behind her. Yin Hongye stared at the dress in her hands, glancing at the price tag, 228 yuan. She felt a pang of indecision, caught between her desires and financial prudence, ultimately conceding. Moments later, the fitting room door opened slowly, and Yin Hongye emerged, tugging at the hem of the dress, feeling rather awkward. The vibrant red accentuated her fair complexion, the neckline elongating her neck beautifully. Her slender waist and subtly revealed long legs added a touch of allure. "It doesn't quite fit. I'll change back," she declared. Zhang Dong remained momentarily speechless, lost in admiration. Noticing his silence, Yin Hongye glanced down at herself, preparing to return to the fitting room. No, my dear, you look stunning." Zhang Dong finally snapped back to reality, quickly reaching out to grasp Yin Hongye's arm, genuinely marveling. "We'll take this dress. How much is it?" He turned to request the garment without hesitation. Yin Hongye, taken aback, swiftly pressed down on his hand and shook her head at the clerk. "No, thank you. We want tea, take it." Zhang Dong looked at her, puzzled. "Why not?" Yin Hongye did not respond to his inquiry, instead offering an apologetic smile to the clerk. She then returned to the fitting room to change back into her own clothes, emerging to return the dress to the attendant. "I apologize for taking up your time," she said before pulling Zhang Dong and Nua out of the clothing store. "Why don't you want it?" Zhang Dong inquired as they stepped outside. "I don't need it. I have clothes to wear. Why buy so many?" Yin Hongye's face flushed slightly, her emotions fluctuating, causing her chest to rise and fall. Zhang Dong remained silent, nodding in agreement as he followed Yin Hongye out of the clothing store. "I'll just go to the restroom. You all wait for me in the car," he said. Upon exiting the shopping plaza, Zhang Dong handed the car keys to Yin Hongye and sprinted away, clutching his stomach. Yin Hongye returned to the car with Nua, while Zhang Dong dashed back into the clothing store to purchase the dress. "We're home." The car came to a smooth stop beneath their building, prompting Nua to clap and cheer. The neighbors, enjoying their leisurely lives under the old tree, were drawn to the car that had recently appeared in their vicinity. Upon spotting Zhang Dong's family disembarking, they could not help but gossip. "What a shame for that woman. That man is useless, only knows how to gamble." Just as Yin Hongye stepped out of the car, she overheard the hushed murmurs behind her. "Is it true? She doesn't even leave him? You don't know. They were once quite wealthy, but this man lost everything gambling. It's a pity for this woman to be with such a man, especially with a child so young." The harsh words pierced their ears, and Yin Hongye instinctively glanced at Zhang Dong, hesitating to speak. Zhang Dong, however, merely smiled, pulling out the money he had earned from selling watermelons that day and handed it to Yin Hongye, raising his voice deliberately. Wife, why don't you buy some meat to make dumplings? The rest of the money will go to the household. All right, Yin Hongye replied, effortlessly accepting the money, handing Nua to Zhang Dong, and turning toward the market. Surely you're not just making things up. That money must be worth at least 10 to 20,000, remarked an elderly woman, retracting her gaze from Zhang Dong as he ascended the stairs, her eyes filled with disdain for the man who had just belittled him. I think so too. Just look at what he is carrying and how he treats his child. It doesn't seem to match what you've said. Indeed, it appears that Zhang Dong is making money. He bought a car and even gave his wife so much cash. Having shifted their narrative, those who had previously spread rumors began to praise Zhang Dong. After Yin Hongye returned home with the meat, she found Zhang Dong had already lulled Nua to sleep and was arranging the artificial flowers on the table in the living room. What is this about buying meat to make dumplings? Are you hungry? Yin Hongye asked, placing the meat on the dining table and looking at Zhang Dong in confusion. Zhang Dong smiled silently, taking the bag of meat and diving into the kitchen to prepare the dumplings. After a busy afternoon, a batch of round, plump dumplings emerged from the kitchen. Nua had been eagerly waiting nearby for a taste of the first dumpling. Wife, why don't you take some dumplings to our neighbors? Zhang Dong suggested, as he brought out a dozen dumplings, planning for Yin Hongye to deliver them to the neighbors. Oh, all right. Yin Hongye's voice resonated from the room as Zhang Dong swiftly packed the dumplings into bags, making it easier for her to distribute them later. After dinner, Yin Hongye took the dumplings to the neighbors. Upon returning home, Zhang Dong had just finished a shower and emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his hair. Chapter 56. My apologies. Dear wife, due to the nourishing effects of the spiritual spring water, Yin Hongye's complexion appeared exceptionally fair and tender compared to her peers. She bore none of the weariness and roughness typically associated with a housewife who toils for years over the stove, surrounded by the smoke of daily life. Although her gaze was lowered, concealing her expression, Zhang Dong keenly observed the faint blush on her cheeks. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that even her ears were tinged with a rosy hue. What would be the cause of this? Zhang Dong looked at his wife with a puzzled expression, his mind recalling how he appeared just moments before he turned away. A slight embarrassment crept into his heart, prompting him to scratch his head awkwardly. It was understandable that he failed to notice. After all, the relationship between him and Yin Hongye had finally shown signs of significant improvement, though it was not outwardly apparent. He felt an overwhelming joy within, momentarily forgetting that Yin Hongye had not entirely opened her heart to him. All right, dear wife, look, now your clothes won't get dirty. Zhang Dong's eyes scanned the surroundings until they landed on a nylon bag he had previously used to store fruits, tucked away in a corner. With nimble movements, he created a hole in the bag, donned his clothes, and placed his head through it. When Yin Hongye caught sight of his unconventional appearance, she was initially taken aback. However, upon realizing the absurdity, she burst into laughter. Let's move over there. The sunlight is better, warmer. Although the day was not particularly cold, seeing Zhang Dong clad in a thin autumn shirt for convenience, Yin Hongye resolved to find a more comfortable spot. All right, I shall follow your lead. Watching his wife laugh brought a delightful thrill to Zhang Dong's heart, his face lighting up with joy as he dragged a chair toward the location she suggested. This was not Yin Hongye's first time cutting someone's hair. During the most challenging times, when Zhang Dong gambled daily, he exchanged every valuable possession for money to buy alcohol, leaving her and their daughter struggling to afford even a meal, let alone a trip to the barber. Zhang Nunu had never been to a salon. Her haircuts were all performed by Yin Hongye herself. Over time, she had naturally become adept at it. With a comb in one hand and scissors in the other, Yin Hongye moved with focused diligence through Zhang Dong's hair. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow, and Zhang Dong closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of leisure. A smile crept onto his lips unconsciously. This was the first time since his rebirth that he and Yin Hongye had shared such tranquil companionship in the same space. Previously, they were either busy with business or out with their child, leaving no time for themselves. The sweetness and joy swelling within Zhang Dong were beyond words, and he felt immense gratitude to the heavens for granting him this second chance at life. Immersed in his thoughts, he contemplated how grand a business he needed to establish in order to provide his wife with a larger home. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. "What's wrong? Are you cold? It will be fine shortly." Yin Hongye was startled by Zhang Dong's abrupt movement, the scissors nearly grazing the back of his head. Unable to restrain herself, she shot a glare at the unruly man. After calming the flutter of anxiety in her heart, she voiced her concern. "I'm fine, my dear wife. You need not worry about me." Upon hearing this, Yin Hongye chose to refrain from further discussion, instinctively quickening her pace. Zhang Dong, oblivious to the circumstances behind him, remained unaware that he had just brushed against the precipice of life and death. What occupied his thoughts was the sensation that had grazed his skin moments ago. He recognized it as Yin Hongye's fingers. Over the years, this woman had endured his misdeeds, sacrificing so much for their family. Even though he was now striving to make amends, some things could not vanish in a short span of time, such as the calluses on Yin Hongye's hands. Born of hard work. Contemplating this, Zhang Dong felt a tightness in his chest, a mix of bitterness and discomfort. "I'm sorry, my wife." His heart seemed to overflow with 1,000 words meant for her, yet only these 3 feeble and powerless ones escaped his lips. Yin Hongye paused in her tidying, casting a surprised glance at Zhang Dong, who was lost in thought with his head bowed. "Why the sudden apology?" "It's not sudden. I should have said this long ago. I'm sorry, my wife. I've been a complete fool these years, causing you and Nuonuo so much suffering." Zhang Dong's voice was hoarse as his hands unconsciously clenched and released beneath him. The guilt within him erupted like a volcanic eruption, no longer able to be concealed. He had apologized countless times in recent days, yet still felt insufficient. Yin Hongye's eyes flickered, her gaze towards Zhang Dong imbued with complexity. His recent behavior had been commendable, earning money, caring for Nuonuo, and wholeheartedly seeking to compensate for their past. However, to say that she could truly let go of the memories of their previous hardships was impossible, at least not at this moment. The mere recollection of the bitter days they had endured, which stemmed from this man's idleness and mediocrity, filled her with resentment. Particularly the ordeal of nearly selling Nuonuo haunted her, leaving her restless in the night. Let bygones be bygones. It's in the past, so let it remain there. She was a traditional woman. As long as Nuonuo was present and their lives could continue, she had no thoughts of leaving. Moreover, their circumstances were visibly improving. Although uncertain how long this would last, she resolved to raise Nuonuo to adulthood before contemplating anything else. Observing his wife's silence, waves of emotion surged within Zhang Dong. Yin Hongye's words might not have been entirely sincere, but they were sufficient to demonstrate that he had not disappointed her. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to suggest moving on. He opened his mouth as if to speak again, when suddenly a sweet, fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "My fruits." Zhang Dong's body jolted, his gaze catching sight of Yin Hongye having finished her tasks. He hastily rose, brushing off the debris from his clothes, removed the nylon bag, and dashed outside. "My dear wife, I'm off to check on the business in the city. I'll be back shortly." "Wait. Put on your clothes. Don't catch a cold." "Understood," Zhang Dong replied, though his actions belied his words, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Yin Hongye's sight. After much effort, he finally discovered a secluded spot, his forehead glistening with sweat from the exertion of running. He took a moment to steady his racing heart and, with a thought, entered his space. Had he known earlier, he would have requested more nylon bags from the shopkeeper. With so many items, the bags he possessed were insufficient. The various fruits he had previously planted were indeed ripe, their vibrant colors shining brilliantly and emitting a subtle aroma of food. Both in hue and flavor, they were undoubtedly of the finest quality. Chapter 57. Plans for the future, boss. Do you have those nylon mesh bags? Without delay, Zhang Dong recalled the dwindling number of nylon bags at home and made his way to the familiar grocery store after exiting his space. The proprietor, Mr. Guan, was a straightforward man. Upon seeing Zhang Dong, he greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. "The mesh bags you mentioned? I don't have those, but I do have the larger nylon bags. You'll need to source that type from outside. How long will it take for you to get them? Zhang Dong pondered briefly. The fruits in his space were ripe, but they could withstand an additional day or two. If the shopkeeper could procure them by tomorrow, he wouldn't need to visit another store. If not, he would have to run around again, for those ripe crops would not wait. Here's the deal. I'll make a trip tomorrow. No matter how many you need, I promise to bring them back for you. Mr. Guan, familiar with Zhang Dong's reliability and the popularity of his produce, was more than willing to oblige. His wife often visited Zhang Dong's stall to purchase fruits for the family. Hearing the shopkeeper's assurance, Zhang Dong felt a surge of joy. He had not appreciated it before, but now he recognized Mr. Guan as a commendable individual. You're right. I can't let you make a trip for nothing. Please bring me this amount, as I have plenty of produce, and I fear it may not be sufficient otherwise. Rest assured, I will bring them back for you tomorrow. With Mr. Guan's promise secured, Zhang Dong no longer worried and eagerly awaited the arrival of the bags to harvest the ripe fruits from his space. By the time he returned home, it was already 7 in the evening. The sky had turned completely dark, with stars twinkling in the night. From a distance, he spotted the light glowing from his window, a smile spreading across his face. Didn't I say you should eat first? Why are you still waiting for me? As Zhang Dong pushed the door open, he saw Yin Hongye seated at the dining table, the dishes kept warm in the pot. He wondered how long she had been waiting. A warm wave of emotion washed over him. Such a cozy scene was something he had never dared to dream of in his past life. Yet here it was, unfolding before him. Nuo has already eaten. I was feeling hungry earlier, so I thought I'd wait for you to return. Go wash your hands. I'll reheat the food for you. Yin Hongye smiled, taking Zhang Dong's coat and neatly folding it before heading into the kitchen. With nothing to occupy him, Zhang Dong wandered around the house and noticed his daughter lying on the bed, her bright eyes fixed on him. An idea suddenly struck him. What stories does Nuo enjoy? Her father is eager to share them with her. Zhang Dong flipped through the fairy tale book he had recently purchased for his daughter, laying it before her for selection. The little girl favored tales predominantly featuring princes and princesses, along with small animals, which Zhang Dong perceived as rather indistinguishable. Observing Nuo casually point to a book without much scrutiny, he opened it and began to read. His monotonous delivery was as dull as it could be, yet Nuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she clapped her hands in delight, proclaiming how wonderful her father's storytelling was. Zhang Dong couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced down at her, trying to keep her eyes shut while still offering her own applause. Yin Hongye, watching the playful antics of father and daughter, inwardly scoffed, realizing that if Zhang Dong continued this tale, Nuo might very well stay awake the entire night. Shaking her head in resignation, she approached and took the storybook from Zhang Dong's hands. Allow me, she said. You've had a long day. Go eat first. Zhang Dong, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose, recalling the hint of disdain in Yin Hongye's gaze, and felt a twinge of defiance. He was curious to see how his wife managed to lull Nuo to sleep. Yin Hongye, ignoring him, embraced Nuo and resumed the story, her tone far more animated than Zhang Dong's. After all, she had been the one caring for Nuo since infancy, before they had storybooks. She had recounted tales from her own childhood. It wasn't long before Nuo drifted into a peaceful slumber, clearly in deep sleep. My dear wife, you're truly remarkable. Teach me next time. I too wish to put Nuo to bed. Zhang Dong whispered softly at the dining table, instinctively glancing toward the bedroom, wary of waking their daughter. Yin Hongye shot him a glance, but remained silent, merely nodding casually. She believed that men often lacked the necessary patience, and putting children to sleep was a skill honed through practice. Previously, Zhang Dong had shown little concern for them. Now he was preoccupied with business, leaving little time for such tasks. Noticing Yin Hongye's indifferent demeanor, he pursed his lips, fully aware that he currently lacked the time. However, as a man, he felt it inappropriate to let his wife shoulder all household responsibilities alone. He always hoped to relieve her burdens whenever possible. My dear wife, don't busy yourself just yet. I'll wash the dishes later. I need to discuss something with you, so please sit down. Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well. So do take a seat, replied Yin Hongye, recalling an incident she had observed during a recent visit to the supermarket. She had pondered for several days and ultimately decided to consult Zhang Dong. Despite his purchasing prices already exceeding market rates by double, they were still discounted and did not compare to her potential earnings from selling goods herself. I intend to set aside some funds to rent a storefront in the city and open a fruit shop. The primary goal is stability. I want to avoid a situation where our goods are unwanted, leading to a complete loss of income. She stroked her chin, attentively listening as Yin Hongye elaborated on her future plans. Observing her hesitance, akin to a rabbit wavering before finally mustering the courage to speak, filled him with joy. Today, I visited the supermarket and noticed that shops like Zhou were selling goods at prices significantly higher than ours after sourcing from our supply. I pondered that if we were to open a store, selling at similar prices could yield greater profits. Yin Hongye, for the first time, actively engaged in planning their future life, which greatly pleased Zhang Dong. However, he found himself unable to concur with his wife's desire for stability. Do not worry, my dear. Boss Zhou's enterprise is substantial, and given the superior quality of our products, there is only a demand that exceeds supply. How could we possibly struggle to sell? Zhang Dong gently elucidated the matter to his wife, breaking it down for her understanding. Their relationship had only recently begun to mend, and he was determined not to let trivial matters disrupt their progress. Rest assured, the inflated prices set by Boss Zhou stem from the higher costs he incurs when purchasing from me. Without raising prices, there would be no profit, but it is improbable that the costs could truly multiply. At most, they might increase by 6 or 7 yuan, and we would still reap the majority of the profits. Tentatively, he grasped Yin Hongye's hand, and upon sensing no resistance, he felt a surge of joy. Opening a store seemed overly complicated. He needed to oversee the base daily, and she had to care for Noonyuo. It would be impractical to hire a store clerk, as that would necessitate additional wages. Following Zhang Dong's line of reasoning, Yin Hongye recognized the validity of his points. They would need to sell fruits at a high price, which would require a prime location for their shop. But that would also entail considerable rent. Moreover, she lamented the lack of time to manage such a venture, realizing her own narrow perspective. Do not worry, my dear. I will handle the financial matters. You merely need to look after Noonyuo and yourself, enjoying each day while counting the money. Furthermore, their fruits were undoubtedly unique in a market. Ensuring sales would not be a concern. Opening a store would only be a burden, allowing them to maximize their benefits in their current arrangement. After clarifying all this to Yin Hongye, he proceeded to the kitchen with his bowl and chopsticks. He feared not failure. As long as he could see the increasingly vibrant spark in Yin Hongye's eyes, he felt motivated to pursue anything. Chapter 58. I will take you to the hospital the next morning. As soon as he sat at the dining table, Zhang Dong noticed that Yin Hongye's complexion was decidedly unusual. My dear, what is wrong? Your face is so pale. Zhang Dong anxiously grasped Yin Hongye's hand, and upon noticing her unusually ashen visage, his heart sank. Yin Hongye, however, shook her head, uncomfortably attempting to withdraw her hand from his grip. Unfortunately, Zhang Dong's strength was too great, and ultimately, she had no choice but to relent. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words to explain her condition to Zhang Dong. Although they were now married, the years of emotional distance still lingered. The thought of confiding her discomfort to a man left her feeling somewhat ashamed. I am fine. You need to worry about me. Instinctively, she averted her gaze from Zhang Dong's concerned expression, finally managing to extract her hand from his grasp. Yet the man was oblivious to all else. He gazed upon his wife's increasingly pallid visage, a surge of anxiety igniting within him. This simply won't do. I shall take you to the hospital, he declared, making to venture outside in search of a vehicle. Yin Hongye's condition was far too alarming, rendering him incapable of focusing on his work. No need for that. I merely require a brief respite in bed. You may wash the dishes later, she insisted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of seeking medical attention for such a trivial matter. However, it was the first time Zhang Dong had exhibited such concern for her well-being. Previously, he had scarcely acknowledged her state. His hasty comings and goings had always left their home in disarray, a cacophony of chaos that offered no peace. Very well, then. You should rest in bed. Do not trouble yourself with household chores today. I shall take Noonyuo out to eat, and you need not rise, he acquiesced. With Yin Hongye resolute in her refusal to visit the hospital, Zhang Dong found himself at an impasse. Their relationship had yet to reach a level of harmony where he could disregard her wishes. Naturally, he dared not forcibly drag her to the hospital. Instead, he endeavored to alleviate some of her burdens, hoping to ease her toil. "My dear, perhaps we ought to consult a physician," he urged gently. "You are drenched in cold sweat. Where does it hurt? Please tell me." After a flurry of activity, he entered the bedroom only to find Yin Hongye in an even worse state than before. Biting her lip, she pressed her hands tightly against her abdomen, her forehead slick with perspiration. He had never witnessed such a manifestation of pain in her. She appeared on the verge of fainting. In a flurry of concern, he hastily draped a blanket over her and stood helplessly by. "My dear, you must inform me what ails you," he implored. "I truly worry for you." Seeing her grit her teeth in silence sent 1,000 ants crawling through his heart. In a fit of agitation, he paced the room, recalling how she had seemed perfectly well just the previous evening during dinner. What could have transpired between then and now? "I am merely experiencing my menstrual cycle. It is nothing serious. Just bear with it," Yin Hongye managed to say, unable to endure Zhang Dong's aimless flitting around her like a headless fly, which had made her dizzy. At last, under his persistent inquiries, she revealed the truth, turning her face away in discomfort, feeling a touch of shame as a faint blush crept onto her previously pale cheeks. Menstrual cycle? What should one consume during such a time? Zhang Dong paused, momentarily taken aback, yet a wave of relief washed over him. He had feared she was afflicted by some grave illness. Thank goodness, it's merely that. Rising to his feet, he made his way outside, recalling the knowledge befitting a man. Observing her in such distress, his heart ached for her. He nearly sprinted to the supermarket, purchasing a packet of brown sugar and a few eggs. He paid and hurried home, recalling the wisdom of his hometown. When a woman suffers from menstrual pain, drinking warm brown sugar water or consuming a brown sugar egg can be soothing. Zhang Dong, uncertain which remedy would be more effective, opted to procure both. Upon arriving home, he immediately set about boiling water. There was still some time to wait. He stood and returned to the bedroom. Just a glance at her condition reignited the urgent concern that had surged within him. The discomfort associated with menstruation is not typically this severe. He distinctly recalls that during their early days of marriage, Yin Hongye did not experience such agony. She curled up, her brows tightly knit, her teeth clenched as if enduring excruciating pain. "My dear, perhaps we should visit the hospital. It is not wise to endure this suffering." Zhang Dong pondered, feeling compelled to take Yin Hongye to seek medical attention, for witnessing her in such distress unsettled him deeply. "I remember your menstrual cycles were not this painful before. I shall call for a car immediately. We must consult a doctor." "Do not go. This is merely a lingering ailment from when I did not properly rest during my confinement," Yin Hongye replied through gritted teeth, her hand straining to grasp the hem of Zhang Dong's shirt. "It will be pointless. This time is merely more painful than before. I can endure it, and you still have matters to attend to today. Please, do not concern yourself with me." In her view, such discomfort was commonplace for women, and spending extra money on a hospital visit was unnecessary. A single trip to the hospital could cost nearly $100, and although their financial situation had improved, she was reluctant to squander it. Zhang Dong felt a wave of anguish wash over him. Hearing Yin Hongye attribute her suffering to a lack of proper care during her confinement filled him with guilt. He was acutely aware of his previous shortcomings. Reflecting on the years when he had been oblivious, he realized how hard Yin Hongye had worked daily with no respite. He had returned in this life to make amends to his wife and daughter, and seeing Yin Hongye tormented by her menstruation made it impossible for him to turn a blind eye. Yet, as he noted her refusal to visit a doctor, he worried for her health, concerned that prolonged travel might exacerbate her condition, even if she believed it was merely a matter of endurance. He could not bear to watch her suffer in silence. "Very well, my dear, please take care of yourself. I shall be on my way. Do not rise from bed at noon. I will take Noah out to eat and bring back a meal for you," he gently advised, before turning to leave the house, almost convinced by Yin Hongye's reassurances that she was not seriously unwell. As she watched him depart, a wave of emotion washed over Yin Hongye, and her eyes stung with unshed tears. Although she understood this was a typical reaction from Zhang Dong, she felt a twinge of resentment, her tears dampening the pillow beneath her, unsure whether they were born of pain or a sense of injustice. Chapter 59. A man in the obstetrics and gynecology department? What is going on here? A man in the obstetrics and gynecology department? Surely he is in the wrong place. I have never seen a man waiting in line here. How curious. I do not see any women accompanying him. Others whispered as Zhang Dong found himself seated among a throng of women, both young and old, awaiting his turn at the obstetrics and gynecology clinic. He was genuinely uneasy about Yin Hongye. She was reluctant to visit the hospital, and he knew she would vehemently oppose his suggestion to go there for medication. Thus, he feigned an errand, only to discreetly hail a cab to the hospital around the corner. While registering, the little nurse at the consultation desk cast several curious glances his way, repeatedly inquiring if he had misregistered. Zhang Dong patiently clarified the situation, assuring her that he indeed had the correct registration and was not some deviant. After all, it was merely a visit to the obstetrics and gynecology department. He indignantly reflected that many men sought gynecological consultations in subsequent years. There was nothing astonishing about it. Upon arrival, however, he soon comprehended the nurse's astonishment. His mind was preoccupied with notions of what contemporary society deemed as commendable behaviors for husbands and good men, forgetting that in this age, a man waiting outside the operating room while his wife gave birth was already considered remarkably devoted. Typically, women were accompanied by their mothers-in-law or sisters, and the entire gynecology department was staffed exclusively by women, with nary a short-haired male in sight. Many regarded him with incredulity, whispering amongst themselves. The corridor outside the outpatient clinic was narrow, allowing Zhang Dong to overhear their murmurs effortlessly. He had no time to concern himself with their gossip. Having endured the initial shock and embarrassment, his heart was now consumed with thoughts of Yin Hongye's discomfort. He wondered how she was faring. Had she managed to drink the brown sugar water yet? Number 58. Ah, here it is. Zhang Dong glanced at the number in his hand. Matching it to the call, he hurriedly responded and stepped into the doctor's office. Zhang Dong. The doctor scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. Everything about him, from his name to his Adam's apple, indicated he was unequivocally a man, not one of those women who appeared masculine due to an excess of male hormones. Is it just you? Where's your wife? She needs to be present for her consultation, the doctor inquired, having encountered a few men accompanying their wives in the past. He was not entirely unaccustomed to the sight, although it was indeed rare. Without a moment's thought, he blurted out the question, and Zhang Dong hesitated, scratching his head as he sat down across from the doctor. My wife refuses to come, so I had to come and consult you myself. He recalled Yin Hongye's symptoms and continued, my wife, you see, did not take proper care of herself during her confinement, and it has left her with lingering health issues. She started her period today, and the pain has rendered her pale. I wanted to ask if there's any medication that could alleviate her discomfort, and ideally, something that could cure her. The doctor's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated encountering a man like Zhang Dong in this era. Most individuals regarded menstruation as a nuisance for women, and even though they understood it as a natural physiological response, the majority would refrain from visiting the hospital for such matters. Women often felt too shy to discuss such intimate issues with outsiders, and men rarely considered it a serious concern, believing that what others could endure, their wives could certainly manage as well. If you cannot endure pain, it merely signifies your sensitivity. Men like Zhang Dong, who are willing to rush to the hospital for their wife's menstrual troubles, are indeed rare. Well done, young man. I have truly never encountered someone as devoted to his wife as you are. The doctor regarded Zhang Dong with a look of admiration and approval, generously showering him with praise. Others often believe that menstrual pain can simply be tolerated, yet such discomfort can indicate underlying health issues that require attention. Here, take this prescription for medication, and remember to keep your wife away from cold water and heavy labor during this period. Handing the prescription to Zhang Dong, the doctor reminded him before he exited, stating that if the pain becomes unbearable, he should bring his wife back. One must never shy away from seeking medical help. Understood. Thank you, Doctor. Zhang Dong expressed his gratitude profusely as he left the clinic, wholeheartedly agreeing with the doctor's assessment. In his previous life, he had encountered cases of infertility due to menstrual issues, and he understood that this was no trivial matter. After collecting the medication from the pharmacy, he hurried home, silently memorizing the dosages listed on the prescription. "Hey, Brother Zhang, I just saw you at the hospital." A somewhat sharp female voice pierced the air above him. He looked up to see Zhang Lan, her face pale, but her eyes glinting with mockery. He remembered this woman. She was notoriously lazy, often found gossiping with the elderly at the village entrance, exuding a bitter and caustic demeanor. He merely cast her a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the instructions on the medication box, deeming it a waste of time to converse with her. As the vehicle swayed gently, Zhang Lan noticed that he had disregarded her, igniting her irritation. "What are you pretending for, Zhang Dong? I just saw you in the gynecology department. What's wrong? Did you run out of money and now you're trying to play the good husband to curry favor with Yin Hongya?" Zhang Lan scoffed, her words dripping with disdain. Not long ago, Zhang Dong's expenditures had drawn envious glances from some villagers, and she found it hard to believe he had truly changed. "You probably won that money from gambling, filthy riches, and now you come to ingratiate yourself with Yin Hongya. What a shame for a grown man to be seen entering and exiting the gynecology ward." Zhang Dong clicked his tongue. Her sharp tongue certainly had not been in vain. "Mind your own business. Take care of your own affairs first." With that, he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. His words struck a nerve with Zhang Lan, rendering her speechless. She glared at him in anger as the vehicle came to a stop. Without a glance at her expression, Zhang Dong stood and disembarked, making his way home. "Darling, how are you feeling? Are you any better?" Upon returning home, Zhang Dong headed straight for the bedroom, placing the meal he had brought on Yin Hongya's bedside. Seeing her still in evident pain, he hurriedly retrieved the medication prescribed by the doctor. "I went to the hospital and procured some medication to regulate your menstruation. Please rise and have your meal. I shall fetch you some water and prepare your medicine." Chapter 60. Today, I shall cook for you. How do you feel? Yin Hongya, feeling unwell, barely managed to eat a few bites before setting down her chopsticks. Observing her lack of appetite, Zhang Dong swiftly entered the kitchen to bring out the medicine he had prepared earlier. The temperature had cooled, though its dark hue was unappealing and left a bitter taste in the mouth. Seeing Yin Hongya finish the concoction with a furrowed brow, he understood that its flavor was far from pleasant. However, its efficacy was remarkable. Within moments, Yin Hongya's complexion appeared considerably improved. Much better. This medicine must be costly. Given its effectiveness, do not concern yourself with that. As long as it works, that is sufficient. Here, take this piece of candy to sweeten your palate. Zhang Dong appreciated Yin Hongya's frugality, but could not bear to see her suffer. He quickly shifted the topic. "My dear, I apologize for my past negligence. I failed to care for you during your confinement, and you endured much hardship because of it." Upon witnessing Zhang Dong's remorseful demeanor, the grievances she felt upon his departure dissipated. "It's nearly noon. Let me prepare the meal." She worried that Zhang Dong might revert to his former self, which had been the source of their troubled cohabitation. Yet, this did not preclude her from accepting his transformation. She had observed his various behaviors over these days, though she remained uncertain how long this blissful period would last. "You're still unwell. Allow me to cook today. You should rest." Yin Hongya nodded, suppressing her dizziness. "I shall do so, my dear. For lunch, let us have scallion pancakes. Whatever you wish." Though Yin Hongya's attitude had improved, it was her first time so unabashedly directing him. Zhang Dong felt no resentment. Rather, he relished being commanded by his wife. This was a testament that Yin Hongya was genuinely accepting him, rather than merely viewing him as Noonyuo's father, regarding him as a responsibility and task. With a broad smile illuminating his face, Zhang Dong entered the kitchen, surveying the surroundings. He resolved to prepare scallion pancakes for Yin Hongya and her daughter. There were still eggs and tomatoes available, so he planned to make a tomato and egg soup, which both Noonyuo and Yin Hongya would surely enjoy. After washing his hands, Zhang Dong began kneading the dough and set it aside to rise. He chopped the prepared scallions and set them aside as well. Once the dough had risen, he rolled it into a large pancake, brushed it with oil, sprinkled the scallions and seasoning, rolled it up, and sliced it into sections. He then used the rolling pin to flatten each piece into pancakes and fried them in the pan. As the aroma of food enveloped the room, Yin Hongya, who had only taken a few bites of her meal, found her appetite rekindled by the enticing scent. "My dear, I have left the food in the pot. I shall go fetch Nuo. If you are hungry, feel free to start without me. Do take a few pancakes to Aunt Zhang's. We've been troubling her quite a bit lately." Even if Yin Hongya had not spoken, Zhang Dong would have acted in the same manner. However, the concern for his feelings brought him a moment of joy, prompting him to respond with enthusiasm. Stepping outside with the pancakes. It was but a few steps to Aunt Zhang's home. "Aunt Zhang, have you eaten? We made too many pancakes for lunch. Let me bring you some." Upon entering, Zhang Dong immediately noticed a woman in the yard playing with Nuo. Seeing his daughter enjoying herself brought him pleasure. So he chose not to call her over, but instead handed the pancakes to Aunt Zhang. As neighbors, it was only proper to be courteous. In the future, they might rely on each other for assistance during times of need. Aunt Zhang understood this well, and her care for Nuo was entirely due to her regard for Yin Hongya. Now that her husband was finally showing signs of ambition, Aunt Zhang felt happiness for Yin Hongya as well. After exchanging a few polite words, she accepted the scallion pancakes. "I appreciate your help these past few times. It's nothing. We are all neighbors. If you and your husband need anything in the future, just send Nuo over, and I will look after her," she replied warmly. By the time Zhang Dong returned home with Nuo, Yin Hongya had already set the lunch on the table. Nuo, having caught a whiff of the delicious aroma, dashed in, only to be halted by Yin Hongya. "Wash your hands first, you little glutton." The little glutton, Nuo, turned back to the kitchen several times, much to the amusement of Zhang Dong and Yin Hongya. This child, having been surrounded by the fresh fruits and vegetables at home, had developed quite the appetite. Whenever there was something delicious, she behaved impeccably. After lunch, noticing that there was still plenty of time, and Nuo showed no inclination to take a nap, Zhang Dong approached his daughter and pulled out the toy he had purchased in the city that morning. "Nuo, would you like to learn how to play chess?" In this day and age, the game of Gamoku, suitable for all ages, was not particularly popular. Instead, many parents opted to enroll their children in Go classes under the guise of cultivating their character. While passing by a stationary supermarket on his way home, Zhang Dong had spotted the black and white pieces. Though he was not familiar with Go, he had played Gamoku quite well on his phone, so he thought it would be a pleasant way to spend some time with his daughter today. Yes, Daddy, please teach me." The little ones are always drawn to new experiences, and upon hearing about learning to play chess, she clapped her hands in excitement, nearly bouncing off the ground. Yin Hongya, watching the father and daughter play, shook her head with a smile. She did not concern herself with how Zhang Dong would teach Nuo, but carried the dishes into the kitchen. As Zhang Dong explained the rules to his daughter, he caught a glimpse of his wife's actions from the corner of his eye and promptly set things down, exclaiming, "Dear, just place the dishes by the sink. The doctor said you shouldn't touch cold water today. Once Nuo falls asleep, I will wash them. You should rest." Recalling Yin Hongya's condition from the morning, he felt a twinge of sympathy and hurried to relay the doctor's advice to her. Worried she might not heed it, he even stood up to glance into the kitchen. I know. You go play with our daughter," she replied. "I'll put these down and be on my way." Seeing Zhang Dong's insistence, Yin Hongya decided not to argue. She set the dishes down and stepped outside. The notion of avoiding cold water during her period had once seemed trivial to her. In the most challenging years of her life, Zhang Dong endured through sickness and fever, tirelessly managing her responsibilities without a single complaint. Although the stark contrast between Zhang Dong's current situation and her past hardships is almost celestial, she remains skeptical about the longevity of this newfound existence. Each day unfolds with cautious steps, and as Zhang Dong's circumstances improve, she seizes the opportunity to revive her former skills. By saving diligently, she prepares for any signs of Zhang Dong's potential relapse, ensuring that both she and Nuo can lead a comfortable life. Chapter 61. The ornate antique ring is Nuo asleep? Yin Hongya, noticing the quiet outside and her daughter no longer demanding a chess piece from her father, curiously peered out. "Shoo," Zhang Dong whispered, placing a finger to his lips, signaling his wife to lower her voice. The child's attention span was still quite limited, and Zhang Dong had exerted considerable effort to keep his daughter focused on the chess game, preventing her from disturbing Yin Hongye's rest. He deliberately arranged the pieces haphazardly on the board, occasionally allowing himself to lose a few rounds to his daughter. Yet even then, the little girl insisted on retracting her moves whenever she made an error. While Zhang Dong indulged his daughter, he was determined not to foster a habit of stubbornness in her. At just 4 years old, some lessons needed to be imparted clearly. After a brief discussion, the little girl began to nod off, her head bobbing sleepily. Engaging in a battle of wits with a child was futile. She might not grasp his words. So he decided to postpone the conversation. With a resigned sigh, he scooped up his drowsy daughter, gently rocking her in his arms. "Please, could you tidy up the dishes in the kitchen?" Yin Hongye, perceiving the frustration in her husband's sighs, momentarily smiled before the expression vanished. It was unlikely that a 4-year-old child would comprehend the reasoning behind adult discussions. The afternoon sun radiated warmly, prompting Yin Hongye to retrieve the bedding from the bedroom for some fresh air. The accumulated blankets from winter were rather plentiful and would soon be unnecessary. Airing them out now would prevent any musty odors when they were next needed. After finally lulling Nuo to sleep, Zhang Dong turned to tidy the dishes in the kitchen. Upon exiting with his hands still damp, he spotted Yin Hongye carrying blankets toward the yard. Her complexion appeared pale, and she looked visibly fatigued. He hurried over to take the cup from her hands, only to have Yin Hongye evade him. "It's just one blanket. You should bring out the others from the house as well." Glancing at the heavy winter quilts she had gathered, Zhang Dong felt it was unwise for Yin Hongye to be lifting such burdens in her current state. Relenting, he obediently retreated to the bedroom. Ultimately, a disparity in strength existed between men and women. What Yin Hongye deemed exceedingly heavy was merely manageable for Zhang Dong. Observing his wife outside, still beating the blankets to air them out, he took his time before moving the rest from the cupboard. Standing by the bedside, Zhang Dong carefully tidied up the items that his wife, Zhang Nuo, had left scattered across the bed. He deftly avoided waking their daughter, who was peacefully asleep. As his hands searched the bedding for any missing chess pieces, he stumbled upon something unexpected. Lifting the pillow, he discovered not a chess piece, but rather an ornate antique ring that caught his eye. The intricate patterns on the ring resembled an ancient artifact, adorned with carvings of auspicious clouds and dragons. Its exquisite craftsmanship seemed far too refined for an item belonging to their household. Yet, he often noticed Yin Hongye wearing it while embroidering handkerchiefs or engaging in other crafts, treating it as nothing more than a thimble. He picked up the ring, cradling it in his palm, weighing its heft. Despite its substantial feel, the material did not appear to be gold or silver. "Were you pondering? I've called your name several times, and you haven't," he responded. "Weren't you supposed to take the quilts from the cabinet?" Yin Hongye's gentle voice interrupted his reverie, prompting him to discreetly return the ring to its original place. Observing how casually his wife treated the ring, he suspected she was unaware of its true significance. Otherwise, she wouldn't use it so nonchalantly. Yet, as he gazed at the intricate designs, he felt a sense of its extraordinary nature, as if it held some profound purpose or value. "Oh, nothing much. Nuo, that little girl has hidden a few chess pieces in her pocket, and I hadn't noticed," he remarked, gesturing to the scattered pieces on the bed, dislodged during their daughter's restless sleep. "I'm just trying to count them to ensure I have the correct number." Yin Hongye observed that their daughter still clutched a few pieces in her tiny hand. With tender care, she assisted him by gently prying open the child's fingers, handing over the meticulously polished pieces from both her pocket and the bed. "They're all here. You can count them. I'll go take the quilts out. Just be quiet. We don't want to wake her." Zhang Dong had initially sought a pretext, never intending for his wife to carry the heavy quilts while he counted chess pieces. He didn't even know how many black and white pieces were in the box. How could he possibly keep track? No, that quilt looks quite heavy. I'll handle it. You rest and don't worry about this. If you really can't sleep, you're far more meticulous than I am. So you can count the chess pieces and tell me the total later to see if it matches." He hurriedly grasped Yin Hongye's arm as she moved toward the cabinet, placing the handful of chess pieces onto the table, a few clattering to the floor, which he ignored. He then approached the cabinet, lifted a quilt, and strode toward the door, moving with an urgency that suggested he feared her objections. Zhang Dong seemed intent on sharing the workload today, having repeated the phrase "you should rest" countless times with unwavering conviction, making it impossible for Yin Hongye to decline. She shook her head with a smile, her tranquil heart rippling with unspoken emotions, perhaps influenced by the warm sunlight streaming in or something else entirely. Her body, slightly chilled due to her menstrual cycle, finally began to feel a semblance of warmth. Although the medicinal bowl she had consumed at noon had proven somewhat effective, such a long-standing ailment could hardly be cured by a single dose. Though her abdomen no longer ached with the excruciating intensity it had in the morning, leaving her utterly drained of energy for any other pursuits, a lingering discomfort persisted, refusing to be overlooked. Occasionally, sharp pangs would assail her, and as Yin Hongye observed Zhang Dong's busy silhouette, she picked up the black and white chess pieces from the table, gathering those that had fallen to the floor. Sitting on the bed and counting them one by one, Zhang Dong busily assisted Yin Hongye in tidying their home, anxious that his foolish wife might find herself idle again if he stepped out. "Please take a break. I can manage these tasks on my own. You needn't trouble yourself," Yin Hongye said, suppressing her discomfort as she looked up at Zhang Dong. "It's nothing to worry about. You should rest more. For a man like me, these chores are trivial. Your health is what truly matters now," he replied. Yin Hongye fell silent, merely watching Zhang Dong as he flitted about, as if seeking to uncover something within him. It seemed she was gradually coming to accept the changes in Zhang Dong. Chapter 62. Surviving against all odds as dinner approached. Zhang Dong made a trip to the miscellaneous goods store belonging to Zhao Tianxi. He had arranged with Boss Guan the day before to collect his goods, and upon receiving a call from him, he hurriedly set out. "Take a look. Is this the type of bag you wanted?" Boss Guan asked with a smile, gesturing to the small mountain of bags stacked behind him, wiping the sweat from his brow. He had scoured numerous places to gather these bags, and it was only due to the generous price offered by Zhang Dong that he was willing to undertake this errand. Yes, this is exactly the kind of bag," Zhang Dong exclaimed. "I appreciate your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal another day." "Oh, there is no need for such formalities. Just remember to come to me next time you need something," Boss Guan replied amiably. Zhang Dong readily agreed, as he preferred to keep things simple. With Boss Guan's assurance, he would no longer have to visit other shops in the future. To maintain discretion, Zhang Dong borrowed a small cart from the store owner and, once he reached a secluded spot, silently recited in his heart, transporting the bags and himself into the space he had created. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhang Dong loaded a cart full of fruits and vegetables he had harvested and packaged from his space and headed to the wholesale market. He had become quite adept at these tasks, and even without Yin Hongye's assistance, he could efficiently organize everything on his own. Among all the vendors in the market, his business thrived the most. Hardly had he settled when numerous clients, having received news of his arrival, flocked to him with their teams to collect their goods. Zhang Dong greeted them, but as he had come alone that day, he could not assist them in carrying their items. He could only sit aside, watching them come and go, tallying their purchases. "Be careful. These fruits have thin skins and will crack with the slightest bump," he cautioned. "Hey, you there. Your goods are over on that side, in the bags tied with blue strings." Fortunately, Yin Hongye had provided him with a loudspeaker, for without it, he would have lost his voice within 10 minutes from shouting. After finally bidding farewell to a wave of customers, he found a moment to rest on a bench and sip some water. His gaze wandered to observe the other vendors, and it was a flower stall that captured his attention. "Sir, what kind of seeds are these?" he inquired, noticing that no one else was around. Zhang Dong approached the stall, observing the vendor as he discarded nearly half of a pair of well-formed seeds onto the ground. Puzzled, he stepped forward to inquire, noticing the vendor's expression of regret, as if he had experienced some misfortune. "These are rose seeds. Alas, what a pity," the vendor lamented. "What seems to be the problem? Though I am no expert in flora, I perceive these seeds to be quite fine. Why discard them?" He casually sifted through the pile of discarded seeds, scrutinizing them closely and finding nothing amiss. Each of the castaway rose seeds was plump and appeared to be of the highest quality. It was nearly impossible to find a shriveled one among them. He glanced at the vendor's pricing. Most vendors of this generation predominantly engaged in wholesale, Yet they also offered retail. The pre-packaged seeds, clearly marked with prices, were worth more than the cheapest fruit he sold by the pound. These seeds are indeed remarkable. They are my finest cultivated varieties, the vendor replied, his expression darkening once more, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Unfortunately, my child was mischievous and spilled oil soup on them during dinner yesterday. They have been covered all night, and no matter how good the seeds, they won't yield anything now. Ah, what a serendipitous opportunity, Zhang Dong thought gleefully, considering this a stroke of luck. He had long desired to purchase some flower seeds for cultivation, but time had eluded him. Today, fate had smiled upon him with this chance encounter. The seeds soaked in oil soup would surely not germinate with ordinary water. Buried in soil, they would merely serve as fertilizer. However, he was different. He possessed Spirit's spring water. Though he might not be able to salvage them all, at least half could thrive, and in time he could cultivate seeds of even better quality. Sir, are you discarding these seeds? Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled as he pointed to the heap on the ground. Upon receiving a nod from the vendor, he continued, Then I shall take them. I have a daughter who delights in tending to flowers and plants. I shall bring them home for her enjoyment. Take them indeed. They are of no use to me now, the vendor replied amicably. The thought of someone wanting these seemingly worthless seeds was preferable to having them trampled underfoot. Being a flower enthusiast himself, he had no objections to Zhang Dong's request. Yet, he couldn't help but think, what kind of father neglects to consider that the seeds might not sprout, leaving his daughter in tears? Of course, the vendor kept his thoughts to himself, smiling broadly as he handed Zhang Dong a bag to collect the discarded seeds. After completing his business, Zhang Dong sought a secluded spot on his way home, where he entered his hidden space, thoroughly washing the rose seeds with Spirit spring water before planting them in the soil. Upon returning home, he spotted his daughter playing joyfully at the door. Nunu, come here quickly. Look what Daddy has brought you. Zhang Dong hurriedly retrieved the candy he had purchased for his daughter from his pocket, holding it aloft to ensure the little one could see. He waved his hand vigorously, and upon hearing his voice, Nua turned her head. Her keen eyes immediately spotted the colorful package of sweets in her father's grasp. Instantly, her eyes sparkled, and abandoning her toy, she joyfully dashed toward Zhang Dong. Daddy, candy. I want candy. Nua leapt excitedly in front of him, desperately trying to reach the candies held above his head. The man found it amusing, noting that his daughter was barely taller than his knee, yet she seemed oblivious to the height difference, bouncing energetically. Just give it to her. She has been waiting for quite some time and hasn't had the chance to play, eagerly anticipating the treats you promised her. Zhang Dong, intending to tease his daughter, found himself interrupted by Yin Hongye, who could no longer bear to see Nua being playfully tormented by her father and quickly spoke up for her. Hearing this, Zhang Dong couldn't suppress his delight, crouching down to place the package of candy before the child. Nua, tell Daddy, is what Mommy said true? Nua's eyes sparkled with excitement, fixated solely on the colorful candies, entirely oblivious to Zhang Dong's question. She nodded distractedly a few times, her gaze following her father's hand. Realizing his daughter's mind was elsewhere, Zhang Dong chuckled, shaking his head, and without further ado, he pressed the candy into her hands. Thank you, Daddy. Big brother. Let's eat candy. Nua joyfully planted a kiss on Zhang Dong's cheek before scampering off towards Aunt Zhang's house. There was another child there, only a few years older than Nua, who usually played with her when Aunt Zhang was busy. Truly, she was her father's daughter, already understanding the essence of sharing. Observing Aunt Zhang in the distance, continually praising his daughter for her understanding and generosity, Zhang Dong felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Chapter 63. Is this melon ripe? Today, Zhang Dong returned home earlier than usual, resulting in an earlier dinner as well. After the meal, Yin Hongye took Nua out for a stroll to aid digestion, while Zhang Dong tidied up the dishes and the dining table, his mind lingering on the rose seeds he had buried in the soil that morning. Noticing the house was empty, he set down his belongings and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. In his heart, he silently recited a phrase before stepping into the space. To his astonishment, everything had sprouted. Zhang Dong initially thought he had grown accustomed to the miraculous nature of the spiritual spring water and the space. Yet seeing the results still filled him with surprise. Those seeds had soaked in oil for quite a while, and even though he had intended to use the spiritual spring water to salvage them, he had not anticipated such a success. In his mind, achieving even half the yield would have been remarkable, given that these seeds were essentially worthless. Had it not been for his space, no one would be foolish enough to bring back a heap of refuse, regardless of cost. Yet, the seeds he had whimsically collected had all thrived. Tender green shoots emerged from the earth, their vibrant color indicating they were of excellent quality. He took the time to examine the rose seedlings closely, discovering that each one was vibrant and upright, showing no signs of wilting. This indicated that the miraculous water and the spatial environment had entirely shielded the rose seeds from any adverse effects. He mused that it would be wonderful if such fortuitous occurrences happened again in the future. Although he recognized the improbability of this, the thought alone brought him joy. He calculated the time, anticipating that Yin Hongye would soon return with her child. He hurriedly watered the tender seedlings once more with the miraculous water. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the sweet melons he had planted earlier. After tending to the roses, he set down his tools and approached them. This variety of melon, reputed to be of foreign origin, had a notoriously slow growth rate, yet it had surprisingly reached maturity. It seemed that the spatial cultivation of plants was accelerating. Zhang Dong could not suppress his smile as he gazed at the melons. "Were you in the house the whole time? I thought you had gone out." Yin Hongye inquired curiously upon seeing Zhang Dong emerge from the room. Having returned home with Nua, she had called out to him several times without receiving a response, assuming he had left, only to find him still at home. "I accidentally dozed off and didn't hear you calling," he offered as a casual excuse. Their relationship had progressed, though they still did not share the same room. However, in a marriage, privacy was a nebulous concept. It was inevitable that Yin Hongye might eventually enter his room. He had yet to devise a suitable explanation for the existence of the spatial realm. His thoughts wandered to the melons in the space, igniting a fervor within him. The following day, after breakfast, Zhang Dong wasted no time and drove straight to the largest fruit trading market in the county. He intended to seek out a substantial cooperative supplier, ideally one that could distribute his fruits to the provincial market. He wandered aimlessly through the market, keenly observing the prices and trading methods of each variety of fruit. The sweet melons he had in his space were still considered a novelty. It was often difficult to find a vendor in the county selling the same type of fruit. Zhang Dong contemplated setting a higher price, but feared that these vendors might not recognize the value of his produce, potentially tarnishing his prized goods. "Hey, buddy, who is that guy surrounded by so many people?" A wave of chatter drew his attention. He looked up to see a sharply dressed man being warmly embraced by a throng of fruit merchants, their enthusiasm surpassing even that of a long-lost relative. Zhang Dong felt a surge of curiosity. He recalled seeing someone enjoy such attention before. Zhou Gang, the owner of a supermarket. His thriving business had warranted such adoration from vendors, which was not surprising. After all, seeking favor from powerful figures was an age-old practice. Could this man also be a renowned industry mogul? Zhang Dong thought it unlikely, wondering how fortune could smile upon him so soon at his first visit to the wholesale market. He offered a cigarette to a nearby vendor and, with a friendly demeanor, edged closer to the crowd surrounding the man. His curiosity piqued. "Upon my first visit, I encountered a rather significant figure, one who certainly holds considerable stature within our province." The young proprietor, upon receiving a cigarette from Zhang Dong, appeared impressed and willingly shared the information he possessed. As he spoke, he gestured with a thumbs up, indicating Zhang Dong's notable connections. "Pray tell, what do you have to share?" "To be candid, this is my inaugural experience at this wholesale market, and I'm still unfamiliar with its intricacies." The young proprietor nodded in understanding at Zhang Dong's words. "Ah, you have indeed asked the right person. I have had dealings with that esteemed gentleman on several occasions. He operates a wholesale fruit market in the provincial capital that is twice the size of this one, specializing in high-quality imported goods." The vendor took a puff from his cigarette, his face reflecting both respect and aspiration. "I have heard his name is Zhang Jun. He frequently visits our area to procure local fruits, which he then transports to the provincial capital for a modest profit. As long as the quality of the fruit is satisfactory, He is quite generous with his pricing. Isn't this precisely what he requires? These melons are nurtured by the divine springs, and he possesses unwavering confidence in their quality. Given Zhang Jun's evident capabilities, once he lays eyes on these melons, he will undoubtedly provide Zhang Dong with a satisfactory price. With a glint of determination in his eye, Zhang Dong bid farewell to the fruit vendor and ventured to a secluded spot. He discreetly entered his space and plucked a melon. He then settled down nearby Zhang Jun, savoring the fruit with delight. Zhang Jun, in a state of frustration, had spent the better part of the day searching for quality produce, but had encountered nothing of merit. His clientele at the wholesale market consisted of discerning individuals, and the fruits before him would only diminish their standards. As he pondered, a delightful aroma wafted through the air, drawing his attention. Following the scent, he discovered Zhang Dong crouched on the ground, relishing his melon. "Young man, may I inquire where you acquired that melon?" Zhang Jun, seasoned and perceptive, could discern the exceptional quality of the fruit merely by its fragrance. Yet, it seemed peculiar for someone in such tattered attire to be enjoying such a fine delicacy. "This is homegrown, and I have plenty more. Would you care for a taste?" "Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Dong offered with a cheerful smile, extending half of the succulent melon towards Zhang Jun, observing the juicy half in Zhang Dong's hand. Zhang Jun instinctively swallowed hard. Upon accepting the offering and taking a bite, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, invigorating his entire being. The flavor was sweet and crisp, lingering on his palate, a product that would undoubtedly thrive in their market. "Young man, do you have more of these melons at home?" "Indeed, I have an abundance." "What? Do you wish to procure them?" Zhang Dong, noting Zhang Jun's eager demeanor, since the moment was ripe. "To be frank, I am looking to purchase a batch of fruit. Shall we discuss terms?" Zhang Jun, anxious not to be rejected, hastily added, "Rest assured, we can certainly agree on favorable pricing." Chapter 64. The acquired heirloom. After establishing a time to inspect the goods with Zhang Jun, Zhang Dong promptly departed from the county, driving homeward. "Old man, where are you headed?" Suddenly, a torrential downpour began, and he cast a casual glance outside. An elderly man, clad in tattered clothing, was struggling along the road. "I am heading to Tiantian village. Please hop in. It is fortunate that our paths coincide. It must be quite inconvenient for you to be out here alone in such heavy rain." Upon realizing the man was from a neighboring village, Zhang Dong hesitated no longer and parked his vehicle beside the elderly man. Considering that the old man must have been walking in the rain for quite some time, he paused momentarily before unsteadily climbing into the car. He was drenched to the bone, droplets of water falling rhythmically onto the interior. After merely sitting for a short while, the leather seats were already soaked through. "My apologies, young man. Perhaps I should get out. I fear I have sullied your vehicle." The old man, glancing at the muddy water at his feet, awkwardly fidgeted with the hem of his garment, embarrassed and attempting to rise. Zhang Dong hurriedly stopped him, using gentle words to reassure the elderly gentleman to remain seated. The car could be cleaned later. The thought of any misfortune befalling the old man due to this situation would weigh heavily on Zhang Dong's conscience for a lifetime. "Young man, would you care to purchase a Buddha statue to take home?" After a period of silence, the elderly man, who had remained quiet until then, finally mustered the courage to pose this question. Zhang Dong caught a glimpse of the leather bag cradled in the old man's arms. Aside from a few water stains, it bore no mud or scratches, indicating how diligently the old man had protected it throughout his journey. Noticing Zhang Dong's silence, the elder shifted uncomfortably, sensing a twinge of reluctance from the younger man. "Could you possibly take it out for me to see? It must be within that leather bag." "Yes, indeed. Please have a look." Seeing Zhang Dong's apparent interest, the old man eagerly complied and retrieved a small bronze Buddha statue from the bag. Do not be deceived by its material. Though it is not gold, it is indeed a treasured heirloom passed down from my great-grandfather. It is a genuine antique. What price do you intend to sell it for?" Zhang Dong examined the statue closely, finding it strikingly familiar, as though he had encountered it before. Although crafted from bronze, the statue was intricately detailed, exuding a lifelike benevolence that seemed beyond the capabilities of an ordinary artisan. 5,000. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. Observing the old man's hesitant yet resolute demeanor, a wave of uncertainty washed over him. If this statue was indeed a family treasure, it should not be so easily relinquished. The old man seemed to be grappling with his attachment to the heirloom, suggesting that perhaps a significant event had befallen his family. "Sir, I believe if you were to keep this statue for a while longer, you might fetch a better price in the future." Zhang Dong's memory stirred, recalling that a similar small bronze Buddha statue had been auctioned for hundreds of thousands just a few years later. This event had even garnered widespread media attention online, and he had seen photographs of it that bore a striking resemblance to the one before him. "Ah, do not mention it." The elderly man sighed, his weathered face, etched with wrinkles, was perpetually clouded by a sense of sorrow. "It is poverty that brings such calamities. Young man, I shall not hide the truth from you. If it were not for my inability to afford my grandson's tuition, I would never part with this precious possession." Murky tears trickled down the corners of the old man's eyes, and his already stooped back, burdened by life's hardships, sagged further. Reflecting on his own previous circumstances, Zhang Dong realized that without the space he had, he might have fared even worse than the elderly man. A surge of empathy welled up within him. After all, the bonds of blood and kinship are the most invaluable treasures. Moreover, in today's society, many families struggle to afford even a meal. "Old sir, I shall purchase this Buddha statue from you. Here is 5,500. Please take a look." Since embarking on his business venture, Zhang Dong had always kept a stack of cash in his car for emergencies. Today, he finally found a worthy use for it. It was not merely sympathy. Zhang Dong was acutely aware of the statue's true worth in the world of rebirth. 5,500. By future auction standards, this sum seemed negligible. Yet in this era, it represented an immense fortune that many could scarcely imagine. No. 5,000 is sufficient, young man. Please take it. I know the value of such things. This money is merely for my grandson to have a few new outfits." Nothing could surpass the significance of his grandson in the old man's heart. As Zhang Dong uttered these words, the elderly man ceased his protests, trembling hands accepting the bundle of cash as if it were a fragile and precious treasure, which he gently placed into a leather bag. "Old sir, please take an umbrella with you." "Thank you, young man. Truly thank you." Even as he exited the vehicle, the elderly man continued to express his gratitude, clutching the several thousand yuan tightly. Zhang Dong sighed, watching the old man fade into the curtain of rain, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. "My dear, I am home." Upon returning, the complex sadness was swiftly replaced by a sense of joy. With a beaming smile, he mysteriously tucked the Buddha statue into his embrace, scanning the room for Yan Hongye's presence. Seeing her comfortably seated in the room, embroidering a handkerchief, his brow furrowed involuntarily. "It is so dark outside. Why do you not turn on a light? You will strain your eyes." He stepped over to the switch and illuminated the room, feeling a twinge of helplessness at his wife's excessive frugality. Yan Hongye chuckled softly, shaking her head without uttering a word, her hands continuing their work. It was only after she finished embroidering the handkerchief that she lifted her gaze to Zhang Dong. With his hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to be concealing something. His smile was broad yet enigmatic, and when his eyes met hers, they carried a hint of sorrow. "What is it that you are holding?" Yan Hongye did not wish to quarrel over trivial matters, and even in the rain, the light in her current position was quite sufficient. Besides, she was on the verge of completing her embroidery and had no desire to be distracted by such minor concerns. "You see, I encountered an elderly gentleman today." Zhang Dong could easily perceive Yan Hongye's subtle thoughts, sighing internally as he recognized that his journey still had a long way to go. He decided not to dwell on his troubles and, like a prized offering, presented the Buddha statue to his wife with both hands, eager to share his treasure with her. This is indeed a remarkable find, an antique that could serve as a family heirloom in the future. Yan Hongye's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly recognizing that the item in the man's possession was not something an ordinary household could own. The joy within her radiated on her face as she wiped her hands and took the Buddha statue from Zhang Dong, placing it on the high table in the main hall. Even without the allure of wealth, the daily act of worship could provide her with a sense of peace. Today, I have also taken on numerous embroidery tasks. If completed, they could yield a substantial income. Yin Hongye smiled, mentally calculating the price of a piece of embroidery, her expression becoming increasingly vivid. Her exuberance was contagious, and Zhang Dong felt that all his efforts along the way were indeed worthwhile. Nothing could be more gratifying than the joyful smile of his wife. "Then we must celebrate today," Zhang Dong said, winking at his wife. "Let us make dumplings." Chapter 65. You scare me to death, Zhang Dong. During this time, please take good care of Nua and ensure she doesn't get hurt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong's hand trembled as he held a dumpling, causing a pristine, round dumpling to tumble to the floor, now soiled and unrecognizable. He was all too familiar with Yin Hongye's words. Each night, he would awaken with a start, haunted by nightmares where her voice echoed in his ears, akin to the chilling roar of a demon from hell, causing his heart to tremble with every syllable. Life had undergone a tremendous transformation. He had worked diligently, refraining from his previous reckless behaviors. The home and its surroundings felt utterly transformed, and the spirits, cigarettes, and gambling tools he once purchased had long been discarded, their whereabouts now unknown. Despite his earnest efforts, could he not avert the tragedies of the past? Why utter such words? "My dear wife, have you encountered any troubles?" Zhang Dong was not one to sit idly by. He sensed that things should not have developed in this manner. Cautiously glancing at Yin Hongye, he observed that her demeanor was unremarkable, a stark contrast to the despondent, hollow gaze he had seen in his nightmares. "Darling, if you're facing difficulties, please tell me. I am here for you. Do not bear it alone." He felt compelled to probe further, lest he be overthinking the situation. Perhaps Yin Hongye simply needed to step out for an errand, which prompted her distressing words. But where could she possibly go? They had not been in touch with her family for many years. Could she truly return to her former home? What was he thinking? Day after day, he should focus on uplifting thoughts. Yin Hongye rolled her eyes at her husband's seemingly apocalyptic demeanor, thinking that perhaps he was overreacting. Seeing her unwillingness to elaborate only heightened Zhang Dong's anxiety, and he could no longer restrain himself. "My dear, I only worry that you might be feeling down and harboring troubling thoughts." "Goodness, why would I feel troubled when all is well?" Yin Hongye retorted. "Zhang Dong, are you hiding something from me?" Yin Hongye's eyes flickered as she regarded Zhang Dong, contemplating that he might once again be involved in those disgraceful deeds that he feared she would discover. Otherwise, why would he assume she would be in despair? She was not taken aback. In fact, she had long anticipated this day would come. Yet, considering the pleasantness of their current life and the presence of their daughter, she could not help but softly reprimand him. Upon catching the look in his wife's eyes, Zhang Dong immediately sensed that she must have conjured some troubling thoughts. Hastily, he waved his hands, signaling that he had done nothing wrong. "No, my dear, I was simply taken aback. You see, you usually stay at home, and suddenly you bring this up. It's quite alarming." He feigned embarrassment, scratching his head, his gaze fixed on Yin Hongye with utmost sincerity. He hoped she would soon dispel any doubts and apprehensions in her heart, for he had exerted considerable effort to mend their relationship to its present state. He wished to avoid any upheaval that might regress their progress. It was not that she was unwilling to trust Zhang Dong. Rather, his past misdeeds loomed large in her memory. Yin Hongye could still vividly recall the hardships they endured during those years. Gazing into her husband's earnest eyes, she sighed internally, contemplating that he likely would not deceive her regarding such matters. She shook her head and rose to head towards their bedroom. Zhang Dong's reasoning was not without merit, so it was no wonder he would be anxious. As long as he did not revert to his former ways, even if he were indeed concealing something from her, Yin Hongye was disinclined to dwell on it excessively. "Never mind, I'm utterly exhausted today. I shall retire to the bedroom." Supporting her weary frame, she paused midway to remind him, "Do remember to clean the dishes. Be careful not to drop them like last time." As she disappeared behind the door, Zhang Dong's heart remained unsettled for a long time. He cautiously tidied up the dishes, his movements so gentle that they emitted scarcely a sound. Yet, his ears were attuned to the direction of his wife's room, dreading any unexpected noise from within. As night fell and he closed his eyes, images of Yin Hongye's final moments from a previous life haunted his mind. Her words had left him in a state of disquiet, completely dispelling his drowsiness. Resolutely, he got up, dragging a stool to sit against the wall. The old house offered little soundproofing, and their rooms were separated by merely a wall. Any considerable noise from the other side would be crystal clear to him. Although Yin Hongye had denied his insinuations during dinner, she had not divulged the reason behind her words. Zhang Dong felt uneasy, determined to keep watch through the night. Should Yin Hongye truly fall into despair, he wished to have the chance to save her. As dawn approached, the morning star hung in the sky. Listening to the steady rhythm of her breathing, Zhang Dong finally exhaled in relief, dragging his exhausted body to bed. "Wife, dear wife!" Panic surged through him. Around noon, Zhang Dong awoke groggily, his eyelids heavy. Instinctively, he searched the room for Yin Hongye, calling her name repeatedly, but received no response. In a fleeting moment of slumber, he was startled awake, scanning the house both inside and out. Not only was Yin Hongye absent, but even Nuanhua was nowhere to be found. "Zhang Dong, what are you searching for?" a neighbor inquired, observing his restless demeanor as he paced back and forth. Unable to articulate the reason for his agitation, he felt a profound unease upon realizing Yin Hongye was not in the room. His heart raced, causing his breath to quicken uncontrollably. "Aunt Fong, have you seen Hongye?" "I've been looking for her for quite some time now," he asked, his anxiety palpable. Noticing the man's distress, Aunt Fong assumed something significant must have occurred. "No, I've been outside for a while and haven't seen her," she replied. "Old Fong, come out quickly. Stop cooking. Have you seen where Hongye went?" Thinking of the struggles this young couple had endured to reach their current state, Zhang Dong felt a pang of fear that any trouble might revert them to their former hardships. Better to dismantle a temple than to regret a marriage. Aunt Fong mused as she called for her husband, believing he might have encountered Yin Hongye during his frequent outings. "I just saw her heading that way. What's wrong?" Old Fong pointed in the direction, causing Zhang Dong's heart to falter. That path led out of the village. Surely, his wife wouldn't contemplate anything drastic, would she? With no time to address Old Fong's concerns, Zhang Dong dashed toward that direction. He remained acutely aware of his surroundings, struggling to accept the possibility that their lives had been improving. How could they be veering back toward their previous misfortunes? "Wife!" A familiar figure suddenly came into view, a woman bent over, diligently working in their vegetable garden. Upon spotting Yin Hongye, Zhang Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, finally allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. Chapter 66. An encounter with an acquaintance. Zhang Dong's frantic demeanor at noon sparked speculation among the villagers that something grave had transpired at their home. Yin Hongye, both amused and exasperated, watched him for a while before refraining from any reproach. Feeling somewhat sheepish himself, he recalled the saying that family matters should remain private. Though today, this incident was not a scandal, it had certainly made him a subject of ridicule in the village. While strolling through the market earlier, he had encountered fellow villagers who regarded him with bemusement, remarking on how Zhang Dong was overly attached to his wife, rushing off in a panic after just a moment's separation. Only he knew how genuinely frightened he had been this morning, feeling as though his very soul had been scattered. The moment he found Yin Hongye in the garden, the weight on his heart finally lifted, allowing him to breathe freely once more. Although he remained unaware of the reasons behind her earlier words, he held steadfast to one belief. The experiences of their past lives had been transformed into this beautiful present. Even if Yin Hongye were to feel disappointment in him, she would merely leave home rather than resort to the ultimate sacrifice. A woman who loved Nuanhua so deeply could never abandon everything for the worst possible outcome. In a previous life, hope had been utterly extinguished, yet now, life abounds with promise. Their family's existence in the village could be deemed the finest. They had no worries regarding sustenance, and had even acquired a vehicle. Opportunities for business awaited them in both the county and the city, and the future's prospects were evident to all. Yin Hongye would never wager her hopes for Nuanhua's future. A person of such gentle disposition could muster the strength to persevere with even a glimmer of hope. It seemed unreasonable for misfortune to arise at this juncture. While pondering this, Zhang Dong remained cautious, knowing that Yin Hongye had toiled in the vegetable garden all morning and was still unwell. He hurried to the market, intending to procure a fish to make soup as a treat for his wife. Boss Zhang, as he deliberated whether to choose crucian carp or grass carp for dinner. A frail voice emerged from behind him. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find a familiar face. "Ah, it's you, old man." Zhang Dong's keen eyes noticed the small child beside the elderly gentleman. "Is this your grandson? How old is he this year?" The elderly man carried a bag of vegetables, while the child, appearing no more than 6 or 7, helped him with the heavier items like meat and fruits. Children from impoverished backgrounds mature quickly. Despite the child's youthful visage, his calm demeanor and composure surpassed that of Zhang Dong's own daughter. Nevertheless, he wished for his daughter to be shielded from the burdens of life for as long as possible. Zhang Dong only needed to thrive under his protective wing and grow up joyfully. "Yes, he is already 7 this year," the old man replied, shaking his head in resignation. "I had intended for him to stay home, but he insisted on coming along. Such a considerate child. He is truly helping you," Zhang Dong remarked. Recognizing the pride and satisfaction glimmering in the old man's eyes, a sentiment he had encountered with many affluent individuals. Indeed, there was no need for flattery. His words were genuine admiration. "What do you need to worry about?" The elderly gentleman, glancing at the crucian carp laid on the chopping board behind Zhang Dong, hesitated before speaking. "Boss Zhang, I have some antiques at home. Do you have time to come and take a look?" A flicker of understanding crossed Zhang Dong's mind. It appeared this was the true reason for the old man's visit. Checking his watch, he noted that the day was still young. Remembering the copper Buddha statue he had purchased the previous day, his curiosity piqued. What was the old man's background, that such fine items could still be in his possession? "Boss, let me have 2 more fish," he said, no longer hesitating. "Old man, please wait. Once I finish with the fish, I will accompany you." The elderly gentleman nodded, waiting with his grandson as Zhang Dong retrieved the fish before driving towards the old man's home. Upon arrival, Zhang Dong was taken aback. He had imagined the old man to be from a once wealthy landowning family, yet the reality before him was disheartening. The entrance gate was in a state of decay, teetering on the verge of collapse with the slightest touch. The house appeared dilapidated and worn, barely serving as a refuge from the elements. Through the low, surrounding wall, one could almost see the entire yard at a glance. It was pristine, save for a solitary swing meant for a child. There was nothing else. A stark contrast to even the most challenging times the family had endured. Suppressing his astonishment and disbelief, Zhang Dong followed the old man through the door. Upon entering, a sharp, acrid scent assaulted his senses. Zhang Dong refrained from covering his nose and mouth, turning to survey the room, finally comprehending the source of the overpowering odor. The room contained only a table and a bed, with the kitchen situated on the opposite side. On the bed lay an elderly woman, eyes closed, her complexion ashen. Were it not for the faint sound of her breathing, he might have thought she had long since passed. Beside the bed were several medicine bottles, some empty and toppled on the floor, adding to the atmosphere of desolation. Had the family's financial ruin stemmed from medical expenses for the wife? Reluctantly averting his gaze, Zhang Dong scanned the surroundings but found no evidence of a 4th resident. It seemed as though only the elderly couple and their grandchild inhabited the space. But where was the child's father? He opened his mouth to inquire but thought better of it. After all, it was a personal matter. He would not wish to evoke any painful memories. "Boss Zhang, the things are over here. Follow me." The old man's voice suddenly interrupted Zhang Dong's melancholic contemplation. He quickly placed the 2 fish into a clean basin and followed the elder outside to a cellar behind the yard. The old man glanced around, ensuring they were alone, before moving to remove the straw and corn husks covering the entrance. A rickety ladder descended into the darkness below, where visibility was obscured. A shiver ran down Zhang Dong's spine, a chill emanating from the depths. What was he afraid of? The elderly man was quite capable of managing himself, wasn't he? "Be careful, Boss Zhang. The ladder isn't very stable," the old man cautioned. Zhang Dong snapped back to reality, realizing the elder had already ventured ahead into the cellar. Shaking off his apprehensions, he followed closely behind. Their only source of light was the flashlight Zhang Dong had casually retrieved, which did little to illuminate the entirety of the cellar's contents. These items, were they not meant to be burned on the 4th day of the new year? Chapter 67. I will take your things. As Zhang Dong surveyed the scene before him, a flicker of bewilderment crossed his face, yet he swiftly composed himself, his gaze calm as he awaited the old man's next move. The items in the cellar appeared quite aged, yet they could hardly be deemed valuable. Some were already moldy and decaying, with cabinet doors lying askew, gnawed upon by the rodents that frequented the cellar. The furniture resembled antiquated designs that could now be classified as antiques. However, both the craftsmanship and the materials fall vastly short of expectations, leading one to speculate that these items are likely products of the post-liberation era. Their presence here is probably due to the fact that, although these objects may not possess authentic value, they could hold some historical significance, thus the need to avoid any potential complications. Upon reflection, it seems rather obvious. If these were indeed precious artifacts, why would the elderly gentleman have relegated them to this damp, shadowy cellar? Mr. Zhang, take a look at these, the elder said, as he carefully extracted a ceramic jar from a cupboard, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight. The jar was meticulously sealed with cowhide paper, and the cupboard itself was lined with moisture-proof material. In comparison to the haphazardly arranged old furniture, the level of protection afforded here could be deemed exceedingly cautious. What treasures might reside within this jar? Zhang Dong felt a flicker of curiosity as he leaned closer, watching the elder gingerly remove the seal. Something within reflected the light of the flashlight, causing him to instinctively squint. When he opened his eyes to examine more closely, he discovered the jar had been entirely unsealed, revealing its contents. To his astonishment, the jar was filled to the brim with silver dollars. No wonder the elder was able to present such a copper Buddha statue. The sheer quantity of silver dollars, while seemingly valueless in the present day, would have signified considerable wealth in the past, likely the realm of landowners and affluent individuals. Sir, it's quite chilly here. It may not be good for your health. Perhaps we should discuss this upstairs, Zhang Dong suggested, steadying himself as he accepted the jar from the elder's hands, supporting the old man as they made their way outside. The chill of the cellar was unbearable even for an adult man, let alone an elderly individual who would surely suffer the longer he remained in such conditions. Mr. Zhang, do you think 500 yuan would be acceptable for these items? The elder, standing in the courtyard, nervously clutched his clothing, contemplating the jar cradled in Zhang Dong's arms before finally speaking. He understood Zhang Dong to be a wealthy man. After all, he had readily paid a significant sum for the Buddha statue without a hint of hesitation. Yet, these silver dollars were not on par with the statue, and in the current era, they seemed to hold little utility. Unless they were melted down, perhaps yielding a small amount of silver, they were likely destined to serve as mere playthings. Nevertheless, these coins represented the entirety of the elder's family fortune, safeguarded within the cellar to escape confiscation. 500 yuan was the highest price he could conceive, and he felt a twinge of guilt toward Zhang Dong, fearing he might perceive his offer as overly audacious and decline the items altogether. Very well, I shall acquire all these silver dollars. Please hold on to them. I will return home immediately to fetch the money, Zhang Dong declared, seemingly oblivious to the elder's hesitation. He readily agreed, and, after returning the jar to the elder, turned and exited the courtyard without awaiting a response. The collectible value of the silver dollars was substantial, and while they might appear inconsequential now, there would undoubtedly be individuals in the larger cities willing to pay a premium for such items. For Zhang Dong, 500 yuan was hardly a concern. In fact, he considered the elder's offer to be rather modest. He cast a cursory glance and discovered that many of the coins inside were 1 yuan silver coins. Although he could not discern the era, the mere existence of these coins was sufficient to attest to their future value. Darling, I wish to withdraw 3,000 yuan. Fearing that the elder would grow impatient, Zhang Dong hurried home with remarkable speed. He placed the cushion carp he had purchased in the kitchen and swiftly turned to find Yan Hongya. All the money in the household was currently in his wife's possession. Most of the earnings he had accrued since his first income had been entrusted to her for safekeeping. The few thousand yuan he had kept in his car for emergencies had depleted his entire allowance, leaving him with no choice but to request funds from Yan Hongya. Concerned that she might refuse, he had even prepared a speech on his way back. To his surprise, Yan Hongya merely glanced at him, asked no questions, and proceeded to a nearby cabinet. "Here, I'll get it for you," she said, casting a reproachful look at the man who stood rigidly, oblivious to the need to step aside. Once he obediently turned away, she lowered her head and rummaged through the cabinet. It was not that she distrusted Zhang Dong. It was simply customary for each household to have the matriarch as the sole custodian of the family's finances. A man seeking additional pocket money had to first obtain his wife's consent. "Here you go, 3,000. She handed him a stack of cash without even a hint of regret, returning to her embroidery work. Zhang Dong was somewhat incredulous in the past. Yin Hongye would have deemed a tenuan purchase for clothing excessive. Now he was asking for 3,000, and his wife did not even blink. "Darling, aren't you going to ask what I need the money for? You always have your purposes and will not squander it recklessly. Why should I inquire?" Yin Hongye looked up at him, puzzled by his question. She had noticed his transformation and understood that there were numerous expenses involved in running a business. Although 3,000 yuan seemed a bit much to her, it was not entirely outrageous. Moreover, she genuinely trusted her husband, believing he would not frivolously squander the money, which is why she did not press further. Zhang Dong's eyes brightened, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. "Well then, I shall take my leave. I will explain everything upon my return." Suddenly reminded that the elder was waiting for him at home, he hurriedly exited the house. Reflecting on the dilapidated state of the elder's home, he felt a pang of compassion and decided to borrow a tricycle from a neighbor. He went to the supermarket to purchase some daily necessities and snacks favored by children, then rode the tricycle towards the elder's house. "Grandfather, will that uncle truly come to buy our belongings?" A child stood at the door, eagerly scanning the road. Aside from a few villagers tending to their fields, there was no sign of the uncle he had just encountered. Uncertain, he turned to the elder and asked. He had seen the items in the cellar and had never believed them to possess any real value. He had always been skeptical about the elder's intention to sell. In his view, Zhang Dong was merely too embarrassed to refuse his grandfather, hence the excuse of needing to fetch money. The journey from Kidian village to Zhang Dong's village is not lengthy, yet Zhang Dong has yet to return, further validating his suspicions. It seems that every time he asks you to fetch something, you dawdle and forget. Surely, he must have been delayed on the way. Look, he has finally arrived. The elder affectionately ruffled his grandson's hair, but as time passed without a trace of Zhang Dong, his heart began to feel uneasy. Just then, his gaze was drawn to Zhang Dong approaching on a tricycle. Instantly, his confidence surged, unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of the grandfather and grandson. Zhang Dong parked his vehicle at the entrance and called out to the little boy, who appeared rather discontent, to help him with the items. The elder, realizing that the various daily necessities and snacks were intended for them, hurriedly waved his hands. No, Mr. Zhang, we cannot accept this. How can we possibly take your things? Dear sir, please do not refuse, Zhang Dong insisted. This is merely a token of my goodwill. It is not of significant value. You should accept it. Observing the elder's flustered gestures and his attempts to hold back his grandson, Zhang Dong stepped forward to persuade him. I do not have any elderly folks at home. These are just gifts from clients during festive seasons. My wife and I cannot consume or utilize them all, so please do not stand on ceremony. As he spoke, he discreetly exchanged a glance with the child. The boy, clever yet hesitant, waited until he saw his grandfather no longer objecting before he approached to unload everything from the tricycle. Once the items were safely back in the courtyard, Zhang Dong finally released the elder's hand. Before the elder could express his gratitude, Zhang Dong produced a bundle of cash he had brought from home and pressed it into the elder's palm. This is the money we agreed upon. Take it. You can count it when you get home. I will just take the jar. Without waiting for a response, he proceeded into the courtyard to lift the ceramic pot. He intended to ride away on his tricycle. It was not urgency that propelled him, but rather an aversion to the gratitude radiating from others towards him. He felt the sum he had given to the elder was modest, given the value of the items involved. However, he understood that the elder, being practical, would not share this sentiment. Mr. Zhang, wait. This amount is too much. The elder exclaimed as he caught Zhang Dong's arm, just as he settled onto the seat of the tricycle. Having lived for many decades, the elder was adept at estimating, and merely glancing at the thickness of the cash fell off. Just 5 notes, yet how could it be so substantial? Seizing the moment while Zhang Dong was busy in the courtyard, he hurriedly opened the envelope to investigate. To his astonishment, he was taken aback. Trembling hands counted repeatedly, leaving him momentarily frozen in disbelief. He had not immediately stopped Zhang Dong. A full 30 notes of cash, 6 times the amount he initially discussed with Zhang Dong. The elder instinctively thought Zhang Dong must have mistakenly taken the wrong envelope. Business people typically seek to gain as much advantage as possible. How could someone like Zhang Dong willingly part with money? In a flurry, he rushed forward to grasp Zhang Dong, preventing him from leaving, clumsily attempting to thrust money into Zhang Dong's pocket. No, old man. You needn't worry. I haven't made a mistake. The elder paused, momentarily bewildered. Zhang Dong sighed, descending from a vehicle to return the money to the elder's embrace. I have stated before that I recognize worth. I am well aware of the value of this silver dollar. I am not one to take advantage of others. Hence you must accept this money. I am not foolish enough to incur a loss. The old man stared blankly at Zhang Dong, momentarily at a loss for words to counter this young man before him. Having lived for over half a century, he had encountered many experiences, yet he had never met such an earnest individual, whose actions and character were beyond reproach. His trembling hand, clutching the money, quivered, and the dullness in his aged eyes suddenly felt a tinge of moisture. Regardless of Zhang Dong's persistent entreaties to accept the money, assuring him he would not suffer a loss, the elder felt he was genuinely receiving a favor. Had it been anyone else, 3,000 would have seemed a bargain. Even the original 500 would have been a favorable negotiation. Yet Zhang Dong had offered such a substantial sum, and the elder's fingers tightened around the envelope containing the cash. Lowering his head, he appeared to ponder something deeply. Seeing the elder finally willing to accept the money, Zhang Dong felt a wave of relief and turned to mount his bicycle. Mr. Zhang, I have a plot of land. Come with me to have a look. The elder's voice was hoarse, as if he had made a momentous decision, trembling as he continued. I do not want your money. This land is my gift to you. A frail old man, his household seemingly beset by misfortune, lacked even the strength to labor, relying solely on that patch of soil to cultivate a few crops. Though it would not yield much, it was the only inheritance from the elder's parents, a vital lifeline. Usually, he grew vegetables or other modest produce sufficient for his family of 3. With that piece of land, regardless of financial status, they would not face starvation. In these times, a family's survival hinged entirely on what they could cultivate. It was their lifeblood. If they were to lose the land, how would the grandfather, grandson, and the ailing elderly woman manage to survive? Without a second thought, Zhang Dong sought to refuse. Accepting the elder's land would leave him at a loss for words when explaining to Yan Hongya. Even if she refrained from admonishing him, he would still feel guilty, perceiving it as a wrongdoing. No, elder, I cannot accept your land. If I were to take it, how would I face the world? He waved his hands in a fluster and turned to leave. He would rather spend 3,000 more on acquiring silver dollars than accept the elder's land. Mr. Zhang, please hear me out. My land is of little use. I merely grow some medicinal herbs, but they seldom thrive. The elder sighed, observing Zhang Dong's refusal, his resolve strengthening. My son and daughter-in-law passed away early, and as you have seen, my old companion is in poor health. The household cannot spare anyone. I lack the energy to cultivate this land. Leaving it fallow is a waste. Gifting it to you is not a loss. The elderly man spoke as he pulled Zhang Dong towards the fields. Despite being well past his 60th year, his strength was remarkable. Zhang Dong dared not forcefully free himself and flee, fearing that a sudden burst of strength could harm the old man, which would be a troublesome predicament. Behind him, a child persistently pushed him forward, leaving him with no avenue of retreat. Very well, since you insist, I shall comply, he finally conceded, observing the parched land before him. The herbs lay wilted, having been neglected for far too long. He sighed, ultimately acquiescing to the elder's request. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he watched as the old man and the child beamed with joy at his agreement, prompting him to speak again. Old sir, here's my number. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall certainly help in any way I can. Fearing another rejection, Zhang Dong gestured towards the land behind him, saying, please do not refuse my help. You have given me so much. It is only right that I reciprocate. If you turn me down, I would feel remiss in accepting this land. Thank you, Zhang boss, the old man replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. No, Fang Dong, truly. Thank you. After finally managing to send off the deeply moved elder, who continued to express his thanks profusely, Zhang Dong turned his attention back to the medicinal herb field, deciding to revisit it later. For now, it was essential to tend to the fruits in his space. Surveying his surroundings and finding no one in sight, he slipped into his space to fetch some spring water, applying it to a few herb plants, uncertain of its effects. Chapter 69. At last, you have arrived. And Zhang, are you busy? He called out. I brought you some freshly picked melons to try. Zhang Dong had not even entered his home after returning from the old man's place. Instead, he found a discreet spot to enter his space. He harvested the ripe melons, watering them with the spring water, and waited for new growth before emerging. He took several melons with him to enjoy at home. As he passed by Aunt Zhang's house, he noticed her tending to her small vegetable garden, weeding and caring for it. Remembering how often he had relied on her assistance, he quickly set aside a few melons to give to her. All right, just place them there, she said, her familiarity with Zhang Dong evident. Their families had grown close due to the sweet, glutinous melons. Aunt Zhang did not stand on ceremony, casually directing him to leave the melons in a designated spot. She was aware that Zhang Dong was in the fruit business, as he often brought fruit to share when Yin Hongye visited. You know, she remarked, they truly are far superior to those purchased at the market. After parting from Aunt Zhang's home, Zhang Dong was in no rush to return home. He had previously arranged with Zhang Jun to find a time to inspect the melons. However, since these melons were in his space, they were not actually growing in any conventional setting. Inviting Zhang Jun over would undoubtedly reveal his secret. Zhang Dong was no fool. Such unnatural occurrences were not something he would even divulge to his wife, let alone a stranger with whom he had no connection. Zhang boss, are you free? Came a voice on the line. The batch of melons I mentioned last time is ready. When might you have time for us to sample them? Without hesitation, Zhang Dong retrieved Zhang Jun's number from his phone and dialed. At that time, in a fruit wholesale market, Zhang Jun genuinely wished to accompany him back to inspect the melons in the field. However, he was ensnared by a throng of fruit vendors, and Zhang Dong was not yet prepared. Naturally, he could not acquiesce to Zhang Jun's request and could only defer, claiming that his melons had not yet reached full maturity. He suggested that Zhang Jun wait a couple of days until the melons were completely ripe, promising to call him then. Zhang Jun dared not express any dissent. Having tasted the melons, he feared the business deal might slip away. He earnestly implored Zhang Dong to ensure that he would be the first to receive a call once the melons ripened, his eagerness suggesting he was anxious that someone might intercept this deal, getting their produce on the market before him, leaving him with nothing to earn. When you call me, I will make time for you, regardless of my schedule, he insisted. On the other end of the line, Zhang Jun listened to the cheerful music, his heart brimming with joy. He had been waiting for nearly 2 days, yet Zhang Dong had not called, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Internally, he was quite anxious, reluctant to press Zhang Dong for updates lest he seem impatient and risk having the melons offered to someone else. Finally, receiving Zhang Dong's call was a relief. I have some free time these past couple of days. It's a bit late today, but I shall drive over to see you tomorrow. In the past, it was customary for others to deliver fruits to him for inspection. Zhang Jun would never venture to the county unless it was for a substantial purchase. However, with Zhang Dong, he felt less inclined to take such a hands-off approach. Firstly, he genuinely wished to ascertain the quality of the produce, for there are always imperfect melons in the fields that could dampen one's appetite. Whenever a business or investment opportunity arose, it was always the finest specimens that were presented, with the inferior ones relegated to the end. Secondly, Zhang Jun harbored concerns that Zhang Dong might hold a grudge against him, perceiving him as aloof. Despite owning the largest fruit wholesale market in the provincial capital, there were other competitors of similar stature. While their business may not rival his, it was sufficient for Zhang Dong to sell his melons. There is no need for you to make a personal trip. Just provide me with an address, and I will bring some samples to the city for you to view. Zhang Dong, well aware of Zhang Jun's intentions, feigned politeness in declining his suggestion. He was not worried about Zhang Jun refusing, as who would prefer to endure the hassle of a trip when one could wait comfortably for deliveries? Moreover, he recognized Zhang Jun's underlying concerns, which had been evident since their encounter at the wholesale market. Confident in the quality of his melons, he knew that if he ventured to the provincial capital, many would be eager to procure them. Even a few samples could command a handsome price. All right, that truly is a trouble for you to undertake. I will send you the address shortly. Just come directly when you're ready. I will be here. As Zhang Dong had anticipated, who would choose to leave the comfort of their office to fetch goods when they could simply wait for them to arrive? Zhang Jun felt quite pleased in his heart. This young man certainly knows how to navigate social interactions, unlike those temperamental fruit farmers who, feeling entitled due to their possessions, often misinterpret a lack of personal attention as a slight against their dignity. Moreover, he genuinely hesitated to counter Zhang Dong's remarks. My dear wife, I must share something with you. Upon returning home, he found Yin Hongye still preoccupied with her tasks, so Zhang Dong pulled up a chair and seated himself before her. I need to venture to the provincial capital tomorrow and plan to take a few sweet melons to show Mr. Zhang, the one I mentioned previously. Yin Hongye nodded in acknowledgement, but then noticed the ceramic jar cradled in Zhang Dong's hands. Curiously, she lifted her gaze to him, ready to inquire. Oh, this? Inside here is the 3,000 yuan I requested from you this morning, which I used to procure these items. Zhang Dong unveiled the jar's lid, revealing the gleaming silver dollars within for Yin Hongye to behold. Observing her astonishment, he hastily clarified the significance of the currency. You must ensure to conceal this well. Though it may seem trivial now, I assure you it will hold great value in the future. Yin Hongye listened intently to Zhang Dong recount the origins of the silver dollars, feeling a sense of awe. Yet, her trust in Zhang Dong remained unwavering. She recognized his judicious approach to spending and his reluctance to squander money on frivolities. Additionally, hearing about the family's hardships, spanning 3 generations, stirred her compassion. Zhang Dong's intention to offer assistance to the elderly resonated deeply with her, garnering her wholehearted agreement. We still have some cotton at home. I shall venture to the city to procure a few bolts of fabric. I can sew some quilts for the elderly, she resolved. Regarding Zhang Dong's business trip to the provincial capital, Yin Hongye had no objections. Her thoughts lingered on the family's dire circumstances and the worn attire of the children. She was determined to purchase additional items and sew several garments upon her return. After conveying all necessary matters, she rose to prepare dinner. With Zhang Dong's imminent departure, she needed to pack some provisions for both breakfast and lunch. Zhang Dong joined her in the kitchen, where the confined space made them acutely aware of each other, often brushing against one another's hands or cheeks. From a distance, they appeared to be an exceptionally affectionate couple, the air around them imbued with an almost palpable sense of intimacy. Chapter 70. Your melons are truly exceptional at the break of dawn. As the first light of day crept into the sky, Zhang Dong rose from his slumber. After enjoying a modest breakfast, he hurried towards the bus station. Initially intending to drive, he was deterred by the thick morning fog, which rendered such plans impractical. In this era devoid of online ticketing conveniences, purchasing bus tickets necessitated cash transactions at the station. Though the buses to the provincial capital were not numerous, they operated consistently throughout the day, typically 5 or 6 departures. To arrive in the provincial capital before noon, he had to secure the earliest ticket available. The aroma within the bus was far from delightful, yet compared to later journeys, it was considerably more pleasant. The air was infused with the sense of steamed buns and fried dough sticks. The essence of the food was not unpleasant. The ride was bumpy, a reflection of the unsteady road ahead. Zhang Dong felt as though his internal organs were being jostled out of place, the fatigue of the early morning enveloping him. A dull, throbbing pain pulsed through his head. Fortunately, he did not suffer from motion sickness. Otherwise, the discomfort would have been unbearable. Darling, have you all risen? Upon arriving in the provincial capital, Zhang Dong's first instinct was to call home and assure his family of his safety. When he departed, the doors to Yin Hongye and Zhang Ninu's room were still tightly shut, with only a few remnants of warm dishes left on the dining table. He imagined that Yin Hongye must have risen in the dark to prepare the meal, only to return to her slumber afterward. Yes, I just got up. Have you arrived in the provincial capital? I've just arrived as well. I wanted to call and report my safe arrival. As Zhang Dong walked out of the bus station, he conversed with Yin Hongye. I probably won't return until late tonight, so you needn't wait for me if you're having dinner early. After discussing a few other matters, he ended the call and stood before the bus stop, seeking the route to the wholesale market. Is there none? This was Zhang Dong's first visit to the provincial capital, and he was unfamiliar with the transportation system. However, he was aware that since Zhongjun's wholesale market was quite extensive, it should be a landmark of the city. Typically, such locations would be included in bus stop listings, so it was unlikely he would encounter difficulty finding it. Hello, Boss Zhang. I've arrived in the provincial capital. How do I get to your wholesale market? The bus stop was not crowded, and after glancing around, Zhang Dong ultimately decided to call Zhongjun. In the morning, he was busy dealing with a new batch of goods at the market when he received the call. Upon hearing that Zhang Dong had arrived, he hastily set aside his tasks and moved to a quieter spot to converse. Zhang Dong, you've arrived? Where are you now? Please send me your address, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Almost instinctively, Zhongjun thought of this solution. Business people tend to consider multiple facets of a situation. Although Zhang Dong had initiated the idea of bringing samples to the provincial capital, Zhongjun was still apprehensive about neglecting him. However, Zhang Dong would not allow anyone to come fetch him. His melons were still tucked away in his space for convenience. If he agreed to Zhongjun's suggestion, he would forfeit the opportunity to access his supplies. No need. Boss Zhang, you are far too courteous. Just tell me which bus I should take to get from the station. As he spoke, he marveled at how much more convenient life had become over the past decade. With mobile navigation, one could simply search for directions instead of asking others for help. At that moment, Zhongjun was also preoccupied with his tasks. Relieved that Zhang Dong was coming on his own, he quickly composed a message detailing the route and sent it to Zhang Dong before returning to his work. Upon reviewing the directions from Zhongjun, Zhang Dong realized that the size of the wholesale market came with its own drawbacks. It was almost as if the station and the market were on opposite ends of the city, one in the south and the other in the north. After transferring buses multiple times, he finally arrived at Zhongjun's fruit wholesale market just before noon. Upon reaching the entrance, he did not rush inside. Instead, Zhang Dong circled around the market entrance until he discovered a secluded alley devoid of people. He swiftly entered the space and retrieved several large sweet melons. Indeed, they were quite substantial. Upon gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of the fruit wholesale market before him, Zhang Dong's initial reaction was one of awe. Just as the previous vendor had mentioned, Zhongjun's fruit wholesale market stood in stark contrast to the one in the county. One could easily discern the vast difference. The market's extensive area was evident even from the outside, yet stepping inside revealed the true magnitude of the experience. Despite its size, the market exuded an air of orderliness, surpassing even the smaller, well-managed fruit wholesale markets in cleanliness. Each fruit stall was meticulously arranged along the sides of the pathways, which were impeccably paved with stone bricks. Devoid of any trace of dirt, the air was free from the foul stench of rotting fruit, instead filled with the refreshing aroma of ripe produce. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Dong noted that the prices of the fruits here were twice as high as those outside. Nevertheless, the patrons seemed accustomed to these costs, with no one haggling with the vendors. This was indeed a place frequented by elites and affluent individuals. He was certain that his sweet melons would fetch a higher price in this setting. As Zhang Dong pondered his promising future, Zhongjun's voice brought him back to reality. Suppressing his astonishment, Zhang Dong resumed his composed demeanor. My apologies for the wait, Boss Zhang, he said, as they exchanged pleasantries before being guided to Zhongjun's office within the market. Zhongjun provided a detailed introduction to the market's operations, revealing that it was divided into two sections. One area primarily offered imported, high-quality fresh fruits and vegetables, with prices typically on the higher end, catering to affluent clientele. Conversely, the other end of the market featured more affordable produce, albeit of slightly lesser quality, yet still commendable. Boss Zhang, look, these are the samples I brought from home. Shang Yun's tzitzit. After Zhongjun's thorough explanation, Zhang Dong finally grasped the dynamics of the wholesale market. With unwavering confidence, He retrieved the sweet melons he had just harvested and presented them to Zhang Jun. Observing the delight and surprise in Zhang Jun's eyes, he maintained an air of nonchalance. He had anticipated such a reaction, for his family's fruits had always been well received. Moreover, these melons boasted a vibrant, refreshing green hue that was utterly captivating. There was no need to cut them open. The intoxicating fragrance wafting into the air was enough to stir the senses. Just gazing at them conjured thoughts of their exquisite taste. Zhang Jun, having personally tasted them before, was even more impressed. He could already envision the overwhelming response the melons would garner once displayed. A significant portion of the premium fruit section would inevitably be outshone by Zhang Dong's melons. Excellent. This melon is clearly of the highest quality. Placing it in the premium fruit section will undoubtedly yield great profits, Zhang Jun exclaimed, his smile wide and genuine, marveling at what he declared to be the finest fruit he had ever encountered. Chapter 71. A double price, though the varieties differ and cannot be compared side by side. The cultivation techniques of Zhang Dong surpass even the most seasoned fruit farmers. Since Boss Zhang has expressed interest, let us be candid. I wonder what price Boss Zhang has in mind for the purchase. Zhang Dong took a sip of tea, observing the beaming Zhang Jun across from him. In truth, he already had a figure in mind. Prior to this meeting, he had researched the highest market prices for similar melons. However, given the quality of his produce, even a slightly elevated price would not deter potential buyers. Zhang Jun was well aware of this, as he gazed at the self-assured Zhang Dong. He understood that if he failed to present a reasonable price today, the other party would undoubtedly walk away. The highest market price for such melons generally hovers around 10 yuan. Yet, for Zhang Dong's exceptional produce, even a higher price would still yield profit. Your product is excellent, and I wouldn't dream of undercutting you. We must pursue mutual benefit to reap substantial rewards. I propose to purchase at double the market's highest price, 20 yuan per gene. What do you think? Zhang Jun, having been in this industry for an extended period, knew that lacking the courage to make such an offer would have left him a mere shell, devoured by competitors. A price of 20 yuan per gene, even premium fruit markets, will be considered quite competitive. Before arriving, he had gathered some insight into the provincial capital's market dynamics. And Zhang Jun was not misleading him regarding the pricing. Very well then, 20 yuan it is. I will arrange for the goods to be delivered either tomorrow or the day after, Zhang Jun concluded. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong did not linger on the matter but nodded in agreement. Zhang Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a swift acceptance from Zhang Dong. This was his first encounter with a supplier so agreeable, rendering his carefully prepared remarks unnecessary. Moments later, Zhang Jun regained his composure, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze as he looked at Zhang Dong. All right, then it's settled. It just so happens to be noon. You've traveled quite a distance, so let me treat you to a meal. Having successfully closed the deal, Zhang Jun's spirit soared. He enthusiastically escorted Zhang Dong to a nearby renowned restaurant. After a satisfying meal, he arranged for someone to take Zhang Dong to the bus station. Just before departure, he corrected Zhang Dong's manner of address, requesting that he refrain from calling him Boss Zhang every time. Those who indulge in drink may appear lucid, yet their words often flow more freely. Zhang Jun, noting the age difference, insisted that Zhang Dong call him Brother Zhang in the future. Watching the slightly inebriated Zhang Jun, Zhang Dong had to stifle a laugh and promptly agreed, allowing himself to be dismissed. After a bumpy ride, he leisurely strolled along the village's winding paths. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, Zhang Dong did not rush home. Instead, he decided to take a moment to explore his space. Welcome back, host. The familiar mechanical voice greeted him as soon as he entered the space. An electronic panel materialized before Zhang Dong at the sound of the voice. Upon closer inspection of the items displayed above, Zhang Dong reached out to tap his own avatar. According to the results of the point tally and market analysis, the top 3 fruits in terms of profitability were watermelon, strawberry, and cherry tomato. The reward consisted of 3 bags of seeds for each of these fruits. Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Dong felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that this spatial system would unveil a new project, point settlement. The previous items, including fertile land, had all been exchanged for prestige points. So what exactly were these points? Moreover, on what basis was this point settlement determined? He voiced his doubts, silently speculating whether it was based on the purchasing power of customers in the market. Each customer who purchased the corresponding fruit would yield 1 point for that fruit. The system would then compile the final results based on the total number of customers or the weight of the purchases. What, then, was market analysis? Zhang Dong gazed at the pie chart before him, which displayed the current market share of the 3 fruits with the highest points. Market analysis reflected the popularity of these fruits among consumers, indicating their purchasing rates. What could points be exchanged for? Only seeds? He did not deem seeds undesirable. He merely wished to ascertain whether the seeds offered by this system could be transformed into some exotic varieties. After all, in today's society, rarity is prized. If one's offerings are sufficiently unique and of high quality, they're sure to attract considerable attention. Points could only be exchanged for the seeds of existing fruits, and any varieties not available for sale would need to be acquired by the host independently. Due to the host's commendable performance, having met the point criteria for 3 types of fruit, an additional reward of fertile land was granted, along with a hope for continued effort from the host. As soon as the message concluded, the electronic panel vanished from view before he could react. However, he had grown accustomed to the system's sudden appearances and disappearances, and thus paid it little mind. He proceeded to inspect the seeds that had been automatically transmitted to his space by the system. The watermelon and cherry tomato seeds had ample time left to grow, while the strawberry seeds had already been depleted. Zhang Dong had initially planned to carve out some time to purchase more from the store, but the system's provision saved him the trouble. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how the seeds provided by the system would differ from the ordinary varieties. With this thought in mind, he planted an entire bag of seeds into the newly rewarded fertile land, watered them with spiritual spring water, and tended to his space. Turning to observe the melons that had already been harvested, he noted that the climate in the space was ideal. Even produce that had been picked would not wilt after prolonged storage. Fruits like melons and watermelons, enhanced by the spiritual spring water, boasted thin skins. If left outside for 2 or 3 days, their taste would undergo a noticeable change. However, within the confines of the space, this would not occur. Zhang Dong gazed at the still, vibrant melons, nodding in satisfaction. When he emerged from the space, he realized it was quite late. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 10 o'clock at night. "You're back? I'll heat up some food for you." Yin Hongye had always been a light sleeper. Furthermore, with no man in the house that day, she was naturally more alert. As Zhang Dong pushed open the courtyard gate, despite his efforts to be gentle, he inadvertently roused her from slumber. Grabbing the flashlight resting on the bedside, Yin Hongye draped herself in a garment and peered through the crack of the door. Upon recognizing Zhang Dong, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her vigilance was not excessive. After all, it was prudent for her and her daughter-in-law, both fragile women, to remain cautious in their home, lest they encounter unforeseen troubles over the years. "I've disturbed your rest, haven't I?" Zhang Dong remarked with a hint of remorse, observing the weariness etched on his wife's face. As he entered, he noticed the house was engulfed in darkness. He had anticipated that Yin Hongye and their daughter were in a deep slumber, and thus he endeavored to tread lightly, hoping to avoid awakening them. However, as soon as he flicked on the living room light, Yin Hongye emerged, appearing as though she had been awake for some time. "No, it's just that you weren't home. I sleep lightly. The slightest noise stirs me," she replied, while adeptly preparing a meal. Turning to see Zhang Dong, still standing motionless, she shook her head in exasperation. "What are you dawdling for? After running around all day, aren't you tired? Go sit down." Seated at the dining table, Zhang Dong watched as Yin Hongye bustled about in her attire, and a warm current surged through him. When she finally brought out the steaming dishes, he grasped her hand and pulled her to sit beside him. "Today, I visited Zhongjun's wholesale market. It's truly vast, far more bustling than our city, and the prices for fruits are significantly higher." He animatedly recounted his experiences in the provincial capital, detailing the costs of melons and Zhongjun's warm hospitality. Though he felt no particular significance in sharing this, he hoped it would ease his wife's concerns. Seeing the surprise gleaming in her eyes brought him a sense of fulfillment. "I plan to pursue opportunities in the provincial capital more frequently. Of course, I won't neglect our local business, but my primary focus will shift towards the provincial city." and perhaps even larger markets, he continued. Do as you see fit. I'm not well versed in these matters. If you believe you can succeed, then go ahead. Nua, and I will support you, Yin Hongye replied, her eyes glimmering with happiness as she beheld her husband's spirited demeanor. She recognized that the Zhang Dong of today was not the same as before. During this period, he had achieved everything he set his mind to, and each endeavor proved to be increasingly lucrative. Although her family had a history in business, she lacked the innate talent for commerce. His capabilities were a testament to his exceptional skills. Thus, as long as his ambitions were not too far-fetched, Yin Hongye would refrain from voicing any opposition. The following day, Zhang Dong arose even earlier than the day prior. Before dawn broke, he had tidied up, donned his attire, and was already preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Today, he would drive himself to the provincial capital, a considerable distance away. Unlike traveling by bus, timely delivery necessitated this course of action. He brewed a pot of red date porridge and steamed a few buns. Once everything was ready, he placed the food in the pot to keep warm. He himself had not eaten a morsel, merely grabbing some provisions before stepping out of his home. Zhang Dong parked the vehicle in an uninhabited area and, after a moment of silent contemplation, entered the designated space. The task of transporting goods was laborious, and Zhang Dong toiled alone. Whenever fatigue set in, he would pause to rest, waiting for his energy to replenish before resuming his labor. Observing the vehicle gradually filled to the brim with sweet melons. Devoid of any remaining gaps, a satisfied smile graced his face. Though these small items appeared green, in his eyes, they were treasures that promised prosperity. Brother, when will you arrive today? Do you need me to send a vehicle to pick you up? Just as he caught his breath, Zhang Jun's call came through. The background noise chaotic, filled with the shouts of adults and the clamor of machinery, rendering Zhang Jun's already low voice somewhat indistinct. Having traversed the route a couple of times, Zhang Dong's mind was sharp. He had memorized the way with remarkable clarity. Now, even if he were to drive, reaching Zhang Jun's fruit wholesale market would pose no challenge. Moreover, given the proximity, it was unnecessary to send someone to fetch him. Thank you, Brother Zhang, but I have already arrived. I'll be at your market shortly. Just wait for me at the entrance. After hanging up, Zhang Dong remained unhurried. Upon reaching the provincial capital, daylight had fully broken. He had spent a significant portion of the morning in labor. Having risen early, he now felt both weary and famished. Rubbing his nose to invigorate himself, Zhang Dong exited the vehicle to wash his face at a public restroom. Back in the car, he retrieved the provisions he had prepared that morning, swiftly consuming a substantial portion. Although the provisions had cooled, he had no time to concern himself with that. He nibbled a few bites and washed it down with some water before hastening towards a fruit wholesale market. I was worried you might have trouble finding the place and was planning to come pick you up. Zhang Jun had been waiting at the market entrance, scanning the incoming vehicles. Ever since Zhang Dong informed him that he was nearing, he had refrained from returning to the market to oversee operations, standing there anxiously, fearful that Zhang Dong might arrive without spotting him, breeding discontent in his heart. When he finally saw Zhang Dong driving towards him, he sighed in relief. Wow, brother, your yield is impressive. Zhang Jun's eyes widened in astonishment as he caught sight of the sweet melons piled in Zhang Dong's vehicle, momentarily rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Zhang Dong would bring no more than a few hundred pounds at most. The current situation, however, suggested at least 1,000 pounds. Witnessing such a bounty of fine melons, the smile on Zhang Jun's face became genuine and exuberant. This quantity was sufficient to last 2 to 3 days of sales. Furthermore, in their line of work, who did not possess a cold storage facility, there was no fear of the fruit spoiling due to adverse weather conditions. Zhang Jun could already envision the stream of currency flowing into his pockets once these sweet melons hit the market. Well, it's not too much, perhaps around 2,000 pounds. Zhang Dong waved his hand nonchalantly, finding nothing particularly astonishing about the matter. His watermelons can yield over 8,000 jin in space, and with the expansion of land, the production will only increase. This sweet melon has only been trialed, hence the modest yield thus far. If this is worthy of astonishment, then when he begins large-scale cultivation, jaws will surely drop in disbelief. Observing Zhang Dong's composure, Zhang Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat awkwardly. He could only utter pleasant words to ease the atmosphere. It was truly humiliating for a proprietor of the largest fruit wholesale market in the provincial capital to appear so naive before a supplier. However, one cannot entirely fault him, can they? Zhang Jun had initially assumed that such quality melons were scarce. After all, no one's produce can guarantee 100% excellence. He underestimated this young man, who had managed to bring forth such an abundance of sweet melons. This served as a lesson for Zhang Jun. One should not judge a person solely by their attire and appearance, lest they find themselves in an embarrassing situation. Someone who dresses simply may just be frugal and not necessarily impoverished. Chapter 73. Signing a supply contract. Xiao Wang, come here and drive this gentleman's car to the scale. With nothing more to say, Zhang Jun called out to his assistant. Zhang Dong, come with me. We will weigh the produce and then sign the contract. Zhang Dong nodded, indicating his understanding without uttering a word. 2,201 Jin. Even though he was aware that the vehicle contained a considerable quantity of sweet melons. Zhang Jun's eyes widened slightly at this figure. Brother, please hold on. Our finance department is crunching the numbers. After a moment's thought, Zhang Jun poured a glass of water for Zhang Dong, stepped outside to give some instructions, and returned to his office. Noticing the hesitant demeanor of the other man, Zhang Dong's eyes flickered. He felt he could guess what Zhang Jun was about to say, yet he remained uncertain, calmly accepting the glass. Zhang Dong had intended to broach the subject of a long-term collaboration, but chose to remain silent. Count the money and see if the amount is correct. It was unclear whether this was an order or a mere formality. Typically, funds would not be available until the afternoon of the same day. Yet, in less than 10 minutes, a bundle of cash was thrust into Zhang Dong's arms. His skill in counting money had become increasingly adept. He could probably handle transactions at a bank with ease. The amount is accurate. Well then, brother Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Just as he was about to rise, Zhang Jun swiftly placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Zhang Dong, why the hurry? I still have something to discuss with you. Zhang Jun, not daring to delay any further, awaited Zhang Dong's response and promptly conveyed his thoughts. I heard you have other fruits in your fields? Indeed, I usually grow watermelons, strawberries, and cherry tomatoes, but this is my first time with sweet melons. Zhang Dong had anticipated Zhang Jun's inquiries. His previous gesture was merely a feint. He was not surprised that Zhang Jun was aware of his cultivation endeavors. A businessman of such stature in the provincial capital could easily uncover details about anyone's past ventures with a little inquiry. Zhang Jun is undoubtedly aware of the various fruits he has collaborated with others to supply over the long term. However, in such matters, the one who broaches the subject first often finds themselves at a disadvantage. Once Zhang Dong discerned Zhang Jun's intentions, he deliberately chose to maintain his composure, patiently awaiting Zhang Jun to initiate the conversation. My selections consist of fruits that are quite common within the province, yet they surpass their counterparts in quality. Brother Zhang, are you interested? Given the excellence of your melons, I can only presume that your other fruits are equally remarkable, Zhang Jun responded. Let us dispense with pleasantries. How many varieties do you have? If your yield is substantial, we could formalize a supply contract, and you could simply deliver regularly. Seeing his thoughts laid bare, Zhang Jun felt no irritation. Instead, he chuckled heartily and patted Zhang Dong on the shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of brothers. However, brother Zhang, do you not require those high-end fruits? My offerings are rather ordinary. I fear they may detract from your business and potentially harm our friendship, Zhang Dong hesitantly replied, his gaze wavering as he regarded Zhang Jun, though internally he was elated. Noticing Zhang Dong's reluctance, Zhang Yun grew anxious, mistakenly believing that Zhang Dong was unwilling to engage in this business venture. Prior to Zhang Dong's arrival, he had inquired about him and even purchased fruits from their store. The flavors and textures were so exquisite that even the most commonplace watermelon was sought after in the upscale fruit section. Moreover, even the most luxurious fruits, often deemed imported, were primarily sourced from local farmers, a well-known secret among them. If the taste is exceptional and freshness guaranteed, who genuinely cares about the origin? What are you saying, brother? I am well aware of the quality of your fruits. Do not fret. As long as you agree to this collaboration, I assure you, whatever price you receive elsewhere, I will add an additional 50% here. How does that sound? This was precisely the affirmation Zhang Dong had been waiting for. Internally, he felt like applauding at the prospect, yet he maintained a fade of reluctance. Very well, let us sign a half-year contract for now. If sales are promising, we can always renew. Seemingly having made a decision, Zhang Dong finally relented under Zhang Jun's eager anticipation. Brother Zhang, your sincerity compels me. I cannot take advantage of you. As for the pricing, let us discuss it after you inspect the goods to avoid any potential discord between us. Though he proclaimed this, he knew full well that such pricing was nearly established. However, the necessary courtesies must still be observed, presenting a congenial front to outsiders. It was only after Zhang Jun laid eyes on the goods that he would truly be astonished. Agreed. I shall defer to your judgment. Please, brother, take a seat. I will have my secretary draft the contract. As Zhang Dong drove along the asphalt roads of the provincial capital, a freshly minted contract lay beside him. He pondered that there were still some melons left in storage. To avoid unnecessary complications that morning, he had only brought 2/3 of the total melons to Zhang Jun. After a moment's reflection, he pulled over and dialed Zhou Gang's number. Boss Zhou, it's me, Zhang Dong. After a courteous exchange, the conversation shifted to the matter at hand. I have just harvested a batch of exceptionally fine melons. Would you care to come to the city to inspect them? I am currently not in the city, but in the provincial capital. Let us discuss it upon my return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong felt a surge of joy. What a coincidence! I am also in the provincial capital, having just come over to deliver goods today. Very well, if it is convenient for you. You may come directly to this side. Certainly. Please send me an address, Mr. Zhou, and I shall come find you. Upon receiving Zhou Gang's message, Zhang Dong did not head straight there. Instead, he drove his vehicle to a secluded area on the outskirts. He needed to extract the melons from his space before transporting them for sale. The provincial capital is bustling with people, and he struggled to find a discreet spot on the main road. A large vehicle vanishing in broad daylight would undoubtedly attract attention. The outskirts of the provincial capital are vast and sparsely populated. He quickly found an uninhabited area, stepped out to assess the surroundings, and then entered his space. After a flurry of activity, he emerged with his vehicle filled to the brim with melons. Before long, Zhang Dong arrived at Zhou Gang's location. Wow, brother, your melons look splendid. What are your selling plans? Zhou Gang, an old business partner, beamed at the sight of the new products. Without beating around the bush, he inquired about the price. 21 per jean. What do you think, Mr. Zhou? Zhang Dong had no intention of asking for more, not even employing the tactic of feigned negotiation. Having collaborated with Zhou Gang on numerous occasions, he understood his character well and was confident that Zhou Gang could afford that price. 20? Brother, that seems a bit steep. Zhou Gang furrowed his brow at this. It was not that he could not afford it. He had encountered melons like these in the city, available at his supermarket. Although prices in the province are generally higher, it still approached that price point. To be honest, Mr. Zhou, I came to the provincial capital today to deliver these melons. And 20 was the price set by that buyer. We are familiar with each other. I would not deceive you. Seeing the sincerity in Zhang Dong's eyes, Zhou Gang understood that he was not being misled. He was well acquainted with Zhang Dong and recognized that if he stated 20, it would indeed be 20. Zhang Dong's goods were reliable, and there would always be buyers at that price. All right, let us go weigh them. Little you, bring your brother Zhang with you. I must say, brother, only your melons could fetch such a high price. After some contemplation, Zhou Gang ultimately agreed to the price. Zhang Dong's venture proved to be quite profitable, adding several thousand to his account. As he drove home, a smile of satisfaction adorned his face. Dear, this is the money I earned today. Please take care of it. By the time he returned home, night had fallen, and Yin Hongye and her daughter had already dined. He relished the warm porridge his wife had prepared for him, pulling out the thick bundles of cash from his bag. Yin Hongye stared at the substantial amount in Zhang Dong's hands, her mouth agape in disbelief. Several thousand yuan. Such a sum was something she had never dared to dream of. Zhang Dong observed the expression on Yin Hongye's face, a slight smile gracing his lips. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tidy up, he urged. pulling Yin Hongye back to the present. She took the money from his hands, clutched it tightly, and turned to enter the inner room. When she emerged again, Zhang Dong had already set down the dishes, looking at her as if there were matters to discuss. My dear, now that our family has some wealth, I wish to visit my parents tomorrow. They have been staying at my elder brother's place, and it has been quite some time since we last saw them. Yin Hongye nodded, offering no rebuttal to Zhang Dong's suggestion. She had long intended to bring this matter up. Due to past circumstances, her own parents had ceased communication. Since their marriage, Zhang Dong's parents had been residing with his elder brother in the neighboring town. Over the years, Yin Hongye had contemplated bringing the elderly couple over to show them filial piety. However, given their situation, it would only bring them suffering, and Zhang Dong's elder brother had also disapproved, leaving her with no choice but to abandon the idea. Now that they had financial stability, even if they could not bring them over, visiting them was a duty of a child. I have wanted to discuss this with you for some time, but I refrained from doing so as I noticed you have been busy, Yin Hongye remarked with a smile. Looking at the man before her, she added, It's rather late today. I shall go buy some gifts. We can visit tomorrow morning. Zhang Dong nodded, took his clothes, and stepped out. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhang Dong watched Yin Hongye, who had been bustling about since dawn. My dear, you and Nuo can tidy up at home and see if there is anything we should take along. I will first deliver this batch of goods to Boss Zhou and Brother Lei. Once I return, we shall set off. After giving a few more instructions, he grabbed the car keys and left. With thoughts of visiting his parents occupying his mind, he did not dare to delay. After swiftly delivering the goods, he skipped the usual pleasantries and, after dropping off the items, drove straight home. Is that my brother's restaurant? Why are there so many people gathered? As they drove along in the tricycle, Yin Hongye's keen eyes caught sight of a commotion in the distance. It's my brother's shop. Let's go take a look, she suggested. Zhang Dong furrowed his brow. His brother was a skilled chef. Surely, there couldn't have been a culinary mishap that provoked such a ruckus? He pondered anxiously, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts to Yin Hongye. He deliberately slowed down, stopping just within earshot of the commotion. Upon closer inspection, the scene appeared even more chaotic. The signboard of his brother's shop lay shattered on the ground, trampled underfoot. Each person was clutching banners, shouting incessantly, Return the money. Zhang Tian, come out. If you have the ability to borrow money, you should have the ability to repay it. Are you even a man? Open the door quickly. If you don't repay the money, I'll report you tomorrow. Fortunately, it wasn't a case of food poisoning or something of that nature. The voices grew louder and more furious, and it seemed as though the crowd might break down the doors of the shop at any moment. The scene was one of intimidation, with individuals brandishing tools like hoes in their hands. Yet, Zhang Dong inexplicably felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had feared the worst, perhaps a food poisoning incident leading to demands for compensation. To his surprise, they were here to collect a debt. Zhang Dong, what shall we do? With these people surrounding us, how can we possibly get inside? Yin Hongye, cradling her daughter Nuo, covered the child's ears. The young girl, visibly frightened by the commotion, nestled deeper in her mother's embrace, too afraid to utter a word. Her anxious gaze was fixed on the chaotic crowd, her lips quivering as if tears were imminent. Daddy, I'm scared. She tugged at Zhang Dong's shirt, her innocent eyes pleading for reassurance, evoking deep sympathy within him. Do not fear, my dear Nuo. Your father is here. No one shall harm you. They are merely arguing, and soon it shall be over. What do you plan to do? When did my elder brother borrow money from anyone? I've never heard of it, Yin Hongye inquired, gently patting her daughter's back to soothe her. Yet, her eyes mirrored the same unease as her daughter's, instinctively seeking support from the man beside her. She had witnessed such distress before, and it was precisely because of her past experiences that she could empathize with the sorrow and helplessness of the situation. I wonder how my parents are faring. What can be done? These individuals will only leave once the debt is repaid. Do not worry. I have a way to placate them. Zhang Dong sighed, casting a tender glance at Yin Hongye, reminiscent of how she comforted Nuo as he gently patted her shoulder. There is no need for alarm. This is not an insurmountable issue. My brother is likely unaware of our current circumstances. He probably believes that bringing it up would only burden us further, not wanting to trouble us. brothers, sharing the same mother, often consider each other's welfare. Zhang Dong had always shared a close bond with his elder brother, Zhang Tian. In their youth, while their parents were preoccupied, he spent much of his time in Zhang Tian's company, though they now lived apart as adults. Their affection for one another remained unchanged. During the most challenging years, Zhang Tian would often regard him with disappointment, expressing his frustration whenever they met. Zhang Dong, tired of the scolding, began to distance himself. Since his rebirth, he had been preoccupied with farming and providing for the family, thus forgetting to reach out to his brother, let alone visit him. Unbeknownst to Zhang Tian, his younger brother had transformed, yet he still perceived him as the same ineffectual sibling. Chapter 75. The Art of Timing. Let us have a moment of silence. Everyone, please quiet down. Amidst the worried glances exchanged between Yin Hongye and her daughter, Zhang Dong stood at the periphery of the crowd, raising his voice. As his words reached the ears of the onlookers, they paused their activities and turned to regard him. Who are you? Mind your own business and leave if you know what's good for you. Why are you shouting for no reason? The leaders among them scrutinized Zhang Dong, recognizing him as a complete stranger. With a fierce expression, he attempted to intimidate them with a sharp tone. However, Zhang Dong remained unfazed by their theatrics, maintaining a calm demeanor as he met their gaze. I am aware that you seek money, but Zhang Tian is not home at present. He has gone to gather funds for everyone. Please return this afternoon, and I assure you that everything will be repaid. How do you know? Were you to Zhang Tian? I am his younger brother. Rest assured, I guarantee that we will secure the money by this afternoon. If not, I will accompany you to court. Now, everyone disperse. Hearing Zhang Dong's words, the group felt a flicker of belief. They knew Zhang Tian had a brother, though they were unaware of his name. Rumors suggested he was a reckless drunkard who cared little for family. Thus, they remained skeptical of the person before them, questioning what they would do if he were merely deceiving them. Why should we trust you? What if your family flees? Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, feeling discontented with the obstinacy of these individuals. Yet, understanding their concerns were not entirely unfounded, he suppressed his irritation and endeavored to speak in a calm tone. Very well. If you truly doubt my words, send someone to guard this place. We can take turns, and when the time comes, even the young and elderly will not be able to escape you. Zhang Dong, having dealt with influential individuals in recent days, had learned to project a certain authority that was indeed somewhat intimidating. Although he endeavored to maintain a gentle tone, his words inadvertently instilled a sense of unease in the listeners. He refrained from pressuring them, observing as they huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Eventually, the leader who had previously challenged him stepped forward once more. Fine, since you have said so, we shall place our trust in you one last time. This afternoon is the final deadline. If the debt is not settled, we will demolish this restaurant. Ultimately, they did not leave anyone behind to guard the place. Firstly, each had their own matters to attend to, and today's debt collection was a prearranged endeavor. Secondly, Zhang Dong's imposing presence had swayed them. His upright posture and clear, confident gaze contradicted the image of a mere gambler. As the crowd dispersed, Yin Hongye exhaled in relief. After alighting from the vehicle, she cradled Nua in her arms, and the couple approached the door, bearing gifts. Mom, Dad, sister-in-law, we have brought Nua to see you. Sister-in-law, what has transpired today? Upon hearing Zhang Dong's inquiry, silence enveloped the room. Zhang Dong's parents, holding their long-lost granddaughter, exchanged glances with him, their mouths opening as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Eldest sister-in-law Li Mei sat in a corner, her face buried in her hands, quietly sobbing. Yin Hongye approached her, wishing to offer comfort, but was at a loss, unaware of the circumstances that had unfolded. Sighing simultaneously, Zhang Minxing and Lu Fang expressed their concern. Parents, if there is something troubling you, please share it. We can find a solution together. Zhang Dong observed his parents' sighs and shaking heads, their reluctance to disclose the events leaving him feeling increasingly anxious. The words spoken were somewhat abrupt, earning a disapproving glare from Yin Hongye. Why the urgency? I must ponder how to articulate this, Zhang Minxing said, casting a vexed look at his son. After a moment's pause, he continued, Your brother recently invested in a clothing store to earn some money. Unfortunately, that scoundrel, in his quest for profit, imported a batch of second-hand clothes from abroad. Upon hearing this, a realization dawned upon Zhang Dong. He suddenly grasped the potential trajectory of the unfolding events. Second-hand clothes, particularly from overseas, presumably unwashed, were bound to cause issues when sold to others. Several customers who purchased garments from his establishment developed severe itching and rashes shortly thereafter. I am unsure how your brother's associate dealt with it, but inevitably, the complaints reached the appropriate authorities. When they investigated and confirmed the validity of the claims, the store was shut down. Following his father's words, Zhang Dong inquired, only to be met with another glare. However, this time, Zhang Minxing merely nodded, his expression one of resignation. Your brother also has to tend to the family restaurant. The clothing shop was under the watch of his friends. When he learned about the fines and compensations owed, that rascal had already vanished without a trace. Zhang Minxing couldn't help but curse the heartless individual in his mind, recalling Zhang Tian's shock and bewilderment upon discovering the shop's closure and the impending fines. Unfortunately, as a partner, your brother had no choice but to shoulder the burden when that scoundrel could not be found. He borrowed money to cover the fines and compensations, but now the repayment deadline looms, and he finds himself unable to repay. With each word, he sighed heavily. In truth, Zhang Tian's intentions were merely to earn a little extra to provide a better life for his family. After all, foreign clothing is trendy, and many young people in the country chase after the styles worn by cover models. His friend had indeed been persuasive, instilling in Zhang Tian the notion that this business venture was foolproof, requiring nothing more than his financial investment. Having known each other for years, Zhang Tian believed that his friend would not deceive him. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided to part with his money. Initially, all seemed well. His friend would frequently report on the volume of clothes sold and the profits made. Anticipating the day he would receive his dividends, Zhang Tian casually visited the store and, finding no apparent issues, ceased to worry. Little did he know he had misjudged his acquaintance and was now entangled in this unfortunate predicament. Now, he was constantly out and about, seeking ways to gather the necessary funds. Yet before he could amass enough, a group came knocking at their door, shouting and threatening. With only Zhang Minsheng, his elderly partner, and Li Mei at home, they could only secure the doors and windows, hiding within, afraid to emerge. If they failed to secure a loan that day, it would mean daily disturbances, making it impossible to conduct business. Lu Fong lamented, thumping her thigh in despair. In Chapter 76, the atmosphere within the room was heavy with worry. Even Nunu could not muster any enthusiasm amidst such gloom. Within Zhang Dong's heart, there resided no sorrow. Upon discerning the extent of Zhang Tian's debts, he calmly reassured his parents. Do not worry, dear Mom and Dad. There will always be a way. After all, I am here. The three exchanged surprised glances at Zhang Dong. Zhang Minxing's eyes widened in indignation, ready to scold. It was restrained by his elderly companion's gentle tug on his sleeve. Ultimately, he swallowed his words, though his gaze remained disapproving towards Zhang Dong. He understood well what his father was pondering, yet refrained from rushing to clarify, for they would soon discover the truth. No, I have a task for you. In a moment, please cheer up Grandpa, Grandma, and Annie, and Daddy will reward you with a skewer of candied hawthorn. How's that sound? Yay, candied hawthorn. No ethlimit. Don't worry, Daddy. You can count on me. Zhang Dong, tousling his daughter's meticulously styled hair into disarray under her resentful gaze, led Yin Hongye into the kitchen. Sister-in-law, take a break. Zhang Dong and I can manage here. Observing Li Mei's swollen eyes, Yin Hongye felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward, intending to usher her outside. However, Li Mei shook her head, casting a grateful glance at Yin Hongye. Though she did not entirely believe her younger brother-in-law's reassurances, it was comforting to hear such words in a moment of crisis. I'm fine, truly. Do not worry. The three moved with urgency. By the time the household finished their meal and cleaned up, Zhang Tian hurriedly returned home. Upon entering, he wore a frown, and even upon seeing his long-absent brother Zhang Dong, his face bore no trace of joy. What's wrong? Were you unable to borrow the money? Zhang Minxing's heart sank. The sight of his son's expression already led him to conjecture the worst, yet he clung to a sliver of hope and posed the question. Zhang Tian felt at a loss, unable to face his parents and wife, overwhelmed by shame as he could not meet their gazes. It was all his fault. Had he not misplaced his trust, the family would not be facing such dire straits. He had just seen the sign that had fallen to the ground. There was no need to inquire further. He knew the creditors had already caused an uproar at their home. Dad, I'm sorry. Brother, do not fret. I have a solution. Zhang Dong interjected, unable to bear the sight of his family's distress as Zhang Tian struggled to apologize, offering a comforting pat on his elder brother's shoulder. He turned to Yin Hongya. Hongya, please hand me the bank card and the keys to the tricycle. I need to step out. Yin Hongya, understanding his intent, did not hesitate and promptly placed her bag in his hands. Return swiftly and drive carefully. Under the curious gazes of his family, Zhang Dong drove to the bank. He withdrew 20,000 yuan and returned to his elder brother's modest eatery. Zhang Tian stared, eyes wide and mouth agape, as he beheld the bundles of cash in Zhang Dong's hands, momentarily lost in disbelief. Zhang Dong smiled, handing the 20,000 yuan to Zhang Tian. It was only then that Zhang Tian snapped back to reality, hastily examining the bills in his hands. Stop looking, it's not counterfeit. Use the remainder to buy your wife some nice clothes. But where did you get so much money? Zhang Tian's hands trembled as he clutched the cash. What surged within him at that moment was not the joy of resolving an urgent predicament, but rather a profound concern for his younger brother and a sense of unease regarding the source of this newfound wealth. Could this money have been acquired through gambling by Zhang Dong? Brother, rest assured, this money is legitimate. Please return it first, and I shall explain everything upon your return. Zhang Dong, meeting his elder brother's dubious gaze, immediately discerned the worry that clouded his thoughts. He recalled the first time he had brought money home. Yin Hongya had regarded him with a similar expression, one of suspicion, anxiety, and distrust. Back then, he may have felt disheartened or constrained, yet now he felt none of that. He understood that his brother was genuinely concerned for his well-being, fearing he might stray onto a misguided path. A clear explanation would suffice later. Indeed, you should go quickly. Don't make others run unnecessary errands. We can discuss everything upon your return. Li Mei watched her once thankful brother-in-law, who had previously refrained from asking for financial assistance, suddenly produce such a substantial sum. She felt a flutter of anxiety and was tempted to inquire further. However, Zhang Minqing believed that his younger son would never harm Zhang Tian. After all, they were brothers by blood. Although he too wondered how Zhang Dong could procure such a large amount, the priority remained to settle the debt. The rest could be addressed later. Moreover, seeing Zhang Dong's confident demeanor, the elder was inclined to think positively of his child. After all, despite Zhang Dong's past mischief, perhaps he had truly turned over a new leaf. Very well, I shall go now. Zhang Tian dared not defy his father's wishes. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to trust Zhang Dong. Gratefully glancing at his brother, he mounted the family tricycle to repay the money. Dongzi, quickly tell Mom where this money came from. As time slipped by, Lu Fang could no longer contain her impatience. Having waited a considerable time without any intention from her younger son to explain, she succumbed to the urge to ask, guided by her husband's expectant gaze. The room was filled with curious and questioning eyes, all directed at Zhang Dong, except for Yin Hongya and her daughter. Yin Hongya opened her mouth to speak, but was silenced by Zhang Dong. Mom, please be patient. My brother will return shortly. Once he is here, I will explain everything to you all. Whether I recount the events once or twice, it matters not. I would merely have to repeat myself when he returns. Upon hearing this, Zhang Minqing's eyes widened, ready to interject. He thought to himself how his son could still be so lazy, merely repeating what had already been said. What harm could it do for him, as a father, to listen to the story? Zhang Dong turned his head, feigning ignorance of his father's gaze. No matter how Yin Hongya tugged at his sleeve, he chose to remain oblivious. Fortunately, Zhang Tian, preoccupied with the origin of the money, hastened to repay it. Upon returning home, he was met with an exuberant welcome. Tianer, you have finally returned. This lad is so lazy, insisting on waiting for you to clarify everything, claiming he only wants to explain it once. Zhang Minqing scolded, unable to resist a few words of reproach. Zhang Dong merely pursed his lips, feeling a tinge of frustration. He wished to retort. It was silenced by Yin Hongye's piercing gaze. After all, that was his father, merely venting his grievances. It was best to let it be. Understanding the unspoken message in his wife's eyes, he feigned ignorance once more. All right, now that your elder brother is back, let's dispense with the suspense. Dad, allow me to speak. Yin Hongye, observing Zhang Dong's prolonged hesitation, shook her head in exasperation. Chapter 77. Why don't you join me? She proceeded to inform Zhang Minsheng and others about Zhang Dong's recent endeavors in fruit cultivation and supplying major supermarkets and wholesale markets. She also took the opportunity to clarify Zhang Dong's significant transformation during this period, urging the family to reconsider any lingering judgments from past events. Seeing Yin Hongye advocate for Zhang Dong alleviated a heavy burden from Zhang Tian's heart. If these words had come from Zhang Dong himself, he would have found them hard to believe, not due to a lack of faith in his brother, but rather an awareness of his brother's past shortcomings. Even he, as his elder brother, had found Zhang Dong's previous behavior intolerable. With Yin Hongye defending him so fervently, it was clear that genuine change had occurred. Zhang Minsheng and Lu Feng listened with expressions of pride. He had always known that his son was far from incompetent. Just look how he had prospered in such a short time selling fruit. Mom and Dad, please try the melons and fruits I've grown. While Yin Hongye explained the situation to the family, Zhang Dong busied himself in the kitchen, washing and slicing the melons and other fruits he had brought home. Dongzi, don't think I'm being distant. Although you're earning money now, it's all through your hard work. I promise to repay you for this. Zhang Tian rose to take the tray, then grasped Zhang Dong's arm. Brother, there's no rush on that. I want to know what your plans are moving forward. Zhang Dong seemed to ignore Zhang Tian's inquiry, focusing instead on the fruits he was preparing. What truly occupied his thoughts was an entirely different matter. Perhaps I should open a restaurant. That's the only thing I know how to do. Zhang Tian sighed. He lacked his brother's academic credentials, having dedicated his early years to mastering culinary skills. Had it not been for a friend's insistence to venture into a clothing business, resulting in financial penalties that left him in a bind, he wouldn't have had to borrow so much money. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong's eyes flickered with realization. He was well aware of his elder brother's culinary prowess. Zhang Tian had even earned a level 1 chef certification. Such talent was indeed underutilized in a small restaurant. How about this, brother? You needn't open a restaurant. If you trust me, I can invest in you, and together we can establish a larger restaurant in a different location. Initially, he hadn't considered this, believing his elder brother was content with a successful business and unlikely to seek partnership. After all, Zhang Tian was known for his steady, honest character, preferring to stick to one path rather than adapt. If it hadn't been for the persuasion from Zhang Tian's friend, he likely wouldn't have ventured into the clothing business. As expected, Zhang Tian hesitated momentarily, having recently endured the humiliation of a failed investment. Though the matter has been resolved, a lingering sense of unease remains. Now, Zhang Dong has proposed the establishment of a high-end restaurant. Although this is a domain with which he is well acquainted, a sense of trepidation still grips him. Dongzi, I need to ponder this matter for a while. It's not that I am unwilling, but I fear that I may not execute it well and might squander the hard-earned money you have accumulated. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's words, Zhang Tian initially felt a surge of joy, only to be engulfed by hesitation as his gaze frequently drifted towards Li Mei. Perhaps you could discuss it with your wife, and then let me know, Zhang Dong suggested with a smile. All right, you should spend some time with our parents, while I confer with your sister-in-law. Zhang Dong was not surprised by his elder brother's reaction. Watching them retreat into the room, he turned to address his parents with another matter. Dad, Mom, you have been staying with elder brother for quite a while now. Our family situation has improved. Would you consider staying with us for a few days? Seizing the opportunity, while Zhang Tian was still deliberating with Li Mei about the restaurant, Zhang Dong finally voiced the question he had held in all day. There should not be so many reservations between brothers. This matter should have been discussed openly in front of his elder brother. However, no one anticipated encountering such a situation. If you were to bring up this topic in front of Zhang Tian and his wife, it would inevitably lead to misunderstandings. Although his elder brother is straightforward, his sister-in-law might perceive it as a slight against their family. While it is essential to eventually discuss this matter with Zhang Tian, he opted to first seek his parents' opinion. Zhang Minsheng and his wife exchanged a glance, both displaying a touch of hesitation. According to customary practices, while it is common for the elderly to reside with the eldest son, other children are expected to contribute financially each month or year, ostensibly to honor their parents. But it also serves as compensation for the family's efforts. More often than not, the brothers take turns caring for their parents. With only 2 sons in the family, both daughters-in-law are dutiful, despite having their own personal agendas, and they have not neglected their responsibilities. Logically, one son should accommodate the parents for half a year each. This arrangement ensures fairness and helps prevent disputes among the sisters-in-law regarding who provides more care. However, the situation of the younger son's household has been evident to them. The elder son and his wife have been reluctant to endure hardship, opting instead to have the parents live with them. Despite Zhang Dong's failure to contribute any filial funds for several years, they have remained silent. Under normal circumstances, if the younger son's situation improved, they would have left without a second thought. Now, with the elder son's family having just incurred losses and potentially needing to continue running a restaurant, the 2 elderly parents relocating to live with the more prosperous Zhang Dong might lead others to wrongly assume they favor wealth over familial bonds. Well, Dongzi, I believe it is getting late. Perhaps you and Hongye should return. It will soon be dark. Zhang Dong was taken aback. The hesitance and diversion in his parents' conversation illuminated his understanding. Both of them value their dignity. While the situation seems justifiable, there will always be those who relish gossiping behind closed doors. Not making an immediate decision to return with him seemed an entirely reasonable course of action. After all, if my elder brother were to open a restaurant in the future, my sister-in-law would also have her hands full at home. While it may not be necessary for the elderly couple to undertake any strenuous tasks, assisting with watching the house or preparing a meal during busy times is certainly appropriate. Very well, we shall defer this discussion for another time. Please take some time to contemplate the matter, and when you reach a decision, feel free to give me a call. He does not impose, recognizing that his parents have resided with Zhang Tian for many years. It would likely be disorienting for them to move suddenly. Thus, it is best for them to consider it thoroughly. Dongzi, I have conferred with your sister-in-law. It remains uncertain what the 2 discussed within the confines of their room. Yet upon their exit, although Zhang Tian appeared somewhat hesitant, his demeanor conveyed a newfound resolve. We shall embark on this restaurant venture together. However, let us deliberate on the particulars at a later date, as it is already quite late. You should return home promptly. Certainly, I shall find another occasion to visit. As he spoke, Zhang Dong retrieved 2,000 yuan from his bag and presented it to the elderly couple. Zhang Minsheng and his wife. Mom and Dad, this 2,000 yuan is my token of filial piety. Please accept it and take care of your health. If anything arises, do not hesitate to have my elder brother contact me. Chapter 78. Red Heart Dragon Fruit. In the past, he had committed numerous foolish acts, never having contributed a single cent towards filial offerings, which had become a source of regret for him. Now that he finds himself in a better position, it is only natural that he seeks to make amends. I acknowledge your newfound capabilities and ability to earn, so I shall accept this money. Zhang Minsheng gazed at his son, who had transformed remarkably from his former self, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. However, his eyes caught sight of the gentle Yin Hongye and the adorable Noah standing nearby, prompting him to impart a few words of caution. Over the years, your elder brother has taken good care of both me and your mother, and today before them, I must remind you, this is your biological elder brother. While I do not involve myself in your business endeavors, it is imperative that you refrain from repeating past mistakes. Recalling Zhang Tian's recent experience of being deceived, he believed his son was not foolish enough to trick Zhang Tian. Yet some truths must be articulated clearly. Should you engage in business, do so earnestly and avoid the sordid tactics that lead to loss. To pursue a bargain at the expense of your integrity is a grave error. Should I discover any wrongdoing, be wary of my wrath. Understood, Dad. I assure you, I will conduct myself with utmost integrity. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Tian had intended to voice something further, but was pulled back by Li Mei, ultimately sealing his lips. Satisfied with his younger son's promise, Zhang Minxing nodded approvingly and waved goodbye, signaling that the family of three could depart. As they bid farewell to their parents and elder brother, the Zhang family returned home while the sky remained illuminated. The golden rays of the setting sun cast a breathtaking glow across the landscape, resembling a magnificent masterpiece. I will go buy groceries. You take Nuanua inside first. After exiting the car, Yin Hongya handed the drowsy Nuanua over to Zhang Dong and took the basket of vegetables placed under the eaves, setting off. Nuanua, having been startled in the morning and then excitedly playing with her grandparents all afternoon, was now a bit weary, her eyes half closed, on the verge of drifting into slumber. Very well, take care on your way. Zhang Dong offered a brief admonition, and, watching Yin Hongya disappear into the distance, he cradled Nuanua and entered the house. After successfully lulling his daughter into a deep slumber, he glanced at his watch, realizing that there was still ample time before Yin Hongya's return. He then retreated to his own room, secured the door, and proceeded into the space. System, exchange the watermelon seeds for dragon fruit seeds, he commanded. Sitting upon the soil in the space, Zhang Dong gazed at the electronic panel before him, pondering. Previously, he had cultivated strawberries, while the watermelon and cherry tomato seeds were temporarily stored in the system's backpack. This decision was not a mere whim. Dragon fruit, unlike watermelons, possesses a delightful flavor and holds significant medicinal value, particularly in traditional Chinese dietary therapy. He had only recently become aware of this fact, having overheard an elderly couple, seasoned physicians with decades of clinical experience, discussing their purchase of dragon fruit while he was in the provincial capital. Zhang Dong had made a point to inquire about their names and learned that he indeed knew individuals acquainted with the couple, thus lending credibility to their words. Very well. I will exchange the watermelon seeds for dragon fruit seeds. Exchange successful. We welcome your next use, a mechanical female voice announced. Zhang Dong confirmed, and several packets of dragon fruit seeds appeared in his hands. Selecting a suitable patch of land, he planted one packet of seeds and watered them with the sacred spring water. I shall take a brief stroll. You've had a long day. After watching a bit of television, you should rest. I will return shortly, he said. After dinner, Zhang Dong noticed that Yin Hongya seemed disinclined to go out. He donned his coat and, under the pretext of taking a walk, had just reached the door when his wife called out to him. Zhang Dong, wait a moment. Please bring me a packet of salt when you return. We ran out during dinner, and I forgot to buy some while grocery shopping. Understood, I'll remember. I'm off now. If you feel tired, do rest and simply leave the door unlocked for me, he replied. As the weather grew increasingly warm, many people gathered at their doorsteps to enjoy the cool evening air. Upon noticing Zhang Dong pass by, they greeted him, some even inviting him to join them for a chat over their meals. Since the Zhang family's fortunes had transformed, the villagers' perception of Zhang Dong had notably shifted from avoidance to a desire for camaraderie. After all, in their eyes, Zhang Dong had become a figure akin to a significant businessman. Fostering closer relations could lead to advantageous job opportunities. Eager to check on the dragon fruit he had planted before dinner, Zhang Dong had little inclination for idle chatter with neighbors or villagers. After exchanging polite greetings and declining their heartfelt invitations, he finally located a secluded spot away from prying eyes. Finding a hidden corner, he concentrated and entered the space. The dragon fruit he had planted prior to dinner was now ripe, its vibrant color lifting his spirits. A delicate fragrance of fruit wafted through the air. He reached out, plucking one, and upon opening it, he beheld the ruby-red flesh interspersed with black seeds, its juiciness apparent at first glance. A gentle squeeze released deep crimson juice from the flesh of the fruit. Zhang Dong took a bite. The flavor was sweet yet not cloying, and the texture was exquisite. While some dragon fruits available in the market appeared to be of decent quality, they often had astringent undertones upon tasting. However, these dragon fruits, nourished by the essence of spiritual spring water and cultivated from seeds provided by the system, lacked such unpleasantness. After finishing the dragon fruit in hand, he gazed at the lush, matured patch before him. Though he could not quite articulate his excitement, a sense of joy surged within him. Selling this bounty would undoubtedly yield a substantial income. With this thought, Zhang Dong turned and exited the space. No sooner had he stepped out than he received a call from Zhang Jun brother. Are you busy? Do you still have any ripe fruit on your side? The melons I received last time are all gone, and I'm waiting for your fruits. Zhang Dong was taken aback. It was as if he had just fallen asleep and someone had offered him a pillow. Rest assured about the price. We'll stick to what we agreed upon last time. No delays, no debts, cash on delivery. Zhang Jun hurriedly added, fearing Zhang Dong might decline. It was no wonder Zhang Jun was anxious. The sweet melons from Zhang Dong's farm had been selling exceptionally well. Almost every customer visiting the wholesale fruit market left with some, depleting the stock far sooner than Zhang Dong had initially anticipated. This success positively impacted the sales of other fruits as well. Coincidentally, some dragon fruits had just ripened, yet he had not had the chance to harvest them. Dragon fruits? Brother, you must reserve some for me. Here's the deal. Send me your address, and I'll dispatch someone to collect them tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Jun was overjoyed. No need for that, Zhang Ge. I might have to head to the province in the next day or two. I'll bring them along for you then. Chapter 79. Collaborating to establish a cultivation base? Certainly, come by tomorrow. I've been at the wholesale market lately. Zhang Jun recalled the initial reluctance of some customers to purchase due to higher prices, but a few discerning patrons who valued quality over cost had tried the fruit, leading to a surge in business through word of mouth. Regular customers seeking high-end fruits for gifts or personal consumption now prioritized the sweet melons, resulting in daily crowds at the melon stall, often spilling out of the wholesale market. Some waited an hour just to buy his melons. As Zhang Jun cheerfully recounted the thriving sales of sweet melons, he appeared delighted by the influx of customers and profits. However, Zhang Dong discerned the underlying meaning in his words. Zhang Ge, what are you saying? There's no need for limited sales here. When I send this batch of dragon fruits over, you can sell them together with the melons. They will surely complement each other. He could cultivate sweet melons at any time, but he was not inclined to give Zhang Jun a definitive answer just yet. His primary aim this time was to sell the dragon fruits. Although the melons would not overshadow them, he preferred to wait a while before delivering any to Zhang Jun. Aside from the sales of sweet melons, Zhang Jun's notion of limited sales was likely an exaggeration. The fruits he had sent previously were not plentiful, but they were not scant either, and they should suffice for some time. It is only when the goods are truly on the verge of selling out that I shall consider bestowing sweet melons, a notion you have whimsically suggested. Thus, I shall await your dragon fruit. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang Jun, his discourse was imbued with anticipation for the new product. Once Zhang Dong concluded the call, he pondered for a moment and resolved to place a call to Zhou Gang as well. Logically, since Zhang Jun had offered a generous price, it would be reasonable to allocate all the goods to him. However, given the substantial quantity, one delivery truck could not suffice, and there was a potential risk of incurring Zhang Jun's inquiries. It seemed prudent to avoid putting all the eggs in one basket. Thus, distribution appeared to be the most sensible approach. Boss Zhou, I have just concluded a batch of new dragon fruit, and I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Instead of making another call, Zhang Dong simply sent a text message to inform him. After all, he was quite familiar with Zhou Gang and did not see the need for formalities. Much like Zhang Jun, the wording differed but the sentiments remained the same. Zhou Gang expressed his enthusiasm for Zhang Dong's new products with equal fervor. They confirmed that Zhang Dong would visit the following afternoon, with plans to first head to the provincial capital and then swing by the city on his return. Originally intending to visit the city first, he sensed that Zhou Gang had additional matters to discuss, concerned that the afternoon might not suffice for both appointments. He opted to deliver goods to Zhang Jun in the morning. I truly cannot fathom how you cultivate fruit so exceptionally. Every variety thrives under your care. A stark contrast to the produce from other farmers. The next day, Zhang Dong rose early to deliver the goods to the provincial capital. The pricing remained as previously agreed, a notable 50% higher than what he sold to others. By the time he returned, it was afternoon, and he took the opportunity to deliver yet another load to Zhou Gang in the city. Given their long-standing acquaintance, Zhou Gang insisted that he stay for dinner, extending a warm invitation that Zhang Dong could not refuse, as he was also curious about what Zhou Gang wished to discuss. After briefly updating Yin Hongya about the situation, he accompanied Zhou Gang to the restaurant. Brother, we have known each other for quite some time. I am genuinely intrigued. Could you enlighten me on how you cultivate this fruit? As the dishes were served, Zhou Gang dispensed with pleasantries and directly articulated his intent. Zhang Dong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, contemplating Zhou Gang's underlying motives. Brother, your fruit is of such superior quality. As I operate a supermarket and possess a market, how about we collaborate to establish a cultivation base? You manage the technical aspects while I provide the funding. Together, we would undoubtedly secure a profitable venture. Zhang Dong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhou Gang's invitation to dinner harbored such an intention. If he truly possessed exceptional cultivation techniques, this business would indeed be lucrative. However, the success of his fruit relied heavily on the spatial advantages provided by the mystical spring water and the land within that space. Such supernatural elements were not something he could disclose even to Yin Hongye, let alone acquiesce to Zhou Gang's proposition. Boss Zhou, I must speak candidly. It is not that I am unwilling to establish a cultivation base with you. Rather, my mentor forbids me from disseminating this knowledge. Feigning embarrassment, he scratched his head and continued under Zhou Gang's inquiry. Not even my wife knows. I learned this technique in secret. The old man granted me such great favor. Although he has passed away, integrity is paramount in life. I cannot disregard my promise simply because he is no longer here. Zhang Dong noticed Zhou Gang's skeptical expression, yet remained calm within. In the forthcoming era of big data, there will inevitably be individuals whose identities are untraceable. Although they may be few, there are certainly people dwelling in remote mountains without any registered household. Not to mention the current times when numerous individuals exist as black households with no traceable records in the system. Moreover, given that he had previously indulged in drinking and gambling, often without even Yan Hongai knowing his whereabouts, there was no way to trace what he had learned during that time. We've shared a bond for so long. I would not deceive you. In the business world, integrity is of utmost importance. Without it, one is truly doomed. We would not be sitting here enjoying a meal and drinks. This matter sounded absurd at first, yet upon reflection, it held some merit. However, Zhou Gang still harbored doubts. Brother, it's not that I distrust you. It's just that in my years in the fruit trade, I have encountered many elderly individuals with exceptional cultivation techniques. Yet, I have never heard of the master you mentioned. Zhang Dong replied, that cannot be blamed on you. That old master had neither wife nor children, living alone in a very secluded place. With a hint of nostalgia, Zhang Dong lifted his glass and took a sip. To be honest, I used to be quite the reckless one, drinking excessively and wandering aimlessly, often waking up without a clue of my surroundings. It was by chance that I assisted the old man, leading to this opportunity. Zhou Gang, reflecting on Zhang Dong's previous demeanor, found it too coincidental and absurd to be fabricated, and despite his lingering skepticism, he sensed Zhang Dong's reluctance to cooperate. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. To avoid Zhou Gang proposing any more challenging suggestions, Zhang Dong stood up to take his leave. However, Zhou Gang retrieved the contract from his briefcase and presented it to him. Chapter 80. United Objectives. Zhang Dong glanced at the document, noting it was a long-term supply contract for 1 year. After carefully reviewing the terms and finding no discrepancies, he swiftly signed his name. On his way home, Zhang Dong found a secluded spot to enter the space. Welcome back, host. All previously planted fruit seeds have been fully unlocked. Would you like to exchange them? Looking at the electronic panel before him, he lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Continuing to cultivate fruit within the space to monopolize the market appeared exceedingly profitable at present. However, each time he harvested fruit, he had to return to the space, disappearing and reappearing at will. Each instance required finding a deserted location to avoid detection. In this era, it was manageable, but as technology advances and surveillance becomes omnipresent, finding a truly secluded place will become increasingly difficult. The coefficient of insecurity remains excessively high. What if someone arrives at the location he has chosen before he emerges from the spatial realm? The market's demand for self-cultivated fruits continues to surge. His ability to cultivate fruit trees has already circulated, and curiosity regarding his expertise will only intensify. Today, Zhou Gang exemplifies this curiosity. Although he managed to obfuscate the matter of the mysterious elder, there will inevitably be more prominent figures than Zhou Gang who can uncover the peculiarities surrounding him. At that moment, No amount of claiming the elder is a deity will suffice. He resolved to exchange all his points for seeds. Contemplating the myriad risks that may lie ahead, Zhang Dong decisively issued an order to the system. The incident involving Zhou Gang instilled a sense of urgency in him. His spatial domain must remain concealed. He had become too conspicuous of late. Where there was one Zhou Gang, there would surely be another. He must extinguish the risk of exposure in its infancy. With this thought, Zhang Dong extracted all the seeds from his space. Zhang Dong, oh, you've returned. I made 2 trips just to find you. After placing the seeds in a side room, Zhang Dong sat at the table, ready to dine. Earlier, while drinking with Zhou Gang, he had been preoccupied with how to decline his advances. He had barely touched his food and was now ravenously hungry. Just as he was about to lift his bowl, a middle-aged man arrived at his door. The visitor, portly and clearly unaccustomed to physical exertion, was instantly recognizable to Zhang Dong as Director Lu Jiang from their town S office. He had seen this man's photograph during a previous visit to the town and could not mistake him. Director Lu, I went out to deliver goods today. I just returned. What brings you here? Observing the cheerful expression on Lu Jiang's face, Zhang Dong hoped it was not bad news. Yet, he was curious about the good fortune that would lead the director to seek him personally. Well, it's rather embarrassing to bring this up, but you know our town is impoverished, often ranking at the bottom in the county, Lu Jiang admitted, feeling somewhat guilty. However, considering the plight of the local fruit farmers and their annual economic standings, he pressed on. I have heard from many that your fruit cultivation skills are exceptional, surpassing even those of seasoned farmers. Your produce command high prices in the city and provincial capital. Zhang Dong inwardly cursed, for his fears had manifested. He had initially worried that more people would take notice of his cultivation techniques. Now, barely a day had passed since Zhou Gang, and here was another director. I was wondering if you might consider offering a supplementary class to teach our town's farmers the art of fruit cultivation. It would be a boon for our community. Lu Jiang proposed. Zhang Dong sighed internally, contemplating the impracticality of such an arrangement. Even if he possessed the requisite knowledge, he would not readily share it based on Lu Jiang's suggestion. Nonetheless, for the sake of the town's economic well-being and future prosperity, he was inclined to assist. After all, shared wealth is a most desirable outcome. Moreover, it could also be considered a merit for Yin Hongye and her daughter, a reputation worth spreading. However, the age-old saying a grain of kindness breeds a measure of enmity holds true. This principle is well understood by all. Thus, he truly cannot acquiesce to this matter. It is uncertain what turmoil might ensue. Even if he were to agree, it would necessitate their personal visit, and it must certainly not be without charge. Director Lu, it is not that I am unwilling to comply, but I have been exceedingly busy of late. I am merely a novice myself, and am not adept at teaching anyone. Should I inadvertently lead someone astray, the blame would inevitably fall upon me. This is a burden I am unable to bear. Upon witnessing Zhang Dong's demeanor, Lu Jiang recognized that the matter at hand would not come to fruition. After exchanging a few idle words with Zhang Dong, he took his leave. Once Lu Jiang departed, Zhang Dong turned back towards the kitchen. Yin Hongye stood nearby, her mouth half open, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, yet refraining from doing so. The reality is thus: the technology belongs to him, and I have indeed visited. If he is unwilling to impart his knowledge, there is little I can do. The following day, Lu Jiang sat in his office, gazing at the selected fruit farmers before him, his head throbbing in distress. After all these years in leadership, how could he fail to comprehend Zhang Dong's reluctance? These individuals would have to pay their workers handsomely, even for mere fruit picking. Yet, when it comes to agricultural techniques, they become miserly, unwilling to offer even the slightest benefit, all while hoping to coax exclusive knowledge from him through personal favors. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch? He reported the situation to his superiors, who were equally disinclined to bear the financial burden. Their stance was that the fruit farmers should pool their resources, as the desire for cultivation techniques lay with them. The town did not particularly care who held the knowledge. They merely recognized it as a viable means of economic stimulation and thus consented to give it a try. Zhang Dong is excessively selfish, fixated solely on his profits. Why can't there be a shared benefit? Indeed, they are all from the same town. Not only has he monopolized the business, but he is also unwilling to share his expertise. They all share the same land. How can Zhang Dong be so heartless? Even the director's visit proved ineffective. This is a promising opportunity for economic development in the town. How can he act in such a manner? Upon hearing this, the farmers' expressions fell, their hopes dashed. They had initially believed that once they mastered Zhang Dong's techniques, they would no longer worry about selling their produce. Moreover, how could it be fair for him to reap all the profits alone? Why should the same fruit he cultivates command exorbitant prices while they struggle to make ends meet? A group of fruit farmers convened to discuss the situation and decided to send a few representatives to approach the town's leaders. They believed that with the leaders' intervention, even Zhang Dong would not dare to refuse. To their astonishment, he proved to be obstinate. Even Director Liu was sent back empty-handed. The room was soon filled with discontented murmurs, as they collectively condemned Zhang Dong for his inability to cooperate, labeling him as selfish and self-serving. In this day and age, what value do social niceties hold? How much gratitude can one truly express? He is merely a director, not a municipal or provincial leader. Zhang Dong, after all, could easily leave this town if he were displeased. Why would he fear such an individual? Furthermore, are we to consider this a good deed? Would you truly desire such a so-called favor? If any of the fruit farmers present possessed something as valuable, would anyone genuinely relinquish it without expectation? Yet here they are, casting aspersions on Zhang Dong instead of contemplating what compensation should be offered. Liu Jiang rolled his eyes, regretting his decision to take on this task. Enough of the bickering. I'll make one more visit, but if it doesn't yield results, there's little I can do. He was weary of listening to these men subtly disparage others. Wouldn't it be more productive to spend their time enhancing their own agricultural skills rather than coveting the fruits of another's labor? It was baffling to him. From a distance, Zhang Dong observed Liu Jiang's return and couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. It was indeed a pity that he had to run about for this matter at midday. Director Liu, you've arrived, he said, not bothering to evade the conversation, deliberately omitting any mention of teaching techniques. Liu Jiang felt a pang of embarrassment, but, recalling the directives from his superiors and the presence of his colleagues, wiped the sweat from his brow and mustered the courage to speak. No, it's still about yesterday's issue. I understand your reservations. No one wishes to impart their knowledge without reason. Liu Jiang preferred candid communication over indirect approaches. It was essential for him to provide an explanation upon his return and to convey to the farmers that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. If you have any requests or conditions, please articulate them. I will discuss them with my colleagues. If they refuse, then they must accept the consequences of their inaction. Zhang Dong's eyes glimmered with surprise. Liu Jiang had struck a chord. However, he truly lacked the technical knowledge Liu Jiang sought, though he could offer something else. He feigned contemplation, his furrowed brow betraying his internal struggle. Director Liu, I do not wish to take advantage of anyone. I deliver goods daily and simply do not have the time to teach. Liu Jiang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He hadn't anticipated such resistance. Just as he was about to take his leave, Zhang Dong spoke once more. However, I happen to have a batch of newly cultivated seeds. They are of the same variety as the fruits I grow. You should inquire if anyone is interested in purchasing them. If so, bring them along. Upon hearing this, Liu Jiang felt a glimmer of hope and did not even ask about the price of the seeds, as it was irrelevant to him. A smile spread across his face, and he quickly handed his phone number to Zhang Dong. After bidding farewell to Liu Jiang, Zhang Dong rode his tricycle to his brother's house. During this time, Zhang Tian had been out seeking a storefront. He wondered how that endeavor was progressing. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, I have brought you something. Upon arriving at the location, Zhang Dong discovered that the door was ajar. Carrying his belongings, he stepped inside and called out, but received no response. Were they all out? As he pondered this, he turned to see his elder brother emerging from a room. Dongzi has arrived. Mom, Dad, and your sister-in-law have all gone out. They'll be back shortly. Brother, what happened to your face? Did you get into a fight? He was taken aback. After only a few days apart, Zhang Tian's face bore bruises. His shock was palpable. He hurriedly approached, eager to inquire further. Zhang Tian, a man of utmost honesty, was not one to engage in conflict lightly. Clearly, he had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, he would not look this way. Ah, don't even mention it. A few days ago, I went to the county to find a storefront. After much effort, I finally found a location with good potential at a reasonable price. However, another individual had also set his sights on the same place. In such matters, timing is crucial. At the moment, I was about to sign the contract. Suddenly, a group emerged, claiming they were also interested in the storefront, insisting that Zhang Tian yield it to them. How could I agree to that? I immediately rejected the man's proposal. But this man hailed from the county and looked down upon someone like me from the town. His demeanor was arrogant and overbearing, yet despite Zhang Tian's gentle nature, he was not a pushover. It escalated quickly from mere words to a heated argument, and eventually, they engaged in a scuffle. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by my appearance. That man bore even worse injuries than I did. In such a chaotic scene, could I possibly be outmatched? Hearing this, Zhang Dong chuckled, patting Zhang Tian's shoulder as he prepared to speak. However, the sudden ringing of a phone silenced him. Zhang Dong, where are you now? We've made our arrangements. If you are free, please return. The town mayor and some fruit farmers are on their way to your home. At this, Zhang Dong's brow furrowed. He had anticipated they would deliberate for some time, perhaps not contacting him until the next day. To his surprise, they were decisive and had even summoned the town mayor. All right, if you arrive early, please wait for me at the door. I shall return immediately. After hanging up, Zhang Dong glanced at his brother. Before he could speak, Zhang Tian urged him to leave. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I will find a way to handle the storefront issue. Brother, you should rest at home as well. Once I finish my errands, we can go together. After offering his concerned advice, Zhang Dong departed from Zhang Tian's home. Upon arriving home, Lu Jiang and the group of fruit farmers had already gathered, encircling a man clad in a suit, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Just by the scene, one could discern the man's status. Hello, Mayor. I assumed this was merely a task related to seed distribution. What brings you here? As he spoke, he casually glanced at the group standing behind. Lu Jiang, as a director, could not have possibly invited the old mayor without substantial reason. However, he did recall that someone had previously mentioned to him that the mayor had a relative involved in the fruit business. This was not merely about selling seeds. I heard from Xiao Lu that these seeds were cultivated by you personally. This time, you specifically brought them out to sell to everyone, which can be regarded as a boon for the community. Such a significant endeavor certainly warrants my presence. Chapter 82. Selling seeds to the public. The former mayor grasped Zhang Dong's hand, smiling warmly. It is indeed rare to find a young person as capable as you, willing to contribute. Observing that the mayor did not seem to imply that he should offer the seeds for free, Zhang Dong felt a sense of relief. After all, the mayor had been in the town for many years. He would not know how to tactfully refuse if he were to be asked for selfless contributions. Fortunately, although the mayor was aging, his mind remained sharp, clearly discerning what should and should not be mentioned. Catching a glimpse of the disappointed expressions on the faces of the fruit farmers behind him, Zhang Dong surmised the situation. He was unaware of who among them was the mayor's relative, but considering that he had been invited, it suggested a favorable relationship. It was likely that they had already conferred with the mayor to prompt him to speak of free or discounted offerings. Boss Zhang, Uncle, please dispense with the formalities. Everyone is waiting. Please bring out your seeds, interrupted one person from the crowd, unable to contain his impatience. Zhang Dong assessed the individual discreetly, realizing that he referred to the mayor as uncle, which clarified his position as a leader among the fruit farmers due to this connection. Norus, everyone should take a seat for a moment. I shall fetch the seeds, but let me be frank. My seeds are priced at double the market rate. It was essential to set clear expectations, preventing any disputes during the purchasing process. He had contemplated this pricing deeply, not intending to inflate it unduly. Different varieties of fruit seeds commanded varying prices, some higher, some lower. Moreover, he firmly refused to negotiate, assuring them of the quality, which should put their minds at ease. If you can accept this, I will retrieve them for you now. Some fruit farmers' expressions shifted noticeably, their faces darkening. Their intent in inviting the mayor was to mitigate Zhang Dong's potential price hikes, yet they found him utterly unconcerned. However, upon recalling his assurance of quality. Their expressions softened slightly. They were well aware of the high prices Zhang Dong commanded for his fruit. Compared to that, this double price seemed less burdensome. Boss Zhang, rest assured, we genuinely seek your seeds. We all trust in the quality of your products. Please go ahead and retrieve them. Nodding in agreement, Zhang Dong turned and entered a side room to collect the seeds. The moment the well-packaged seeds were revealed, adorned with labels, they captured everyone's attention. These were indeed lucrative items. Who could resist their allure? Boss Zhang, please bring me 5 bags of watermelon seeds. I want cherry tomatoes. Strawberries were in a state of near pandemonium as a throng of farmers crowded around Zhang Dong, their voices raised, fearful that their whispered tones might result in their desired seeds being snatched away by others. No hurry, no hurry, there's enough for everyone, Zhang Dong thought, concerned that the fervent crowd might inadvertently knock his precious teacup to the ground, while simultaneously contemplating other matters. The seeds were swiftly sold out. Fortunately, he had refrained from displaying all his seeds at once, keeping a few bags tucked away in a side room. Had he not done so, amidst such a frenzied scramble, he might have found himself without any seeds to plant. Thank you so much, Boss Zhang, exclaimed those who had managed to acquire the goods, their eyes reflecting genuine gratitude. Each one beamed with a rosy glow, as if they could already envision a bountiful future. Let us be courteous. We are all from the same town. We should share the good fortune, Zhang Dong replied with a warm smile. Seizing the moment when spirits were high, he introduced an idea he had long nurtured. As you may know, I have connections with some influential figures in the province and the city. Once these fruits ripen, I can guarantee a market for them. When selling seeds to these individuals, Zhang Dong had already plotted his next steps. He recognized that imparting technical knowledge to them was not feasible. Hence, selling seeds was the most prudent course of action. Should Zhou Gang inquire later, he would have a plausible story to tell. Though the produce from his seeds, exchanged with the system, might not match the quality grown in his own space, the standard should still be commendable. Once the fruits are harvested, you can turn them all over to me, and I will handle the sales to those big bosses. However, I would require a 3% commission on each pound of fruit. How does that sound to everyone? At this pronouncement, the lively atmosphere in the room abruptly fell silent. The crowd looked at Zhang Dong, then glanced at the town mayor, momentarily uncertain how to respond. Zhang Dong, can you ensure that everyone's fruits will fetch the same prices as yours? They queried. This was indeed uncertain. After all, these were merely seeds, and variations in cultivation methods would inevitably lead to differences in quality. However, I can assure you that the prices will be at least 50% or even double the highest market rate, he confidently asserted. The assembly scrutinized Zhang Dong with hesitant expressions, unclear how to react to his proposition. Ultimately, the mayor spoke up. Zhang Dong, allow the others to deliberate, and we will provide you with a response shortly. Zhang Dong nodded in understanding and found a quiet corner, uninterested in their deliberations. He had no intention of taking advantage of them. He knew very well that he could not guarantee that their fruits would command the same prices as his, given the varying cultivation conditions. Even with the same seeds, different soil and water would yield distinct results. Having never tested the system's seeds in a regular environment, he could not predict their outcome. Nonetheless, he believed that as long as the conditions were not excessively poor, the results should not be drastically inferior. As for the pricing, Zhang Jun and Zhou Gang were not naive. It was evident to any discerning individual that offering the highest prices for everything would inevitably reveal disparities in quality, leading to fluctuations in price. He can only guarantee a price that surpasses what they would pay themselves. Everything else depends on the specific circumstances. I find Zhang Dong's idea agreeable. After all, if he can command such a high price, it must not solely be due to the quality of his products. Indeed, it is quite possible that those affluent businessmen share a connection with him, perhaps as classmates. Surely, if he had such influential acquaintances, he would have leveraged them long ago. I have heard that his family was once quite impoverished. Classmates can lend a hand, even if they are not family. They might assist with pricing, for instance. But how could his family have aided him when they were once destitute? The majority believe that Zhang Dong's reasoning holds merit, especially since they purchased their seeds from him. Perhaps he possesses unique sales channels that allow him to sell at elevated prices. Ultimately, there is a prevailing suspicion that Zhang Dong might have familial ties with those wealthy business people. After all, during their previous attempts to sell, even the finest fruits could be devalued. In Chapter 83, returning with a small cart, it becomes evident that despite the superior quality of Zhang Dong's offerings without connections, he would likely not achieve such lofty prices. If he were to manage sales collectively, even with a 30% commission, the overall earnings would still far exceed their previous individual efforts. Boss Zhang, we have discussed the matter, and the majority here support your perspective. I will arrange for someone to draft a contract for everyone. With established regulations, it will facilitate our dealings. Zhang Dong nodded, glancing at the few individuals who had not acquiesced to his proposal. He did not feel disheartened. He had anticipated this outcome. Some individuals tend to view matters optimistically, while others see the glass as half empty. They believe that under identical conditions, it is unreasonable for Zhang Dong to sell at a premium while they cannot. They might feel slighted, perhaps even chuckling at what they perceive as the naivety of their peers. Very well, we shall revisit this matter later. It is getting late, so let us all return home. Zhang Dong feigned ignorance of the skeptical gazes directed at him and bid farewell to the group. He was not pleading for their business. Everything relied on individual willingness. When the time comes for them to reconsider joining, he would assess the situation on a case-by-case basis. It seemed that his workload had suddenly increased, and he might need to make daily trips to manage it. A tricycle is inconvenient, and a larger vehicle is even less so. Thus, acquiring a small cart is essential. Wife, I need to discuss something with you. I wish to purchase a small four-wheeled cart, which costs only a few thousand. Upon hearing this, Yan Hongye's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at her husband. He spoke so casually that one might think the cost was merely in the thousands. Why do we need a vehicle? We already have a tricycle, and we possess a larger truck for transporting goods. We rarely go anywhere. Why spend that money? Almost instinctively, she felt compelled to reject what she considered an unreasonable request. However, after some reflection, she opted for a more tactful response. Our family is indeed more affluent now, but no amount of wealth can withstand such expenditures, draining thousands at a time. Wife, please do not rush to judgment. Allow me to explain. This decision has been made after careful consideration. This afternoon, I finalized a series of acquisition plans with numerous individuals, and it is certain that more people will come to our establishment to purchase seeds. Zhang Dong intends to become a middleman, undoubtedly expanding beyond the original clientele. In the future, it will be essential to venture into the countryside for guidance or to assess the quality of fruits. Having a compact car not only presents a dignified image, but also facilitates travel. I certainly cannot traverse the fields in a tricycle to inspect others' fruits and offer guidance. Acquiring a sedan would undoubtedly ease our travels, eliminating the need for public transport. Listening to Zhang Dong elaborate on the rationale behind this, Yan Hongye's demeanor improved considerably, recognizing the sense in his words. Given that Zhang Dong has now established himself as a businessman, it is indeed unbecoming to conduct meetings while riding a tricycle. She is not unreasonable. Since there is a legitimate justification for the vehicle, she ceased her opposition. Very well, I shall return with the funds, she conceded. No need. Bring the money tomorrow, and we shall go together, he replied. The following day, after breakfast, the family of three set out. They traveled by bus to a shop in the provincial capital, where they began to browse. At that moment, there were not many customers purchasing cars, and the other staff members in the store idled away their time in conversation. Upon Zhang Dong's entrance, their eyes initially brightened, but upon noticing his attire, they hesitated, rolled their eyes, and resumed their chatter. Though Zhang Dong was dressed decently, his thick accent led the salesperson to presume they hailed from the countryside. After all, most patrons in this establishment spoke fluent Mandarin, with some even showcasing their status by conversing in English. This comparison only served to amplify their disdain for Zhang Dong. What are the specifications of this vehicle? Zhang Dong inquired, having spotted a model he found appealing. Nuo was brimming with excitement, as it was her first encounter with such an array of beautiful cars, and she had been told that one of them would soon belong to them. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, She reached out to gently touch one, prompting an immediate change in the salesperson's demeanor. Receiving no response, Zhang Dong looked up in bewilderment, only to be met with the salesperson's contemptuous gaze, which conveyed a clear reluctance to engage in conversation. His expression cooled instantly. He had initially intended to inquire further about the vehicle's performance, but that thought dissipated. "I will take this car, but I require a different representative to sign the contract," he stated firmly. He had taken note of this model in a previous life, and he understood certain details better than the salesperson. Initially, the young attendant had hoped to provide him with an opportunity to earn, yet he was met with such disdain. The salesperson's face turned pale, while his colleague approached with a gleeful demeanor. "Sir, are you certain? This vehicle is priced at 56,000 yuan. Will you be paying in installments or in full?" Though he harbored doubts about this individual's ability to purchase the car outright, he still posed the question. Unlike his colleague, he was not foolish enough to dismiss a potential sale based solely on appearances. Those engaged in this profession, even if they hold a disdainful view of a particular individual, must on a facade of warmth and amiability. While one may refrain from initiating conversation with customers, it is imperative to ensure that any interaction does not leave them feeling disgruntled. The full payment in cash. The salespeople, observing from a distance, collectively inhaled sharply, their minds rife with mockery of the inexperienced young salesperson, tinged with envy for the fortunate individual who had spoken up. Although full cash transactions for vehicle purchases are not unheard of, such occurrences are rare. Typically, substantial deals are the domain of the managers, leaving the rest to merely fantasize. The man in question did not present himself as affluent. The manager merely cast a fleeting glance before departing. They dismissed him, assuming that any purchase would be trivial. Little did they know they had unwittingly allowed someone to seize an opportunity. "May I inquire your surname, sir?" "No need for formality. My surname is Zhang." The salesperson, pointed out casually by Zhang Dong, wore a beaming smile, clutching a hefty sum of cash, calculating the potential bonus for the month. "Mr. Zhang, Mrs. Zhang, please follow me. We require some paperwork to finalize the vehicle pickup. Kindly bear with us." Zhang Dong nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comment or even a glance at the insolent salesperson, leading Yin Hongya and Nua to the lounge area within the dealership. After receiving the receipt and several other documents, Zhang Dong did not linger. As he was escorted to the door, he glanced back at the young man, frozen in place. In this vast world, there are always individuals who relish in trivialities. One should refrain from forming judgments based solely on appearances. Diligent work is the rightful path. Chapter 84. Unnecessary provocations leaving behind a remark laden with meaning. He paid no heed to the disgruntled expression of the young salesperson. Zhang Dong departed the dealership with his wife and daughter. They had other formalities to attend to and could not afford to waste time there. Yin Hongye glanced back at the young man, on the verge of tears, opening her mouth, but ultimately choosing silence. Nua, her daughter, found the earlier remarks infuriating. Perhaps this would serve as a valuable lesson for him. Once all the paperwork was completed, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. Zhang Dong then booked a room for his family at a hotel, a suggestion made by Yin Hongye. She reasoned that Zhang Dong had spent the day running about, having risen early to catch the bus, while returning home was feasible. The lengthy journey posed the risk of fatigue while driving. Moreover, public transport had ceased for the day, making an overnight stay at the hotel a more prudent choice before heading back the following day. After settling their belongings, the couple took Noah out for dinner. As they pondered their dining options, an unexpected yet delightful voice called from behind. Zhang Dong turned to find none other than Zhang Jun. "I'm in the provincial capital for some errands. This is my wife, Hongya, and my daughter, Noah. Gret Yorunsle." After a flurry of polite exchanges, Zhang Jun, aware that Zhang Dong had yet to dine and with his own tasks awaiting, swiftly got to the point. "As luck would have it, I was just about to call you. My fruit stock is running low. When might you have the time to deliver some more? However, the supply must be increased further. Can you manage that?" Zhang Jun initially believed that the inventory at his home could last for a while. To his surprise, after other fruits came into season, the number of customers increased rather than decreased. Many affluent patrons purchased several varieties of fruit at once. The inventory visibly dwindled, and if they were to adhere to the previously agreed supply volume, it wouldn't be long before Zhang Dong would have to make another trip. All right, I've noted it down. I'll find some time in the next few days to deliver it to you. Zhang Dong nodded, not surprised by Zhang Jun's remarks. After bidding farewell, the family of three went out for dinner. Nua spotted a ride across from the restaurant and insisted on playing. Yin Hongye carried her over, and as Zhang Dong watched the joyful figures of his wife and daughter, he felt immense gratitude for his decision to return to farming and provide for his family. His time back was not extensive, yet the rapid maturation and superior quality of the fruits in his space had already yielded considerable profit. Although he was still a bit short of the initially set goal of 5 million, he believed that maintaining this momentum, coupled with his new ventures, would enable him to reach that target without difficulty. On their way back to the hotel, they stumbled upon a night market. Zhang Dong glanced at the time and noted it was still early. Just as he was about to suggest a stroll, Yin Hongye spoke up first. Let us go in and have a look. You need to visit your elder brother in a couple of days to discuss matters. We should buy a few outfits for your parents to take with us. Yin Hongye felt that they had been remiss in caring for the elderly couple. Admittedly, there had been times when they had struggled to make ends meet, leaving them unable to provide a better life for Zhang Dong as parents, who had always prioritized their daughter and granddaughter's well-being. Despite the expectation of biannual filial contributions, they had never asked for a single penny. At times, when they were financially stable, they would even slip her some money, fearing that she and Nuana might go hungry or cold. I think these pieces are quite nice. The fabric is good, and the elderly will find them comfortable to wear. All right, if you believe they are good, then they surely must be. Boss, please wrap these 2 garments. Zhang Dong glanced at the price tags, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he observed Yin Hongye. His wife typically interrogated him about any clothing purchases, ensuring the prices were reasonable. A slight increase would earn him a disapproving glare. Yet, these 2 pieces totaled nearly 1,000, and she didn't even blink, solely concerned with whether the elderly would find them comfortable. Wife, let us not only choose for my parents, we should also pick a few things for your parents to take back. Zhang Dong's intention was well-meaning. However, upon hearing this, Yin Hongye's expression suddenly darkened. She had been happily selecting clothes, but now she sighed deeply and fell silent, seeing his wife's sudden sadness. Zhang Dong wished he could rewind a few minutes and keep his mouth shut. How could he speak without thinking? Years ago, Yin Hongye had refused to abandon her own desires and had not heeded her parents' wishes to divorce him. After a prolonged struggle, both sides had severed ties. Her in-laws had been displeased with their daughter enduring hardships alongside him, and for all these years, they had not uttered a single word. Although Yin Hongye did not voice her feelings, she often held the belongings she had brought from her maternal home in her hands, a poignant reminder of her emotional entanglements. It was indeed a case of her unwittingly reopening old wounds. The hour was late. It was time to return to the hotel, for an early rise awaited her the following day as she journeyed home. As she accepted the clothes from the shopkeeper, Yin Hongye murmured a few words, not waiting for Zhang Dong's response before turning away with a soft sigh. She felt a deep-seated guilt towards her parents, who had nurtured her into adulthood. Though she was their daughter, they had never withheld anything from her, yet she had inadvertently hurt them. In all these years, she had not even had the opportunity to express her filial piety, nor did she know how her parents were faring. How could she face them again? Zhang Dong understood his wife's inner turmoil, having refrained from visiting his own parents after his rebirth due to a sense of shame. Only when circumstances improved did he muster the courage to reconnect with them. Yin Hongye's family was relatively well off, and Zhang Dong felt compelled to work harder to earn more, so she could return to her family in a manner befitting her. This would also help to reshape her parents' impression of him. However, he was acutely aware of the misdeeds he had committed in the past, and he knew he would have to return to seek their forgiveness. Suddenly, a luxurious vehicle pulled up, prompting whispers among the villagers. Whose car is that? In our village, who could possibly afford such a thing? The car parked in front of Zhang Dong's home, and the elderly neighbors who had been idly chatting at the door were taken aback by this unexpected development. They had initially presumed it was a wealthy relative visiting from a city. After all, such vehicles were typically seen only during trips to the urban center, rarely gracing their rural surroundings. Previously, the electric tricycle owned by Zhang Dong's family had been a source of intrigue, but no one had anticipated the acquisition of a sedan. The car exuded an air of affluence. Zhang Dong, you've done well. Where did you buy this car? It looks impressive. Others remarked, their voices infused with admiration. Indeed, it's quite grand. I've only ever seen such cars in the city. They were astonished that within such a short span of time, Zhang Dong had achieved enough success in business to afford a car. It must have cost a fortune. As the villagers, drawn by curiosity and a thirst for novelty, gathered around Zhang Dong and his family, their glances flitted between the trio and the gleaming vehicle. It was as if they believed that by staring longer, they might unravel its mysteries. Well, Zhang Dong is in business. Buying a car is hardly a feat, but this one doesn't seem overly expensive. Could it be secondhand? Of course, there were those who could not help but voice their envy. Some individuals could remain cordial when others fared poorly, yet if one surpassed them, their demeanor would shift, revealing their true colors. New and not too pricey. Once we all earn some money, we too can buy one in the provincial city, they mused. Zhang Dong, however, had little inclination to engage with their sour grapes mentality and offered only polite exchanges before moving on. Upon returning home, he merely sipped a glass of water before embarking on another journey to deliver goods. After making the round trip, he found that the crowd outside his home had already dispersed. Nuo, having exhausted herself yesterday and enduring a lengthy journey today, felt somewhat fatigued. After lulling her to sleep, Yin Hongye began her embroidery work. Just as Zhang Dong returned, eager to exchange a few words with her, their neighbor, Aunt Zhang, approached. Zhang Dong, Hongye, is anyone home? Yes, Aunt Zhang, what brings you here? Before he could even take a sip of water, he stood up and stepped outside, mindful not to wake Nuo and hesitant to invite her into the house. Fortunately, Aunt Zhang was not concerned. She had no intention of lingering, merely delivering a few items before departing. I see you've purchased a car. Oh, how impressive. The villagers are all praising you, saying you are quite capable. Don't let their sour remarks bother you. They've not changed in years. This morning, Aunt Zhang was among the crowd, showering him with compliments. As Zhang Dong prepared to respond, Aunt Zhang presented him with a crafted peace knot. This is a piece not made by my family. Hang it on your vehicle for good fortune. Aunt Zhang's craftsmanship was exquisite, the vibrant red color radiating joy. Though the item itself held little monetary value, its significance lay in the sentiment behind it. Thank you so much, Aunt Zhang. Your thoughtfulness is truly appreciated. Hongye and I would not have considered this, having been neighbors for many years. Zhang Dong understood Aunt Zhang's goodwill and graciously accepted the peace knot. Aunt Zhang, please wait a moment. Let me fetch something for you. Reciprocation is essential for nurturing enduring relationships. Although crafting knots requires no significant expenditure, it demands time, and Aunt Zhang, busy with household responsibilities, had clearly invested considerable effort into the peace knot. Aunt Zhang, these are seeds of cherry tomatoes cultivated in my garden. Take them home, plant them, and enjoy the fruits with your family as a treat for the children. Aunt Zhang's face lit up. Everyone in the vicinity knew the premium quality and high price of Zhang Dong's fruits. Through their relationship, she had occasionally savored them for free, cherishing the taste, but unable to afford them frequently. Zhang Dong's thoughtful gift was indeed timely. Well, I want to be polite then. Your fruits are truly a treasure. They're difficult to find even with money in the county or town. In truth, Zhang Dong had not paused for a moment that day. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang and having lunch at home, he instructed Yin Hongye and drove over to Zhang Tian's house. Dongzi, is this related to the matter you mentioned about going to the provincial city? Zhang Tian knew his brother had gone to the provincial city with his sister-in-law and niece, staying overnight. He assumed it was either a business issue or a leisure trip for his sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, they went to purchase a car. My goodness, that vehicle must have cost a fortune. You too. Why not save some money to buy something nice for Hongye and her daughter instead of buying a car? Upon seeing the car, Zhang Minxing finally believed that his younger son had truly turned over a new leaf and had made a considerable fortune. A wave of pride surged within him, and the gleam of pride in his eyes was nearly uncontrollable. However, he could not help but admonish him, not wanting his son to become overly arrogant simply because he had bought a car. Dad, rest assured, Hongye is my wife, and Nuonyuo is my daughter. How could I possibly neglect their needs? Look, this clothing was purchased for you and Mom by your daughter-in-law. Zhang Dong handed over the clothes that Yin Hongye had selected for the elderly couple the day before, then turned to Zhang Tian to share a quiet conversation. I was afraid you would tell Dad, and he would call to scold me, which is why I didn't disclose the truth to you. You rascal. You are becoming increasingly cunning. Zhang Tian understood Zhang Dong's implication. Yesterday, they had not bought the car, but if their father had known, he would have surely given him a thorough reprimand. Now that the car was purchased, it mattered little what their father said. After all, he could not return the vehicle. After a brief family conversation, Zhang Dong set off with Zhang Tian in the car. He had come to take Zhang Tian to the county to inspect the storefront they had previously discussed. Seeing his younger brother's success and the fact that he had even bought a sedan made Zhang Tian stand a little taller. Without further ado, they swiftly arrived at their destination. Is this the place? Indeed, this is the storefront I mentioned last time. Recalling the events that had transpired there previously, Zhang Tian clenched his teeth in frustration. They had been close to finalizing the deal, only to have a group of people intervene and ruin everything. Now, he had to drag his brother along for another trip to the county, which was infuriating. Let us hope we don't run into those people again. Otherwise, they shouldn't blame me for being impolite. Why are they here again? It seemed that misfortune had a way of finding him. Just as Zhang Tian had hoped to avoid those individuals from last time, they unexpectedly encountered them right in front of the very storefront they were interested in. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but rather a sense of discomfort. The previous disruption caused by this group had thwarted his efforts to secure the location. He would once again need to rely on Zhang Dong to accompany him back to the county. Truth be told, when combined, these individuals could not rival him. But since they were there to conduct business, it would not do for them to always return with bruises. Brother, did you get into a fight with them last time? Zhang Tian's voice was low, almost a mutter. However, Zhang Dong, being close by, clearly heard his brother's murmured words. He glanced at the group, observing their arrogant demeanor as they confronted the landlord, and instantly recognized them as the troublemakers from before. Chapter 86, Finding a Good Storefront. Oh, what a coincidence! Did you bring some help today? The group was clearly surprised, yet they maintained their bravado. Bolstered by their status as locals from the county, they perceived themselves as superior to Zhang Tian and Zhang Dong. Even though they had previously failed to overpower Zhang Tian, they still showed no signs of learning from their past mistakes. I advise you to leave promptly. I have firmly decided on this establishment. Zhang Tian was infuriated by the disdainful demeanor of the leader and felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. However, Zhang Dong grasped his brother's hand, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. With an unwavering gaze, he approached the landlord, deliberately ignoring the group of individuals. His calm and composed demeanor suggested that he regarded them with indifference. How much is the rent for this property? Zhang Dong inquired. The landlord, accustomed to a variety of characters, immediately discerned that Zhang Dong was different. Although dressed modestly and in seemingly ordinary fabric, he possessed an aura that set him apart. It's not expensive, just 1,000 a month with utilities extra. This is the most affordable storefront in this area. You want to find a better price if you venture further. The landlord gestured amicably, providing Zhang Dong with insights about the vicinity. His property was not classified within the central zone, yet it was remarkably close, with the best commercial street in the county just a 5 to 6 minute walk away. Due to its classification, the property prices had remained stable, and Zhang Dong considered himself fortunate to have arrived at this moment. Otherwise, the price would have escalated soon. I'll offer 1,005. Just as Zhang Dong was about to agree, a voice laced with provocation interrupted. He turned to see a tall, thin man wearing a smug expression. Zhang Dong, momentarily irritated, turned away in disdain, prompting the man to believe that he had intimidated him. Little did he know that Zhang Dong was unfazed. I'll bid 2,000. Dear landlord, I find your establishment quite appealing. Conducting business here will surely attract a steady stream of customers. Whether intentional or not, Zhang Dong's voice was raised, drawing the attention of everyone present. Zhang Tian, sensing his brother's youthful exuberance, grew anxious. Was he inviting the group to compete for the property? I'll offer 3,000. I'm a city dweller. This amount is trivial for me. unlike some who boast of high bids but may not be able to afford them. The landlord stared in disbelief as the bids escalated, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In mere moments, the price had tripled. He glanced at Zhang Dong, who appeared slightly perturbed by the man's sarcastic remarks, frowning with evident displeasure. Would he dare to raise the bid further? The landlord felt a twinge of apprehension, yet he was overwhelmingly pleased. He hoped that the two parties would continue to inflate the price. Regardless of who ultimately rented the property, he would benefit. Dongzi, let it go. 3,000 is excessive. Shall we not proceed? Zhang Dong remained composed, revealing no signs of distress. He glanced at the landlord, who was eagerly anticipating the outcome and refrained from intervening. It seemed the farce had reached its conclusion. Very well, I concede this shop to you. I shall not contend any longer. Zhang Dong merely smiled and shook his head, devoid of anger. Initially, his intention to increase the price was genuine, driven by a desire to acquire the shop. However, the current situation renders such an endeavor unnecessary. Quality establishments abound. If they intend to treat him as a fool, they are sorely mistaken. Let them have this storefront. We shall explore other options. With that, without waiting for a response from those inside, Zhang Dong took Zhang Tian and exited. These individuals, so arrogant and disdainful, would inevitably learn the value of civility through hardship. The tall, lean figure watched Zhang Dong depart without a backward glance, momentarily frozen in disbelief, realizing he had set the rent too high. Yet, having painstakingly secured this storefront, to now withdraw would only invite ridicule. The onlookers behind him reveled in his misfortune, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude, rendering him incapable of uttering the words I no longer wanted. What are you staring at? Can I not afford this 3,000 yuan? Landlord, let us sign the contract. Only a country bumpkin would deem 3,000 yuan exorbitant. It is merely 3,000 yuan. I am not lacking in such trifles. As Zhang Dong and Zhang Tian drove away, he cast another glance towards the storefront, finding it somewhat amusing to see that the individual had indeed signed the contract with the landlord. Such a person, desperate to maintain appearances, was truly suffering for their pride. Dongzi, are we really not taking this storefront? Zhang Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Zhang Dong, who initially appeared determined, had suddenly chosen to relinquish it. He had yet to process the series of decisions made by Zhang Dong and stammered his inquiry. No, this location is good, and 3,000 yuan is not beyond our means. However, for such a price, we could rent a 3-story building in the city center. It is unnecessary to squander resources on this matter. Zhang Dong patiently explained to his brother, noticing that Zhang Tian was still struggling to grasp the situation. He drove him to a more prosperous central area. What do you think of these shops? Zhang Dong had learned in passing that Zhang Jun was responsible for some rental properties in the county, all of which were in prime locations, though he hadn't inquired further at the time. After all, his brother had mentioned he had already found a place. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? The rent for properties in this area must be considerable. Zhang Tian's concerns were not without merit. The average rent for shops in this location exceeded the previous one by approximately 1,000 yuan, and that was merely for corner shops. Delving deeper into the area, prices would only escalate, with some shops commanding rents of 3,000 yuan per month. Although this location wasn't quite central, it was still fairly close. Zhang Dong recalled Zhang Jun mentioning that shops in this vicinity typically rented for around 2,500 yuan. While he could manage, this restaurant was a venture shared with his elder brother. Their interests had to be factored in when assessing whether the rent was exorbitant. Brother, what are the current prices for your shops in the county? He decided to call Zhang Jun, recognizing him as the owner and not a stranger. He should be well acquainted with the market conditions in the area. You're referring to the Guanghua Avenue area? The rents there are approximately 2,800 yuan, with utilities charged separately. How about it, brother? Are you looking to rent a shop? Zhang Jun's primary business is not located in the county, and most of the shops are clustered in that vicinity. Chapter 87. The restaurant grand opening Zhang Dong merely inquired, and he suddenly recalled where the property was situated. Indeed, I am contemplating opening a restaurant. I came to the city to scout for a location and ended up in your area. He did not mention any collaboration, as he wanted to take full ownership of the idea. After all, he and Zhang Jun still had business ties, and some matters were easier to discuss given his position. You're quite perceptive, my friend. I assure you, you won't find a better shop than mine. Since we are familiar, I won't charge you much, just 1,500, and utilities are included. What do you think? Zhang Jun, having been in business for many years, could easily discern the underlying intent of Zhang Dong's call. However, their relationship was amicable, primarily due to the reliance on Zhang Jun for the fruit wholesale market. He didn't mind extending a favor to Zhang Dong, especially since leaving the shop vacant served no purpose. His primary profits came from the fruit business, so this minor issue could strengthen their relationship without any detriment. Great. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Once the restaurant opens, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. Ha ha, splendid. I shall await your invitation. Both parties cheerfully concluded the call, and Zhang Dong turned to Zhang Tian, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. So what did your client say? They offered a friendly price of 1,500 a month, without utility charges. Zhang Dong couldn't claim absolute satisfaction with the price, but it was indeed reasonable. After all, he had not known Zhang Jun for long, and receiving such an offer was rather unexpected. This area was the central urban zone, where nearly every storefront, including the one they had just viewed, had surged to around 10,000 due to urban redevelopment and rising costs. Thus, the current price of 1,500 was remarkably affordable. Really, that is splendid. You truly have a knack for this. Quick, call the manager. Let us sign the contract. If it weren't for the public setting, Zhang Tian would have jumped with excitement. This location was infinitely superior to the one they had just viewed. Now, it was only 500 more expensive, while those competing against them had rented that shop at triple the price. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. When it came time to sign the contract, Zhang Jun was absent. Instead, his secretary, Xiao Wang, arrived to handle the formalities. Following instructions, Xiao Wang was not surprised by the price. He swiftly arranged everything and exchanged a few words with Zhang Dong before departing. Now, Zhang Dong and Zhang Tian had the opportunity to assess the shop. The storefront featured 2 levels and retained the traditional Chinese decor from the previous tenant. The space appeared ample, and the foot traffic outside was considerable. Brother, as a chef, you understand how to set up a restaurant better than I do. You handle the decor and hiring staff. With a satisfied nod, Zhang Dong approached his brother Zhang Tian, who was still marveling at the surroundings and entrusted all matters to him. After all, his primary occupation was not this. He could afford to take a leisurely stroll when he had spare time, but he truly lacked the bandwidth to oversee renovations and other trivialities for an extended period. Rest assured, just attend to your own affairs. I will manage everything here meticulously, he assured Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian understood his brother's busyness and harbored no resentment towards his brother's tendency to delegate responsibilities to him. He patted his chest and assured Zhang Dong. Deep down, he was grateful to Zhang Dong. If it weren't for him, he would likely still be fretting over debts. He had no time to devote to future ventures otherwise. However, brother, we must agree on the profit-sharing arrangement. After all, there's also sister-in-law to consider. The earnings post-opening should be split equally between us. I will have someone draft a contract for us to sign, ensuring a safeguard. In truth, Zhang Tian believed that whether or not to establish a contract was inconsequential. Being biological brothers, the 50-50 split felt like he was unduly benefiting from Zhang Dong. Without Zhang Dong, how could he have rented the premises at such a favorable price? To him, he had merely contributed his culinary skills, and a 30% share would have sufficed. However, Zhang Dong was adamant about the 50-50 split. Ultimately, unable to counter his brother's insistence, he acquiesced. Satisfied, Zhang Dong departed, knowing that with just the two of them, they could handle matters however they pleased. Yet, both had families now, and it was prudent to clarify everything. Otherwise, financial disputes could jeopardize their brotherly bond, which would be truly regrettable. A month passed swiftly, and Zhang Tian retained the previous Chinese-style decor, making some adjustments to create an elegant and grand atmosphere in the restaurant's lobby, surpassing even the ostentatious Western establishments in allure. On the day of the grand opening, partners from prior collaborations and new fruit vendors he had developed relationships with came to extend their congratulations. Brother, congratulations. Your restaurant looks splendid. You've added another profitable venture to your repertoire. Just the decor alone is delightful. Congratulations. The scene was bustling, unlike any other store openings, with two large round tables filled with partners, not including their accompanying assistants. Zhang Dong, having obtained a first-class chef certificate, showcased impeccable culinary skills. Coupled with fresh ingredients personally sourced by Zhang Dong, the quality was commendable, and patrons were effusive in their praise. However, Zhang Dong found himself preoccupied with matters beyond the restaurant. He was currently seeking a plot of land to establish a collection station. Most of the fruit seeds sold earlier had now matured. Those who had signed contract with Zhang Dong were eager to sell their produce and reap profits. "How are the contacts coming along?" Yan Hongye remarked, as she noticed Zhang Dong finally had time to rest on the sofa at home. Just days prior, there was no sign of him at home. He had been out early and returning late, liaising with vendors and fruit farmers. The leaders of the town, having heard that the acquisition they facilitated was about to commence, expressed their intention to join in the festivities. Zhang Dong, presently overwhelmed with responsibilities, found himself besieged by the demands of his work, and even Nuana lamented daily about her father's absence. In this era devoid of navigation systems or real-time positioning, even when a location was identified, there was no means to convey the precise coordinates to them. The prospect of failing to find a place later, with no time to fetch anyone, loomed as a significant concern. Ultimately, he resolved to set up a temporary shelter right outside his home, as the expanse of land before his door was considerable. Filling the large pit in front with soil would indeed prove more convenient than establishing a collection station elsewhere. Chapter 88. A bustling scene. Rest assured, everything is arranged. The acquisition begins tomorrow. It will undoubtedly be quite raucous with the throngs of people, Zhang Dong recalled, realizing the multitude expected the following day. While he and Yan Hongye were not particularly troubled, he worried about Nuana, fearing the chaos and multitude of eyes would require constant vigilance. "Please take Nuana to Aunt Zhang's house tomorrow. Ensure she doesn't wander off. She will be safer there. Just keep an eye on her, as things will likely be quite hectic here, and I may not be able to attend to you." Yan Hongye shot him a reproachful glance, leaving Zhang Dong perplexed and slightly aggrieved. Was he not considering his wife's well-being? "Do you think I'm a child of 3 in need of your supervision? Have no worries. Both Nuanua and I will manage just fine. Focus on your business." Yan Hongye had witnessed Zhang Dong's business dealings before. She had endured far more chaotic situations when creditors came demanding payment. How could she regard the lively disorder of legitimate commerce with anything but indifference? The next day, while Yan Hongye and Nuo remained in slumber, Zhang Dong had already risen from his bed. He moved tables, chairs, and ledgers to the entrance, having already positioned the scale outside. After preparing breakfast and bustling about, the sun had fully risen. Yan Hongye teased him about his excessive enthusiasm, questioning who would arrive so early to purchase goods. Little did they know, before Zhang Dong had managed to eat more than a few spoonfuls of porridge, there were already voices calling at the door. "Boss Zhang, open up. We're here to do business." "This is exceedingly early. I assenti it. The buyers you contacted haven't even arrived yet." Yan Hongye stared in disbelief, pondering the urgency exhibited by these individuals eager to earn profits. The ones who had promised to observe and the hired hands for transporting goods had yet to show up. Yet the sellers were already present, keen to finish selling and find some peace. Zhang Dong remained considerably more composed than Yan Hongye. He sighed and took another bite of his meal before setting down his utensils. In response to the farmer's calls, he opened the door and stepped outside. "What brings you here so early? Have you eaten?" There were only a few individuals at the door. Not everyone was as enthusiastic. These few must have lived nearby and come over after their meal, while others would likely arrive later. Upon opening the door, Zhang Dong noted just 3 or 4 farmers in their carts, a flicker of understanding crossing his mind. "Have you already eaten? It seems you're here right after your meal. Please go ahead and eat. We can wait a while longer." When they arrive, they will see the table set and think we have already begun. Little did they know that Zhang Dong is only just now having his meal, leaving them somewhat at a loss as they glance at him. "I am not hungry anymore. I've had my fill. Let us all take a seat. The truck driver I hired hasn't arrived yet. Once he gets here, we can start weighing and loading the goods." Upon hearing this, the others dared not voice any dissent and returned to their vehicles. Before long, the The truck drivers and workers who had arranged to meet Zhang Dong arrived on the scene. "Boss Zhang, where should I put this truckload of watermelons?" "Boss Zhang, how many pounds is this? Can you show me? My eyesight is failing." As the sun steadily climbed higher, the commotion outside Zhang Dong's door escalated. Just as he had anticipated the day before, the cacophony of voices drowned out his own, rendering his calls inaudible amidst the crowd. Yin Hongye observed the man, perspiration beading on his forehead, and wished for 8 hands to assist him in his frantic endeavors. Setting aside her embroidery, she hastened outside to lend a hand. "I'll oversee the weighing. You handle the finances." Yin Hongye refrained from taking on more than she could manage, focusing on tasks suited to her abilities. Recording the data for the weights was well within her capacity as a university student, while the pricing and calculations were best left to Zhang Dong, who was more familiar with such matters. Both of them were busily preoccupied. Aunt Zhang, unable to bear the sight, instructed her grandson to keep an eye on Nuo before donning her coat and stepping outside. "Hongye, fetch me a notebook. I can read too. I'll assist you with the weighing while you help Zhang Dong." Yin Hongye accepted her offer without hesitation, handing over her supplies and joining Zhang Dong to provide support. Zhang Dong glanced up, contemplating the busy days ahead, and felt relieved to have Aunt Zhang's assistance, which would certainly ease his burdens. "Wife, I can manage. Tell Aunt Zhang not to overexert herself. If she can, she should come by tomorrow. We'll pay her daily." With so many people around, even speaking face-to-face required raising one's voice to be heard. As Zhang Dong communicated with Yin Hongye, his voice rose, coinciding with the presence of a nearby loudspeaker that amplified his words. 2 elderly women watching from a short distance overheard him and could no longer remain idle. Despite their age, they approached unsteadily to offer their help. "Zhang Dong, look at us. Aunt Li and I are idle. We might as well lend a hand." Observing the silver-haired women, Zhang Dong felt a pang of concern. "Aunt Wang, Aunt Li, you should rest. I wouldn't dream of asking you to help. At your age, I wouldn't want you to tire yourselves out." Though his intentions were benign, the 2 women felt slighted by his words, believing he looked down on them and was denying them the opportunity to earn a wage. Regardless of Zhang Dong's current ability to engage in conversation or the number of individuals present, he was met with a barrage of accusations. "Zhang Dong, what do you mean? Do you find us too old to assist with your family's heavy lifting? You cannot favor your family simply because Zhang's wife resides nearby. Can you? We are all from the same village. Is it fair to treat us so differently?" Even the most amiable of individuals would struggle to endure being publicly berated in such a manner. Nevertheless, Zhang Dong appeared unfazed, exuding an indomitable presence as if he were a mountain, dismissing the 2 elderly women entirely. Ultimately, it was Lu Jiang, who had been quietly observing the acquisition from the back, who could no longer contain himself and intervened with a word of reason. "Ladies, do not be upset. As you can see, it's not that Zhang Dong is preventing you from working. It's simply that this task requires considerable physical exertion. He is concerned for your well-being." Lu Jiang had been following this matter since Zhang Dong began selling seeds, and this time the town leaders had specifically invited him to observe the proceedings, to ascertain whether the situation was indeed as lively as Zhang Dong had previously suggested. Unexpectedly, he encountered such a situation. The 2 elderly women should have reflected on their own ages before attempting to involve themselves in others' profits. It was astonishing that they resorted to insults over a minor grievance. Fortunately, Zhang Dong remained composed. Had it been someone with a fiery temper, age would not have deterred them from retaliating. With so many people around, it was best for the ladies to return home lest they be inadvertently harmed while items were being transported. "Ladies, you should really head back. These fruits are quite heavy, and it would be painful if a box were to bump into you." After much persuasion, the 2 women were finally convinced to leave, as the day's acquisition was drawing to a close. As the clock approached 5 or 6 in the afternoon, Zhang Dong, having waited for quite some time without seeing anyone else arrive with fruits, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as he settled in for a brief respite, sipping some water, he tidied up his belongings and signaled to Yin Hongye before driving out of the house. This was merely the first wave of activity, and he had already found himself overwhelmed. The few individuals he had previously hired were just barely sufficient, especially considering that the first day had not yet attracted a large crowd, although even the modest turnout had kept him and Yin Hongye on their toes. Olma, do you know any truck drivers currently without work? If so, please send a few over tomorrow. You saw for yourself today that we have an abundance of goods and cannot manage with just these few. This was not the first time Zhang Dong had made such a request to Old Ma, who was responsible for the fleet. Since the beginning of the acquisition, their workload had steadily increased. For several consecutive days, Zhang Dong had risen before dawn to weigh and tally goods, remaining busy until sunset, which only afforded him a moment's respite. He had subsequently hired several more workers and truck drivers, all at the highest market rates, to ensure that fruits and vegetables could be dispatched on the same day they were collected. Let us all work diligently. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Zhang Dong took a moment to inspect the loading situation of the trucks. Though the distance may not be great, he is usually surrounded by a throng of people when he calculates his accounts, making it impossible to discern the situation here. These individuals are hired from outside, and familiar faces often stand by to supervise them, preventing damage or theft of goods. Nevertheless, he always feels compelled to come and inspect personally for his own peace of mind. While it is said that one should not suspect those who are employed, it is also true that such employees often take liberties. If only a piece or two of fruit or vegetable were pilfered, it could be overlooked. After all, every employer of hired hands turning in cargo tends to turn a blind eye to such minor transgressions. Even if one were to argue over it now, those individuals would still take what they desire on the road. Moreover, they typically ask for permission before taking, and unless it is excessive, even Zhang Dong would acquiesce. As long as it remains discreet and not too greedy, such matters are tacitly accepted. If Zhang Dong were to discover any wrongdoing, he would simply terminate their employment in the future. However, fruits and vegetables are incredibly delicate. Even a light touch can leave a significant bruise. And if care is not taken during loading, a whole batch may have to be discarded upon arrival. Look at him, Master Zhang scoffed, resting on the side, half in jest and half in indignation, as he expressed his grievances to his companions. What is the big deal if a few are taken? Even if they get damaged, does it warrant such an uproar? Alas, it was unfortunate that young Wang had been caught pilfering a few melons just yesterday. It was only natural for him to be dismissed. I see him as miserly. What value do a few melons hold? We have toiled tirelessly for him these days. What is wrong with taking a few things? He speaks as if we owe him our utmost gratitude for working. Zhang Dong has compensated them fairly. Such matters should be approached with caution, and he has been quite benevolent. Not only does he pay well, but he also allows for the occasional taking of goods, as long as it is communicated beforehand. Yet, young Wang's insatiable greed led him to stuff more than a dozen melons into the driver's cabin, weighing around 30 or 40 pounds. How could Zhang Dong possibly retain someone of such dubious character? He is a businessman, not a Na'vi victim of exploitation. Those nearby instinctively distanced themselves from him, fearing they might be tainted by his demeanor. Yet, some truly believed Master Zhang's words and began to echo his criticisms of Zhang Dong. In my opinion, he is indeed stingy. Just look at how many trucks come and go these days. He has hired so many of us. Surely he has made a considerable profit. But what do we receive? He must be pocketing all the money and then suppressing our wages. Indeed, it seems that way. He has earned so much. Yet what we receive barely amounts to a fraction of what he keeps. The more they discussed, the more they felt Master Zhang's assertions held merit, and a wave of resentment and dissatisfaction began to permeate the entire fleet. Some individuals, whose minds still retained a semblance of clarity, rolled their eyes in exasperation, eager to voice a few words of reason, only to be rebuked by others for meddling in matters that did not concern them. Mr. Zhang, after all, was in business to make a profit, and their wages were already at the pinnacle of the market. What more could they possibly desire? Did they truly believe that by assisting Mr. Zhang in transporting goods, they were entitled to half the profits from sales? Such greed and folly nearly drove him to the brink of despair. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity before. What was the matter? Had their vehicles malfunctioned? Why had they not returned home after the workday? As dusk quickly descended, Zhang Dong emerged to confirm the following day's work schedule with the truck drivers and laborers. Once they had driven away, he turned to find a few individuals lingering by their vehicles, seemingly awaiting his attention. No, they simply wished to discuss certain matters with Mr. Zhang. The driver, surnamed Zhang's eyes gleamed with avarice. If it were only him, he would not possess the audacity to address Zhang Dong in such a manner. What is it? Zhang Dong, seasoned by years of business, could discern that this group meant trouble. I see that you've made quite a profit from the shipment, Mr. Zhang. Shouldn't our compensation be increased a tad? As it stands, the current amount makes it difficult for us to assist you, one of the drivers proposed. Initially, Master Zhang had wavered in his conviction, but during his deliveries that day, he had carelessly inquired about the prices Zhang Dong charged his clients. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. It turned out that nearly all the high-priced quality fruits in the market were sourced from Zhang Dong's supply. Chapter 90. Establishing a produce company, he calculated the potential earnings from this load, and envy ignited in his eyes. Yet, he lacked the courage to confront Zhang Dong alone. So he incited others to join him. They had schemed, knowing that Zhang Dong relied on his vehicles daily and had substantial shipments. He would surely hesitate to offend them. After all, if they refused to provide him with transport, how would he explain to his buyers the delay in delivery? Since it's becoming difficult to conduct business, perhaps we should cease operations altogether. Those dissatisfied with the pay need not return tomorrow, Zhang Dong replied, his eyelids betraying no flicker of emotion. Calmly uttering this declaration, he disregarded their reactions and began contacting others. The truck drivers in town were not limited to this group. Should these restless individuals depart, he could easily recruit another batch. Hey, Mr. Zhang, let us not be hasty. We're not truly demanding a raise. It's just that, well, it was him, the driver surnamed Zhang, who instigated this. We're merely acting out of necessity. Some pleaded, realizing that Zhang Dong was unfazed by their presence and was already preparing to hire new workers. In that moment of clarity, they finally grasped that Zhang Dong was not one to be trifled with. His wages were already the highest in the market, and some were eager to work for him. With their departure, they would simply be making way for others. Without the slightest hesitation, he promptly revealed Zhang's identity and swiftly approached Zhang Dong, eager to request another opportunity. I stated that those dissatisfied with my offered price need not come, while those who accepted could return to work as usual tomorrow. As for you, I shall not require your services under any circumstances. Zhang Dong, having achieved his intended effect, halted and turned, his expression composed, casting a cold glance at the few bewildered individuals. In his view, these people were free to forego their attendance tomorrow. They were not children. If they truly disagreed, no Master Zhang could wield a knife to coerce them into compliance. Yet, as the situation neared its conclusion, with tomorrow likely marking the final day if no unforeseen events transpired, he was reluctant to expend further effort. After all, once this wave of acquisitions was wholly completed, he would not engage these individuals again during the next round of procurement. The resolution appeared deceptively simple. But Zhang Dong lay awake throughout the night, wrestling with his thoughts. He found the practice of hiring temporary workers during acquisitions to be inherently unstable. The individuals he encountered varied widely, and while he had managed to address this instance with composure, he could not dismiss the possibility of recurring issues. Should something go awry, the value of his cargo would be considerable. What's the matter with you? You look like you haven't slept all night, inquired yearning the following morning. Noticing the dark circles under Zhang Dong's eyes, her concern evident. Nothing. I simply stayed up late pondering matters, he replied. Hongya, please sit down. I wish to discuss something with you. Upon hearing this, Hongya set aside her belongings and took a seat beside Zhang Dong. Whenever he addressed her with such seriousness, it signified the emergence of a new idea, although she was not overly worried, as he had demonstrated a sense of propriety in his undertakings. She still harbored fears that he might entertain impractical notions. I contemplated throughout the night and concluded that the constant need to hire temporary workers and drivers for each acquisition is overly cumbersome. The instability of personnel is concerning and can lead to mishaps. Zhang Dong sighed as he reflected on the events that had transpired since the commencement of the acquisitions. Despite having arranged for trusted neighbors to oversee the driver's work, instances of dishonesty persisted. Several individuals caught pilfering fruit were dismissed. Yet discrepancies frequently arose between the reported quantities from familiar buyers and the weights dispatched from his side. Typically, the differences range from 3 to 4 pounds or even 1 to 2 pounds. During that period, Zhang Dong was preoccupied, compounded by Zhang Jun and others' frequent complaints regarding the hired driver's tendency to misappropriate goods. With so many individuals involved, it was challenging to determine the culprit, leaving him to endure the resulting losses without recourse. Initially, he deemed such occurrences to be commonplace, choosing to overlook them due to a lack of time. However, following the recent uproar, he realized that this situation could no longer be permitted to continue unchecked. "I intend to establish a fruit and vegetable company," Zhang Dong declared, pausing momentarily before continuing, and subsequently hire a stable workforce to facilitate management. "I comprehend your concerns and apprehensions. Rest assured that I wholeheartedly support your decision in this matter." The moment Zhang Dong proposed the idea of a fruit and vegetable company, Hongye immediately grasped the rationale behind his thoughts. During the recent days spent accompanying him in acquisitions, she had witnessed the challenges posed by the casual laborers and drivers. Zhang Ant often voiced her grievances about instances where individuals carelessly damaged fruit but feigned ignorance, continuing to load it onto the truck until she intervened. With the establishment of the company, future employees would be formal and stable, as labor contracts would be signed, incorporating certain regulations and conditions. In cases of theft or damage to goods, the presence of rules would facilitate punishment or compensation. This framework would undoubtedly benefit the future development of their business. "If you require assistance, I can temporarily set aside my own tasks to prioritize your enterprise." Although Hongye possesses a gentle and yielding disposition, she has always been resolute and decisive. During the subsequent acquisitions, she relinquished all her embroidery work to fully assist Zhang Dong, enabling him to complete these tasks expeditiously. Once this wave of acquisitions culminated, Zhang Dong, armed with the necessary documents and other items, hastened to register a company. Without a moment's hesitation, he derived the name from one character of both his and Hongye's names, christening it Donghong Fruit Wholesale Company. Following the completion of the registration process, he proceeded to handle various requisite formalities for the company. He personally oversaw the selection of the company's location, procured office equipment, and managed an array of miscellaneous items. While attending to these matters, he remained dual-focused, posting recruitment notices at the job market. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion, and once Zhang Dong had concluded all affairs, he began contemplating the logistics of transporting goods. Renting trucks incurred exorbitant costs, and reverting to hiring casual truck drivers was not aligned with his initial intentions for the company. After careful consideration, he ultimately decided to approach Zhang Jun, a partner who consistently required substantial quantities of goods. "Brother, you're remarkable. In such a short time, your company has taken off." Zhang Jun was genuinely astonished. Initially, he had merely supplied him with a truckload of goods, only to discover the immense potential behind Zhang Dong. It had only been a brief acquaintance, and not only had Zhang Dong opened a restaurant with visibly flourishing business, but he had also established a fruit wholesale company in quick succession. Although Zhang Jun had anticipated this progression due to Zhang Dong's recent ventures, the speed of these developments was unexpected. Primarily, having reached this juncture, he realized that he and his wife were overwhelmed with work. Thus, the idea of starting a company emerged with the prospect of hiring a few employees to lighten their load. Zhang Dong, seated in Zhang Jun's office, gestured dismissively, indicating that the circumstances were unavoidable. He had taken the time to visit with the intent of discussing business, and Zhang Jun was the first person who came to mind, as he was among the most prominent clients he knew, honorable and dependable, naturally the first to consider in times of need. Upon discovering his intentions, Hongye suggested that he reserve a private room at a restaurant to gather all the major clients, facilitating a discussion on the matter at hand. This approach would save him the trouble of individually seeking out each client amidst his busy schedule. However, this idea was swiftly dismissed by Zhang Dong. The reasoning was that it was rather inappropriate. Not only were these individuals exceedingly busy, but it would also be quite challenging to assemble them around a table in a short time frame. Moreover, The pricing he offered them varied according to circumstances, making human sentiments unpredictable. Zhang Dong could not guarantee that this gathering would not lead to unfavorable perceptions regarding his pricing. Some might feel he charged too much, while others might harbor discontent over lower prices. Furthermore, all attendees would be significant business partners. Thus, it would be impractical to openly exhibit favoritism or indifference among them, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Consequently, Zhang Dong resolved to endure the effort of meeting each client individually, as this would facilitate smoother negotiations. Brother Zhang, I shall be direct with you. I am here today to request that you arrange for a vehicle to pick up goods from my location on fixed days each month or during the acquisition period. In return, I shall reduce my prices by 1 percentage point. Upon hearing this proposition, Zhang Jun readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. In truth, he had contemplated sending someone over during Zhang Dong's acquisition phase, but the subject had not been broached by Zhang Dong, and he felt hesitant to bring it up himself. Thus, it had been left unaddressed. Now that Zhang Dong had taken the initiative, he was naturally quite pleased. Zhang Dong's fruits enjoyed immense demand in the market. Among similar varieties, his were invariably the most favored. The sales figures were remarkable. Not only Zhang Jun, but also Zhou Gang and others eagerly concurred with Zhang Dong's suggestion, their faces radiating joy and enthusiasm, devoid of any dissatisfaction. Zhang Dong's produce had become a veritable cash cow in their market, and the more they could procure, the better. There was no fear of unsold stock, and the diverse fruit offerings ensured that there were nearly no bleak business periods. Long lines formed daily at the fruit stalls. Having visited several of his major clients' offices, Zhang Dong received numerous accolades for his fruits. Everyone relished his compliments, and while Zhang Dong's temperament remained steady, such praise undeniably brightened his spirits. On his return, he glanced at his watch and noted that it was still early. He decided to steer his car toward a shopping mall. Yin Hongye, who had been tirelessly assisting him with acquisition matters, was utterly exhausted. After their work concluded, she had spent the entire afternoon recuperating in bed. Zhang Dong felt a pang of concern for her, realizing it had been quite some time since he had purchased anything for his family. Thus, he began to browse them all. "Boss, how much is this dress?" A pure white dress caught Zhang Dong's eye, although he lacked understanding of the designs and styles of the garments. He had often observed Yin Hongye's embroidery work and had developed an awareness of the differences in fabrics. This dress was evidently crafted from a particularly fine material, exuding an exquisite beauty. The color was not the stark, lifeless hue of a white-gray wall, but rather possessed a subtle, milky white essence reminiscent of fresh milk. Zhang Dong instinctively sensed that this dress would look exceptionally stunning on Yin Hongye. Continuing his shopping in the mall with the dress in hand, he specifically requested the shopkeeper to remove the tags and price labels, fearing that upon returning home, Yin Hongye might deem the dress too expensive and insist on returning it. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Dong spotted an exquisitely crafted set of teaware, which piqued his interest. He recalled that his father-in-law had always cherished the art of tea drinking. During his early marital visits to Yin Hongye's family during holidays, he had often seen the elder's cabinet brimming with various beautiful tea sets. The item before him resembled a finely crafted purple clay teapot. The memories of time had blurred his recollection of whether his father-in-law possessed a similar piece. Yet he felt that purchasing this set would surely please the elder when he sought to make amends. "Wrap this set for me," he stated decisively. Without even glancing at the price, he bought the teaware. As he was about to exit the store, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a young shop assistant. The girl scrutinized him, then glanced at the teaware in his hands, her eyes reflecting unmasked curiosity and confusion. Her gaze was devoid of malice, merely a pure perplexity regarding the unfolding events, prompting Zhang Dong to glance down at his own attire. He had always dressed casually, but having recently been preoccupied with registering his company, he had purchased a few formal outfits. However, since he was meeting Zhang Jun today and felt comfortable with the familiarity, he opted for a more relaxed appearance. Currently, he wore a slightly yellowed white shirt and black trousers that Yin Hongye had sewn for him, paired with common shoes that were not high-end leather but were tidy nonetheless. This attire starkly contrasted with the other patrons of the store. A flicker of understanding crossed Zhang Dong's eyes as he realized the source of the shop assistant's confusion. She likely perceived him as someone lacking refined taste. He shook his head, dismissing the notion of explaining himself to the young girl. After all, he dressed for his own comfort, and the opinions of strangers were of no concern to him. After completing his purchases, Zhang Dong returned home. Dad. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhang Nuonuo rushed out from the house and wrapped her arms around his leg. Chapter 92. You are truly talented. The little girl gazed up at him with her sparkling eyes, captivating his heart. Did you behave well and listen to your mother today? He bent down, intending to lift his daughter, but she playfully dodged him. Observing her cheerful demeanor, Zhang Dong could not resist ruffling her hair affectionately. Onempe Thedli Nono, who usually places great importance on her hairstyle, did not cry or throw a tantrum this time. Instead, she cheerfully grasped Zhang Dong's large hand and playfully shook it. Indeed, Nua was particularly well-behaved today. The proud and satisfied expression on her little face nearly elicited a chuckle from Zhang Dong. Daddy, will you play football with Nua? The little girl had just received a new toy purchased during their recent trip to the provincial city. Somehow, it had been found in the storage room by Nua. Yin Hongya was busy with her embroidery work, although she had resolved to set it aside to fully support Zhang Dong. She still needed to finish what she had promised to others, leaving her no time to play with Nua. Nua played alone in the room for a while, feeling somewhat gloomy, when suddenly she heard the sound of Zhang Dong opening the door. She instantly dashed out with excitement. The soft, adorable tone of the little girl's voice melted Zhang Dong's heart. How could he possibly refuse her request? Okay, no daita moment. Daddy will put down the gift, and then we can play football together. He entered the room to set down the items he had bought, and, upon exiting, casually picked up the ball that his daughter had left on the table. Nua eagerly reached out, anticipating the ball her father was about to toss to her. But after waiting for a moment, she noticed Zhang Dong simply place the ball on the ground. Meeting her puzzled gaze, Zhang Dong smiled and patiently explained. Do you know why this ball is called a football? With her finger resting on her chin. The little girl pondered his question deeply, but could not come up with an answer. Because it is kicked with the foot, just like this. Nua was quite clever. After Zhang Dong demonstrated a few times, she imitated him with great enthusiasm. However, being so young, her limbs were still somewhat uncoordinated, resulting in frequent instances of her left foot tripping over her right. The sound of the child's clear laughter and the man's hearty chuckles reached Yin Hongye's ears. She set down her embroidery and looked out the window, witnessing the joyful scene of father and daughter. Perhaps influenced by their laughter, she unconsciously smiled as well. Hello, are you hiring employees? Early the next morning, Zhang Dong grabbed his car keys and prepared to head out. He intended to visit the talent market. Although many had applied for positions recently, he was not entirely satisfied with any of them. Thus, he planned to take a look himself. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped outside, a clean-cut young man dressed in a white shirt and black pants approached him. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, surveying the individual before him. He realized that this person had never appeared in his memory. But since he could find his way to Zhang Dong's home, he must be a child or relative of someone from the village. My name is Zhuge Kai, from the east end of the village. I just returned from Beijing a while ago. I heard from the villagers that you recently opened a company and are hiring employees, so I thought I would come and inquire. Noticing the polite and composed demeanor of the young man, Zhang Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing that he had returned from Beiping, I could not help but raise my eyebrows. That city is indeed a bustling metropolis, a destination revered by many. Yet this individual, Zhuge Kai, astonishingly chose to return in search of employment. My dear brother, you are quite capable to have worked in Beiping. But why return? Isn't life there considerably better than here? As Zhang Dong spoke, he moved 2 stools from behind the door and gestured for Zhuge Kai to sit. Sigh. This matter is rather lengthy to explain. I was, in fact, a manager there, but the company collapsed, and I subsequently struggled to find a satisfactory position. Zhuge Kai scratched his head awkwardly, reflecting on his past misfortunes, his eyes betraying a blend of defeat and bitterness. It was this realization that prompted him to return home. And upon hearing that you were starting a company, I thought my work experience would allow me to contribute meaningfully and carve out my own niche. I did not anticipate such ambition from him. Zhang Dong subtly nodded, appearing content with Zhuge Kai's account thus far. He refrained from inquiring about the specific challenges Zhuge Kai faced. After all, such matters are personal. I trust you understand that this is a fruit and vegetable wholesale company. Given your experience, how do you envision the company's future development? Zhang Dong was keen to assess Zhuge Kai's capabilities, to discern whether he truly possessed the competence he claimed. A person's thoughts and abilities cannot be deceitful. Whether Zhuge Kai has the requisite skills would become evident through his vision for the company. I believe there are three main points to consider. Although the company is in its nascent stages, I am aware that it has already established a stable clientele. To ensure sustainable growth, the first step must be to maintain product quality and uphold integrity in our operations. Zhuge Kai understood Zhang Dong's intent and spoke candidly, having mentally rehearsed his points prior to their meeting. The current volume and scope of business are quite satisfactory. Thus, there is no urgent need for expansion. We should first focus on solidifying our existing operations, and once our processes mature, we can consider further development. The second point involves harnessing the human resources available within a village. Zhuge Kai recalled observing upon his return that many able-bodied young men in the village rely on farming and manual labor. They possess physical strength and could be employed as laborers to assist with transportation and other tasks. Those skilled in driving could be recruited for logistics. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong's eyes brightened, and he sat up straighter, eager to listen to Zhuge Kai's analysis. After all, he was familiar with the villagers and could place his trust in their capabilities. Moreover, this approach would stimulate local economic development and provide employment opportunities close to home. Zhuge Kai, with a serious demeanor, added, of course, the most crucial aspect concerning fruits and vegetables is their market accessibility. We could engage media or advertising firms to promote our products, thereby informing potential customers of our quality. This strategy would undoubtedly aid us in attracting new clients in the future. Although Zhang Dong has some reservations about Zhuge Kai's remarks, he acknowledges that, overall, Zhuge Kai is undoubtedly the most remarkable individual he has encountered thus far. Zhang Dong holds a significant admiration for him, recognizing Zhuge Kai as a talent in every conceivable aspect. With a salary of 4,000 yuan, along with comprehensive social insurance, and a work schedule of 6 days on and 1 day off, he inquires when Zhuge Kai can commence his employment. Chapter 93. Indeed, the right person has been found. Zhuge Kai gazed in astonishment at Zhang Dong's resolute demeanor, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did he really just offer him a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan? In this day and age, a salary of 2,000 yuan typically categorizes one as a high-income earner, while most individuals earn less than 1,000. I could start working anytime, but, Boss Zhang, is this salary of 4,000 yuan not a bit excessive? Zhuge Kai is not one to seek petty advantages. Although his previous company offered a similar wage, the circumstances differ greatly here, and Zhang Dong's enterprise has just begun, with numerous financial needs ahead. Rest assured, I value your capabilities. You are worth this salary, Zhang Dong reassured him, patting Zhuge Kai on the shoulder, having formed a preliminary judgment of his character. You will be solely responsible for the wholesale fruit operations. Work diligently, and I shall not treat you unfairly. Zhuge Kai could hardly believe his ears. He had presumed that someone like Zhang Dong, a self-made entrepreneur, would prefer to retain control over affairs, perhaps allowing him to draft a contract or prepare a report. To his surprise, he was entrusted with such a significant position right off the bat. His heart soared with joy, as this was the first time he had encountered someone so confident in his abilities. In that moment, he felt a mix of elation and anxiety. He was pleased with his decision to return to his hometown for development, but worried about potentially falling short and causing Zhang Dong a loss. However, Zhuge Kai did not dwell on his apprehensions for long. His immediate focus shifted to recruiting trustworthy workers. He was not one to procrastinate or waver. The day after solidifying his labor relationship with Zhang Dong, he rallied all the villagers to the square. What is this about? I don't know. That lad from the old Zhuge family in the east of the village called us here. That lad? I heard he just returned from the big city and hasn't found a job yet. What would he possibly want? Who knows? I still have plenty of work to do in my fields. Same here. Let's listen for a bit. If it's not significant, we'll leave right away. A crowd murmured below as Zhang Dong stood in the shade with a fan, observing Zhuge Kai ascend the stage with a speech in hand. His promptness surprised Zhang Dong, who had anticipated that Zhuge Kai would not take action until later. Little did he know, Zhuge Kai had gone straight to the village chief after returning home the previous day. It remained unclear how he had persuaded the chief, but by early morning, the village broadcast had begun urging everyone to gather at the village entrance. Zhuge Kai had come to report this development to Zhang Dong the night before. Zhang Dong was quite pleased with his ability to take action. After a brief discussion with Zhuge Kai regarding employee salaries and benefits, the current situation unfolded. "Fellow villagers, please quiet down," Zhuge Kai said, tapping the microphone wrapped in red cloth. The harsh crackling sound silenced the noisy crowd. "I understand that everyone has pressing matters to attend to, so I shall be concise and address two main points." Before him stood a throng of people, but Zhuge Kai remained undaunted. Noticing that everyone was attentively watching him, he continued with a dignified composure. "In these times, we are all aware of how challenging it is to earn a living. Each household's able-bodied youth is either toiling in the city, exhausted yet barely making ends meet, or tending to the fields at home, resigned to fate. I empathize with your hardships, which is why I am here today, to share some good news that can lead us all to a better life." This statement resonated deeply with the villagers. Though many dismissed Zhuge Kai as merely jesting, nonetheless, their curiosity was piqued as they wondered what this promising news could be, especially since they had clung to this land for generations without discovering any new opportunities. Life for the young workers away from home was somewhat better, but still far from stable, with wages often delayed or unpaid. Mr. Zhang Dong from our village is currently seeking to hire a group of long-term employees. In support of local development, he has decided to recruit from our village. Seeing the interest in the crowd, Zhuge Kai felt a surge of satisfaction, wearing a broad smile. To boost our village's economy, Mr. Zhang has decided to offer job opportunities to any young adults returning home for employment. Positions in procurement, transportation, and logistics are available. Whatever you feel capable of doing, you may come to the company and apply for that role. Upon hearing this, the villagers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Who in the village was unaware of Zhang Dong's success? Initially thriving from selling fruits, he transformed his family from one of the poorest in the area to one of the wealthiest. They had remodeled their homes, purchased appliances, and even bought cars, leaving the others filled with envy. The recent acquisition conference had been bustling, with vehicles coming and going. Some villagers had never seen so many trucks, each capable of carrying substantial loads. Now, as he ventured into entrepreneurship, he had not forgotten his roots and was providing job opportunities for them. The villagers were eager to know more. "Zhuge Kai, don't just leave it at that. What about salaries?" Yes, tell us about the pay. How can we know if the work is worthwhile otherwise?" The crowd clamored, repeatedly voicing their inquiries. Anticipating this scene, Zhuge Kai was prepared, having discussed the matter with Zhang Dong the previous day. "Please be quiet. I know that the most pressing concern for everyone is undoubtedly the salary. Mr. Zhang has stated that the minimum wage will be 800, with the potential for more based on performance. When the time comes to sign the labor contract, there will be comprehensive social insurance and housing fund benefits, ensuring that there will be no instances of delayed wages or financial negligence. Moreover, during holidays, there will be exceedingly generous benefits provided to everyone." As he spoke, Zhuge Kai cast a glance in Zhang Dong's direction, noticing his nod of approval before continuing. "Additionally, I am aware that several villagers have purchased seeds from Boss Zhang. He has assured that the prices for fruits cultivated from these seeds will be completely transparent, ensuring that no one suffers any losses. The sales will proceed in the order of the original seed purchase registrations, like a drop of oil falling into boiling water." The crowd erupted in excitement. None had anticipated such fortuitous news would come their way, particularly those farmers with young family members who had bought seeds from Zhang Dong, who were now beaming with delight. However, as the initial excitement waned, doubts began to creep in regarding the authenticity of these claims. After all that had been said was merely the word of this young Zhuge. Despite his repeated assertions of Boss Zhang's promises, the villagers remained skeptical. What if Zhuge Kai was acting on his own accord, and Zhang Dong had never agreed to any of this? Chapter 94. Trust in those you employ. How can we be sure this is true? Voiced a member of the crowd. Indeed. Let us call Zhang Dong over to ask him directly. With you alone speaking, we cannot place our trust in this, echoed the concerns of the villagers. Zhuge Kai glanced toward Zhang Dong, who stood somewhat obscured from view, unnoticed by everyone except Zhuge Kai. Quiet, everyone, please. I understand your concerns, which is why today, our very own boss Zhang Dong has come to the scene to clarify matters for you all. Let us welcome him with applause. Amidst the enthusiastic clapping, Zhang Dong stepped onto the grand stage draped in red cloth. Zhuge Kai offered him the microphone and took a seat. All eyes were eagerly fixed upon Zhang Dong. Testing the microphone, he spoke steadily. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Dong. Zhuge has conveyed everything that needs to be said. I assure you, everything you mentioned is indeed true, with no fabrications involved. Feel free to share this news with your family and friends. Our company welcomes anyone who is capable and diligent. His words served as a reassuring balm, transforming the crowd's initial shock into palpable joy in less than a second. Cheers reverberated throughout the village square. All right, those interested may come forward to register. If you wish to discuss it with your family first, please do so quickly, as time waits for no one. Zhuge Kai reiterated Zhang Dong's message, awakening the crowd from their reverie as they rushed toward Zhang Dong. Do not push queue up. Everyone wishing to register will have their chance. Zhang Dong called out. Zhang, no, Boss Zhang. My son can drive. I want to register him for the transport team. My son is literate and has graduated from high school. He can manage simple accounts. Under the guidance of Zhuge Kai, my son came forward to register, determined to secure a position. As for the notification, it can wait until we make a phone call later. The atmosphere was lively, yet Zhang Dong and Zhuge Kai displayed no overt surprise. This scenario was entirely within their expectations. In a short span of time, the number of recruits Zhang Dong had initially planned for was nearly fulfilled. With a stack of names in hand, he and Zhuge Kai departed amidst the villagers' warm send-off. They did not require all the applicants, as it was improbable that every household would have a suitable candidate for their company. For those young individuals unwilling to return to work or deemed unsuitable, Zhang Dong sold them seeds, thereby augmenting their supply sources and indirectly assisting these families in securing a livelihood. Boss Zhang, it appears we have nearly completed the recruitment of employees. Do you have any plans regarding the company's specific regulations and holiday policies? The two sat on the sofa, with Zhuge Kai reviewing the morning's accomplishments, feeling quite pleased. Although these individuals hailed from a village, it was essential to establish some rules to prevent anyone from abusing their relationships within the company, which could lead to significant troubles for either Zhang Dong or himself if not managed carefully. This matter had already crossed Zhang Dong's mind during the company registration. He considered how to draft contracts, company regulations, and welfare arrangements. I believe we can learn from other companies, adopting their strengths while discarding the weaknesses. For instance, regarding working hours, we should follow similar companies' practices, Zhang Dong suggested, stroking his chin as he recalled company policies from his past life that were still non-existent at this time. It was impossible to replicate them directly. Even in that era, no company genuinely achieved such standards. Furthermore, in the current era, attempting to do so would likely lead to misunderstandings and unnecessary complications. Nevertheless, certain practices that were commonplace later but not formally established at this time could be implemented. As for welfare benefits, positions akin to yours in administration or clerical work would theoretically follow a 6-day workweek with 1 day off. For transportation and procurement roles, a shift system would be employed. Taking a calm sip of water, Zhang Dong contemplated the benefits from his past experiences and added, during traditional festivals, such as the Mid-Autumn Festival and Spring Festival, we should grant them a day off and provide holiday gifts. Observing Zhuge Kai's astonished expression, he shook his head, realizing how much progress the times had made. These practices would later become standard for every company. In an era marked by material scarcity, where most individuals relied on state jobs and worked in factories, such forward-thinking measures were indeed remarkable. Some holidays had yet to be designated as statutory days off. Aside from the spring festival, students had winter and summer breaks, while adults found themselves ensnared in a relentless cycle of work. With only a few days of rest throughout the year, the teaching profession appears to be relatively more relaxed, with vacations aligning with the student schedules. Zhuge Kai opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhang Dong presented a large box from his side. "Boss Zhang, what is this?" "This is your operational fund, totaling 250,000. Count it. Trust is paramount." Once Zhang Dong had resolved to employ Zhuge Kai, he possessed the audacity to entrust him with significant responsibilities. This sum had been prepared in advance, as Zhang Dong firmly believed that Zhuge Kai would not disappoint his expectations. "Take this money and recruit a cadre of experienced and capable management talents. Merely having workers is insufficient. We must establish a comprehensive management team, with integrity being the utmost priority. We categorically reject individuals who are merely gilded on the outside while being flawed within." Zhuge Kai found himself at a loss for words, feeling as though his chest had been stuffed with cotton, an overwhelming sensation that was profoundly heartwarming. He had not anticipated such trust from Zhang Dong, who had placed such a substantial amount of money directly into his hands. Among all the bosses he had encountered, none possessed the same level of boldness as Zhang Dong. Most would clutch their money tightly, reluctant to entrust such sums to subordinates. "Boss Zhang, I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude." Countless emotions surged within Zhuge Kai, yet he found himself unable to articulate them. "I can only say that it is both my honor and fortune to work under a leader like you." His words felt inadequate in that moment, as Zhuge Kai pondered for quite some time before finally uttering this somewhat dry phrase, which sounded almost like flattery. Nevertheless, he genuinely appreciated Zhang Dong, holding back another thought that resembled sycophancy, that under Zhang Dong's leadership, the company's future prospects were undeniably bright, for he possessed the capability to expand and strengthen the enterprise. Chapter 95. The restaurant encountered problems. Dongzi, if you have time, please come by the restaurant. I need to discuss something with you. The next day, Zhang Dong found himself with rare leisure, having delegated several responsibilities to Zhuge Kai, thus lightening his own load considerably. Considering he hadn't spent quality time with his daughter in a while, he planned to take Zhang Nuonyuo out for a day of fun. Just as they were about to depart, he received a phone call from his parents. "Dad, is there something you need? If it's not urgent, let us discuss it another day." Zhang Minsheng hesitated in his speech, uncertain about what had transpired. However, glancing at his daughter's eager face, he felt that unless it was a pressing matter, it would be better to postpone the conversation. "Don't ask so many questions. You'll find out when you come today." With a decisive beep, the call was abruptly ended, leaving Zhang Dong bewildered as he stared at the disconnected phone, pondering his father's unusual reticence. Grandpa, Daddy, Nuonyuo wants to talk to Grandpa." Zhang Nuonyuo was oblivious to her father's confusion as she tiptoed, eager to retrieve the phone from Zhang Dong's grasp. The call had already been disconnected, as evidenced by the screen. Zhang Dong, with a sigh of resignation, crouched down to show the still visible call termination page to Zhang Nuonyuo. The little girl lowered her head in disappointment, and he felt a pang of sympathy, poised to offer some comforting words. "Shall we go find Grandpa, Daddy? Nuonyuo wants to play with Grandpa. Can we visit Grandpa's house?" Zhang Nuonyuo suddenly lifted her head, a spark of inspiration lighting her face. She tugged at Zhang Dong's arm, insisting they must go to Zhang Minsheng's place. Even the promise of tasty treats from Zhang Dong failed to sway her. If there were truly an urgent matter, his father would have expressed it vocally over the phone, given his temperament. However, considering his father's stubbornness, if he did not visit today, it was likely that his father would come knocking later in the afternoon, wielding a stick. With a resigned sigh, Zhang Dong decided that since his daughter showed no resistance to the idea, a visit would not be detrimental. "Dear, please get ready. We are heading to the elder brother's restaurant today." With that thought, Zhang Dong no longer hesitated and called out to his wife. "Understood, I will be right there." The restaurant co-owned by Zhang Tian and Zhang Dong was named Qimintang, a title Zhang Tian had obtained from a local master for 50 yuan, believed to bring fortune and prosperity. Zhang Dong teased him for his superstitions, but Zhang Tian dismissed it, asserting that most business people held such beliefs. Nevertheless, after the restaurant's opening, while it could not be said to attract a throng of customers, The business was still fairly decent, living up to the name Tang. Oddly enough, the restaurant had previously enjoyed good patronage. Why did it seem so desolate today? Yin Hongye was the first to alight from the vehicle, her heart filled with perplexity as she gazed at the tightly shut doors of the establishment. She often brought Nuonyuo here to play, and, previously, there had been a considerable number of customers. Is today the day you discussed for a break with your elder brother? She recalled Zhang Dong mentioning a weekly day off for the restaurant. Turning to look at Zhang Dong, who was retrieving items from the trunk, she inquired. Restaurants don't have fixed days off. It's done on a rotational basis. We'll find out once we enter. Let us go. Zhang Dong led the mother and daughter into the restaurant, spotting Zhang Tian's figure and preparing to inquire about the situation. Hello, uncle. The melodious voice of a little girl interrupted Zhang Dong's thoughts. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see his niece, Zhang Xinxin, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Hello, Xinxin. Are you on break? Zhang Xinxin attended a boarding school and typically had only one holiday a month. Zhang Dong was often preoccupied with deliveries or acquisitions, and in recent times, he had been consumed with company affairs. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had encountered his niece. Yes, it's the weekend. I have 2 days off. Is this normal? The little girl nodded obediently, her eyes drawn to Zhang Nuonyuo, who had been curiously observing her. With her hair styled in 2 bun-like pigtails adorned with butterfly hair clips, her sparkling eyes radiated an irresistible charm. It is our first encounter. Dear Nuonyuo, allow me to introduce your sister, Xinxin. Go along and play with her. Nuonyuo, this child, grows increasingly adorable with each glance. Observing the 2 sisters bounding away, Lu Feng's face radiates with maternal affection. In this day and age, many extol the virtues of having grandsons, yet she does not subscribe to such antiquated notions. Witnessing her 2 granddaughters, each more charming and well-behaved than the last, fills her heart with immense joy. Hongye, come here. These are eggs laid by the hens we raise ourselves. I have gathered a basket for you to take home when you leave. Yin Hongye was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the overflowing basket of eggs, realizing they were a labor of love from her mother-in-law over a considerable time. Each egg was impeccably clean, devoid of any blemish. A wave of gratitude and surprise washed over her, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a kind-hearted mother-in-law, especially given her infrequent presence by her side. Brother, shall we go somewhere to talk? Ah, indeed. Observing the harmonious interaction between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Zhang Dong felt a surge of happiness. Casting a glance at his father, who had been signaling him, and then at his brother, who seemed hesitant to speak, he proposed they relocate to a more private setting. The 2 brothers ascended the stairs and casually chose a private room to sit and engage in light conversation regarding recent happenings. Is this truly real? Are you genuinely selling such seeds? This is absolutely wonderful. Zhang Tan listened in astonishment to his brother's account of the seed-selling venture, momentarily at a loss for words. A rush of elation surged within him, accompanied by a sense of shared pride. What are you talking about, brother? Why are you so worked up? Zhang Dong found it amusing to see his brother nearly leap from his seat in excitement. He did not perceive this matter as particularly shocking. Rather, it was cause for celebration, a truly fortunate occurrence. You have no idea. It's not my excitement. Everyone in our town is aware of your endeavors, and they are all incredibly envious. Initially, I was unaware of who possessed such remarkable capabilities, only to realize it was you, Dongzi. I am genuinely thrilled. Words failed to capture the depth of Zhang Tian's exhilaration. After a moment of composure, he seemed to recall something and whispered caution. However, you must ensure that our parents remain oblivious to this. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly feel compelled to return to farming. While it may yield profits, it is still exceedingly laborious. Rest assured, I anticipated this matter early on and will ensure that our parents remain uninformed. Zhang Dong had already considered this aspect thoroughly, needing no reminder from Zhang Tian. Before coming today, he had specifically advised Yin Hongye to keep this matter confidential from Zhang Minsheng and his wife. At this juncture, he suddenly remembered the reason for their visit to the restaurant and the question he had not posed upon entering. Brother, why is it that there is not a single soul in this restaurant today? I recall the staff were not scheduled for a break. Chapter 96. offering Zhang Tian some advice upon hearing this. Zhang Tian felt somewhat embarrassed and lowered his head. After a brief silence, he eventually explained the situation to Zhang Dong. You see, a new restaurant opened across the street recently. It is perplexing how all our customers have vanished. Observing that no one has visited for several days, I decided to grant them all a holiday. Zhang Dong was taken aback, not expecting this to be the reason. He had been preoccupied with company matters and had not ventured to the restaurant during this time. Upon his recent arrival, he merely noted that business was not as bustling as before, failing to recognize the new restaurant that had opened next door. Let's not dwell on that. Pray, tell me more about your company. Noticing Zhang Tian's reluctance to elaborate, Zhang Dong refrained from pressing further, thus shifting the conversation. As they descended the stairs, Zhang Dong pondered how to attract more patrons to the restaurant. The previous business model had been quite traditional, merely offering banquet services and uninspired lunch and dinner options. Suddenly, an idea illuminated his thoughts. Brother, how about we temporarily close the restaurant and renovate it? Zhang Dong surveyed the current environment, appreciating the vintage and grandiose Chinese decor, which could potentially evoke a profound ambience in the future. However, in this era, where foreign styles are celebrated, such decor might seem rather outdated to contemporary patrons. He recalled the theme restaurants that had garnered admiration from youth, and although the technology to achieve such designs was lacking, adopting a more streamlined and elegant aesthetic could align with modern preferences. Isn't our current style sufficient? Zhang Tian queried, surprised that his brother wished to replace what he considered beautiful. It's not that it's inadequate, but people today tend to favor minimalist foreign styles. In business, we must consider their tastes. Zhang Dong patted Zhang Tian's shoulder, continuing, I shall find someone to design a blueprint to transform this hall's ambience. We could opt for cooler tones, such as light blue or white, which convey simplicity. Zhang Tian contemplated this suggestion and found it rather appealing. Observing his elder brother's satisfied expression, Zhang Dong straightforwardly articulated, we must redefine our positioning. Previously, our goal was merely to satisfy diners. Now, we must ensure they enjoy their meals while also experiencing novelty and delight. Today's youth represent the mainstream of consumption. Thus, we should aspire to create an upscale restaurant appealing to all generations, young, middle-aged, and elderly. Standing at the center of the hall, Zhang Dong exuded a commanding presence. The first floor could be transformed into a self-service barbecue or hot pot area, catering to younger patrons for gatherings, with relatively affordable pricing. The second floor could be designed into private dining rooms, reminiscent of high-end private kitchens, ideal for business discussions or formal settings favored by the elderly. As Zhang Dong animatedly shared his vision, Zhang Tian felt his spirits lift. He had visited several foreign restaurants, exorbitantly priced, yet bustling with customers daily. Now, his brother suggested that they could lower the prices later, ensuring a fashionable and modern decor alongside an intriguing and refreshing dining environment, which would undoubtedly attract patrons. However, Dongzi, I am familiar with hot pot, but what exactly is a self-service barbecue? I have only heard of buffet-style dining that originated from abroad. Zhang Dong paused for a moment, realizing that he had become so engrossed in the conversation that he had overlooked the fact that self-service barbecue restaurants did not yet exist. He lowered his head, contemplating how to articulate his thoughts. This dining style is particularly suitable for family gatherings and social events, appealing to all ages. Self-service barbecue is quite similar to a buffet, with the exception that we would replace the tables with grilling plates or barbecue racks. In the center, there would be a substantial bar featuring an array of seafood and meat, all prepped and marinated to perfection. Noticing Zhang Tian's inquisitive gaze, Zhang Dong remained composed. After a brief pause, he continued in response to Zhang Tian's eager eyes. Patrons would be free to select whatever they desire and then grill it themselves on the plates provided. Our only responsibility would be to employ a few staff members to oversee the process and minimize waste. Zhang Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Dong's idea was simply brilliant. This self-service barbecue would not only foster interaction and engagement among diners, but also alleviate their burdens. Furthermore, this innovative concept has yet to be adopted by any restaurant, making them pioneers in the field. Their business would surely thrive beyond previous expectations. Indeed, Dongzi, you truly deserve your status as a successful entrepreneur. Your ideas are remarkable. Very well. I shall heed your advice and contact the renovation team. Once your designs are ready, we will commence with the refurbishment. Zhang Tian promptly shared Zhang Dong's proposal with the others. Excellent. I knew bringing Dongzi on board would yield solutions. His self-service barbecue idea is fantastic. Hot pot feels rather conventional, while self-service barbecue is refreshingly novel. Zhang Minsheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Initially, they had harbored concerns that Zhang Dong might be at a loss for solutions, reluctant to disturb him. Little did they anticipate that he would resolve the issue upon his arrival, which elated them immensely. In contrast to their excitement, Zhang Dong maintained a calm demeanor. Internally, he pondered how to ensure that this barbecue experience could be both clean and safe, ideally transitioning to electric grills. Otherwise, if they continued with charcoal, the dining hall would soon be engulfed in soot. Father, I have another splendid idea. Would you care to hear it? Zhang Dong concealed his apprehensions, choosing to address them later, for at present, discussing them would yield no substantial feedback. What is this wonderful idea? Considering it is mealtime, why don't we head to the restaurant across the street for a meal? It would be a good opportunity to gauge the competition and see just how commendable their establishment truly is. Zhang Dong blinked, his typically composed demeanor momentarily infused with youthful vigor as he faced his parents. He initially intended to tease his father, relishing the sight of his mild annoyance, knowing he would not truly act upon it, to the surprise of Zhang Minsheng and Lu Fang. A hint of awkwardness and tension appeared on their faces upon hearing those words. Dongzi, dining over there must cost quite a bit, right? I've heard their pricing is rather steep. For a moment, even the eloquent Zhang Dong found himself at a loss for words, silenced by his mother's cautious remarks. He stood there, momentarily stunned, as a wave of guilt washed over him. In his previous life, during his more reckless days, he often solicited money from his parents. Despite frequently berating him for his lack of ambition, they would always hand over the cash without a second thought. Dad, Mom, you needn't worry. I'm earning now. And in the future, we'll have plenty of opportunities to enjoy fine dining together. Let us go. It's been ages since our family gathered. Chapter 97, A Family Gathering. Dad, Mom, Dongzi is right. Now that both of us brothers are earning, we can certainly afford this little treat for you. Zhang Xian and Zhang Nuo, noticing their father's subtle signals, eagerly took their grandparents' hands. Come on, Grandpa, Grandma. Nuo is hungry and wants to eat. Yes. I'm hungry too. Grandpa, Grandma, let us go. The two little girls coaxed in their soft, endearing voices, making it difficult for even the sternest of hearts to resist. Especially Zhang Minsheng and his wife, who were always thrilled to see their granddaughters. Half pushed, half pulled, they were led out of the restaurant by Zhang Nuo and Zhang Xian. The newly opened restaurant was just a short 2 to 3 minute walk from Zhang Dong and Zhang Tian's bustling establishment. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhang Dong surveyed the surroundings and noted the restaurant's prime location. It was built by the riverside at the corner of the street. Nearby stood a hotel, with a school and a construction company further ahead. There was no need to cross the road. Just a few steps brought one to the restaurant's door. Peering through the windows, he noticed many parents dining with their children, indulging in hearty meals. Though their restaurant was similarly situated, it was separated by a road, making this establishment more accessible. Is their decor what you would call modern? Yin Hongye observed the restaurant's lobby, which was noticeably brighter and more minimalist than Zhang Tian's. Lowering her voice to avoid detection, she leaned closer to Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong focused on the arrangement of items in the lobby. Pretty much, but their lighting isn't as good as ours. The only downside to this location is that part of it doesn't get direct sunlight. The reason Zhang Dong had initially overlooked this establishment was precisely that a restaurant should ideally be bright and comfortable. Yet, it seemed the owner had employed a skilled architect who had cleverly compensated for this flaw in the decor. To the unknowing observer, the lighting appeared perfectly adequate at first glance. However, the proprietor of this establishment has replaced all the dimly lit areas with tempered glass, allowing for abundant light and creating an illusion of spaciousness. As Zhang Dong stepped inside, he He immediately recognized how remarkably distinct the decor of this restaurant was from others. While most dining establishments still favor traditional, retro styles, relying heavily on the natural illumination afforded by their locations, those with less favorable positioning must compensate with artificial lighting. This restaurant boldly employs expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, a rarity in contemporary design. The overall color scheme is a harmonious blend of creamy whites and soft shades of blue. The wallpaper features a minimalist pattern, emblematic of current domestic trends, exuding an air of simplicity and elegance. Moreover, the tables, chairs, and even the chandeliers are clearly the result of meticulous selection. It is evident that the owner invested significantly in the decor, which explains the impressive ambience. No wonder Zhang Dong believes his culinary skills are commendable. To outshine him in business, one must possess considerable talent. Upon hearing Zhang Dong's analysis, Yan Hongyan nodded in sudden realization. She had sensed that the restaurant's decor was markedly different from their own, creating a sense of comfort and cleanliness, but could not pinpoint what set it apart until her husband's observations illuminated her understanding. She reflected on the challenges of running a successful business, realizing that mere skill without creativity is insufficient. "Where are you two whispering?" Zhang Tian called out, urging them to join the group that awaited their return. After leading the party for a while, he turned to inquire whether his brother and sister-in-law preferred a private room or the main hall. To his surprise, he spotted Zhang Dong and Yan Hongya huddled closely, engaged in hushed conversation. Unable to resist, he teased them, causing the previously lively hall to fall silent. With several patrons turning to glance at the couple, Yan Hongya suddenly became aware of how close they had been. Her cheeks flushed as she quickly distanced herself from Zhang Dong. He, however, appeared quite composed, save for the faint blush at the tips of his ears. "I was just about to ask whether you prefer the main hall or a private room. And here you are, lagging behind," Zhang Tian remarked, his teasing gaze fixed on Zhang Dong. The latter sighed internally, grateful that the concept of third wheels had yet to be introduced. Otherwise, his older brother would undoubtedly be the brightest bulb in the room. "We were merely discussing the restaurant's decor. Nothing more," Zhang Dong replied, noting Zhang Tian's knowing expression. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Despite the truth of his statement, it seemed incredulous to his brother. "Let us dine in the private room. It will be quieter." The weight of those final words lingered meaningfully in the air as he cast a subtle glance at Zhang Tian, who unfortunately failed to grasp the underlying implication. Seated within the private room, Zhang Minsheng and Lu Feng took the positions of honor. Yet the responsibility of ordering fell to Zhang Dong, as Zhang Tian remarked that he had a discerning palate and was surely capable of identifying the best dishes. Without scrutinizing the menu too closely, Zhang Dong casually selected 7 or 8 signature dishes, including saltwater chicken and braised pigeon. "I yearn to experience the exquisite culinary creations crafted by the restaurant's chef. Father, the dishes are delectable. Nuonuo is thoroughly enjoying them." The pace of service is remarkably swift, as one by one, the dishes ordered by Zhang Dong grace our table. Nuonuo, with her spoon in hand, requires no assistance, save for moments when the dishes are out of her reach, prompting her to seek help from Yan Hongya. She relishes her meal, exclaiming continually how delicious it is. Yet, in all honesty, it falls slightly short compared to my father's cooking. Zhang Xinxin, however, holds a differing opinion. Accustomed to Zhang Tian's culinary prowess, she naturally draws a comparison upon tasting the chef's offerings. The two young ladies engage in a spirited debate over the quality of the food. Zhang Dong observes their banter with a smile, yet secretly aligns himself with Zhang Xinxin's viewpoint. While the chef's skills are commendable, they still pale in comparison to Zhang Tian's. The restaurant's bustling business can primarily be attributed to the innovative dishes and the upscale decor that set it apart from other establishments. Dongzi has indeed made strides, now showing a newfound appreciation for his wife. Zhang Tian, on the other hand, remains indifferent to the chef's talents, unconcerned about such matters, confident that with Zhang Dong's ideas, their family business will surely surpass this one in the future. His mind begins to wander as he takes notice of other aspects. Since the dishes arrived, Zhang Dong has not paused, Aside from his own meal, he has graciously transferred most of his food into Yin Hongye's bowl. The onlookers, initially focused on the quarrel between the two young girls, now direct their attention to the unfolding scene, prompted by Zhang Tian's jest. "Brother, could you not pretend you haven't seen?" Observing his wife's flushed cheeks amidst the teasing glances of others, and her playful rejection of his advances, Zhang Dong can't help but let out a sigh. Chapter 98. An unexpected development. I used to worry about Dongzi and Hongye, but seeing them now, I can finally rest easy. Lu Fang's words, filled with a mix of nostalgia and relief, momentarily catch Zhang Dong off guard. He surveys his surroundings and suddenly realizes that he has never experienced such a warm, familial atmosphere in his past life. Everything stems from his previous self being a reckless and disheartened individual. Zhang Minsheng, Lu Fang, and Zhang Tian had wept and scolded him countless times. Each encounter was fraught with chaos and unrest, his life a tumultuous mess, affecting even Yin Hongye. Zhang Dong feels an inexplicable heaviness in his chest, the weight of accumulated guilt diminishing the joy in his smile. The remorse that has lingered since his rebirth has only intensified with the passage of time, growing in proportion to the contrast between his past and present. Hongye is my wife. She has sacrificed so much for our family over the years. Moreover, for this household to thrive and endure, the presence of a dedicated matriarch is indispensable. The clattering of chopsticks and dishes resonates crisply as Zhang Dong's voice, slightly subdued, reverberates throughout the private room. Nuo Nuo and Zhang Xin, momentarily captivated by the atmosphere, cease their playful antics. Hongye has endured so much. Despite my previous shortcomings, she remains steadfast. It is only right that I cherish her and treat her with the utmost kindness. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy as Yin Hongye stared blankly at Zhang Dong, who was lost in his own melancholy. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She yearned to articulate something, yet ultimately felt an uncomfortable impulse to turn away. Zhang Dong's words had indeed struck a chord, but the barriers in her heart were not so easily overcome. They were scars formed by years of disappointment and resentment, not merely erased by a few words of apology and regret. "Xiaomei, you should also eat this," Zhang Tian remarked, seemingly unaware that his light-hearted teasing had elicited such a profound reaction from his brother. After a moment of stunned silence, he realized the wisdom in Zhang Dong's words. Not only was Yin Hongye affected, but Li Mei also toiled tirelessly for him and their family every day. Take this restaurant, for instance. Li Mei not only cared for his parents at home, but also frequently came to the restaurant to assist with accounting and various tasks.